Chapter 1. The Mist and the Transformation of Humanity. Goodness, what immense fog! As Ming stepped out of his apartment, he was enveloped by a dense, white mist shrouding the community. Visibility was reduced to less than 5 meters. He tightened his coat and hastened towards the supermarket at the entrance of the neighborhood. After only a few steps, he felt his breathing becoming labored, and a sense of confusion clouded his mind. Furrowing his brows, Ming covered his mouth with one hand and quickened his pace. He couldn't help but wonder if this was smog. The air quality in the city had deteriorated significantly. He resolved to purchase some masks at the supermarket. Upon entering, he noticed that apart from the staff, there were very few customers present. He quickly gathered the items he intended to buy. Just as he finished paying and was about to leave with his shopping bag, a panicked voice suddenly echoed behind him. "Darling, what's wrong? Don't scare me." Startled, Ming turned to see a distressed woman in her 30s gazing anxiously at the man beside her. To Ming's astonishment, white mist was billowing from the man's body. As the mist ascended, the man's form began to shrink and transform. Perhaps due to the shocking nature of the event, the woman, other customers, and even the staff stood frozen in disbelief. The transformation of the man was alarmingly rapid. His limbs gradually faded away, and his skin took on a slick, yellow-black hue. Without the support of his legs, he fell uncontrollably to the ground. Then, the man's figure grew slender, and his head swiftly morphed into something resembling a serpent's. Although the process seemed intricate, it transpired in mere seconds. When a serpentine creature emerged from the man's clothing, the onlookers finally erupted in exclamations. "What on earth? How did he transform into an eel? My goodness, such a thick eel. Imagine how potent it would be in wine. Could it be that this man has turned into a sentient eel and is reverting to his true form?" Some customers, sensing something was amiss, began to edge towards the exit. Yet, others were drawn to the spectacle. Some even pulled out their phones to record the moment. The woman remained utterly bewildered, struggling to comprehend how her husband could suddenly become an eel. What was she to do from now on? Ming, too, was at a loss, unable to fathom the bizarre situation. However, when he noticed the cashier and another customer also beginning to emit white mist, an overwhelming sense of unease compelled him to abandon his curiosity. He pushed through the supermarket doors and sprinted back to his building. Fortunately, fate was kind. Nothing further transpired until Ming safely returned home. Reflecting on the bizarre occurrence, a wave of inexplicable dread washed over him. What on earth is happening? Could it truly be that eels are becoming sentient? Something is definitely wrong. Others are also emitting white mist. Could it be? Suddenly, Ming had an epiphany and hastily retrieved a piece of beef from his shopping bag. With determination, he took a bite. He remembered reading some novels about universal transformation, which posited that everyone would turn into the last animal they consumed. Under the present circumstances, he had limited options and could not seek out a more formidable creature. He could only gamble with this beef. After consuming the beef, Ming, still uneasy, took several more bites before he felt satisfied. Then, he opened his phone to search for useful information. Before he could launch his browser, a notification from a chat group labeled The Three Idiots popped up. Curious, he opened it to find a video sent by his close friend, Pang Bo. The thumbnail showcased a fair-skinned, beautiful girl with long legs, accompanied by Pang Bo's message urging them to watch it immediately. Intrigued, Ming clicked on the video without hesitation. The girl appeared to be live-streaming a dance, her waist twisting and creating a flurry of white waves. Suddenly, white mist erupted from her body. Ming's pupils dilated as he realized this mirrored the incident he had just witnessed at the supermarket. Within seconds, the girl transformed into a plump, rosy white pig right before his eyes. As the video concluded, Pang Bo's message followed. "Old Sue Old Chi, did you see that? She turned into a pig. I just searched online, and there are countless reports of people transforming into animals. The apocalypse is upon us." Taking a deep breath, Ming was about to share his own experience from the supermarket. But another member of the Three Idiots, Su Hung, sent a message. "This mist is suspicious. We have people in the lab transforming into animals too. Be careful. Those who transform can become aggressive. Don't trust other animals." Su Heng's message filled Ming with a sense of urgency. This unknown transformation instilled an inexplicable fear within him. Noticing Ming's prolonged silence, Pang Bo quickly inquired. Old Chi, Ming, you haven't turned into an animal, have you? Snapping out of his reverie, Chi Ming typed back. No, I just saw someone turn into an eel at the supermarket. By the way, is there a pattern to these transformations? Like the last animal you ate? Within moments, both friends replied in quick succession. Pang Bo, as long as that's not the case. But it might happen soon. Let's hope we all turn into powerful animals. Su Hong, no pattern. We even have someone in the lab who turned into an owl. Pang Bo, we're too far apart now. It's probably too late to gather. Take care, everyone. Less than 5 seconds after receiving that message, Pang Bo sent another one. Brothers, the beastly apocalypse is approaching. Join me in shedding this foul skin and embrace this glorious evolution. No time to waste. I'm transforming now. We shall meet at the pinnacle. Chi Ming was taken aback, and as he attempted to respond, he found his phone had lost signal. Meanwhile, in a small village enveloped by white mist, a turtle the size of a basin slowly raised its head and lamented, "Goodness, how did I become a turtle? Moving so slowly. How the hell am I supposed to reunite with my brothers at the pinnacle?" Despite his complaints, the transformed Pang Bo began to crawl towards a small ditch behind the village. In the living room, Chi Ming, whose phone had lost signal, began to emit wisps of white mist as well. His form began to diminish, and black spikes sprouted from his limbs and the back of his head. To his astonishment, a tail was visibly growing behind him at an alarming rate. Chapter 2. The Spike-Tailed Lizard. Watching spikes emerge from his own body, Chi Ming was momentarily at a loss. It wasn't until the surrounding furniture rose above his line of sight and the transformation finally ceased that he regained his composure. After a brief hesitation, Chi Ming utilized his newly formed spikes and claws to shred his clothing, then slowly crawled to the floor-to-ceiling mirror by the door. In the next moment, a creature came into view, a lizard with a black back and a yellow abdomen, its body adorned with spikes. At the base of its skull, a pair of elongated thorn-like spikes protruded. If it were to sprout wings and unleash fireballs, it would resemble a dragon hatchling. This creature, Chi Ming recognized from his previous encounters in the animal kingdom, was the colossal spike-tailed lizard found in the vast grasslands of South Africa. Yet, the typical spike-tailed lizard measured only 20 to 40 centimeters in length. He now estimated his own body length to exceed 1 meter. If he grew any larger, he could easily rival some small crocodiles. The spike-tailed lizard, also known as the sun-gazing lizard or the dragon of distant visions, enchanted a multitude of reptile enthusiasts with its dragon-like appearance. Seeing himself transformed into a spike-tailed lizard, Chi Ming's emotions became complex. While this creature was not particularly weak, it certainly could not be deemed powerful. After a moment of contemplation, Chi Ming crawled onto the sofa to devise a plan for his next steps. Firstly, given the influence of the unknown mist in his world, it was likely that everyone would soon transform into various animals. Consequently, society would inevitably descend into chaos. After all, transforming into a primate like a monkey or an orangutan would be manageable, as their limbs resembled those of humans, allowing them to wield tools with ease. However, if one were to become an animal devoid of limbs, like an eel or a lizard with claws that lacked dexterity, that would essentially mean starting over. Moreover, with no internet connectivity and the outside world shrouded in mist, he felt utterly lost. Nevertheless, although transformed into an animal, their intelligence remained intact. Additionally, he had acquired a talent known as the voice of the soul. This gift allowed him to articulate his thoughts directly, yet it offered little else in terms of utility. Resting on the sofa, Chi Ming gazed ahead, deep in thought. Suddenly, a realization struck him, and he summoned the voice of the soul, asking, "System, are you there?" 1 second, 2 seconds. A full 10 seconds passed in silence, the air thick with an awkward atmosphere. Defeated, Chi Ming lowered his head, lying despondently on the sofa, lamenting his predicament. Without reincarnation or a system, how could he possibly turn the tide and reunite with his comrades at the pinnacle? After a spell of despondency, he began to recall the beast transformation novels he had previously read. Drawing from a decade of reading experience, he understood that in such circumstances, one must not remain idle and passive. He needed to seize this initial opportunity and dedicate himself to strengthening his abilities. Only in doing so could he gain an advantage and secure his place in the future. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly become prey on someone else's chopping block. With this thought in mind, adhering to the principle of being audacious when necessary and cautious when required, Ming finally resolved to climb down from the sofa and head towards the door. Halfway there, a thought crossed his mind. He turned back to the coffee table, standing upright to grasp the leftover beef, and began tearing and swallowing it. This outing may take an indeterminate amount of time before I return. Best to fill my stomach before setting off. Having finished the beef, Ming stood upright, opened the door, and stepped out of the room. With a resounding bang, the door was firmly shut behind him. A glimmer of determination sparkled in his dark eyes as he turned and ascended the stairs. Though the elevator was still operational, he preferred to avoid the risk of being trapped inside. In case he encountered other transformed animals upon opening the door, it would pose a problem. Taking precautions, Ming opted for the more secure route of climbing the stairs. Even if he encountered a beast, he could retreat if needed. However, it appeared that most people had yet to awaken to the instinct for adventure. Not a single transformed creature crossed his path until he exited the building. Surveying the surrounding sea of white mist, Ming glanced around before slipping into the community's greenery. Having read numerous novels about exotic beasts and animal worlds, Ming was acutely aware of the survival strategies within. Until he had developed adequate self-defense capabilities, he must ingrain caution and boldness into his very DNA. Inhaling the mist once again, Ming no longer felt the dizziness of before. Instead, he experienced a refreshing clarity, as if every cell in his body was rejoicing. This peculiar sensation led him to muse, "It seems my conjecture was correct. If this white mist can transform people into animals, then inhaling more must surely yield even greater benefits." With this thought, Ming couldn't help but lift his head and take a few more deep breaths of the mist. Fortunately, the surrounding greenery was sufficiently tall, rendering his diminutive 1-meter frame virtually invisible within it. It was unclear whether it was merely an illusion, but he sensed that the greenery around him was slowly growing. Without the luxury of reincarnation, Ming had no idea where to seek the so-called opportunities. He could only wander through the community's greenery, following the routes etched in his memory. After circling for a while, Ming felt that his physical prowess had noticeably improved since he first emerged, and it had only been half an hour since he left the building. Just as Ming was reveling in his newfound strength, contemplating finding a safe haven to rest outside, a rustling sound suddenly broke the silence behind him. Startled, Ming quickly turned around to see a brown and black figure resembling a hyena standing not far away. The hyena's back was raised high, its eyes warily fixed on him. Noting its predatory gaze, Ming instinctively lowered his tail, pressing it firmly against the ground. Although his body was protected by thorny scales, Ming felt a sense of trepidation towards this hyena, known for its cunning nature and ruthless reputation. While their community was not particularly upscale, it was unlikely to harbor stray dogs, let alone this clearly extraordinary hyena. The creature seemed to sense that Ming was not an easy target. It abandoned its previous intent and spoke through the voice of the soul. "Brother, my name is Yang Tao. What do you go by?" Ming raised his head cautiously, maintaining eye contact at the same height as his counterpart. Only then did he respond, "My name is Pang Bo." The hyena, who introduced himself as Yang Tao, grinned widely and spoke again. "It is evident that you, my brother, also possess a sense of vigilance." Chapter 3. A world in turmoil. I shall not indulge in idle chatter. You must have discerned the advantages of this white mist by now, have you not? We appear evenly matched, and should a confrontation ensue, it is likely that neither of us would prevail over the other. Rather than disturb one another, why not maintain a respectful distance? Upon hearing this, a fleeting glimmer of understanding flickered in Ming's eyes. This Yang Tao is indeed a sharp-witted individual, nay, a cunning hyena. It is probable that most beast morphers remain hidden in their chambers at this stage. Seizing this opportunity to absorb more mist and grow stronger is the true path. Ming flicked his tail, concealing himself within the greenery, and declared, "I will be active in the northern district. I trust you shall refrain from intruding." With that, he gradually retreated, vanishing into the foliage. Hyena Yang Tao regarded the receding figure within the greenery, his eyes narrowing slightly. Both parties understood that the current tranquility was merely a facade, a temporary balance yet to be disrupted. Should one side experience a significant surge in power, the other would undoubtedly face dire consequences. Amidst the greenery, Ming lay on the ground, pondering the bloodthirsty impulse that surged within him moments prior. Upon first laying eyes on that hyena, a primal ferocity erupted from the depths of his soul. Had it not been for his formidable willpower subduing that impulse, he might have transformed into a cold-blooded creature and charged forward. No wonder Su Hong advised against trusting other animals. It seems that the beastly instincts emerge gradually post-transformation. Yet, Yang Tao managed to restrain such impulses as well. He is indeed a formidable adversary. After lying still for a while, Ming suddenly noticed something peculiar. When he took deep breaths, the white mist he retained seemed to increase, and the enhancement of his physical form accelerated significantly. This reminded him of the breathing techniques he had learned during his physical training. Though he had transformed into a ring-tailed lizard, the underlying principles should remain consistent. With determination, Ming set to work, experimenting with various adjustments. After several attempts, he finally achieved his first successful breathing technique in his lizard form. With each inhalation and exhalation, visible tendrils of white mist coalesced into small streams, continuously flowing into his body. After just one cycle, Ming exclaimed in delight, "Incredible! It truly works." The absorption rate had increased at least several-fold compared to before. While this breathing method might not be the most refined, it was undoubtedly the most versatile and universal approach. Ming could scarcely fathom how powerful those who possessed superior breathing techniques must be. Yet he understood the urgency to seize this opportunity and fortify his body within the shortest span of time. After approximately an hour, Ming joyfully turned to examine his body. He observed that his physique had expanded by at least 50%, reaching a length of roughly 1 meter and 56 centimeters. Good heavens! Now I comprehend why a remarkable cultivation technique can incite such upheaval in the world of novels. It appears that this newfound ability truly surpasses ordinary breathing by several degrees. Aside from a slight increase in size, Ming also sensed a peculiar energy manifesting within him. As he absorbed more of the white mist, this energy began to grow steadily. This extraordinary force could flow freely within him at his command, and he could distinctly feel his strength augmenting significantly under its influence. Witnessing this transformation, Ming was filled with exhilaration. Had he remained confined to his room, he would never have experienced such rapid enhancement in such a brief period. Yet, he pondered the origin of this mist. Could it be akin to the spiritual energy described in novels? If it were indeed spiritual energy, it might herald the emergence of extraordinary powers in the future. After a moment of contemplation, Ming resolved to rise and survey his surroundings. However, as he stood up, he instantly sensed something amiss. His muscles had grown robust, enabling him to stand on his hind legs, reaching nearly a meter in height. Yet, astonishingly, he found himself still below the height of the surrounding greenery. Observing the flourishing, verdant landscape around him, a validated hypothesis swiftly crossed Ming's mind. The plants were evolving too. Moreover, their rate of evolution seemed to outpace that of animals by several folds, if not more. Cautiously, he emerged from the foliage, and the sight before him caused him to halt in disbelief. The stone pathway of the community was now densely covered with lush green herbaceous plants. Just moments prior, there had been not a single sprout in sight. In a mere hour, they had grown to such an extent. Ming even witnessed some plants transcending life's boundaries, blooming with out-of-season flowers. Others were striving for greater heights. As he gazed upward, he noticed climbing plants rapidly ascending the community buildings, spreading with astonishing speed. It would not be long before the familiar surroundings would be enveloped by these resilient plants. This was indeed alarming. Even the flora exhibited such extraordinary traits, compelling him to exert even greater effort. Suddenly, a unique fragrance wafted towards him from a distance. The scent was subtle, yet upon inhalation, Ming felt a surge of vitality coursing through him, even causing the energy within to swell slightly. With renewed focus, he raised his head and diligently sought the source of the delightful aroma. In less than 3 seconds, a glimmer of insight flashed in his eyes. Without delay, he set forth on all fours, navigating through the grass that had grown to half a meter, moving toward the source of the fragrance. His black, thorn scales parted the grass, creating a visible wave, though fortunately, The surrounding mist provided a veil of concealment. The other creatures concealed within the residential building remained oblivious to this phenomenon. After crawling approximately 200 meters, Ming discovered the source of the delightful fragrance. It was a plant with round leaves, each about the size of a palm. At the center of the leaves, a small orb radiating a gentle white light swayed, releasing a peculiar and enchanting aroma. The surrounding white mist continuously converged towards the orb, likely composed of an immeasurable accumulation of vapor. Upon catching sight of the orb for the first time, an overwhelming desire surged within Ming. He excitedly thumped his tail against the ground, cautiously observing his surroundings as he made his way toward the round-leaved plant. However, as he approached within 5 meters of it, a familiar figure suddenly charged in from another direction, racing toward the small orb as well. It was the hyena, Yang Tao. Witnessing this scene, a fierce glint flashed in Ming's eyes. He hastened his pace and swiftly reached the vicinity of the round-leaved plant, swallowing the orb in one gulp and uprooting the plant to consume it entirely. Simultaneously, his thorny, scaled tail swept fiercely, successfully repelling the oncoming Yang Tao. As Ming ingested the orb and the round-leaved plant, the energy within him began to amplify rapidly. Even the surrounding mist accelerated its influx into his being, transforming into columns of vapor that surged toward him. Yang Tao, baring his teeth, immediately changed countenance. His eyes were bloodshot, and the fur around his lips was stained with drying blood. The expression emanating from his eyes was filled with intense malice, clearly displeased by Ming's prior preemption. A hoarse, sinister voice broke the tension. "Pang Bo, why are you trespassing on my territory instead of remaining in the North District?" Ming was momentarily taken aback, but then recalled that he had inadvertently given Yang Tao Pang Bo's name. He disregarded Yang Tao's menacing tone and scrutinized him. It was evident that this creature had recently devoured another animal, and judging by Yang Tao's size, he seemed to have grown significantly larger. Yang Tao had also noticed Ming's doubled stature, which deterred him from attacking immediately. However, observing the intensifying aura of his opponent, Yang Tao realized he could not afford to let the situation escalate any further. If Ming fully fortified himself, he would undoubtedly not spare Yang Tao. Without further ado, the battle was about to commence. The agile and swift hyena lunged forward, roaring as he charged at the defiant, ring-tailed lizard. In a spacious yet chaotic room stained with blood, several animals of various forms convened, engaged in fervent discussion. Among them, a tortoise the size of a grinding stone spoke in the voice of an ancient elder. "The mist that enters our bodies generates a peculiar energy. This energy has drastically shortened our evolutionary journey, and it is the reason for our rapid growth in such a brief span of time." A fox with a coat of fiery orange was the first to respond to the teacher, inquiring, "What exactly is this energy?" The yellow-margined tortoise slightly raised its head, its eyes gleaming, and declared, "I refer to it as anomalous energy. This anomalous energy enters our bodies, rapidly enhancing our physical forms. However, this augmentation pertains solely to the corporeal. Our souls have yet to synchronize with the pace of this evolution. The mismatch between the soul and the body inevitably breeds irritability and other negative emotions. This explains the increasing ferocity observed after our transformation into animals." The other creatures nodded thoughtfully in response. A white egret blinked and asked, "Teacher, how is this anomalous energy generated? Could it possibly be a byproduct of some experiment?" Upon hearing this, the other animals cast peculiar glances at the egret. Before the yellow-margined tortoise could respond, a voice chimed in, "Su Hong, you must have read too many novels." Another added, "Indeed, what sort of experiment could produce such extraordinary mist? I believe it could be a revival of spiritual energy. I suspect it is a game of gods and demons. I once read a novel that closely resembles our current situation." Listening to the lively chatter among the students, the elder tortoise felt somewhat speechless. After all, they were a group of graduate students, yet they consistently drew parallels between fiction and reality. Regardless, the most pressing concern was survival, awaiting official notification. "Furthermore, we are currently in a period of ferocity. You must all temper your negative emotions." With that, the elder tortoise ceased to speak further, closing its eyes to gather its spirit. The white egret, Su Hong, turned to gaze thoughtfully out the window, gradually sinking into contemplation. The term ferocious species was designated by their teacher, the yellow-margined tortoise, to describe a biological stage or realm. This nomenclature arose from their increasingly fierce natures post-transformation. Despite their animal forms, they retained intelligence and the capacity to navigate their emotions. Thus, apart from a few animals whose wills faltered and devolved into mindless beasts, those who managed their emotions logically followed the esteemed professor into this research room. Alas, I wonder how Qi Ming and Pang Bo are faring? In the community, a hyena lay weakly on the ground, its belly slashed open, exposing a wound the length of an arm. Its innards were laid bare as it awaited the arrival of death. The creature's breath was faint, and were it not for the barely perceptible rise and fall of its chest, one might mistake it for a lifeless corpse. Not far from the hyena, a ring-tailed lizard, measuring about 1.7 to 1.8 meters in length, stood motionless, fixated on its prey. Bloodstains were visibly smeared on the lizard's tail, indicating that it was indeed the perpetrator of the hyena's grievous wound. The lizard was none other than Qi Ming. After absorbing the small globules of water condensed from the mist, he expanded to nearly 1.8 meters in length, rivaling some small crocodiles. Fresh from a battle with the hyena Yang Tao, he had emerged victorious, albeit not unscathed. Several of the thorny scales on his back had been shattered by the claws of that dog. Had it not been for his cleverness in employing the dragon tail technique to severely injure Yang Tao, he might have lost his eyes to the opponent's nefarious grasp. Yet, through this encounter, Qi Ming discovered a new utility for the unknown energy within him. It remarkably accelerated his healing process. In less than a minute, the broken scales had regrown. However, this was precisely why he did not rush to Yang Tao's side. If that cunning old fox had one last trick up his sleeve, it would be troublesome. With such severe injuries, Yang Tao's demise was inevitable. There was no need for Qi Ming to take unnecessary risks. Yang Tao seemed taken aback by Qi Ming's composure. After struggling for a moment, he weakly uttered, "You win, Pang Bo. We are all from the same neighborhood. There's no need to make a scene." Qi Ming continued to gaze at him coldly, showing no intention of responding. The spark in Yang Tao's eyes flickered as he transmitted another soul message. "I saw a blue-green beam over on P Street. It might be something extraordinary. You should go check it out now, or others might seize it." Qi Ming remained silent, but mentally noted the information. Regardless of its veracity, he could investigate after dealing with Yang Tao. Even if the opportunity was snatched away, it simply meant it was not his time yet. Yang Tao attempted to use a diversionary tactic to lure him away, but it was not so easily accomplished. With Qi Ming watching closely, Yang Tao dared not make any further moves, leaving him with only the path of awaiting death. As time passed, Yang Tao's breath grew increasingly faint, and the surrounding white mist gradually ceased to flow into his body, as if he were truly on the brink of death. Chapter 5. The Soul Gem. After a moment of contemplation, Qi Ming slowly crawled closer to him. After such a long wait, he presumed Yang Tao's blood must be nearly drained. Nevertheless, to be safe, he remained vigilant, advancing sideways to ensure a quick reaction should Yang Tao attempt a last-minute revival. Upon reaching a distance of about 1 meter, Qi Ming suddenly sprang up, swinging his thorn tail to strike fiercely at Yang Tao's head. Bang! The powerful blow crushed his skull. As red and white fluids oozed out, Qi Ming's expression turned peculiar. What is happening? Could it be that he truly died? Is he not attempting to play dead? With a whispered resolve, Qi Ming ceased his hesitation and dragged the lifeless body of the hyena, Yang Tao, into the lush greenery that towered over 2 meters high. A voice deep within his soul urged him, proclaiming that devouring such a creature's remains would yield immense benefits. Eager to augment his strength, Qi Ming wasted no time. He would consume not only the carcass, but even the brain if necessary. Within the verdant thicket, Qi Ming utilized the sharp thorns adorning his body to sever numerous plants, crafting a makeshift nest for himself. He then sank his teeth into the flesh of the hyena. The moment the blood and meat entered his system, an insatiable bloodlust surged within him. Without a second thought, he buried his face in the remains, voraciously devouring the creature. Within 5 minutes, save for a few inedible parts, the entire hyena had vanished into his belly. Qi Ming felt a warm sensation enveloping his body, and he noticed that his absorption of the surrounding mist had accelerated significantly. It dawned on him. No wonder Yang Tao had gained strength so rapidly. It must have been due to consuming another animal. Just a minute after devouring Yang Tao, Qi Ming suddenly sensed a tremor of energy within him. Almost instantly, a substantial amount of mist began to converge around his location, forming a funnel that streamed into his mind. Astonished, Qi Ming was perplexed by this phenomenon. However, under the influence of the dense mist, His physique began to grow once more, albeit at a slow but steady pace. Just as he found himself in a state of bewilderment, an overwhelming dizziness washed over him. When he regained his senses, he found himself within a nebulous space shrouded in white fog, the branches of the greenery nowhere to be seen. Startled, Ming pondered if the hyena had been toxic and if he had succumbed to its poison. Before he could dwell on this thought, an irregular crystal radiating a soft white glow materialized before him. The crystal, roughly the size of a fist, contained the faint silhouette of a small ring-tailed lizard. Upon his first glance at the crystal, an inexplicable surge of information flooded his mind. Soul gem, consume the souls of other creatures to bolster oneself. This revelation, though enigmatic, clarified the nature of the crystal before him. No, it should be referred to as his soul gem. The soul gem could be perceived as a reservoir for the unknown energy within him. As for the mist swirling around the gem, it was undoubtedly the unknown energy he had absorbed. This realization left Ming feeling somewhat disheartened. He had hoped for an extraordinary power. It seemed that the soul gem was an entity that every creature could potentially manifest. Nonetheless, his ability to coalesce it so swiftly likely placed him ahead of many other beings. Notably, after the formation of the soul gem, his bloodthirst had noticeably diminished. With a thought, Ming exited this enigmatic space and returned to his makeshift nest within the greenery. He did not remain in place to rest. Instead, he moved forward on all fours toward the southern district. He recalled what Yang Tao had mentioned earlier about the azure beam on P Street. Regardless of the veracity of the information, he felt compelled to investigate for himself. After crawling for a short distance, Ming realized that the crystallization of the soul gem was not without merit. At the very least, his senses had sharpened significantly, even granting him a semblance of a sixth sense, akin to a spider's instinct. This enhancement undoubtedly elevated his chances of survival. In a world fraught with peril and obscured vision, such perceptual abilities would prove invaluable. Upon arriving in the southern district, Ming took a moment to survey his surroundings and, through the dense climbing vegetation, finally spotted the distant azure beam. The beam was faint. Had his senses not been heightened, it would likely have gone unnoticed. Should he proceed? That was the question. Yet, within moments, Ming made his decision, setting off toward the nearest exit. With his current stature exceeding 2 meters, he considered himself a formidable predator at the pinnacle of the food chain. As long as he exercised caution, he should be able to reach the vicinity of that beam safely. Moreover, drawing from his previous experiences, Ming had savored the advantages of being a step ahead of others. Naturally, he sought to widen the gap between himself and other creatures swiftly, ensuring his survival in the impending apocalyptic world. With the enhancement of his senses, his field of vision had expanded from less than 5 meters to approximately 25. Although there remained some limitations at greater distances, his acute hearing enabled him to discern potential dangers lurking nearby. Emerging from beneath the barriers at the entrance of the community, Ming oriented himself and made his way toward the location of the beam he had previously observed. The concrete streets were now cloaked in a variety of herbaceous plants, their height nearing half a meter. The vehicles parked along the roadside were overtaken by creeping vines, resembling relics long abandoned. Remarkably, it seemed that less than 5 hours had passed since the emergence of the mist. As he surveyed the plant-dominated neighborhood and streets, Ming began to comprehend the significance of these evolved flora. They would undoubtedly play a crucial role in the unfolding events. After crawling several hundred steps, the once indistinct beam became considerably clearer. It was not particularly large, perhaps no more than 30 meters high, yet it stood out remarkably against the white mist. As if enhanced by special effects, Ming felt a surge of excitement and moved with purpose toward the location of the beam. With the crystallization of the soul gem, his control over his own body had reached new heights, enabling him to perform intricate maneuvers effortlessly. Even walking upright on his hind legs for extended periods posed no fatigue. However, he would refrain from such folly for now, disregarding the question of its wisdom. If one were to stand out so prominently, they would undoubtedly become the primary target for other creatures. After advancing approximately 200 meters, Ming finally approached the vicinity of the azure beam. Being so near, he discerned the source of the light. A crystal, resembling a fist-sized azure diamond, was levitating about 1 meter above the ground. The 30-meter-tall beam emanated from this azure gem. Chapter 6. The Death of the Black Goat. Ming felt a ripple of curiosity as he approached the azure crystal on all fours. Upon nearing it, he discovered a faint barrier of white mist surrounding the crystal. This revelation filled him with perplexity, yet he cautiously extended a paw toward the misty barrier. Upon contact, a wave of repulsion surged forth. The ethereal barrier, seemingly fragile, proved to be several times more resilient than concrete. Just as Qi Ming felt a surge of anxiety, the soul gem within him emitted a gentle luminescence. This subtle glow manifested at the tips of his claws, prompting the white mist barrier to retreat slowly, as if it had received a signal. Within moments, the barrier dissipated entirely, and the beam of light from the azure crystal began to retract, leaving only a soft azure glow encircling the crystal within a fingertip's reach. In the next instant, the radiant azure gem transformed into a streak of light and vanished into his brow. Before he could examine the azure crystal further, a voice, belonging to a middle-aged man, resonated from behind him. Hand over the azure gem. Qi Ming turned to see a goat standing upright, its body cloaked in dark fur, adorned with a pair of curved horns. Without uttering a word, he raised his head defiantly, engaging in a silent standoff, until he unlocked the white mist barrier. No creature had disturbed him. Now, this individual had abruptly appeared, revealing that the black goat had likely been lurking nearby. Though his vision extended over 20 meters, it lacked the ability to see through objects, explaining his earlier oversight. Moreover, it seemed that only creatures possessing a soul gem could unlock the white mist barrier. The black goat, clearly unable to penetrate the barrier, had chosen to lie in wait, hoping to seize an opportunity. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, a hint of indifference flickered in Qi Ming's eyes. How audacious for a creature weaker than himself to behave so brazenly. With a tail bristling with thorns that sliced through the air, Qi Ming exuded a formidable presence that startled the black goat, who suddenly felt as though it had struck an impenetrable wall. Yet, with no option to retreat, the black goat seized the moment. Charging at Qi Ming with its front hooves planted firmly on the ground, its horns aimed directly at him. In Qi Ming's eyes, a glimmer of determination flickered as he timed his strike perfectly, executing a powerful tail swipe that sent the thorny tail flying. The tremendous force generated a sound akin to the rending of air. The black goat's heart raced, and it swiftly shifted its stance, bracing its formidable horns against the oncoming attack. A resounding crack echoed as one of its horns shattered and was sent hurtling away. The sheer force propelled the black goat several meters, ultimately crashing onto a parked car before it came to a halt. Startled and alarmed, the black goat hastily turned and fled into the distance. Qi Ming, however, would not allow this adversary to escape. After all, there is an ancient saying, release the tiger back to the mountain, and future troubles abound. Though merely a black goat, one could not dismiss the possibility of its future resurgence. Should it seize an opportunity to ambush Qi Ming later, it would be utterly vexing. With a mouth full of sharp teeth, Qi Ming grinned and transformed into a shadow of black and yellow, pursuing the fleeing goat. His tail, moving instinctively, struck a nearby car, leaving a deep dent in its wake. The black goat, running ahead, frequently glanced back in apprehension. Upon noticing the terrifying giant lizard closing in, a sudden spark of insight flashed through its mind. Although it might lack the brute strength of its foe, the surrounding environment was certainly more familiar to it. Furthermore, as a hoofed creature, the goat was inherently swifter than a clawed lizard. In no time, the black goat led the colossal lizard to the entrance of an open shop. In the next moment, an inexplicable turn of events unfolded. Instead of fleeing in another direction, the black goat boldly entered the shop, with no apparent means of escape. Qi Ming, upon witnessing the goat's audacity, slowed his pace. The creature, fully aware of its disadvantage yet refusing to flee, had chosen to hide within the shop. There had to be a trick involved. The black goat stood upright, a hint of scornful mockery gleaming in its eyes. Little brat, dare you follow me in? Qi Ming remained silent, meticulously observing the interior of the shop. Aside from some shelves, hardware components, and 2 large tires, there was little else within. The black goat had no hands or feet. It could hardly wield a wrench or pliers against itself. With this thought, Qi Ming no longer hesitated and surged forward towards the black goat. Yet, just as he crossed the threshold and was about to seize the goat with his jaws, it astonishingly leaped up, landing its front hooves on the rolling shutter door and forcefully pressing it down. Having absorbed the mist, the black goat's strength surged beyond that of its human form. In less than half a second, the shutter door crashed down with a resounding thud, striking Qi Ming's scale back with tremendous force. The violent impact shattered the numerous thorny scales on his back. Qi Ming, both astonished and enraged, had not anticipated that his adversary would resort to such treachery. As he watched the black goat stagger to the side, preparing to thrust its other intact horn towards him, Qi Ming erupted with a surge of energy, channeling every ounce of unknown power within him into his claws and tail. Miraculously, he broke free from the crushing pressure of the rolling shutter door. With a swift motion, he unleashed a thorny tail whip that struck the black goat's neck with a resounding impact. The force of the blow twisted the goat's neck at an agonizing 170 degrees, sending its body crashing against the rows of shelves, toppling them to the ground. Observing the pitiful state of his foe, Qi Ming felt no satisfaction. Seizing the moment, he charged forward and sank his teeth into the goat's throat. After a few savage tugs, he extinguished the creature's life. As he gazed at the lifeless black goat sprawled among the wreckage of the shelves, Qi Ming gradually regained his composure. The recollection of his earlier, instinct-driven actions filled him with trepidation. Once a person loses their capacity for rational thought, they become indistinguishable from a true beast. He resolved to avoid such a state in the future. It was then that Qi Ming surveyed the distorted rolling shutter door behind him and the bloodied carcass of the black goat lying nearby. Following his previous confrontation with the hyena, Yang Tao, and this black goat's cunning ploy to ensnare its prey, he dared not underestimate any beastman. After all, the intelligence of each individual is immeasurable. Should he become careless, he might find himself bested by another beastman in the future. Chapter 7. Intimidation. At the same time, he gleaned some profound insights. The greatest distinction between humans and animals lies in their ability to utilize various tools. After a brief reflection, Qi Ming clamped down on the black goat's corpse and turned towards a nearby shop. The rolling shutter door of this establishment had been compromised, and it would be utterly embarrassing for him, the lizard, to be disturbed while feeding. Arriving at a relatively spacious flower shop, Qi Ming emulated the black goat's actions and lowered the rolling shutter door. He then cast the goat's body aside and focused his attention on the azure crystal he had absorbed into his mind earlier. As his consciousness delved into the realm of his soul, Qi Ming beheld the azure crystal suspended beside the soul gem. The crystal was gradually enveloped by ethereal blue mist, which flowed into the white soul gem. Compared to its previous fist-sized form, the azure crystal had diminished by more than half, while the soul gem had expanded significantly. Communicating with the soul gem, Qi Ming soon discovered that both his senses and spiritual power had markedly increased. Evidently, this azure crystal was indeed a remarkable treasure. He wondered what further benefits awaited him upon its complete absorption. In any case, the black goat's corpse would remain still, allowing Qi Ming's consciousness to linger in the realm of the soul as he awaited the outcome. In a tranquil body of water, a colossal alligator turtle, its carapace measuring an impressive 2 meters in diameter, slowly opened its eyes, adorned with a multitude of sharp spines upon its head. Its back was a rugged terrain of shells. This remarkable creature was none other than one of the 3 miscreants, the formidable Pang Bo, who had borrowed a disguise from Qi Ming. Stretching its elongated neck, Pang Bo remarked with a hearty laugh, "Ah, how swiftly the soul gem has coalesced. It appears that I, Pang Bo, truly am the protagonist. I wonder how little Ming and the other young lad are faring. I must persevere. Only then can I become their father. Otherwise, it would be disastrous if those 2 rascals surpassed me." With that, the alligator turtle, embodying Pang Bo, began to paddle its limbs, gliding steadily towards the expansive waters ahead. Within the flower shop, it wasn't long before the azure crystal was entirely absorbed by the soul gem. Alongside this, a complex array of information was transmitted into Qi Ming's consciousness. It turned out that the azure crystal was a treasure known as the inheritance crystal. Upon absorption, it not only amplified one's soul power, but also bestowed a unique ability. The capability Qi Ming acquired from this inheritance crystal was intimidation. Intimidation, the wielder's imposing presence is enhanced, and when activated, can instill panic in targets weaker than themselves. When there is a significant disparity in strength, it can render the target completely immobilized. Upon realizing the effects of intimidation, Qi Ming felt a surge of delight. While he had not gained any extraordinary powers, this skill was indeed satisfactory. After all, it could be considered a simplified version of Dragon's Might. With the enhancement of his soul power, Qi Ming noted a marked increase in the speed at which he absorbed the surrounding mist. After a moment of contemplation, He withdrew from the realm of the soul and redirected his gaze towards the carcass of the black goat. With jaws lined with sharp teeth, he devoured a chunk of flesh, swallowing it whole. It was undeniable that Qi Ming's adaptability was astonishing. After merely 2 meals, he had grown accustomed to the consumption of raw flesh. Of course, this might also be attributed to the influence of primal instincts. Following the consumption of the black goat, Qi Ming's size surged once more, reaching approximately 2 meters and 20 centimeters in length. The soul gem within him quivered slightly, imperceptibly growing in strength. Even the thorns and scales that had been severed by the rolling shutter door began to regenerate, sparing him the expenditure of energy. After finishing his meal, Qi Ming moved aside the shelf blocking the shutter door, using his tail to pry open a gap through which he could escape. Having tasted the sweetness of the inheritance crystal and the flesh of other creatures, Qi Ming was certainly not inclined to remain in one place, sluggishly absorbing mist. This should not be regarded as ruthlessness, but rather as a testament to his remarkable adaptability. Survival of the fittest. Upon exiting the shop, he observed that the surrounding grass had grown significantly taller, now nearing 80 centimeters in height. After careful contemplation, Qi Ming resolved to wander through several nearby streets. Guided by the memories etched in his mind, in search of any more of those inheritance crystal stones akin to the one he had encountered earlier. Should he chance upon other beast transformers along the way, he would certainly seize the opportunity to gather them. After traversing several hundred steps, Qi Ming noticed an inexplicable acceleration in the rate at which he absorbed the surrounding mist. He quickly deduced the reason. It was the enhancement of his spiritual power that had inevitably increased the efficiency of his mist absorption. This revelation filled him with exhilaration, intensifying his desire for both the inheritance crystals and the other beast transformers. As he advanced approximately 2 more streets, a familiar, fragrant aroma wafted towards him from a distance. Qi Ming paused, his eyes lighting up with delight. Could it be the small water orb he had absorbed earlier in the community? Without hesitation, he discerned the direction and crawled towards the source of the enticing fragrance. Under the influence of the white mist, the entire roadway had been enveloped by lush grass and dense shrubs. The towering trees lining the street had transcended their boundaries, reaching towards the heavens in their growth. It resembled an entrance into a forest deep within the mountains. Moreover, some of the already tall trees exhibited astonishing growth rates, their heights rivaling those of the nearby residential buildings. It would not be long before they completely concealed the surrounding structures. As he continued along, the fragrant scent intensified. Along the way, Qi Ming spotted a rabbit hiding in the grass. However, due to the rabbit's swift speed and its trajectory heading away from the fragrance, he chose not to pursue it and instead pressed on towards the source of the alluring aroma. What puzzled him, though, was that the rabbit seemed to have come from the direction of the fragrance, yet it appeared to have not absorbed the water orb. Suddenly, a glimmer flashed in Qi Ming's eyes, and he felt his speed increase once more. With more and more beast transformers emerging from their secure havens, he grew anxious that these fortuitous opportunities would be snatched away by other creatures. With Qi Ming advancing at full speed, he arrived near the fragrant source in less than a minute. There, on a climbing plant resembling a morning glory, a water orb, approximately the size of half a fist, spun gracefully within a pale pink morning glory bloom. The flower had expanded significantly after absorbing the mist, thus perfectly accommodating the softly glowing water orb. Upon sighting the orb, Qi Ming's eyes sparkled with excitement. This orb was considerably larger than the small one he had absorbed previously. However, he refrained from rushing forward immediately. Four distinct animals were currently confronting one another in close proximity to the water orb: a lynx, an orange cat, a husky, and a large white goose. Notably, all 4 creatures appeared to be larger than their respective species typically would be. Clearly, the presence of mist had been absorbed to a considerable extent. However, what astonished Qi Ming was that the husky was not a product of human transformation, but rather the pet of the beast-morphing orange cat. Even after the human became an orange cat, the husky remained loyal, still recognizing it as its master. One must say, it truly lived up to its reputation as a husky. Had it been any other animal, it likely would have succumbed to its primal instincts and turned on its master the moment the transformation occurred. Of course, if there were profound bonds, the situation might differ. Nonetheless, due to the collaboration between the orange cat and the husky, the lynx and the white goose had temporarily formed a team, preparing to eliminate the cat-dog duo before dividing the spoils. As Qi Ming surveyed the scene, he noted that none of the four animals had coalesced into soul gems. This revelation brought him a quiet sense of delight. This time, it was his turn to be the unsuspecting bird in the nest. The battle was poised to erupt, with the orange cat and the husky being feline and canine respectively, exhibiting remarkable agility in their movements. Yet, the lynx, known as the mountain cat, was significantly larger than both. Coupled with the aerial advantage of the white goose, the clash was extraordinarily fierce. Blood splattered, white feathers flew, and the air was filled with various roars and cries of anguish. Qi Ming watched in awe, simultaneously grateful for the protection afforded by his thorny scales. Interestingly, amidst the heated battle, two more animals arrived on the scene. One was a tawny female koan, and the other a strikingly long, yellow and black striped cauliflower snake measuring over 2 meters. They, much like Qi Ming, halted not far from the ongoing conflict, evidently sharing the same intent of reaping the benefits of the struggle. Yet, unbeknownst to them, a pair of eyes had already discerned their intentions with clarity. Qi Ming had initially planned to seize the water mass once the fight intensified and then make his escape. However, upon witnessing the plethora of delectable animals, a gradually maturing scheme began to take shape in his mind. If everything went smoothly and he could capture all these creatures, his strength would undoubtedly ascend to new heights. With a 30-meter line of sight, Qi Ming was undeniably the most formidable presence among all the animals present. As time trickled by, approximately a minute elapsed. The four animals engaged in fierce combat had each sustained varying degrees of injury, particularly the husky, which bore numerous bloody wounds due to its lesser intelligence compared to the lynx and the white goose. A fierce glint flashed in the orange cat's eyes as it arched its back and recklessly charged towards the water mass. The lynx and the white goose, witnessing this, hurried to intervene but were fiercely held back by the loyal husky. The female koan and the cauliflower snake, unable to remain idle, feared that the orange cat might claim the water mass. Thus, they surged forth from their respective hiding spots, racing towards the water mass as well. Upon seeing additional hidden animals, the orange cat, lynx, and white goose erupted in furious curses. "How dare you? Stop right there. Get away from me. That's mine. Get lost, you dead dog." Amidst the urgent and furious gazes of all the animals, the female koan was the first to reach the vicinity of the morning glory. With a leap, she opened her mouth wide, intending to swallow the water orb whole. Just then, a shadow of black and yellow suddenly darted forth with remarkable speed. The animals witnessed a streak of lightning cutting through the sky. In the next moment, the female koan was pierced through by a black tail, instantly losing her life. Blood splattered, and koan fur filled the air. The owner of the thorny-scaled black tail opened its mouth wide and swallowed the fist-sized water orb in one gulp. Then, it turned around coldly, surveying the remaining animals. The orange cat, the lynx, and the cauliflower snake felt an overwhelming pressure descend upon them. In an instant, their breaths became labored, particularly the weaker and more timid husky, who was so frightened that it urinated on the spot. This sudden shadow was none other than Qi Ming. Having just witnessed the female koan and the cauliflower snake's outburst, he could no longer sit idly by. Fortunately, the water orb had ultimately found its way into his belly. Feeling the unknown energy within him rapidly growing, Qi Ming couldn't help but feel a surge of delight. Meanwhile, the cauliflower snake, closest to him, found its pupils constricting to a mere slit under the immense pressure. It had thought itself the sole beneficiary, only to discover a female koan had emerged unexpectedly. Moreover, just as the female koan was about to swallow the water orb, an even more powerful black lizard appeared. Had it surged forward earlier, it might have met its demise instead. With this thought, a chill ran through the cauliflower snake. This black lizard was truly insidious, clearly possessing such formidable strength. It had waited until the last moment to strike. Was it not the epitome of cunning? No, it must retreat. Such a terrifying lizard would undoubtedly not spare them. The prey within reach. Almost simultaneously, the cauliflower snake, the orange cat, and the lynx alongside the husky, as well as the white goose, turned to flee. They moved with incredible speed, putting all their strength into their escape. However, as soon as they made a move, the black lizard pursued them like lightning. Whoosh! The sound of slicing through the air echoed. The black figure whizzed past, its thorny-scaled tail crackling like a whip. In mere moments, it had severed both the cauliflower snake and the orange cat in half. Hearing the commotion behind them, the white goose and the lynx dared not look back. The two animals instinctively chose different directions, seemingly gambling for a chance at survival. Yet, they had clearly underestimated Qi Ming's intelligence. In a swift motion, Qi Ming's tail pierced through the husky's body and then, with incredible speed, hurled it toward the agile lynx. Immediately, he swiftly caught up to the great white goose, sinking his teeth into its neck and extinguishing its life. After dealing with the goose, Qi Ming hurried to the side of the staggering lynx, which had been violently struck. With a fierce bite from his razor-sharp maw, he concluded the demise of 6 animals in total. Remarkably, the entire combat unfolded in less than half a minute, including the time Qi Ming spent exuding his oppressive aura to intimidate the masses. Slowly, he lifted his head and surveyed his surroundings, pausing momentarily before beginning to transport the carcasses of the 6 animals. With such a bounty of spoils, he needed to find a secure temporary stronghold to swiftly convert them into his own power. 10 minutes later, within a street-facing shop, Qi Ming lay in the center, surrounded by the bodies of the 6 animals, while a pile of clothing racks accumulated in the corner. This was a clothing store that he had hastily repurposed as his stronghold. Chapter 9. Opportunities in the mist. Before he even began to feast, Qi Ming's body length had grown to about 2.5 meters. This transformation was a direct result of the recent fist-sized water orb. However, Qi Ming could distinctly sense that the rate of his growth had significantly slowed. It was highly possible that he was nearing his limit, or perhaps reaching a bottleneck. With a flicker of determination in his eyes, he shook off these thoughts and seized the great white goose to commence his meal. He disregarded the other matters at hand. It was imperative to enhance his strength and seek further opportunities. Inside the dimly lit room, human mannequins lay haphazardly strewn about. In the center, a nearly 3-meter-long black lizard, adorned with thorny scales, devoured the 6 mangled animals. The scene was exhilarating to envision. Before long, all 6 animals had been consumed by Qi Ming. With the aid of an unknown energy, the flesh quickly digested, transforming into fuel for his evolution. This was why, despite consuming such a considerable amount of meat, he did not feel satiated. Amidst the surge of energy from the meat, Qi Ming's form expanded further, nearing 3 meters in length. Even the unknown energy within him had doubled compared to before. He felt a surge of excitement, for the unknown energy possessed extensive capabilities. It could not only enhance his physical strength and speed, but also serve to heal injuries. As he pondered where to venture next, a thunderous roar suddenly echoed from the distant street. The sound was deep as thunder, imbued with immense power. Qi Ming froze momentarily. Then his expression grew serious as he turned towards the source of the noise. By mere sound alone, it resembled the roar of a tiger or a bear. If not, it was certainly a large predatory creature of some kind. The light in Qi Ming's eyes flickered incessantly, as if he were contemplating something profound. Just then, a rich and enticing aroma suddenly wafted through the gap of the rolling shutter door, flooding into the shop. Qi Ming unconsciously inhaled deeply, feeling a surge of energy swell within him. A loud crash echoed through the air as his eyes gleamed with intensity. His tail swept a shelf aside, sending it crashing against the wall. The fragrant aroma wafting through the air bore a striking resemblance to the previous water mass, yet it was infinitely more potent. Surely, something extraordinary was afoot. Without a moment's hesitation, Qi Ming heeded the yearning emanating from the depths of his soul. With a forceful thrust, he tore open the rolling shutter door and, moving with the grace of a dragon, propelled himself towards the source of the enticing scent. He sensed that consuming this fragrant entity would undoubtedly allow him to shatter the current bottleneck and embark upon rapid evolution once more. As he surveyed the surroundings, he noticed that the nearby streets had descended into chaos. Various creatures, unable to resist the allure of the aroma, flocked towards its location. The air was filled with the distinct calls of beast humans, each resonating with their respective animal forms. In less than 5 minutes, aided by an unknown energy, Qi Ming traversed thousands of meters to reach the vicinity of the scent. Once he secured a position against the wall, he halted his advance, for a transparent barrier, roughly 100 meters in diameter, obstructed his path. This barrier formed a dome, resting upon the earth, within which a crystal, oscillating between a semi-solid and solid state, hovered above a small plaza. Intriguingly, the barrier contained no fog. It appeared to have been absorbed entirely by the crystal. With his newfound strength, Qi Ming's vision sharpened, extending to about 50 meters. Although obscured by lingering mist, his sight was markedly clearer than before. Crouched in the corner, He observed several creatures patiently awaiting their turn. Aside from a wild wolf, approximately 3 meters in size, which caught his discerning eye, he felt no desire to consume the other ordinary animals. Weaker beasts nearly stumbled upon him before they discerned his form, only to panic and flee in search of safer hiding spots. Ming, however, had little inclination to engage with these lesser beings. Instead, he focused on absorbing the surrounding mist, hastily replenishing his unknown energy. Once the crystal fully manifested, it would surely incite a tumultuous conflict. He needed to safeguard his strength to seize the mist crystal from a multitude of formidable adversaries. As time ticked away, more creatures drawn by the scent arrived in increasing numbers. Yet, without exception, they kept their distance from him, wary of approaching too closely. Suddenly, within the barrier, the semi-solid crystal suspended at its center has completely solidified into a prismatic, milky white gem. Almost simultaneously, the barrier began to slowly dissipate. The surrounding mist surged inward, enveloping the crystal once more. All the creatures erupted into a frenzy, each employing their own tactics to rush towards the floating crystal. The cacophony of soul voices echoed incessantly. "Damn it! Lao Wang, charge ahead. Get away from me. This treasure belongs to me. Who the hell just bit my rear?" Amidst the chaotic clamor of souls, Ming remained unfazed, channeling all his inner energy into his 4 claws, transforming into a streak of black lightning as he surged upward. His speed was astonishing, leaving behind blurred afterimages. In the blink of an eye, he crossed the 50-meter distance. Yet some animals, relying on their speed and ability to fly, also approached the vicinity of the crystal. Among them was a South China tiger, measuring over 5 meters in length, bounding towards the crystal from another direction. A gleam flashed in Ming's eyes as he leaped, opening his massive jaws to bite down on the crystal. At the same moment, an overwhelming aura erupted from his being, causing weaker creatures to be momentarily hindered by the pressure. Several animals were so affected that they fell into a state of rigidity, rolling forward for several meters before coming to a halt. However, the South China tiger, though briefly impacted, quickly regained its composure and leaped towards the crystal as well. Yet, Ming's speed was evidently superior. Just as Ming was about to consume the milky crystal, the tiger's eyes widened in fury, and it bellowed, "Stop right there." Without a trace of hesitation, Ming closed his jaws and instantly swallowed the misty crystal. Upon entering, the crystal dissolved, transforming into boundless energy that surged throughout Ming's body and into his soul space. Witnessing this, the South China tiger was utterly enraged. "You thieving little rascal. Die." Chapter 10. The Sleepless Breed. Having lost the crystal, the South China tiger redirected its focus towards Ming, who was still airborne. Its sharp claws and teeth glinted as it lunged towards him with lightning speed. A fierce glint appeared in Ming's eyes as he infused his energy into his right paw, charging forward at an equally swift pace. With a fierce clash, flesh and scales flew as both formidable beasts were sent hurtling backward, crashing heavily onto the ground. Yet, the South China tiger bore a deep gash nearly half a meter long on its underbelly. Ming, at a crucial moment, deftly altered his trajectory, sustaining only minor damage to his back scales. He swiftly adjusted his stance, intent on continuing his assault on the South China tiger. Yet, surrounding him, the resonant cries of other creatures echoed. "Let us unite." That crystal was consumed by this lizard. Indeed, with our numbers, we can surely subdue him. Consuming its flesh will undoubtedly yield similar benefits. Charge, brothers. Let us vanquish this black lizard. In a fleeting moment, a dozen animals surrounded Ming, while on the periphery, hundreds of others stirred restlessly, eager to partake in the spoils of the lizard. Ming felt a surge of frustration, with so many creatures converging. Even his formidable strength could scarcely prevent him from sustaining injuries. Moreover, should he emerge bloodied, he risked being preyed upon by even mightier beasts. Contemplating this, he set aside the potential for future adversaries and decisively fixed his gaze on a direction, propelling himself forward with powerful strides. Some animals attempted to obstruct him, but under the overwhelming force of his prowess, they were swiftly pierced by his spiked tail, losing their lives in an instant. "Dare to impede me? You shall perish." The cold, chilling voice reverberated, leaving some animals frozen in terror. No sooner had the words left his mouth than the South China tiger charged once more, its wounds seemingly healed, likely due to the energy coursing within. "Fear not. Alone, he cannot contend with our numbers." If you have dared to emerge, you surely seek greatness. Consuming him will undoubtedly elevate our standing. One must concede, this fellow possessed a remarkable talent for persuasion. Under the leadership of the tiger, and amidst the surging brutality and desire emanating from the depths of the surrounding creature's souls, dozens, if not hundreds, of figures launched a fierce onslaught toward Qi Ming. A mix of anger and alarm surged through Qi Ming. This was undeniably the most perilous battle he had faced since leaving home. Yet, recalling the terrifying potency of the mist crystal, his racing heart gradually calmed. Regardless of the circumstances, this prize was within his grasp, and he would not relinquish it. If he could endure this crisis, these creatures would inevitably become his next meal. Without a moment's hesitation, Qi Ming lowered his head to shield vital areas and transformed into a streak of black lightning, charging forward. A flower pig attempted to bar his path, but was instantly pierced through by his spiked tail, leaving a gruesome trail of entrails and blood. Another wild chicken took to the air, aiming to peck at Qi Ming's eyes, but he deftly evaded its assault, sending it sprawling several meters away with a flick of his tail. Each creature that approached him was swiftly dispatched, unable to withstand even a single blow. Observing this, the surrounding animals were filled with uncertainty, realizing that Qi Ming's combat prowess was on an entirely different level. At that moment, a terrifying pressure permeated the air. Some animals, already harboring doubts, could no longer endure the rising tide of panic within them. They scattered in all directions, fleeing in haste, while the South China tiger fixed its piercing gaze on the retreating figure of Qi Ming. Ultimately, it chose not to pursue, instead turning its attention to devouring other creatures. Just wait. Next time, I shall make you pay. Qi Ming, even if he were aware of this, would likely not take it to heart. Although he had incurred numerous adversaries, the gains from this venture were commensurate with his efforts, as long as his prowess remained superior. Any future encounters with these creatures would not be for vengeance, but rather a delivery of sustenance. Within an underground research facility, a yellow-margined tortoise, a red fox, a white egret, and a monkey gathered around a device, engaged in fervent discussion. The tortoise, examining the experimental results, expressed astonishment, exclaiming, "Indeed, that terrifying giant crocodile possesses vitality surpassing ours by several multiples. It seems to have entered the next phase." Upon hearing this, the white egret Su Hong, along with the red fox and the monkey, exchanged glances of curiosity and longing. Earlier, as they hurried from the laboratory to the underground base, they had witnessed a 10-meter-long crocodile engaged in combat with an 8-meter-long python. The crocodile had dispatched the python with remarkable ease. Had the latter not chosen to disregard them, they would likely have met their demise. The recent experiment involved a crocodile scale discovered by the monkey. At this moment, Su Hong recalled the crocodile's peculiar exhaustion and inquired, "Teacher, why did that crocodile appear so fatigued?" The red fox, equally intrigued, added, "Yes, with the aid of exotic energy, it seems we shouldn't require sleep." The yellow-margined tortoise rose upright, gazing at the experimental apparatus, and offered its insight. "Initially, I believe this was merely a rapid evolution of life. However, with the emergence of the soul gem and the inheritance crystal, everything has diverged from my previous understanding. Yet, the pathways of evolution are invariably interconnected." It then slowly turned, regarding its remaining 3 students, its eyes reflecting a hint of melancholy as it continued, "When physical and spiritual strengths reach a certain threshold, the soul begins to adjust to achieve compatibility with the body. This adjustment necessitates a state akin to hibernation, which I term the second phase of life evolution, the somnolent state. However, this hibernation is exceedingly unstable should it be disturbed. The life form will awaken instantaneously and eliminate the source of the disturbance. Once the soul and body achieve complete compatibility, they will enter the next phase, the fusion state. At that juncture, one might witness some extraordinary transformations. In a secluded, dilapidated warehouse, Qi Ming lay motionless on the ground, yet his form was gradually, albeit steadily, expanding. 3 meters 2, 3 meters 5, 3 meters 8. For reasons unknown, Qi Ming felt an overwhelming sense of drowsiness. He had initially believed himself to be unwell. Yet as he observed the burgeoning unknown energy and his physique, a weight that had long burdened his heart began to dissipate. Chapter 11. The blazing flames of blooming fire. Moreover, the unknown energy derived from the mist crystals he had consumed had not yet been fully absorbed. At this moment, It surged into his soul space at the same pace as before, simultaneously nourishing his body. Under the influence of this immense energy, Qi Ming's strength, defense, and recovery capabilities were escalating at an astonishing rate. Gradually, he became acutely aware that the temperature within him was rising dramatically. This intense heat radiated outward, clearing the ethereal mist that lingered around him. Simultaneously, the energy within him began to redirect, converging towards his throat. Qi Ming was taken aback, utterly perplexed by this phenomenon. However, through the introspective ability granted by the soul gem, he could distinctly see that his throat was slowly morphing into a ring-like organ under the energy's transformation. This circular organ was lodged in his throat, appearing as thick as a wrist, emanating a faint red glow reminiscent of flames. Remarkably, the moment this ring-shaped organ formed, Qi Ming felt the temperature around him recede by half. Alongside this, a complex wave of information trembled from the soul gem, penetrating his mind. Within mere seconds, Qi Ming opened his eyes, his expression brimming with exhilaration. His tail thrashed back and forth, causing spiderweb-like fissures to form in the ground, an evident testament to his newfound strength. Qi Ming's excitement stemmed from his understanding of the function of the ring-like organ in his throat, which allowed him to harness energy to create controllable flames. Admittedly, his control was presently superficial. He could envelop himself in searing flames or expel fire from his mouth to attack foes. However, once the flames left his body, he could no longer dictate their path. This meant that to strike a target with a fiery breath, he needed to aim with precision. Suppressing his exhilaration, Qi Ming directed the energy within him toward the ring-like organ. In the next moment, tendrils of flames erupted from it, forming a ring of fire. Since these flames were born of his energy, they posed no harm to him whatsoever. With a mere thought, the blazing red flames coursed through his being, unfurling upon his thorny scales. Beholding his fiery new skin, Qi Ming could not help but let out a roar of excitement. Wow, this is astonishingly magnificent. Subsequently, Qi Ming unleashed more energy, opening his mouth to conjure a sphere of searing fire. Boom! Accompanied by a fierce roar of flames, the air crackled with intensity. A pillar of fire, approximately 20 centimeters in diameter, erupted suddenly from Qi Ming's mouth, crashing against the adjacent wall. Observing the wall, now shattered and marred by traces of charred blackness, a glimmer of satisfaction emerged in Qi Ming's eyes. The only regret he harbored was that this flame was solely a manifestation of his own energy. Once the energy supply diminished, the flames would gradually dissipate, unlike real fire that perpetually spreads. However, this did offer a certain advantage. At least it would not incite a widespread conflagration. After experimenting with his newfound pyromantic abilities for a while, a wave of drowsiness washed over Qi Ming. He thus suppressed the urge to continue igniting flames and lay down to rest on the ground. The emergence of extraordinary powers filled him with astonishment. Yet it also birthed a profound anxiety. If he could harness the power of fire, it was inevitable that other creatures would manifest equally remarkable abilities. Regardless, he needed to seize every moment to enhance his prowess to ensure his safety in the days to come. What Qi Ming was unaware of was that even upon transcending to a slumberous state, not all creatures would necessarily acquire extraordinary powers. Only a select few, endowed with great fortune or boundless potential, could grasp the extraordinary in advance. Time swiftly passed, and before long, a day had elapsed. During this period, Qi Ming remained largely in a state of slumber, albeit a light one. At the slightest disturbance from the outside world, he would awaken immediately. Within those 20 hours, he roused himself no less than 10 times, each instance triggered by the intrusion of other creatures. As recompense for their disturbance, Qi Ming naturally sent them to their final rest. Another surprise awaited him. During this state of slumber, his soul gem underwent a transformation. The originally irregular crystal, emitting a soft white glow, began to gradually morph into a fiery red, diamond-like crystal. Qi Ming surmised that this change was likely related to his awakening of fire-related abilities. Furthermore, the strength of the soul gem had significantly increased. This remarkable transformation not only augmented the intensity of the energy within him, but also bestowed upon him the ability to project energy outward. The only lamentation Qi Ming felt was that he could currently only extend this energy about 2 meters from his body. Beyond this range, the energy would dissipate and blend into the surrounding mist. Nonetheless, this still brought him considerable joy. as it indicated he could envelop himself in flames extending 2 meters outward. As time progressed, the distance that energy could escape from his surface would undoubtedly increase. During Qi Ming's slumber, other creatures, after a brief period of panic, began their explorations within the mist-laden world for various reasons. However, the perils they must confront are exponentially more formidable than those previously encountered by Qi Ming. After all, the initial opportunities concealed within the mist have long been claimed by audacious creatures. Should these later adventurers, having ventured beyond their comfort zones, encounter those who have already seized the advantage, they are unlikely to reap any rewards. With a stroke of fortune, perhaps they might preserve their lives. Yet, in the absence of such luck, they would merely become fodder for the surrounding mutated flora. Suddenly, a rustling sound emanated from outside the door, soon followed by the faint echoes of 2 ethereal voices. "Boss, do you really think there are creatures hidden here? Fear not, for I just witnessed a creature enter and never emerge again." Qi Ming paused, casting a silent glance at the heap of bones accumulated in the corner of the warehouse. 12 animal carcasses lay there. Which one could they be referring to? Before he could ponder further, a raccoon, exceeding 2 meters in length, stealthily entered alongside a creature that bore resemblance to both a cow and a horse, adorned with a tuft of goat-like beard. Qi Ming recognized it as a wildebeest, humorously dubbed cow-horse by many online. Yet, to his astonishment, this wildebeest was merely a subordinate, with the raccoon being the one addressed in the earlier exchange. Chapter 12. The rattlesnake marksman. As the 2 creatures crossed the threshold of the warehouse, they beheld Qi Ming lounging in the center, alongside the grim collection of bones. Gazing at the imposing figure, measuring 6 meters and clad in thorny scales reminiscent of a dragon, the raccoon and the wildebeest were momentarily paralyzed by fear. However, the raccoon quickly regained its composure, its eyes gleaming with a cunning light. "Oh, esteemed elder, do you require a subordinate?" Upon hearing this, Qi Ming cast a peculiar look at the raccoon. Truly, this creature was worthy of its leadership position, its mind evidently sharper than that of its peers. The raccoon assumed a submissive posture, while the wildebeest trembled beside it. Observing this scene, a faint smile flickered across Qi Ming's face. The intoxicating sensation of wielding power over another's fate was undeniably addictive. "I do not require a subordinate. However, I am in a benevolent mood today, and I shall spare your life. Depart now, for our next encounter may not be as fortunate." Though the raccoon appeared adept at navigating such situations, Qi Ming had no intention of claiming it as a follower. The rationale was simple: he feared betrayal. Moreover, the capabilities of these 2 creatures were far beneath his own, rendering them mere burdens. The raccoon blinked in surprise, but soon expressed gratitude. "Thank you, esteemed elder. My subordinate shall never forget your kindness. Farewell." The wildebeest stammered a similar farewell. Qi Ming replied with a light chuckle and refrained from further conversation. These 2 creatures possessed average abilities. Consuming them would yield little benefit to him. He did not expect any form of gratitude from the other party. Merely not to be ungrateful would suffice. Of course, even if they were to repay kindness with enmity, Qi Ming was confident he could vanquish them. The raccoon exchanged a knowing glance with the wildebeest, and both bowed deeply to Qi Ming before turning to leave. However, as they pivoted, a sudden and jarring sound shattered the tranquility. Bang! With the resounding noise, the raccoon collapsed instantly, its eyes slowly dimming. How could this be? It had seemingly escaped a calamity. The raccoon's consciousness began to blur, flashes of various memories flickering through its mind like a strobe light. Meanwhile, Qi Ming, witnessing the raccoon lying in a pool of blood, revealed a glimmer of astonishment in his eyes. This was the sound of gunfire. How could there be gunfire? Had some creature obtained firearms? The raccoon before him was merely at the first stage, still composed of flesh and blood, lacking the protective scales he possessed. Although its size had increased significantly, it was still defenseless against such lethal bullets. Moreover, the energy within all creatures could only mend ordinary wounds. When faced with a life-threatening crisis, that energy offered little more than a delay to death. The wildebeest, startled by the gunfire, looked in panic at the lifeless body of the raccoon. "Boss, what happened? Don't scare me." Upon hearing the voice, the raccoon summoned its final strength to convey a soul-stirring message. "Run quickly." This was its moment of clarity before death. The wildebeest paused, shaking its head vehemently. "I want to run. Where the boss is, I shall remain." Before it could finish speaking, another thunderous gunshot rang out. Bang! This time, Qi Ming saw it clearly. A bullet, glistening ominously, pierced the back of the wildebeest's skull, burrowing into its brain. As he sensed the swift departure of the life force from both creatures, a chill spread across Qi Ming's eyes. This feeling was akin to having released two small animals back into the wild, only to turn around and witness their demise at the hands of another. Though he had no profound connection with the raccoon and the wildebeest, Qi Ming felt a wave of discontent wash over him. Contemplating this, a flicker of anger and curiosity ignited towards the gunman. This curiosity leaned towards a desire to consume the individual whole. With such a formidable weapon, the assailant's strength might rival his own. If he could devour this being, his own power would surely ascend to new heights. What kind of creature could it be? A monkey? Or perhaps an orangutan? With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Qi Ming began to move his forepaws toward the iron door of the warehouse. Upon reaching the entrance, the scene outside immediately unfolded before his eyes. The surroundings were still shrouded in dense, ethereal mist. However, after Qi Ming's prowess had been elevated, his field of vision extended to a distance of 150 meters. Aside from the mist, the outside path had long been devoured by wild grasses towering nearly 2 meters high and trees soaring dozens to hundreds of meters into the sky. After a day and night of growth, these weeds now surpassed human height. The surrounding structures were thoroughly enveloped by an abundance of climbing plants. In such circumstances, it was indeed a formidable challenge for ordinary creatures to discern each other's presence. Nevertheless, for Qi Ming, this was merely child's play. Suddenly, a gunshot reverberated through the air. Fortunately, Qi Ming had anticipated this moment, swiftly locking onto the bullet that sliced through the grass towards his eyes. His reflexes were instantaneous as the projectile approached. He deftly altered its trajectory. In the next heartbeat, the bullet shattered the thorny carapace atop his head, embedding itself deeply into the wall behind him. Oh, you choose to invade the gates of hell when heaven offers you a path? How audacious to attempt a sneak attack on me. Your demise has now been sealed. Without a moment's hesitation, Qi Ming unleashed his intimidation ability. In an instant, images of over a dozen figures affected by his intimidation materialized in his mind. This was an alternative application of his intimidation that he had serendipitously discovered. All entities influenced by his presence would instinctively reveal their locations within his consciousness. With a swift glance, Qi Ming deduced the approximate position of the gunman. Energy surged through his limbs, amplifying his speed manifold. In the blink of an eye, a shadow like black lightning darted forth. The 100-meter distance was traversed in a mere breath. The gunman had yet to recover from the sudden, overwhelming pressure when Qi Ming was already upon him. Upon spotting the gunman concealed within the underbrush, an unusual expression flickered in Qi Ming's eyes. There, a rattlesnake, measuring over 3 meters in length but slender in form, regarded him with a mix of suspicion and alertness. Its tail coiled around the grip of a sniper rifle. The agile tip poised on the trigger, ready to deliver a lethal strike at any moment. Upon noticing Qi Ming's presence, the rattlesnake was instantly roused. Breaking free from the oppressive force, its tail tip began to move swiftly towards the trigger. However, Qi Ming would not afford it this opportunity. A shadowy claw sliced through the air, shattering the sniper rifle into 2 pieces. Chapter 13, Spiritual Vision. The rattlesnake, seeing its weapon destroyed, attempted to retaliate, opening its mouth to unleash a venomous spray towards Qi Ming. Yet, Qi Ming had anticipated this maneuver, activating his intimidation once more to subdue it. He extended his sharp claws, firmly pressing down on its tail and the vital point behind its head. It must be said, Qi Ming had overestimated the rattlesnake's capabilities. In his perception, this creature had merely begun to coalesce its soul gem. Sensing the murderous intent of Qi Ming, the rattlesnake immediately exclaimed in panic, "Wait! You cannot kill me. Otherwise, my boss will not spare you." Qi Ming paused, intrigued by its words, and inquired, "Your boss? Who is that? Is he formidable?" The rattlesnake's eyes brightened instantly, and it eagerly responded, "My boss is named Zhou Qian, a tiger." Its reasoning was simple. If it could stall this imposing black lizard, it might gain a sliver of hope for survival. Upon hearing the rattlesnake's declaration, Qi Ming's memory stirred. "Is your boss a South China tiger?" This time, the rattlesnake was taken aback. It had never paid attention to such details before and could not discern the specifics of different tigers. However, the fact that this black lizard inquired suggested it might know its boss. With this thought in mind, the rattlesnake hastily replied, "Yes. Do you know my boss?" I can take you to him right now. Since we are now acquaintances, in honor of my boss, please spare me." Before it could finish its plea, Qi Ming swiftly struck, flattening the snake's head with a single claw. "You need not escort me. He has already arrived." The final echo of a soul's voice resonated within the rattlesnake's mind, but it could no longer respond. As Qi Ming's claws tore through flesh, an irregular crystal emanating a soft white glow was revealed before him. Closer inspection revealed a small rattlesnake writhing within, evidently the soul gem condensed by the rattlesnake. Qi Ming seized the soul gem, swallowing it whole, and then, akin to consuming a spicy snack, he devoured the 3-meter-long rattlesnake as well. The entire process, though seemingly lengthy, spanned merely 3 to 5 seconds. Having completed this, he leisurely turned his gaze in another direction, where an imposing South China tiger, exceeding 8 meters in length, had inexplicably approached to within 30 meters of him. This distance posed no challenge for the colossal beast, which could traverse it in a single leap. The South China tiger stood atop a cargo truck, its surface concealed by climbing vines, and coldly surveyed Qi Ming. "You again? Is stealing my mist crystal not enough? Now you dare to feast on my subordinate before my very eyes." After Qi Ming had departed the previous day, the tiger had seized the opportunity to consume numerous animals and subsequently discovered several mist-formed water clusters, enhancing its strength to match Qi Ming's realm. Qi Ming remained silent, acutely aware of the tiger's formidable power. When enemies meet, the atmosphere thickens with animosity. Without hesitation, they transformed into 2 fleeting shadows, one black and one yellow, colliding fiercely. At the moment their claws met, one black, one yellow, a terrifying shockwave erupted from their point of contact, rippling outward in all directions. Wild grasses and flowers bowed beneath the force of this wave. The South China tiger's eyes gleamed with a piercing light, questioning, "Is this all the strength gained from consuming the mist crystal? A lizard is but a lizard, forever unable to rival the king of beasts." Qi Ming steadied himself, lifting his chin to coldly regard his opponent, cautioning against premature declarations and inviting the display of any hidden prowess. He was eager to witness the abilities awakened within this South China tiger. Yet, at that moment, Qi Ming remained unaware that not all creatures could awaken extraordinary powers during their lethargic phases. The South China tiger, of course, did not comprehend his words. It arched its back, assuming a combat-ready stance, hissing, "How wasteful to have consumed the mist crystal. Nevertheless, it matters not. Soon, I shall devour you, and the outcome will be no less than exquisite." Before it could finish its taunt, the creature lunged at Qi Ming. Fortunately, Qi Ming had anticipated the attack. The tiger's claws raked across, leaving 2 deep gashes upon its shoulder. The thorns of his protective scale armor shattered under the force of the tiger's assault, breaking several spikes. After a brief skirmish, Qi Ming detected that his adversary showed no sign of utilizing any extraordinary abilities. Could it be? A flash of realization flickered in his eyes. At that moment, the South China tiger adjusted its stance and swung its claws towards Qi Ming's head. Yet, rather than evade, he clutched the tiger tightly with his own claws, enveloping its entire form in a fierce embrace. The tiger, momentarily baffled, could not fathom the meaning of this maneuver. Before it could ponder further, Qi Ming erupted into flames, exuding an intense heat that radiated ominously. As the flames ignited, the South China tiger shrieked in terror, exclaiming, "What is happening?" The conflagration engulfed its fur, scorching it, and the scent of singed flesh wafted through the air. The excruciating pain compelled the tiger to roar uncontrollably, thrashing desperately to escape Qi Ming's grasp. However, Qi Ming was resolute in his intent, adhering to the principle of striking while the iron is hot. He opened his mouth wide and unleashed a column of fire directed at the tiger's chest. The terrifying pillar of flame seemed to carry an astonishing force, piercing the tiger's body and creating a gaping hole. Yet, the fiery column did not dissipate immediately. It surged forward for several meters before gradually fading away. The surrounding wild grasses were reduced to ash in the wake of the flames, and the South China tiger, its heart incinerated into nothingness, succumbed to the void of life. Qi Ming gazed at the charred remains of the tiger, contemplating as he dragged it back to his warehouse. To his bewilderment, the bodies of the raccoon and the wildebeest had vanished, seemingly pilfered by other creatures seizing the opportunity. He dismissed the thought and began to savor his homemade barbecue, relieved to find that the energy contained within the tiger had not dissipated. Qi Ming felt a surge of vitality coursing through him. He did not neglect the tiger's soul gem, swallowing it whole in one decisive gulp. It is worth mentioning that the soul gem retained its original form, free from mutation. It remained a pale, irregular shape, albeit slightly larger than those of other creatures. Witnessing this, Ming realized that not every animal possesses the potential to awaken special abilities. This revelation ignited a surge of excitement within him. Could it be that I am destined to be the protagonist of this tale? Moreover, there was another source of unexpected delight for Ming. After absorbing the soul gem of the rattlesnake, he unexpectedly acquired a new ability, spirit vision. Chapter 14. The Evolutionary Frenzy, Spirit Vision. In the midst of fog, visual range is doubled, allowing one to see through illusions created by souls weaker than oneself. This inherited information reminded Ming of the previous inheritance crystal. He speculated that the rattlesnake must have fortuitously obtained the inheritance crystal, and upon consuming it, he successfully inherited this skill. The reality aligned closely with Ming's conjecture. However, the abilities gained from the inheritance crystal are not guaranteed to be passed on to other creatures after absorption. Having consumed 2 animals in succession, particularly one that had also ascended to the second realm, the South China tiger, Ming soon felt an overwhelming drowsiness and unwittingly succumbed to slumber. In the capital city, within a spacious and well-lit conference room, a large elephant stood by the floor-to-ceiling window, surveying the outside environment. As far as its gaze reached, the entire city was veiled beneath towering trees. Behind the elephant stood a panda and a peacock, flanking it on either side. Observing the elephant, the panda sighed deeply, saying, "Hualao, please do not worry so much. Your health is of utmost importance." The elephant, referred to as Hualao, flapped its ear like a fan in response and slowly turned around. "Qingbao, Ling Air, has the communication system been restored?" Without waiting for the panda to respond, the peacock, named Ling Air, replied, "Hualao, the communication system is back online. However, the cables and fiber optics in various cities have been damaged by the mutated plants, making it temporarily impossible to connect with them." The panda, Qingbao, chimed in, "Furthermore, for reasons unknown, the network signal remains persistently disrupted. Our satellites are unable to penetrate the fog and capture real-time updates on the situation in Huagua." Upon hearing this, the elephant Hualao could not help but let out another deep sigh. However, an instant later, a glimmer of determination shone in its eyes as it declared, "Issue a notification to expedite the reconstruction of a new communication system. Only by reuniting this fragmented entity can we better navigate survival in this drastically altered world." The panda and the peacock exchanged glances and simultaneously responded, "Yes, Hualao." Once the 2 animals departed, the elephant remained alone in the hall. It returned to the floor-to-ceiling window, observing the world shrouded in fog outside. In this sudden onslaught of mist, it was not only humanity that was evolving at a rapid pace. There exists a plethora of diverse creatures, each imbued with boundless potential. Even in the merciless realm of nature, the pace of animal evolution surpasses that of humanity. In the depths of an unknown aquatic domain, a colossal elongated being, measuring over 30 meters in length, glides gracefully through the water. Its back is shrouded in darkness, the surface devoid of scales, with a pair of triangular gills adorning its flanks. The belly, a vivid yellow, is accentuated by undulating fins that resemble ethereal ribbons draping from its form. Should one catch a glimpse of this creature, they would undoubtedly recognize it as the electric eel, renowned as the high-voltage line of the underwater world. As the giant eel advances, arcs of blue-white electricity flash incessantly, paralyzing all aquatic life in its wake, rendering them lifeless in an instant. Above the snow-laden highlands, a magnificent avian creature, cloaked in ice-blue feathers and enveloped in a terrifying frost, soars through the sky. At that moment, a golden eagle, comparable in size, sets its gaze upon it and swiftly descends with outstretched wings. Yet, the frost-laden giant remains unfazed. With a mere flap of its wings, it unleashes a freezing beam that strikes the eagle, enveloping it in an overwhelming chill, freezing it within a breath. In the depths of the ocean, evolution flourishes, particularly for apex predators like whales and sharks. Within a mere 2 days, the largest of these beings has expanded beyond 300 meters. In the sunless depths, an immense blue whale sways its pectoral fins, aimlessly traversing the waters. With its cavernous mouth agape, it engulfs a school of fish numbering in the tens of thousands in an instant. The mist is impartial, All creatures are entitled to partake in this evolutionary frenzy. The already formidable ant, capable of lifting objects hundreds of times its weight, the chameleon, adept at altering its hue to seamlessly blend into its surroundings, and the tardigrade, which thrives in the harshest environments, even surviving in the vacuum of space. Additionally, the platypus, equipped with biological radar, and bats that navigate through echolocation, all experience an unprecedented surge in size and intellect, propelled by the enveloping fog. As these beings eventually encounter the myriad forms of evolved humanity, an unprecedented turmoil is sure to erupt. In a dilapidated warehouse, Ming, awakened once more, slowly opens his eyes. His tail thrashes wildly, striking the ground and creating fissures across the surface. Listening to the cacophony of animal roars from outside, he feels a twinge of curiosity. Without further contemplation, he sets his forepaws in motion towards the iron door. After 2 days of slumber, his form has once again expanded to over 9 meters in length. Moreover, the range of his energy projection has extended from 2 meters to an impressive 5 meters. This also signifies that within a 5-meter radius of Ming lies the absolute forbidden zone for other creatures. Upon reaching the iron gate, Ming stood upright on his hind legs, gazing towards the distant sound. In the distance, he beheld a golden radiance ascending, emanating ripples that expanded outward at intervals. Ming was momentarily taken aback, then felt a surge of exhilaration. This phenomenon surely heralded the emergence of a new opportunity. Observing other animals hastening toward the source of the golden light, he quickly regained his composure and transformed into a shadow, racing towards the luminous source. After covering approximately 3 kilometers, Ming finally encountered the first wave of the nearly dissipated golden light. Upon contact, a profound desire surged from the depths of his soul, accompanied by a barely perceptible increase in the energy within him. This left Ming astounded. Merely touching the golden light could yield such an effect. Before he could ponder further, the second and third waves of golden ripples washed over him, and the energy within him began to visibly swell. Although each increment was slight, it was sustained and enduring. Sensing the allure of the golden light, Ming dared not linger, hastening toward the source. After advancing another 5 kilometers, he finally beheld the origin of the golden radiance. Chapter 15. The strange golden flower. Upon a mere glance, he became rooted to the spot. It was an extraordinary plant growing beside an artificial lake. This plant stood 10 meters tall, devoid of leaves, with only a robust stalk displaying a resplendent golden hue. At its apex rested a colossal bud, reminiscent of both a mushroom and a jellyfish. The edges of the bud bore numerous elongated tendrils that swayed autonomously, from which the golden light emanated, spreading into the surroundings. Moreover, within the jellyfish-like bud, a gelatinous golden fluid morphed in exquisite shapes. The instant Ming laid eyes on this golden fluid, the sole gem in his mind began to tremble violently. Simultaneously, a profoundly intense desire, far more potent than before, erupted from the depths of his being, a yearning that resonated with his soul, cells, and every gene. The surrounding animals, equally drawn to the golden flower, were seen swallowing in anticipation, clearly coveting the golden fluid within. Ming's eyes sparkled with determination as he prepared to claim the golden fluid for himself. However, a sudden turn of events halted him in his tracks. He witnessed a weasel approaching within 10 meters of the golden flower. One of the drifting tendrils suddenly shot forth, piercing the brow of the weasel. Almost immediately, a golden light emanated from the weasel, and its entire body began to dissolve at a visibly rapid pace. Strangely, the weasel seemed utterly oblivious to its fate. Instead, its eyes narrowed slightly, and the corners of its mouth curled upward, revealing a blissful smile. Within mere seconds, the weasel was reduced to a droplet of golden liquid. This liquid flowed back along the tendril into the jellyfish's bud, merging with the golden fluid, which immediately increased in quantity. Witnessing this world-altering scene, Ming and the surrounding animals were gripped by sheer terror. The unknown breeds fear, particularly as the seemingly formidable weasel offered no resistance before being consumed. An indescribable panic began to spread among the multitude of animals. At that moment, the tendrils surrounding the golden flower began to sway once more. In the next instant, they all surged forth, launching an assault on the animals nearby. The creatures were thrown into a state of chaos, swiftly turning to flee. Yet, inexplicably, The surrounding golden light seemed to exert a binding effect, immobilizing many animals in place. The tendrils transcended the 10-meter restriction, commencing the harvest of other ensnared creatures. Although their bodies were paralyzed, the animals could still express their souls' cries. What on earth is this monster? Someone save me. I don't want to die. I'm not ready yet. Don't come near me. One by one, the animals were struck by the tendrils, subsequently melting into golden liquid and being absorbed into the golden flower. The golden fluid began to increase at a slow but steady pace. It was at this moment that Ming realized why he had not encountered other animals upon his arrival. They had all been transformed into sustenance for this golden flower. But what was truly happening here? How could he also be immobilized? As he observed the relentless slaughter of his fellow creatures, a myriad of thoughts raced through his mind. Wait, could it be that? A flash of insight crossed Ming's eyes. He hastily summoned the energy within him to envelop his body, shielding himself from the golden light. In an instant, the binding force around him dissipated entirely. Ming felt a surge of joy, just as he intended to turn and flee. However, he seemed to recall something, forcing himself to suppress his impulse. Having come this far, it would be a monumental loss not to acquire something in return. The golden fluid was evidently the essence derived from countless animals, and the golden flower itself held many wonders. If he could consume it whole, it would undoubtedly elevate his power to new heights. Just as he contemplated his next course of action, the surrounding creatures had been entirely dissolved into golden droplets by the tendrils of the golden flower. Without exception, their faces bore an eerie, intoxicated smile before succumbing to death. Observing the dozen or so tendrils that were advancing towards him, Ming realized he had to take action before the golden tendrils could entwine him. A searing flame erupted forth. Upon seeing the fire, the tendrils halted abruptly, oscillating in hesitation before swiftly retreating. A knowing glint appeared in Ming's eyes as energy surged around him, enveloping him in flames. He resembled a wingless fire dragon. With a confident swagger, he lashed his thorny tail towards the golden flower. Sensing the threat posed by Ming's flames, the tendrils of the golden flower ceased to emit shimmering golden ripples. Instead, they shook violently, brandishing themselves menacingly towards Ming. Yet, he felt no fear in the face of their ferocious demeanor. He had already discovered the means to counter them, and all that remained was to reap the rewards. Though Ming briefly contemplated waiting, allowing the golden flower to absorb more golden droplets, that thought was swiftly extinguished. What if a creature even more formidable than himself appeared? Or worse, what if the golden flower underwent a transformation, gaining the power to resist him? To avoid a protracted ordeal, Ming resolved to act without hesitation. He raised his fiery claws and swung them towards the stem of the golden flower. However, as he moved, a multitude of golden tendrils surged to ensnare him. Yet, these tendrils clearly feared the flames. Upon contact, they writhed in agony, twisted by the searing heat. Ming even faintly heard a sharp, piercing explosion, causing him to startle and igniting a profound curiosity within him about whether the golden flower was a plant or an animal. Nevertheless, curiosity aside, Ming was not one to delve deeply into every matter. He focused solely on the outcome. With relentless determination, he swiftly severed all the surrounding golden tendrils. Deprived of their grasp, the golden flower's jellyfish-like bud wilted feebly. Noticing this, Ming wasted no time. He tore open the surface of the bud and directly consumed the golden fluid contained within. Then, recalling something, he efficiently uprooted the entire remains of the golden flower. His tail dragged the remnants as he sped into the depths of the mist. Chapter 16. The transformation of life levels. As for why he did not leave the golden flower behind to grant the opportunity to other deserving creatures, Ming honestly admitted he could not aspire to such nobility. He was, after all, an ordinary individual. A touch of social anxiety, coupled with a hint of cunning, does not quite amount to malevolence, yet it certainly cannot be deemed virtuous. Without delving into the peculiar nature of the golden flower, capable of nurturing treasures such as the golden blood, Ming found himself bereft of any justification to overlook it. Moments later, within the confines of an abandoned factory, Ming's figure materialized gradually. He first gathered all the machinery and equipment within the factory and piled them at the entrance. Subsequently, he swiftly consumed the 10-meter-long golden flower, swallowing it whole. As soon as he relaxed, the golden flower, along with the recently ingested golden blood, erupted in a spectacular display. It began to fortify Qi Ming's physique at an astonishing rate. Through introspection, he observed that the golden flower had been crushed, its essence mingling with the golden blood, surging toward his limbs and core. This slightly viscous golden blood, coursing through Qi Ming's veins, transformed his originally crimson blood, imbuing it with a faint golden hue. Simultaneously, Qi Ming's aura began to ascend rapidly. Under the weight of this formidable presence, the surrounding air grew increasingly dense. As time ticked away, the initially basin-sized volume of golden blood diminished to half its size. After encircling Qi Ming's body, it split into two streams, targeting the most vital areas, the brain and the heart. Without the slightest pause, the golden blood seamlessly integrated into Qi Ming's mind and pulsating heart. In an instant, an indescribable sensation surged within Qi Ming. He felt his mental clarity amplify exponentially, while an inexhaustible sense of power surged through every part of his being. Furthermore, he sensed every cell within him rejoicing, as if celebrating his transformation and the imminent rebirth. With renewed vigor, Qi Ming experienced a profound realization. The evolution of his life force was on the verge of commencement. After the golden blood merged with his brain and heart, the soul gem nestled within them gradually became enveloped in a soft golden glow. Under the influence of this golden radiance, the energy within Qi Ming began its metamorphosis from white to gold. Strands of golden energy cascaded through his body repeatedly. Visibly, the yellow thorny armor beneath him gradually transformed into gold, while the black scales on his back and head deepened into an even darker abyss. This was not the end. Streams of golden energy emanated from Qi Ming, enveloping his nearly 10-meter-long form, cocooning him in a massive golden chrysalis. This chrysalis flickered rhythmically, as if some creature were breathing within. Strangely, the surrounding white mist was drawn toward this golden cocoon, converging into the factory around the colossal chrysalis. 100 meters, 200 meters, 500 meters, an ever-increasing volume of mist was irresistibly attracted, surging fervently toward the magnificent cocoon. This peculiar phenomenon immediately captivated numerous creatures shrouded in mist. They turned their forms and hastily followed the movement of the surrounding fog towards the factory. Within a dilapidated shop overrun by weeds, a 3-meter-long golden pheasant and a 6-meter-long floral pig were feasting upon the carcass of a yellow cow. Suddenly, the pheasant, sensing something amiss, turned to gaze out the window. Observing this, the floral pig promptly inquired, "Brother Cohen, what is happening?" The red-bellied pheasant, referred to as Brother Cohen, blinked its eyes and then shot an irritated glance at the floral pig, exclaiming, "How many times must I tell you, you rotund fool, to address me as young Master Cohen? Hurry up and finish that battle. I believe I have discovered a new opportunity." Upon hearing this, the floral pig's eyes brightened, and it immediately buried its head back into the flesh of the yellow cow. As it gnawed, its plump, snow-white behind swayed enticingly, a sight to behold. Once they had dispatched the yellow cow, the chubby floral pig and young Master Cohen the pheasant did not linger. Following the flow of the mist, they swiftly arrived at a factory obscured by creeping vines. Upon their arrival, they could already discern the silhouettes of many other creatures. They sensed an overwhelming aura of pressure emanating from within, causing them to hesitate in action. Some animals could not endure this oppressive atmosphere and began to retreat in the direction from whence they came. However, a greater number positioned themselves carefully, lying in wait. Deep within their souls, they felt a profound yearning for the energy coalescing within the factory. As time trickled by, the oppressive sensation in the air intensified. Eventually, some creatures could no longer withstand it and began to withdraw. The floral pig, too, found the pressure unbearable. Unable to contain its curiosity, it whispered, "Young Master Cohen, what are we waiting for?" The red-bellied pheasant's eyes sparkled with a fierce brilliance, flickering with uncertainty. Upon hearing the floral pig's question, it snapped back to attention, retorting, "If I tell you to wait, then you shall wait. Do you think your brother Cohen would lead you astray?" As it spoke, the pheasant turned its gaze back towards the factory, which faintly shimmered with golden light. "I can sense a tremendous energy poised to erupt. This may be yet another opportunity for us." No sooner had the words left its beak than a blinding beam of golden light burst forth from the factory, spreading outward. This golden radiance seemed to possess immense power. Upon absorbing it, the energy within the surrounding creatures began to surge at a visibly accelerated pace. This filled the remaining animals with astonished delight. "This is a windfall," This single moment rivals my entire day's worth of gains. I cannot fathom what kind of being resides within, for even the dispersed energy has elevated our strength so drastically. Indeed, the golden light emanating from the factory was merely a faint fraction of its true potential. As all the animals were engulfed in speculation, a deafening roar suddenly erupted from within the factory. Roar. Immediately, in the astonished gaze of all the creatures, a colossal black spiked claw pierced through the thick wall concealed by vines. The black claw sliced through the air, and the surrounding walls crumbled like mere paper, collapsing into a heap of ruins. Following this, a creature measuring over 20 meters in length, its body adorned with black and golden spiked scales, emerged. A pair of thorny horns, nearly 2 meters long, sprouted from the back of its head, presenting a figure akin to a dragon of darkness before the multitude of animals. This dragon possessed robust limbs, with 2 hind claws nearly 5 meters tall supporting its massive frame. Its pale golden pupils coldly surveyed the frozen animals before it. A chill ran through all the creatures, and the rotund flower pig trembled as if shaken in a sieve. Chapter 17. Fusion Species Brother Cohen. What manner of creature is this? The red-bellied golden pheasant was astonished, yet jolted from its reverie by the voice of Flower Pig. Without hesitation, it led Flower Pig to retreat towards the rear. The other animals quickly regained their senses and fled in all directions. The dragon, the transformed Ming, did not pursue them, for he had more pressing matters to attend to. After the recent metamorphosis of his life level and the influx of vast energy, he sensed he had reached the pinnacle of this stage. It was imperative to find a secure location for his breakthrough. Ming could foresee that this impending advancement would yield an unexpected delight. Meanwhile, Flower Pig and the golden pheasant, having returned to the previous shop, exhaled a quiet sigh of relief. At the mere thought of that gargantuan creature, the rotund Flower Pig could not help but tremble. Brother Cohen. What was that animal just now? It looked like a dinosaur. The red-bellied golden pheasant cast a sideways glance at the panting Flower Pig sprawled on the ground, shaking its head and replying, "You ignorant fatso. That was a ring-tailed lizard, though its power is likely far more terrifying than ours." Halfway through, the pheasant seemed to recall something and turned to question, "Fatty, do you feel any changes in your body?" Flower Pig blinked, rolling over and murmuring, "Brother Cohen, I feel so sleepy, I just want to sleep." Before it could finish, its eyes fluttered shut. In less than 2 seconds, a resounding snore erupted. The golden pheasant chuckled silently, shaking its head. It seems Fatty has also broken through to the second realm. That mutated ring-tailed lizard was indeed formidable. It might have already reached the third realm. In this world of heroes, there truly are countless individuals like fish in a river. It appears I must strive even harder. If I do not seize the time, I will undoubtedly be left behind by other beastly transformers. Fusion species? Grandfather, is this your classification for the third realm? In a meticulously clean Sihiyuan, 6 creatures engaged in conversation. Among them, a 3-meter-tall yellow-margined tortoise nodded slightly and remarked to a peacock, "Indeed, on our way here, we encountered a hybrid creature. However, it appears that this being is not a beastmaster, but rather a creature that has evolved directly from animals. Ordinary animals lack the intricate souls of humanity, which allows their souls and physical forms to merge more swiftly than those of beastmasters, facilitating their transition into hybrids." Before the peacock could respond, a nearby panda interjected, "Master Mu, does this hybrid possess any unique abilities? I once witnessed a colossal white python that could manipulate water." The yellow-margined tortoise shook its head with a hint of resignation. "I am uncertain, for there are currently no hybrids available for my observation and study. Nevertheless, given that certain animals can awaken special abilities, it stands to reason that even if hybrids cannot, they will certainly attain higher realms in the future." Upon hearing this, a flicker of disappointment crossed the panda's eyes, though it quickly masked its feelings. The peacock, however, remained unperturbed, curiously inspecting the egret and red fox positioned behind the tortoise. Noticing its gaze, the tortoise, Master Mu, smiled and said, "Linger, Qingbao, allow me to introduce you. This is Su Hong, and this is Hu Jiao, both of whom are my esteemed disciples. Su Hong, Hu Jiao, this is my granddaughter Mu Linger, and this is Fu Qingbao." He then gestured toward a nearby giant elephant and added, "And this esteemed individual is our nation's leader, Hua Lao." Although Su Hong had surmised something about his teacher's profound connections when he was rescued by a formidable armored unit, He never anticipated such a deep-seated background. Goodness. As a mere graduate student, was this the path to bypassing civil service examinations and directly aligning with the state? The astute red fox, Hu Jiao, quickly chimed in. I have met Hua Lao and Brother Fu. Su Heng also regained his composure and promptly greeted Hua Lao and the others. Linger, the peacock, and Qingbao, the panda, despite their high status, exhibited no airs. Sister Hu Jiao and Brother Su Heng, since you are grandfather's favored students, feel free to call me sister, urged Linger. The panda, Qingbao, raised a paw and heartily proclaimed, you can call me Brother Bao. I do not adhere to formalities. Hua Lao slowly opened his eyes, his tone gentle. Do not feel anxious, children. Consider this place your home. Su Heng nodded vigorously, his pristine feathered crest bobbing in agreement, reminiscent of a chick pecking for grains. The yellow-margined tortoise's eyes sparkled with joy, yet as memories of fallen students from previous battles with other beastmasters surfaced, the smile gradually faded, replaced by a profound sense of concern. Master Hua, do we have any plans for our nation? Master Hua's gaze flickered as he looked into the distance. We have already dispatched specialized units across the country. Once the new communication system is established, we will gather all beast transformation individuals once again. Without order, if this continues, the entire world will undoubtedly descend into unprecedented chaos. Inside a factory obscured by towering trees, Qi Ming's physique began to grow once more. Reaching a height of over 20 meters, his already robust limbs gained even more strength, and his black claws became extraordinarily sharp, a stark contrast to the slender lizard-like appendages they had once been. 26 meters, 28 meters. Simultaneously, his consciousness entered a wondrous state, as if it permeated every cell within his body. The soul gem in his mind radiated a golden light, flickering as if making final adjustments for the fusion with his physical form. Time passed unmeasured until, suddenly, the soul gem burst forth with brilliance. An indescribable sensation of euphoria surged from the depths of Qi Ming's soul, resonating through every inch of his being. This ultimate exhilaration stemmed from the complete integration of spirit and flesh. In an instant, Qi Ming's consciousness began to traverse the entirety of his flesh and blood. He could vividly perceive the flowing light golden energy within him, alongside the glimmering cells radiating soft golden light. His awareness journeyed through his tail, limbs, and vital organs, ultimately arriving at his brain. There, he beheld his soul gem, a fiery red ruby emitting a faint golden glow, quietly suspended before his consciousness. Within it, he discerned the faint outline of a ring-tailed lizard, reminiscent of his current form but scaled down significantly. Chapter 18. Breakthrough, the Field of Life. At this moment, a pulling force emanated from the ethereal image, drawing Qi Ming's consciousness towards it. This force was gentle yet irresistible, allowing his awareness to seamlessly merge into the soul gem. As his consciousness fully entered the silhouette of the ring-tailed lizard, a torrent of intricate information began to flood his mind. Complete integration of soul and body achieved. The field of life activated, sufficient energy accumulated for the first source evolution. The field of life envelopes every cell. No foreign energies can enter. Simultaneously, an endless stream of golden energy poured forth from the soul gem, surging into every fiber of his being. Nearly half an hour passed before Qi Ming's body was entirely enveloped in this golden energy. In that moment, he felt an absolute unity between his soul and physical form, achieving a true state of harmonious fusion. Moreover, he experienced the field of life as described by the soul gem, an intangible essence that only Qi Ming could perceive. Its function is currently quite simple, yet profoundly significant. It isolates the energy of other beings from entering Qi Ming's body. Generally, it appears to serve no particular purpose. However, for creatures endowed with extraordinary abilities, such as Qi Ming's flames, if he were to channel energy into another animal, he could manipulate it from a distance, transforming it into searing flames that burn his foes from within, thus reaping their life essence. The existence of the life field is to prevent such occurrences, acting like a protective barrier for the body. Furthermore, the life field also provides a degree of defense against mental attacks. Qi Ming's efficiency in absorbing mist energy has significantly increased with the aid of the life field. As for other remarkable uses, they will only be gradually discovered as his strength grows. His pale golden eyes slowly revealed a glimmer of joy at the harvest. The next step is to accumulate energy. he remains uncertain about the nature of the primordial evolution. Initially, he believed the soul gem was merely a manifestation of his soul. Yet, with the emergence of various confusions, coupled with the extraordinary information emanating from the soul gem that surpasses his understanding, Ming has begun to harbor doubts regarding its origins. However, after pondering for an extended period, he could not arrive at a conclusion. Consequently, Ming resolved to set this perplexity aside for the time being. After all, it appears that all animals are capable of coalescing soul gems. Even if something is amiss, it is beyond his individual capacity to contend with. In any case, this world has already witnessed an abundance of the extraordinary mists, beast transformation, legacy crystals, so even if a few more anomalies arise, Ming would remain unfazed. Another delightful revelation for Ming is that after breaking through to the third realm, his slumber has finally concluded. Free from the tedium of dormancy, he excitedly thrashed his 10-meter-long thorny tail, effortlessly shattering the surrounding support pillars. With a thunderous crash, large chunks of concrete rained down from above. Yet Ming showed no inclination to evade. At his current strength, such impacts could not inflict any harm upon him. Emerging from the ruins of what was once a factory, Ming began to roam the city. Following his breakthrough to the third stage, his vision has once again expanded, reaching a formidable 500 meters. Of course, this enhancement is also attributed to his spiritual vision ability. Under his exceptional sight, surrounding animals could not conceal themselves. Yet, Ming had no desire to hunt these feeble creatures. Instead, he made his way toward the zoo, guided by the memories in his mind. He surmised that since the animals transformed from humans could evolve, there was no reason other animals could not do the same. As he traversed, all creatures fled in a panicked frenzy, desperately seeking to distance themselves from Ming. Fearing that this colossal beast might be displeased and swallow them whole, Ming, despite his own impressive 30-meter stature, appeared rather unremarkable amidst the towering trees that soared to over 100 meters. It wasn't long before he reached his destination. Upon arrival, he discovered several creatures in their second stage of slumber. Additionally, some first-stage animals, driven by their feral instincts, disregarded their fear and lunged at him with ferocity. Observing the pack of wolves, tigers, and leopards, each merely 3 to 5 meters in length, Ming couldn't help but chuckle. With a swift strike of his claw, he reduced a 5-meter-long leopard to a mere heap of flesh and blood mist. The other creatures, however, remained undeterred, their eyes ablaze with rage as they recklessly charged at him. Naturally, Ming showed no mercy. He unleashed a torrent of flames, incinerating the remaining 7 mutated beasts into ashes. To his astonishment, 2 of the creatures yielded soul gems. Casually, he approached, plucked the gems, and consumed them like candy. At that moment, a thunderous roar echoed nearby, igniting a spark of interest in Ming's eyes. He swiftly moved towards the source of the sound, covering the distance of over 800 meters in an instant. There, he beheld a 20-meter-long mutated crocodile locked in fierce combat with an 18-meter-long giant python. The python had coiled itself around the crocodile, exerting all its strength to constrict and suffocate it. The crocodile, undaunted, retaliated with its vicious jaws, while also attempting to execute its signature death roll. However, due to the python's robust physique, the crocodile's efforts seemed futile, only resulting in cracks forming in its armored back from the intense struggle. Before Ming could intervene, an astonishing scene unfolded. With a furious roar, the crocodile unleashed a powerful jet of water from its mouth, piercing through the python's body and creating a gaping hole the size of a grinding stone. The python, writhing in agony, loosened its grip slightly, allowing the crocodile to seize the opportunity and savage its head relentlessly. This brutal exchange continued for nearly a minute until the python fell silent, prompting the crocodile to halt its attack. Yet, instead of consuming the python's carcass, it looked at Ming with an air of caution. Observing the rapidly healing wounds on the crocodile's body, Ming leapt forward like a bolt of black lightning, delivering a mighty blow that crashed the giant reptile into the ground, creating a massive crater. Before the crocodile could summon another jet of water, Ming channeled energy into its body, transforming it into an intensely searing flame. Within its body, seared by the flames, the colossal crocodile emitted a heart-wrenching roar. Chapter 19, The Law of the Jungle. Ming seized the opportunity to strike when the beast was at its weakest. His claws descended upon the crocodile's head like heavy war hammers, delivering a thunderous blow. Faced with such overwhelming might, the crocodile was deprived of life before it could even unleash its water-based abilities. Observing the crimson and ivory liquid spilling forth, Ming hesitated no longer. He cleaved open the crocodile's skull and extracted the azure soul gem nestled within. With a swift gulp, the azure gem materialized in Ming's soul space, orbiting a central, softly glowing golden crystal. As the azure gem revolved, its latent energy began to be drawn out, converging towards the sun-like crystal at the center. Delighted by this unexpected boon, Ming felt a surge of exhilaration. Approaching the corpse of the giant python, he excavated its soul gem and consumed it as well. Subsequently, he pulled both the crocodile and the python closer, devouring their flesh and blood voraciously. An hour passed before both titanic beasts had vanished into Ming's belly. Sensing a renewed influx of energy within him and noticing his stature had increased by approximately 2 meters, Ming was invigorated. Without the slightest desire for rest, he crawled toward other areas of the zoo. After consuming the majority of the mutated creatures within, Ming leisurely departed from the bloody domain. His size had further augmented, reaching a length of 35 meters. Even when reclined, he towered as high as a 2-story building. Amidst a city blanketed by lush undergrowth and towering trees, a beast over 20 meters tall, with a thorny tail stretching 15 meters behind, navigated freely. This creature was none other than Ming, foraging for energy within the urban forest. Some animals, catching a glimpse of this behemoth through the mist, fled in terror, wishing they could sprout additional legs. Yet, they grossly overestimated their significance. For creatures measuring only 3 to 5 meters or 7 to 8 meters in length, Ming had no inclination to engage. He would only consider attacking those measuring 15 meters or more. Just then, Ming seemed to have spotted something. A layer of fury ignited in his eyes. He swiftly moved his powerful hind limbs towards a particular direction. Meanwhile, in a cleared small square, a group of animals appeared to be engaged in a brutal massacre. Leading the charge was a leopard exceeding 15 meters in length, its expression fierce and its eyes glinting with a predatory gleam. A deep, bone-exposing claw mark adorned the corner of the leopard's eye. Before the leopard stood a white rabbit, bound by ropes to a stone sculpture, measuring little over 2 meters in height. The rabbit bore deep, grotesque claw marks, its pristine white fur stained crimson with its own blood. The leopard gazed mockingly at the rabbit, extending a sharp claw to lift its drooping head. With a scoff, it remarked, "Is this truly our campus beauty? Now, you are nothing but a jest. How many days has it been? I doubt you have even begun to gather your soul gem." The rabbit's eyes were vacant, clearly driven to the brink of madness by torment. Yet, the leopard's gaze sparkled with delight, relishing in the humiliation of the once revered goddess who had dismissed it so callously. This twisted satisfaction only deepened as the leopard, having acquired power, became increasingly obsessed with the pleasure of obliterating what it could never possess. With a swift motion, another gash was inflicted, causing the rabbit to tremble involuntarily as fresh blood trickled forth. Nearby, several creatures, seemingly bound by the leopard's minions, erupted in outrage. "Huang Qingwei, cease this at once. Are you truly such a beast? Huang, stop. Do not continue down this path of folly. Huang Qingwei, if you have any courage, confront me." Upon hearing the last taunt, the leopard appeared provoked, its features contorting as it glared at the creatures. "Am I not a man? Today, I shall show you what it means to be a man." With that, it violently brandished a long spear, thrusting it savagely into the rabbit. The robust spear pierced the frail body, nearly impaling it entirely. Struck by such a grievous blow, the rabbit's vitality swiftly ebbed away, extinguishing its life within moments. Witnessing this scene, the bound creatures stood frozen in shock, unable to fathom that the leopard would dare to commit such an atrocity. Before they could fully comprehend the horror, another creature, a 3-meter-long raccoon, was ensnared and bound to the statue by other minions of the leopard. The raccoon struggled desperately, while the remaining 2 creatures hurled curses in vain. Yet, nothing could halt the leopard's advance. Step by step, it approached the raccoon, extending a claw to lift its head. "Now, it is your turn." Tears streamed from the raccoon's eyes as it was forced to confront the grim spectacle before it. In the next moment, it stood paralyzed in disbelief. The leopard's eyes gleamed with triumph, poised to speak, when it sensed a shift among the other creatures, who cast uncertain glances behind it. The leopard frowned, and when it turned to look, it beheld an unforgettable scene. Emerging from the mist was a dragon-like figure, its golden eyes piercing through the haze. Surveying it with an icy gaze, before it could utter a word, the dragon unleashed a column of blazing crimson flames that engulfed it instantaneously. Ming, witnessing the savage leopard being scorched by the flames, seized the soul gem from its remains before shifting his gaze towards the bewildered subordinates, resembling leopards, who stared at him in a daze. A flurry of animals, in a state of panic, pleaded for mercy, exclaiming, "My lord, spare us. We were coerced by that leopard. Indeed, we did not act of our own volition." Ming, indifferent to their cries, extended a claw and swiftly struck them down. A multitude of leopard accomplices fell victim to a barrage of fiery rays, losing their lives. Due to personal convictions, he harbored a deep disdain for both cruelty and complicity in wrongdoing. Had the leopard merely hunted these creatures, he would have paid them no mind. However, the grotesque manner of their slaughter left him thoroughly displeased. Although these animals were coerced to preclude any possibility of treachery from within their ranks, it was prudent to eliminate them at the earliest opportunity. With the other animals' oppression removed, the confined chimpanzee and gray wolf quickly broke free from their restraints. After rescuing the raccoon, they turned to Ming, expressing their gratitude. "Thank you, big brother, for saving our lives." Ming acknowledged their thanks with a casual response, then proceeded to extract the soul gems from a few of the animals. He then dragged the leopard's corpse before him and spoke once more. "The remains of the other animals shall be a gift to you." Upon hearing this, the three animals momentarily paused in astonishment. Were they truly receiving such a bounty of corpses? The astute gray wolf was the first to react, saying, "Thank you, big brother, for your generosity. We shall not forget your kindness." The chimpanzee and raccoon, realizing the gravity of the situation, echoed their thanks as well. Ming cast a final glance at the trio before hoisting the leopard's body and turning away, gradually vanishing into the mist. The meager strength of the animals he left behind was quite weak, none having surpassed the second stage. Even if he were to absorb them, he doubted it would yield better results than consuming the leopard's robust leg. With this thought, he decided to extend a favor. As for the future paths these three animals might take or whether they would seek to repay him, he felt little concern. Today, he acted only within the bounds of his capabilities. As for the possibility of phantom beasts exploiting these acts of brutality to set a trap for him, he was not foolish. He possessed his own discernment. Should events exceed his capacity, Ming would undoubtedly retreat as far as possible, ignoring them altogether. After finding a secluded corner free from disturbances, he consumed the leopard and several soul gems before embarking anew on his hunting expedition through the urban forest. Although the city he inhabited was not vast, its permanent population exceeded 6 to 7 million. When factoring in the transient populace, the total number likely surpassed 10 million. If a multitude of beings were to transform into creatures, it is conceivable that some, akin to Ming, might transcend to the third stage of evolution. Should fortune favor him in devouring these beings, the process of amassing energy would undoubtedly be significantly expedited. Even in the absence of such fortuitous circumstances, the sheer number of second-stage creatures would suffice to sustain Ming for an extended period. For reasons unknown, since the very first day, Ming had not encountered those water orbs formed from mist or the crystalline fog. As for the heritage crystals, they were likely claimed long ago by other beasts. Wandering aimlessly for a considerable duration, Ming's form gradually expanded at a slow pace. Upon arriving at the botanical garden, he was captivated by an extraordinary sight. Towering trees, each reaching heights of hundreds of meters, stood majestically. Amidst these colossal trunks, countless black vines writhed and spread as if imbued with a life of their own, reminiscent of the golden flower he had previously encountered. Could it be that a plant similar to the golden flower thrived here as well? With this thought, Ming halted and turned toward the depths of the garden. Although he stood upright at nearly 30 meters tall, his stature seemed diminutive amidst the surrounding trees, which towered at 100 or 200 meters, or even more. Observing the black vines entwining around the trees, a flicker of hesitation crossed his mind. The botanical garden, while not particularly expansive, spans several 100,000 square meters. The ability of these black vines to cover a substantial portion of the garden suggested their strength far surpassed that of the golden flower he had once encountered. Despite this contemplation, Ming's momentary hesitation gave way to resolve as he pressed deeper into the garden. Having seized this rare opportunity, He understood that if he did not strive to enhance his power, his slight advantage would soon be overtaken by other creatures. Driven by the adage that fortune favors the bold, and with the belief that his flames could exert some control over plants, Ming decided to venture forth, planning to devise an escape should the situation prove dire. As he ventured further, the surrounding trees grew even taller, and a riot of exotic blooms vied for attention. Opulent peonies, fiery red peonies, and elegantly refined lilies blossomed in abundance. Under the influence of the mist, they thrived, producing flowers out of season. Ming even beheld flowers with diameters reaching 3 meters, large enough to encompass a fully grown adult. Additionally, a myriad of colorful and unusual mushrooms flourished throughout the forest, their spores casting a kaleidoscope of hues as they drifted through the air. At a glance, it was as though he had entered an enchanted forest. However, these spores harbored a lethal toxicity. Upon discovering the skeletal remains of various creatures near the fungi, Ming could not help but feel a surge of astonishment. Fortunately, he was safeguarded by the vitality field, rendering the spores infused with alien energy incapable of penetrating his being. Before long, Ming arrived at a convergence of numerous black vines. When he beheld the essence of these dark tendrils, a shudder coursed through his mind. A towering artificial mountain was entwined with a dense mass of black vines, which undulated like a serpentine horde. The tendrils were adorned with claw-like black leaves, further exacerbating the terror for those afflicted with a fear of clusters. After a moment of contemplation, Ming scanned the surroundings but could find no trace of any treasures worthy of reverence amongst the black vines. Just then, the black tendrils began to twist and converge, forming a colossal serpent over 30 meters long, which hissed menacingly at him. The living embodiment of the black vines was strikingly vivid, and Ming could even sense a flicker of soul within it. This revelation left him momentarily bewildered. Was this black vine a plant or an animal? Or perhaps a creature straddling the line between both? He recalled a theory he had encountered, positing that plants constituted the first category of life forms, while animals belonged to the third. Those that encompassed traits of both were classified as the second category of life forms. Previously, he had come across carnivorous plants such as the pitcher plant and the Venus flytrap, yet they fundamentally remained within the realm of botany. However, under the influence of the mists, the emergence of such second-category life forms seemed plausible. The black vine, undeterred by the intruder, felt its authority challenged. In a fit of rage, the serpent formed from the vines transformed into a bolt of black lightning, charging directly at Ming. As it made its move, Ming swiftly regained his composure, summoning a blazing inferno to envelop him, entering the red lotus form. This nomenclature was inspired by titanic beasts he had observed in previous films. As the fierce flames erupted, the black serpent momentarily halted in its tracks. A smile crept onto Ming's face, secretly reveling in the realization that these plants, just as he began to articulate his thoughts, the black vines erupted in a surge of dark radiance. They swiftly advanced towards Ming with renewed speed. Chapter 21. Submission with a grave expression. Ming opened his mouth wide, unleashing a column of flame that surged toward the black vine serpent. The terrifying heat erupted, and the force of the flaming column obliterated the serpent into countless fragments. However, to Ming's astonishment, the flames that clung to the black vines burned at an agonizingly slow pace, hindered by the dark light. Had the black vines awakened a unique ability? Before he could ponder further, the black tendrils launched another assault from all directions. It seemed as though an attempt was being made to ensnare Ming within a cage. Naturally, Ming would not be foolish enough to engage in a binding game with his opponent. The manifestation of the crimson lotus erupted in its entirety, unleashing torrents of flames with each movement. Under the weight of his immense power, the obsidian vines were utterly incapable of constricting him, instead being torn asunder by his talons and thorn tail. In an instant, it appeared as though a rain of black vines fell from the sky. The remaining dark tendrils radiated brilliance, thrashing wildly, evidently incensed. Subsequently, the black vines straightened, transforming into countless long spears that descended from above, aiming to pierce Ming completely. With a thunderous roar, Ming unleashed a column of flame, sweeping through the deluge of black vine spears. He then hastened to the side of the rockery, raising his fiery claws in preparation to strike down fiercely. His thought was simple. Since the black vines on the rockery were the source, destroying them would surely alleviate the impending crisis. Suddenly, a voice of the soul resonated from the black vines. Please, do not strike, I concede. Taken aback, Qi Ming's claws, ablaze with fervent flames, halted midair. After a moment of contemplation, he inquired, was that you speaking just now? The black vines swayed, and the voice echoed once more, do not harm me, I surrender. Upon hearing this, Qi Ming realized that the black vines had seemingly developed their own consciousness. Faced with the vines' plea for submission, he hesitated. After all, he feared betrayal, finding it difficult to place his trust in anyone truly. Yet, the black vines appeared to possess extraordinary potential. If they were indeed sincere in their submission, they could become a formidable ally. After a brief moment of indecision, Qi Ming gritted his teeth and asked, do you have a name? What abilities do you possess? The black vines, unwilling to conceal the truth, promptly divulged all its information. I have no name. I embody dark attributes, parasitic abilities, and shape-shifting. After a prolonged silence, Qi Ming emerged from his astonishment. By the heavens, these black vines are truly the protagonist. According to its account, at the inception of the mist, a droplet of mist water had fortuitously formed upon its leaves. After a short period of absorption, it obtained a legacy crystal known as parasitism. This ability enabled it to grow continuously by consuming energy and siphoning the energy of its host. Subsequently, it remarkably awakened the elusive dark attributes. Thereafter, it leveraged its formidable talents and abilities to thrive, seizing opportunities from numerous mutated plants, gradually becoming the sovereign of this botanical garden. After careful consideration, Qi Ming acquiesced to the black vine's plea for submission. As long as he maintained superiority in strength, he had no fear of being betrayed. Moreover, in the face of future dangers, he could allow the black vines to act as a shield. Contemplating this, a glimmer of satisfaction emerged in Qi Ming's eyes. However, the black vines inexplicably felt a sense of foreboding, their form beginning to twitch involuntarily. Qi Ming cast a sidelong glance at the black vine atop the artificial hill, extending his left claw and declaring, you may as well remain here. Furthermore, you shall not draw upon my energy without my consent. Otherwise, the black vine promptly responded, I will not. With that, it extended a deep, inky tendril that coiled around Qi Ming's left arm. As soon as the vine made contact, the surrounding vines began to converge towards it. Qi Ming felt a tightening in his chest, and just as he contemplated summoning flames, he realized they merely retracted into the black vine without any further action. This left him momentarily speechless, stifling a laugh. It appeared he had misjudged the nature of the creature before him. Once all the vines in the botanical garden had retracted into the black vine, the surrounding flora visibly weakened at an alarming rate. It seemed this entity had absorbed a substantial amount of their energy. Having unexpectedly tamed a vine, Qi Ming decided that his expedition to the botanical garden had reached a temporary conclusion. Without further ado, he turned and departed the area with the black vine in tow. Upon venturing outside for the first time, the black vine exhibited a palpable curiosity towards the world around it. Periodically, a tendril would spring forth from Qi Ming's left arm to discreetly survey the surroundings. Yet, whenever Qi Ming's gaze fell upon it, the vine would retract at lightning speed. Noticing the black vine's somewhat constrained position around his arm, Qi Ming chuckled softly and reassured it, there is no need to be so tense. Since you have submitted to me, I shall not harm you without cause. On the contrary, if you assist me well, I can help elevate your strength. At this, the black vine quivered slightly and responded, thank you, master. Qi Ming smiled, engaging in light-hearted banter with the vine as they progressed. By the way, I ought to give you a name for easier reference. How about Little Black? No sooner had he spoken than the vine emitted a faint sound of resistance. What about Little Xian? Or Little Ming? No, that sounds too similar to mine. How about Little Mo? Too elegant, it doesn't suit you. Never mind, Little Black is more fitting, practical, and less common. You'll grow accustomed to it. Listening to Qi Ming's ramblings, the black vine felt a surge of despair. After a moment's hesitation, it summoned the courage to propose, Master, I would like to name myself Xian Mo. Qi Ming was momentarily taken aback, but decided to honor the vine's wishes after a moment's consideration. Very well, from now on. Your full name shall be Qi Xian Mo, and your nickname shall be Little Black. Rest assured, I will refer to you by your full name in front of others. That should suffice to give you some dignity. With matters settled, the black vine, now Xian Mo, reluctantly acquiesced. Initially, it was resistant to being called Little Black. but it soon accepted the moniker wholeheartedly, especially since Qi Ming consistently left behind remnants of his hunts to nourish it. The speed at which it moved far surpassed what it would have achieved by remaining in the botanical garden. With the enhancement of Xuan Ma's powers, the flora within the garden no longer offered substantial assistance. It became imperative for it to absorb greater energy to further elevate its strength. Generally, however, few animals ventured into the botanical garden, which had considerably slowed its previous rate of growth. Otherwise, Qi Ming might not have been able to restrain it at all. Chapter 22. The Shadow of the Dragon in the Sky. On the street, Qi Ming was voraciously devouring a prairie wolf measuring over 20 meters in length. The Xuan Ma coiling around his left arm extended its vines, coalescing into a gigantic python that too feasted upon the carcass of the prairie wolf. In less than 10 minutes, both master and servant had thoroughly consumed the creature. Observing the languidly squinting vine serpent beside him, Qi Ming couldn't help but feel a bit speechless. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he brightened. "Little Black, can you transform into other animals as well?" The giant python form of Xuan Ma blinked its eyes and replied, "Of course, but I can only alter my shape. I cannot replicate their unique abilities." After some time spent in conversation, Xuan Ma's ability to communicate had significantly improved, and it no longer stuttered as before. Having received the desired answer, Qi Ming restrained his excitement and urged Xuan Ma, "Little Black, can you transform into a dragon?" "A dragon? What manner of creature is that?" Xuan Ma inquired. Qi Ming was taken aback, and a wave of difficulty washed over him. Lacking a phone or images of dragons, how could he convey the dragon's form to Xuan Ma? After pondering for a moment, Qi Ming directed Xuan Ma to begin its transformation. First, it formed dragon claws, followed by a dragon head and horns. It took over 20 minutes for Qi Ming to feel satisfied enough to halt. Xuan Ma's form had undergone a remarkable transformation. Though it did not achieve the desired effect of dragon scales, it was evident at first glance that it resembled a wooden dragon. Xuan Ma was also greatly pleased with this transformation, harboring a newfound respect and admiration for Qi Ming. Truly, he was the master, far superior to me. Qi Ming grinned. He found it amusing how easily this naive child was impressed by the simplest of things. With time to spare, he began to instruct Xuan Ma in various wood-based techniques. Unlike Qi Ming, whose flames became uncontrollable once unleashed, Xuan Ma could expend energy to extend its vines and morph into diverse forms to strike at targets. Currently, its range extended an impressive 500 meters. Moreover, this was merely the radius. By calculation, it could be said that within a 1,000-meter diameter, it was Xuan Ma's territory. Of course, the energy consumed in such feats was far beyond what it could presently endure. The earlier accomplishment of enveloping the entire botanical garden was due to its absorption of energy from numerous plants, achieved through several days of accumulation. With the profound teachings of Qi Ming, Xuan Ma felt a surge of confidence, astonished by the terrifying potential of its own power. "By the way, Little Black, can you take me to the skies?" Xuan Ma paused, surveying Qi Ming's impressive length of nearly 50 meters. "Master," it hesitated. "I must rely on you to move freely in the air," but before it could finish, Qi Ming interjected, "What I mean is, can you manifest a pair of wings on my back?" With that, he instructed Xuan Ma to transform, wrapping itself around his thorny armor. The black vines stretched and intertwined, gradually forming a pair of ebony dragon wings with a wingspan of 60 meters. The moment Qi Ming beheld the dragon wings unfurling behind him, an indescribable exhilaration surged within him. Transforming into an eastern dragon was beyond his current capabilities. After all, he could not forcibly elongate his body. However, in his present form, channeling the essence of a western dragon was a simpler endeavor. Xuan Ma, unaware of the human yearning for flight, nonetheless infused energy in an attempt to lift Qi Ming into the sky. The weight of several hundred tons was undeniably formidable. After considerable effort, Xuan Ma managed to elevate him to a height of approximately 20 meters above the ground, a distance that was, frankly, less than what Qi Ming could achieve with a mere jump. Just as Qi Ming contemplated giving up in frustration, Xuan Ma spoke again. "Master, if you allow me to draw upon your energy, I might be able to take you higher." Qi Ming's caution was piqued. "What do you mean by that? You're not holding back, are you?" Xuan Ma quickly protested. "That's not it. Our energies are currently incompatible. If we could harmonize our energies, our combined effort would significantly reduce energy consumption. And rest assured, if you run low on energy, I can redirect my stored energy back to you." Upon hearing this, Qi Ming raised an eyebrow, perplexed. How come I never knew you possessed such an ability? Xuanma stammered slightly. I was just afraid you might drain me completely. Ming chuckled softly, amused by the notion. What did this child take him for? Did he seem so malicious? After all, he was a student of sustainable development and would not engage in such a short-sighted act. Well, under normal circumstances, I would not, he thought. Yet he still lowered the defenses of his life field, allowing Xuanma to draw energy from him. As the pale golden energy entered its form, Xuanma could not contain a jubilant cheer. Master, your energy is far superior to ours. Ming shot at a sidelong glance, urging, have you absorbed enough? The black vine dragon wings radiated a faint golden glow, and with a powerful flap, they propelled Ming skyward. All right, Master, is this height sufficient? Xuanma suddenly replied, reaching an altitude of 300 meters above the ground. As Ming gazed at his own form, which now soared slightly above the towering trees, he finally comprehended that he had truly ascended into the sky. Suppressing his exhilaration and delight, he called out once more, ascend a bit higher. First, take me on a flight around the city. I wish to see if there are any formidable creatures still lingering. Mo, without objection, flapped its wings and soared to an altitude exceeding 500 meters. This height was nearly at the limit of Ming's vision. Thus, he promptly halted Mo's ascent and instructed it to circle around the city. Although they were merely flying at a low altitude, Ming was already immensely satisfied. With the enhancement of the Mo's black vine dragon wings, he now resembled the legendary form of a dragon, nearly indistinguishable. Coupled with the golden thorn scales adorning his abdomen and the pale golden hue of his eyes, his imposing presence was significantly amplified, marking him as a being far beyond the ordinary beastly metamorphs. It is noteworthy that after absorbing the blood of gold, his intimidating aura had been greatly enhanced. In this current form, should he unleash it, it would be akin to a diluted version of dragon might. Suddenly, Mo, tasked with observing the surroundings, spoke up, Master. There is an iron bird 200 meters ahead. Ming paused, lifting his gaze to reveal a flicker of astonishment in his eyes. Not far away, an aircraft came into view. The plane was several hundred meters long and stood 60 meters tall. It appeared to be a specially modified creation. In the cockpit, one could distinctly see a gorilla pilot clad in uniform alongside various animals of differing forms. The aircraft was descending toward the city from above, thus avoiding any risk of collision with him. In an instant, Ming's mind raced with possibilities. Given the aircraft's imposing stature, it must have been dispatched by the state. Mo, fly over it. I will handle the rest. Upon receiving the command, Mo maintained its original speed, flapping its dragon wings as they approached. The 200 meters vanished in the blink of an eye. They could see the aircraft, and the animals within it clearly beheld Ming's figure as well. One white wolf, unable to contain its surprise, exclaimed, What the heck? Is that a dragon? How could such a being possibly exist? Beside it, a honey badger and a spider chimed in. Let us not discuss that. It seems to be approaching. What should we do? Captain, should we attack? The gorilla piloting the aircraft narrowed its pupils, contemplating rapidly, adapt to the situation. If they attack, retaliate immediately. Until then, do not act rashly. Just as those words were uttered, the dragon swept past them overhead, continuing its flight into the distance, gradually vanishing from sight. Captain, it has flown away. I see it. Proceed with the landing, and everyone get ready. Meanwhile, Mo, noticing that Ming had not attacked the iron bird, curiously inquired, Master, why not devour them? Ming found himself at a loss for words, yet he patiently elucidated that those creatures were dispatched by the state. It would be wise for them to refrain from engaging with the authorities at this moment. He could vaguely surmise the purpose of these beast metamorphs' arrival, likely indicating that the state was preparing to intervene and re-establish a fundamental order. Although Mo was not well versed in the concept of a state, he gleaned some understanding from Ming's description. After soaring through the air for approximately 10 kilometers, Ming finally spotted a magnificent male lion, nearly 30 meters in length. To his astonishment, this creature possessed a unique fire attribute. Naturally, Ming was unwilling to let such a prime opportunity slip away, instructing Mo to flap his dragon wings and ascend toward the fiery lion. On the ground, a 30-meter-long lion, engulfed in flames, surveyed the feeble creatures before it with an imposing demeanor. The animals trembled in fear, attempting to appeal to the lion's conscience through the resonance of their souls. However, their hopes were futile, For this lion was not a transformation of a human, but rather a beast raised in a zoo, imbued with an innate ferocity. With a thunderous roar, the fiery lion lunged at the terrified animals. Just as despair enveloped the beast metamorphs, tendrils of black vines, ablaze with fire, descended from above. These tendrils, seemingly imbued with intelligence, swiftly ensnared the lion in midair. In the midst of the animal's astonished expressions, a colossal dragon, also wreathed in crimson flames, emerged from the mist. The fire dragon pounced upon the lion, which was ensnared by the fiery tendrils, its claws effortlessly piercing through the lion's fragile chest. The beast metamorphs were taken aback. The lion, which they had deemed invincible moments before, had been effortlessly dispatched by this dragon. Wait, how could a dragon appear here? Before they could fully process their astonishment, a cold, authoritative gaze swept over them. You have 10 seconds to leave this place. Upon hearing this command, the beast metamorphs were momentarily stunned but quickly regained their composure, expressing their gratitude to Ming before hastily fleeing the area. Once the extraneous animals had departed, Ming instructed Mo to retract his dragon wings and subsequently severed the energy supply to him. Truth be told, when Ming discovered that he could unleash flames through the tendrils extended by Mo, he was taken aback, though the shock was more exhilarating than alarming. Regardless, the unexpected unlocking of a new form of attack filled him with joy. He generously offered the lion's rear and lower half to Mo. Come, little black. You've worked hard today. Enjoy this as a well-deserved feast. Xuanma, however, did not dwell on such thoughts, feeling immensely grateful as it exclaimed, "Thank you, master. You are truly kind to me." With that, it transformed once more into a colossal python, voraciously devouring its meal. This behavior was also a lesson imparted by Ming. Firstly, to remain inconspicuous, and secondly, to conceal its true prowess. Generally, Xuanma would be worn as a bracelet upon Ming's left arm. Upon extracting the soul gem of the blazing lion, he discovered that it had indeed transformed into a fiery red diamond-shaped crystal. However, unlike Ming's soul gem, this particular gem lacked the faint glimmer of golden light. This led him to ponder the extraordinary origins of the golden flower, even beginning to doubt whether it was truly a species native to Blue Star. After consuming the soul gem and flesh of the lion, Ming's physique noticeably expanded once more, even the soul gem subtly increasing in size. Following this incident, he no longer felt the urgency to soar into the sky in search of prey, opting instead to hunt within the city's forest. Approximately 2 hours later, a voice resonated throughout the entire city. Attention, residents of Longhua City. We are personnel dispatched by the government to establish a survivor base. We kindly request all residents to proceed orderly to the convention center area. If there are any beastmen engaged in security work, we invite you to assist us in maintaining order. Upon hearing this announcement, Ming felt no surprise, having just witnessed that group piloting specialized warplanes. He had already formed a rough estimate of the situation. After some contemplation, he made his way towards the convention center. After all, he had no pressing matters at hand, and it wouldn't be unreasonable to investigate and gather information. As he journeyed, the broadcast continued. According to the latest regulations issued by the government, we will be unifying the establishment of the Phantom Beast Alliance. All beastmen shall henceforth be collectively referred to as Phantom Beasts. Those evolved from animals, inclined towards peace and neutrality, will be termed Spirit Beasts, while those embodying destruction and chaos shall be known as Fierce Beasts. Currently, Phantom Beasts are classified into 3 realms: the savage species and the slumbering species. Listening to the enlightening discourse enveloping the city, Ming nodded thoughtfully. Fusion species? Quite fitting, he mused. This announcement was not solely heard by Ming. All beastmen, or rather, Phantom Beasts throughout Longhua City became aware of this news. Across the city, various Phantom Beasts, each distinct in form and expression, raised their heads towards the convention center, their gazes fixed in anticipation. Chapter 24. The Urban Revival Plan upon a towering tree, reaching a height of 200 meters. A 5-meter-long green serpent and a 3-meter-long oriole stood frozen in place upon hearing the broadcast. The oriole spoke first. "Sister, should we go?" The two, having found refuge atop the enormous tree due to their feeble strength, had scarcely managed to hunt a handful of animals since the fog had descended. In truth, it is not only the stronger creatures. Many weaker fantastical beasts have also chosen to reside atop these towering trees. This strategy effectively mitigates the risk of being preyed upon by larger predators. Of course, competition exists among the trees. When various arboreal creatures converge, a fierce battle is inevitable. The green serpent slowly returned to awareness from the broadcast content. After a moment of hesitation, it suggested, "Let us take a look." With the national authorities now present, their protection might ensure greater safety. The Oriole readily agreed, and the two fantastical beasts cautiously made their way toward the exhibition center. Creatures like them were not few in number, as most fantastical beasts possessed rather inadequate strength. Rather than languish in a perilous urban forest where death could strike at any moment, they preferred to seek refuge within the fantastical beast alliance established by the state. At least once order was restored, their safety would be somewhat assured. In no time, fantastical beasts from every corner began to emerge from their hidden lairs, all heading toward the same destination. However, in contrast to these lower-tier creatures in the food chain, the more powerful predators were not inclined to join the fantastical beast alliance. Having finally seized an opportunity for ascendance, they were reluctant to congregate with the weaker beings for warmth. On a spacious park lawn, several carnivorous creatures of diverse species, each exceeding 20 meters in size, gathered together. Among them, a brown bear towering at 25 meters spoke first. "Brothers, what are your thoughts? Should we head to the exhibition center, or should we bide our time?" The other fantastical beasts exchanged glances and began to voice their opinions. "I wish to see for myself. Perhaps the state possesses information unknown to us. I must leave the city. The stronger creatures here have been consumed, and if this continues, our strength will surely wane. I too wish to depart. Once order is established, they will undoubtedly curtail our hunting. It is often said that the strong walk alone while the weak band together." Some fantastical beasts, priding themselves on their strength, were unwilling to return to an orderly society and turned to venture beyond the city limits. The outside world was home to formidable animal groups that could further enhance their power. Meanwhile, upon arriving near the exhibition center, Ming was astonished by the scene before him. It appeared that several fantastical beasts dispatched by the state had accomplished something remarkable. Within a 5-kilometer radius, the fog had dissipated by more than half. This struck him as peculiar. It seemed the state indeed possessed some formidable capabilities. The ability to devise such a method for dispersing fog in such a short span of time could not possibly be the work of an individual alone. Another point that intrigued Ming was the sight of vast throngs of creatures converging from all directions toward the exhibition center. These are the mythical beasts that have come forth to seek refuge in the alliance established by the nation. As like-minded beings congregated, they naturally formed a spectacular scene reminiscent of an animal migration. The variety of mythical creatures was vast. Some were so obscure that even Ming could not name them. Among them were many beasts measuring 20 to 30 meters in length, and even a giraffe towering 50 meters high was seen amidst the throng. However, Ming felt little excitement at this sight, for even ordinary giraffes can exceed 6 meters in height. A giraffe, just now surpassing 50 meters, seemed to be a disgrace to the other mythical beasts. To avoid unnecessary complications, Ming decided to ascend into the sky, landing atop one of the towering skyscrapers. Although the 50-meter figure could not be concealed, it at least did not incite widespread panic. Before long, the 4 mythical beasts, including the previously observed gorilla, appeared on the central observation deck. The leading gorilla, clad in specially designed attire, spoke with a voice resonant enough to echo throughout the city. "Greetings, fellow mythical beasts. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Shan, and I shall be serving as the president of the Mythical Beast Alliance branch in Longhua City." As his words fell, an immediate hush descended upon the surrounding creatures, eager not to miss a single vital statement. The self-proclaimed Shan continued, "I am aware that many of you have suffered during this time, but from this moment onward, we shall strive to establish a new order. We assure you that as long as you remain within the confines of Longhua City, any further hunting of our mythical brethren will result in relentless pursuit by the entirety of the Huaguan nation." Upon hearing this declaration, the previously tranquil mythical beasts erupted into a frenzy of excitement. Their diverse forms visibly displayed their exhilaration. "Oh, how wonderful! I knew the nation would not abandon us. This is truly fantastic. We no longer have to live in fear." While the majority of the mythical beasts were elated by the news, some began to harbor thoughts of retreat. They had initially come merely to observe the kind of order the Mythical Beast Alliance would establish, and upon hearing this regulation, they no longer wished to stay. Observing the fervent crowd below, Hong Shan suppressed his own thoughts and continued. Furthermore, our mythical beast alliance will be establishing various departments. All mythical beasts can join different departments based on their unique characteristics. In the upcoming period, we will arrange for specialists to clear and expand the roads within the city. All mythical beasts are encouraged to sign up. Contributions will be rewarded according to the workload, allowing you to exchange for various spiritual fruits and elixirs at our treasure pavilion. Listening to Hong Shan's orderly discourse, Ming couldn't help but nod thoughtfully. This approach was indeed reminiscent of the novels he had previously read. 1. It allows us to harness the energy of these low-income households. 2. It accelerates the reconstruction of Longhua City. A feasible urban revitalization plan has been swiftly devised. It seems we should not underestimate the power of the nation. With this thought in mind, Hong Shan below has reached its conclusion. Upon learning some details about the mist and the energy within the body, now referred to as spiritual energy, Ming lost his desire to continue listening. The next phase should be preparations before a thorough cleanup. This does not concern him greatly. It is time to depart from this place. Chapter 25. Refusal of recruitment indeed. From the moment he heard the news that the Beast Alliance intended to establish a safe zone within the city, he felt inclined to leave. With his capabilities, he had no desire to linger here for street cleaning. Moreover, the formidable creatures within the city had mostly been vanquished by him. It was time to shift his gaze and explore the outside world. Just as Ming turned to prepare for his departure, a spider, measuring over 20 meters in length, slowly emerged not far from him. As the spider made its entrance, a gentle female voice followed. "Sir Dragon, please wait a moment." Ming paused, assessing the creature for a moment before inquiring, "What is it?" The spider's mandibles moved, its 6 eyes glimmering with a mysterious light. "I am Zhu, representing the Beast Alliance, here to recruit you. With your strength, you could undoubtedly secure a place within the alliance." Upon hearing this, Ming slightly shook his head and replied, "I'm afraid I have no intention of joining at this time." However, Zhu was not willing to concede so easily and attempted to persuade him further. In response, Ming summoned his dragon wings, transforming into a black meteor that shot into the sky. His movement immediately attracted the attention of many beasts below. Upon witnessing the winged dragon, a wave of inexplicable astonishment swept over the minds of all the beasts. Some even gasped aloud, "What on earth? How can there be a dragon? Could it have received a system? Aren't we all supposed to transform into animals that exist in reality? Who is this incredible individual? Brother, wait for me. I am your long-lost sibling." On the rooftop, Zhu looked up at the sky, her 2 spider legs awkwardly fidgeting in front of her. With a sigh of resignation, she muttered, "I knew it would turn out like this. It's all the captain's fault for insisting I come here." Far away by a great river, a small panda was conversing with a turtle whose shell was over 40 meters in diameter. "Mr. Ming, please join our Beast Alliance. I will ensure you become the vice president." The turtle, resembling a moving hill, immediately shook its head and responded, "President Luo, you needn't persuade me further. I am accustomed to being solitary and prefer not to engage with others." Upon hearing this, the small panda felt a deep sense of reluctance, but recognized that further persuasion would be futile. Subsequently, the two engaged in conversation for a moment longer, before the alligator turtle turned once more and swam towards the river. This alligator turtle was no other than Pang Bo, who had been unwittingly borrowed by Ming under a pseudonym. Now, he was once again carrying Ming's borrowed identity as one of the infamous 3 scoundrels. After crystallizing the soul gem, Pang Bo had journeyed eastward along the river. Along the way, he fortuitously awakened a formidable devouring attribute, and, through a series of fortunate encounters, he had grown to his current stature, with an almost invincible ability to consume and a robust shell for defense. It could be said that Pang Bo had yet to encounter a worthy opponent capable of eliciting his true strength. Beneath the water's surface, Pang Bo glided with a leisurely grace, following the current. I recall that not too long ago, we were nearing the confluence with the sea. Surely, the ocean holds an abundance of sustenance, allowing my power to ascend rapidly once again. Just wait, your king shall arrive. Upon reaching the outskirts of the city, Ming truly witnessed the transformation of the world. In contrast to the flora within the city, the plants outside were evidently growing at an exponentially accelerated rate. Even the most ordinary weeds towered above 5 meters, while some low bushes reached heights of 30 or 40 meters. The sprawling, towering forest stretched skyward, often reaching heights of several hundred to 1,000 meters. Remarkably, amidst such towering trees, there was no semblance of congestion. Ming found himself questioning whether Blue Star had also expanded under the influence of this mist. Otherwise, how could one explain these extraordinary phenomena? If everything had grown larger, it seemed quite plausible that Blue Star had as well. After all, the thought of colossal titans jostling for space was overwhelming. Mo was equally curious about the outside world, transforming into a black vine serpent that wove and spiraled around the surroundings. Not only was this creature observant, but it also had a penchant for asking an array of questions. Master, what is this plant? That is foxtail grass. And this one? What about this? Thorny dog, daughter. Master, you truly possess vast knowledge. Then what am I, a plant? After searching for a while, without finding a plant similar to itself, Mo expressed its bewilderment. Ming's eyes reflected a moment of contemplation. When he first encountered this creature, it had leaves resembling black claws, not resembling any ordinary earthly plant. Its inquiry momentarily stumped him. However, seeing Mo's inquisitive gaze fixed upon him, eagerly awaiting an answer, Ming eventually ventured a guess. You might be some kind of climbing plant, perhaps a loofah or a climbing tiger. Moreover, you should be considered a unique species that straddles the line between plant and animal. Mo pondered this. Master, how do plants reproduce then? Ming was taken aback, uncertain where this creature had gleaned such knowledge. With a swift glare, it questioned, what are you thinking? As a mere plant, it was impossible for it to engage with humans in such a manner. Mo could not comprehend why Ming had suddenly reacted so intensely. Nevertheless, suppressing its curiosity, it inquired, Master, but I too cannot. Before it could utter another word, Ming, as if anticipating its question, resolutely provided an answer. To prevent this child from posing any more astonishing queries, Ming initiated their first hunt in the wild. Before long, they set their sights on a wild boar, its size exceeding 30 meters. Ming instructed Mo to draw upon his energy, which allowed the plant to conjure several fiery vine lances. With blinding speed, they descended from the heavens, pinning the boar in place. The fierce flames ignited, and the boar let out a desperate and furious roar. Simultaneously, it struggled mightily to break free from the confines of the vines. However, fortified by Ming's energy, Mo's vines had significantly enhanced both in hardness and resilience, ensuring that the boar could not easily escape. Seizing the opportunity, Ming unleashed a column of fire, crashing down upon the beast's head, causing it to screech in agony. Following this, a series of lethal ranged attacks ensued, and the wild boar found itself utterly defenseless, ultimately meeting its demise. Upon witnessing the boar's fall, Ming gracefully descended, first allowing Mo to partake of the spoils, then smilingly encouraged, Little Black, feast upon it. This bounty is all yours. These are truly nourishing treasures. Hearing this, Mo felt a swell of gratitude, replying, Thank you, Master, as it eagerly devoured the boar's carcass. After the beast was vanquished, Mo gradually fell into contemplation. This won't do. My master continually reserves the finest for me. What about him? I must seek out some nourishing treasures to offer him in return. During this time, Mo had long forgotten the initial compulsion to submit. On the contrary, it felt immense gratitude for the bond formed with Ming. His meticulous care and unwavering teachings had proven invaluable. In Mo's own words, following Ming promised a hopeful future and the potential for greater strength. If Mo possessed human intellect, it might have felt manipulated or ensnared in a cult. Yet, this child bore no such suspicions, and thus, it gradually fell into the carefully woven trap Ming had set, wholeheartedly aligning itself with him. Little Black, what occupies your thoughts? The voice broke through Mo's reverie, drawing its consciousness back to the present. Nothing, Master. Is there something you need? Mo shook its serpentine head and turned to look at Ming, who regarded it with a thoughtful gaze. As the voice emerged, it suggested that once we finished our meal, we would continue our journey. I seemed to have heard the roar of a beast echoing from the mountains. Upon hearing this, Mo, without hesitation, transformed into a pair of dragon wings, swiftly elevating Ming into the sky. In the blink of an eye, 2 days had passed. During this period, Ming, alongside Mo, tirelessly hunted mutated creatures day and night, accumulating an ever-growing reservoir of energy within. As the pace of his physical growth began to decelerate, Ming faintly sensed that he was nearing a bottleneck. Although he was uncertain about the transformations that awaited him in the next realm, his enthusiasm remained exceptionally vigorous. High in the sky, in his dragon form, Ming was maneuvering with grace, clutching a mountain pig over 20 meters long with his forepaws. His intent was not merely to locate a suitable feeding spot, but rather to position himself strategically to lure a pangolin, a creature endowed with the ability to burrow underground. This pangolin was an impressive 50 meters in length, nearly rivaling his own size, and possessed a unique earth attribute ability, marking it as the most formidable creature he had encountered in the past 2 days. Previously, he and Xianmo had underestimated the pangolin's earth attribute capabilities, resulting in its narrow escape. This time, he was determined to claim it as his own. Xiaohei, do you understand the strategy one laid out for you earlier? Upon hearing this, Xianmo promptly nodded in affirmation, responding, I understand, master. Receiving this precise reply, a confident smile graced Ming's eyes. Without further contemplation, he hurled the mountain pig towards the pockmarked ground. Boom! The massive mountain pig crashed to the earth, creating a deep crater upon impact. Within 3 minutes, a pangolin over 50 meters long emerged from the ground. Its body was a rich earth-toned hue, covered in robust, hardened scales. After surveying its surroundings and confirming the absence of danger, it began to tear into the carcass of the mountain pig. However, after only a couple of bites, a black vine erupted from the pig's body, piercing swiftly into the pangolin's mouth. The pangolin, taken aback, bit down in a desperate attempt to sever the vine. In the next instant, several more vines shot forth, ensnaring its jaws, limbs, neck, and tail, immobilizing it in place, with the vines constraining it. An increasing number of black tendrils frantically burrowed into the pangolin's body, causing crimson blood to spurt forth like columns. The pangolin hastily summoned its internal energy, seeking to purge the invading vines from its system. Yet, before it could react, a thorny behemoth, nearly 60 meters in length, surged forth from the nearby forest. Reaching its side in the blink of an eye, with claws engulfed in blazing flames, it struck down with tremendous force upon the pangolin's head. Boom! The powerful blow shattered the pangolin's skull. The towering beast of thorns was none other than Ming, while the black vines were the mysterious ink that had burrowed into the corpse of the wild boar. In excruciating pain, the pangolin launched a desperate counterattack. Jagged stone spikes erupted from its surface, hurtling wildly in all directions. However, Ming was well prepared. Just as the spikes were released, a shield woven from black vines appeared before him. Simultaneously, Ming unleashed a torrent of flames, enveloping the entire body of the pangolin. The searing fire provoked a wretched roar from the creature, yet bound by the black vines, it could not escape into the earth. Moreover, the mysterious ink, having absorbed Ming's energy, showed no fear of the fierce flames. Time ticked by, and within a mere minute, the 50-meter beast was utterly drained of life. As the black vines slowly retracted, Ming extinguished the flames and praised the mysterious ink. Little Black, well done. Before he could finish his sentence, the ink spoke up. Master, this bounty should be yours. You have been leaving the spoils for me these past days. Now it is my turn to honor you. I shall feast on this wild boar. Without waiting for Ming's response, the ink transformed into a giant python and lunged at the boar, which had already suffered a bite to its rear. Ming was taken aback, but ultimately chose to refrain from further comments, shaking his head as he began to gnaw on the roasted pangolin. Little Black has even learned to show me gratitude. It seems my teachings have not been in vain. He mused, a hint of satisfaction gleaming in his eyes. Approximately 10 minutes later, the entire pangolin had been consumed, and its soul gem had naturally been absorbed, significantly enhancing Ming's soul energy. To his surprise, he felt a sensation of fullness coursing through his body, indicating that he had reached his current limits. Before Ming could contemplate his next course of action, the mysterious ink exclaimed joyfully, Master, I have just gained a new ability. Ming turned, astonished, his gaze fixed on the ink with curiosity. The ink, not keeping him in suspense, promptly explained its newfound power. I have acquired a paralyzing ability that allows my vines to inflict paralysis. Targets that come into contact with them will experience varying degrees of physical rigidity based on the disparity in strength. If they are significantly weaker than me, they will be immobilized. According to the Ink's account, this ability was obtained after devouring the soul gem of the wild boar. Remarkably, This power was exceedingly compatible with the ink, leaving Qi Ming momentarily at a loss for words. Chapter 27. The Incubator? What a twist. The creature had intended to honor Qi Ming by consuming the smaller wild boar, only to end up discarding a watermelon and seizing an even larger one. Is this truly the fabled aura of the protagonist? Is the true hero actually the little black one and not me? Enveloped in self-doubt, Qi Ming couldn't help but lament the unpredictability of life and the capricious nature of fate. Xian Mo, oblivious to Qi Ming's inner turmoil, mistakenly assumed he was merely rejoicing in his own newfound abilities. He hurriedly approached Qi Ming, sheepishly saying, "Master, I had no inkling I would gain such powers. Had I known, I would have reserved them all for you." Observing Xian Mo's remorseful demeanor, Qi Ming opened his mouth, momentarily at a loss for words. After a long pause, he managed to utter, "It's all right. This ability suits you quite well." Upon receiving Qi Ming's praise, Xian Mo became exuberant, darting around him in delight. "Fear not, master. Once I grow stronger, I shall protect you diligently." Seeing Xian Mo's childlike exuberance, a smile crept into Qi Ming's eyes. After all, he was still a newly born child. Had he encountered some ungrateful wretch, he might have been betrayed countless times already. The lizard and the vine took a moment to rest before preparing to continue their journey. At that moment, a cerulean light orb suddenly illuminated before them. This orb, about a meter in diameter, began to morph as soon as it appeared. In less than 3 seconds, a luminous blue tadpole emerged, radiating a shimmering water blue glow, with ripples of azure visible within. The tadpole boasted 2 large, glistening eyes and a rotund body akin to a basketball, with a short, flat tail adorned with ethereal, flowing blue ribbons, resembling a continuously flowing stream. Taken aback by the sight, Qi Ming and Xian Mo were momentarily stunned. However, before they could speak, the blue tadpole cheerfully introduced itself. "Hello, I am Ada, a hatchling." Qi Ming, filled with curiosity, regarded the sudden appearance of the tadpole with heightened wariness. In contrast, Xian Mo, rather carefree, inquired, "A hatchling? What does that entail?" The self-proclaimed Ada released a series of small bubbles and gracefully swam through the air with its tail. A hatchling is one who aids you in becoming stronger and addresses your queries. For instance, right now, you are on the brink of evolution, and my presence is to guide you on how to proceed. Ada turned its gaze to Qi Ming and boldly continued, "You have indeed reached a bottleneck." Qi Ming, astonished, was taken aback by the tadpole's ability to perceive his predicament so effortlessly. Yet, recalling his multitude of questions, he suppressed his swirling thoughts and asked Ada, "Do you know what these mists are all about? Why do we humans transform into animals?" Ada blinked its eyes slowly and replied, "This, I cannot divulge at present. You shall acquire that knowledge only after you transcend to the rank of Lord." Qi Ming found himself at a loss for words. It was said that he would receive answers to his inquiries, yet here he was, faced with a refusal to respond right from the outset. Wasn't that rather deceiving? Though the words were spoken, he keenly detected the mention of the term Lord. Without hesitation, Qi Ming directly voiced his curiosity, inquiring, "Is the Lord a realm attained after merging species?" Ada contemplated for a moment, then shook his head and replied, "What you refer to as violent species, somnolent species, and merged species are merely the intermediate phases of the juvenile form. Upon your breakthrough, you shall enter the growth stage, followed by maturity, and only thereafter will you ascend to the rank of Lord. Similarly, both the growth and maturity stages are subdivided into 3 smaller phases each." Upon hearing this, Qi Ming felt a sense of peculiarity. Goodness, he had already reached 60 meters, yet he was still merely a juvenile? Moreover, according to Ada, he had to progress through 6 stages before attaining the status of Lord? Setting aside his astonishment, Xian Mo, filled with curiosity, asked, "Ada, why can I not sense your life force? Are you a ghost?" During the past few days, Qi Ming had shared various oddities with Xian Mo during their idle moments, which had indeed broadened its understanding. Now, upon encountering the intriguing incubator Ada, Xian Mo's interest was piqued. Ada, meanwhile, responded with bubbles, "I am not a ghost. I exist as a being beyond your current comprehension." Xian Mo nodded, partly understanding, and further inquired, "Are you my and the master's golden finger?" Ada paused, casting a peculiar glance at Xian Mo, then replied, "You could say that, or you could say otherwise. I am merely a projection of myself. At present, there are over 8,000 of my projections on Blue Star. Whenever a life form approaches the brink of evolution, I send forth a projection to accompany them. Moreover, do not expect me to assist you in battle. This is merely a projection and cannot perform complex actions. In summary, you need only to know that I shall not bring you harm." Upon hearing this, Xian Mo quietly sighed in relief. Its inquiry stemmed from a concern that Ada might usurp its place in Qi Ming's heart. To its surprise, this entity shared its resources with other life forms and possessed no combat abilities. This revelation diminished Xian Mo's interest in Ada, extinguishing any further questions. Regardless of how much it understood, to the master, it was merely a mobile encyclopedia, incapable of surpassing its own prowess. With this thought, Xian Mo withdrew all the dark vines back into its form, coiling them around Qi Ming's left arm, and fell silent. Unaware of Xian Mo's inner musings, Ada floated gracefully in the air, devoid of new inquiries. However, Qi Ming found himself lost in contemplation upon hearing Ada's response. No matter how one viewed it, this being appeared exceedingly suspicious, possessing sudden abilities and seemingly extensive knowledge of the misty realm. There are indications that this self-proclaimed incubator, resembling a tadpole, is quite extraordinary, claiming to possess over 8,000 projections in the blue star. However, the individual before him seems to be the sole source of knowledge regarding these matters. Contemplating this, Qi Ming posed the most pressing question: how can one transcend to the growth stage? Upon hearing this, Ada appeared invigorated. It circled Qi Ming midair before nodding subtly, stating that his energy reserves were now sufficient. What remained was to locate a secure area and immerse his consciousness into the soul gem, thereby communicating with the soul to absorb the surrounding energy for the breakthrough. Yet, the transition from the juvenile to the mature stage marks a pivotal evolutionary moment for any life form. Chapter 28. Two Paths of Evolution. This is a topic that warrants careful discussion. The first evolution presents two distinct paths: the evolution of the entity itself and the path of fusion evolution. Within a spacious courtyard, a blue tadpole was explaining these concepts to a yellow-edged turtle, a red fox, and a white heron, the latter being Su Hong, one of the notorious trio. After seeking refuge with the nation, now more accurately referred to as the headquarters of the Beast Alliance, they received substantial training, largely due to the connection with his teacher, the yellow-edged turtle, Master Mu's granddaughter. This relationship afforded them access to abundant resources. However, after the breakthrough, continued training would necessitate corresponding contributions from him. With the accumulation of ample resources, Su Hong quickly approached the threshold of fusion species. His height had now reached 30 meters, and his wingspan extended to 60 meters. Upon hearing the words of the self-styled incubator, Ada, Su Hong expressed his confusion. What do body evolution and fusion evolution entail? Ada, gliding freely, elaborated that body evolution involves directly absorbing mist to achieve a breakthrough, resulting in varying degrees of enhancement. Upon hearing this, both the yellow-edged turtle and the red fox nodded thoughtfully. As for fusion evolution, it entails selecting a favored animal, consuming it, and then initiating the evolution. This process allows the incorporation of the creature's genetic lineage into one's own, transforming into a fused beast. However, I must caution you that fusion evolution is unpredictable. For instance, if one desires the wings of a particular animal, they might instead develop scales or spines. Su Hong was momentarily taken aback, then promptly dismissed the notion. Setting aside the challenges of merging alien genes, the uncontrollable nature of this process alone was enough to deter him. Yet, another thought occurred to him, prompting him to inquire again. Ada, regardless of whether it is body evolution or fusion evolution, will awakening special abilities follow the transition to the growth stage? Without hesitation, Ada replied affirmatively. Yes, both pathways lead to that awakening. Ultimately, the abilities one can awaken depend entirely on their own fortune. The red fox blinked and turned to the yellow-edged turtle, inquiring, "Teacher, which type of evolution do you think would be more advantageous?" Upon hearing this, the yellow-edged turtle hesitated for a moment before responding. "I believe that for us, a fundamental evolution would be more suitable. We three already possess considerable potential. If we delve deeper, we might uncover even more unexpected abilities. However, for those beasts that lack distinctive traits, they might consider fusion evolution as a gamble." As soon as the words left his mouth, Ada cast an approving glance at the yellow-edged turtle. "Mu Lao is right. Your potential is commendable, so opting for fundamental evolution is advisable. Fusion evolution heavily relies on luck and is not suitable for you." Su Hong, standing nearby, silently nodded in agreement. Fusion evolution seems tailored for creatures at the bottom of the food chain or those seeking to defy fate. Having made their decision, Su Hong and the others immediately commenced their breakthrough. Su Heng's consciousness sank into the realm of his soul, observing the white heron encased within the irregular white crystal before him. Without hesitation, he dove straight in. Instantly, a peculiar wave surged through his entire being. The surrounding mist began to converge towards him at a visibly rapid pace. Gradually, the mist enveloped his entire form, forming a colossal cocoon of white fog. From a distance, the yellow-edged turtle and the red fox were similarly encased in their own fog cocoons. Each of the three mist cocoons stood apart, independently absorbing the surrounding dense fog. Ada floated quietly in the air, whispering, "I wonder how many promising seedlings will emerge this time." As time trickled by, the duration unknown, frost suddenly began to appear around Su Hong. The frost spread, crystallizing the nearby ground into ice. However, before it could extend too far, a wave of intense heat halted its advance. Surrounding the red fox, wisps of crimson flames ignited. In the contrast of cold and heat, ice and fire, a golden defensive barrier appeared around the yellow-edged turtle. Almost simultaneously, the mist cocoons surrounding the three dispersed, revealing their forms. The yellow-edged turtle's appearance remained largely unchanged, though intricate and complex patterns adorned its shell. The texture appeared several times harder than before. Su Heng's feathers shimmered with an even more resplendent luster, while the plumes atop his head became more ethereal. His beak and talons transformed into a crystalline texture, and his eyes radiated an icy blue light, resembling a snow sprite. Meanwhile, the red fox, aside from the addition of fiery effects on its body, exhibited no significant changes, which left it feeling somewhat disheartened. It still harbored the hope of sprouting a new tail, evolving towards the mythical nine-tailed fox. However, it now seemed that such aspirations were mere fantasies. After all, reality is not a television drama. How could a creature like the nine-tailed fox ever manifest? Within a natural cavern, an endless multitude of black vines incessantly spread and grew in every corner. These vines were remarkably resilient, adorned with menacing black leaves that gave them a striking appearance. The cavern was filled with various rocks, some hanging upside down, others jutting out. The black vines intertwined with these stones, creating an unmistakable forbidden zone. At the center of these dark tendrils stood a colossal cocoon, enveloped in flames, silently towering. This cocoon was none other than Ming, who had chosen to evolve in his original form. At that moment, Ming was astounded to discover that he had sprouted a new head. A head, indistinguishable from the first, was flourishing rapidly, soon reaching the same length. To achieve a more harmonious and aesthetically pleasing proportion, the two heads began adjusting themselves autonomously. As he observed his neck elongating, Ming found himself in a state of bewilderment. That was not all. As soon as the new head emerged, an entirely new soul gem was birthed within the second head's consciousness. Yet, Ming did not perceive any division of awareness or the emergence of a second personality. In other tales, this would be akin to gaining an additional dantian out of thin air. The astonishing developments did not cease there. Shortly after the new soul gem coalesced, it began to transform into a bright yellow rhomboid crystal. Moreover, a similar yellow ring-like organ gradually sprouted from the neck of the second head. In an instant, a torrent of complex information surged into Ming's consciousness through the second soul gem. After a considerable moment, Ming gradually regained his composure. He had come to understand that the second head possessed the earth attribute. In simple terms, he could infuse energy into the bright yellow ring-like organ to generate sand or rock. Furthermore, upon breaking through, he had gained a rudimentary control over some detached energy. For instance, he could directly conjure a fiery spear or a rocky shield for offense and defense. This revelation filled Ming with exhilaration. After all, as a seasoned reader with 13 years of experience, he had learned various methods of utilizing different attributes from novels. The only regret he felt was that his current control range was limited to 200 meters. Beyond that, the energy would escape his grasp, much like his previous fiery breath. However, in terms of simply launching these energy attacks, Ming estimated that he could achieve a distance of approximately 2 kilometers. Certainly, these are merely his estimations. The true circumstances will only reveal themselves in the heat of battle, as the surrounding flames gradually abated. Ming's gaze returned to the cave enveloped in tendrils. Upon witnessing Ming's awakening, Xian promptly transformed into a giant python, exclaiming in astonishment, "Master, how have you acquired two heads?" Qi Ming's two heads exchanged a peculiar glance, feeling an oddity at their newfound form. They moved with ease, as if this duality was a natural state for him. Furthermore, the perspectives of both heads seamlessly merged within Qi Ming's mind, displaying an extraordinary agility, devoid of any confusion or entanglement that might lead to defeat. After a moment of contemplation, Qi Ming slowly replied, "I am uncertain. Perhaps it is a mutation?" Nearby, the cerulean tadpole, Ada, floated before him, eyes wide with incredulity. This is a case of aberrant evolution. The probability of such an evolution occurring is less than 1 in a million. Moreover, even if it does occur, the mortality rate during the evolution process exceeds 99%. I never imagined you would emerge unscathed, let alone gain dual attributes. Even more astonishing is the emergence of an additional soul gem. Truly remarkable. Hearing this, Qi Ming felt a twinge of indignation, as if Ada suggested he should not have survived at all. Yet, simultaneously, a sense of wariness toward Ada began to stir within him. He had not disclosed the existence of the extra soul gem, yet Ada had discerned it effortlessly. It seemed he could not be deceived by this creature's outward appearance. Ada continued to mutter, "How peculiar. Other life forms undergoing aberrant evolution typically retain only a single attribute. How is it you awaken too? This is my first encounter with two soul gems." In response, Qi Ming fell silent for a moment before pondering aloud. Could it be due to my prior awakening? And is there anything amiss with possessing two attributes and two soul gems? Ada shook its head vigorously. That is not the reason. Having two attributes is advantageous. It can even grant you greater combat prowess in the early stages. However, at this point, it deliberately paused. Before Qi Ming could inquire further, Xian extended a vine towards Ada, demanding, "Speak quickly, do not keep us in suspense." Ada, seemingly possessing eyes in the back of its head, deftly evaded the vine's strike. Nevertheless, it did not retaliate against Xian, instead continuing, "It is somewhat akin to the games on your blue star. Dual attributes will inevitably face broader vulnerabilities. Should you encounter an enemy capable of exploiting both weaknesses, you will undoubtedly find yourself at a disadvantage. For instance, if you were to face an enemy with water attributes, you would be severely countered." As Ada concluded its statement, Qi Ming fell deep into contemplation. Although Ada's words were straightforward, they struck with piercing clarity. Should he encounter a water attribute creature of comparable strength, it would undoubtedly require considerable effort to emerge victorious. Meanwhile, Xian, gliding gracefully, entwined itself around Qi Ming's left arm and spoke, "Master, there is no need for fear. Even if we face water attribute creatures, I shall assist you in defeating them." With that, it cast a condescending glance at Ada. This fellow only knows how to utter discouraging words. Quite vexing. Naturally, Ada was oblivious to Xianmo's thoughts. Seemingly inspired, it offered a comforting remark, "Of course, nothing is absolute. As long as your strength is formidable enough, you could indeed become a master of counter-attribute combat. The principles of fire overcoming water and wood overcoming fire can certainly be realized." Upon hearing this, Qi Ming felt a flicker of intrigue within him. He had not given much thought to the concept of elemental opposition. However, Ada's earlier tone suggested that the dual soul gemstone might be an even rarer phenomenon than dual attributes. Sensing Qi Ming's curiosity, Ada's demeanor turned serious. Instances of dual gemstones are not unheard of, but their growth rate is significantly slower than that of ordinary beings. It is akin to others breaking through by filling a single bucket of water, while you must fill two. Nonetheless, dual gemstones possess their own advantages, which we shall discuss further when you achieve the rank of master. "You have done remarkably well," came a voice from the ethereal realm of the celestial palace, where Ada, in its tadpole form, responded promptly, "Thank you for the praise, my lord. It is my duty." Following its gaze, a figure resembling a humanoid with celestial eyes and 10 wings pondered deeply, emanating an awe-inspiring aura that conveyed profound wisdom with every movement. Beside this figure floated another life form, similar in size to Ada, entirely pale yellow with celestial eyes, possessing 3 azure pupils and dual wings. A fleeting glimmer of envy flickered in Ada's eyes as it beheld this extraordinary being. At that moment, the formidable figure spoke again. "I never anticipated that a mere insignificant star would bring me such surprises. Ada, it is time to introduce the species from the other planets into Blue Star." Discuss this matter with the other star spirits. Ada, not daring to show any dissent, replied, Understood, my lord. Just as it was about to depart, the figure called it back. Oh, and remember to subtly favor those promising individuals with some opportunities. Do not let me discover any of your little schemes. You know I can see everything. Ada trembled slightly and responded, Ada would never dare. The formidable figure chuckled softly. Very well, you may go now, but do not let me down. Emerging from the cave, Ming commenced an intense hunting expedition. Having learned that his experience points for leveling up had doubled, he was determined to exert every ounce of effort possible. Chapter 30, Spirit Ring Cannon. Only in this manner could he maintain the hard-won distance he had established with other phantom beasts. In just half an hour, Ming had successfully captured 10 prey, including 4 diminutive sprouts measuring around 20 meters. Previously, he would have simply bypassed such creatures, but in his pursuit of strength, he had no choice but to sacrifice them for his own advancement. After devouring a gazelle exceeding 40 meters in length, Ming hastily proceeded to his next hunting ground. This high-intensity hunting state momentarily transported him back to his high school days, where he recalled rushing to the cafeteria after class, lest he miss out on a meal altogether. At that moment, a silvery beam of light suddenly erupted in the distance. The beam bore a striking resemblance to mist, yet Ming perceptively detected a subtle anomaly. Could this be a legacy crystal? No sooner had he voiced his thoughts than Ada, standing nearby, responded with a glint in her eyes. Indeed, it is a legacy crystal. We must depart quickly, or it may be seized by other creatures. Ming nodded in agreement, without needing to utter a word. Mo unfurled its dragon wings and soared toward the silvery beam. Through their time spent together, the synergy between him and Mo had grown increasingly profound. At times, Mo would intuit Ming's intentions without him having to speak, swiftly executing the most appropriate response. This realization prompted Ming to privately muse that bringing Mo out from the botanical garden had undoubtedly been the wisest decision he had made thus far. In less than a minute, with Mo's assistance, Ming arrived in proximity to the legacy crystal. Fortunately, as Ada had explained, this newly manifested legacy crystal could only be breached by a life form that had attained the growth phase. After swiftly dispatching a group of creatures that had been milling around the legacy crystal, Ming extended his sharp claws to touch the misty barrier enveloping the silvery crystal. In an instant, the barrier dissipated, revealing the softly glowing crystal before him. Just as Ming was about to absorb it, he seemed to recollect something and turned to Ada, inquiring, Do you know what abilities this legacy crystal possesses? Ada looked at Ming with a hint of surprise, pondering for a moment before replying. This crystal is imbued with the spirit ring cannon. It can condense energy within your body to form projectiles around you, with both the quantity and potency correlating to your own strength. These projectiles can be unleashed upon your adversaries at your command, or they can encircle you as a form of warning. Should an enemy's attack make contact with a projectile, it will explode, thereby nullifying a single instance of damage. Upon hearing the crystal's capabilities, Ming hesitated for a moment before glancing at Mo Little Black. This ability will be beneficial for me at present. I shall reserve it for you when I encounter a more suitable one in the future. Although his tone conveyed a sense of declaration rather than consultation, to Mo, it bore a different connotation entirely. Xuanma gazed at Ming in a daze, his heart surging with tumultuous emotions. To him, surrendering his autonomy upon acknowledging Ming as his master had been an irrevocable sacrifice. Even if Ming were to claim the inheritance crystal without uttering a word, Xuanma would harbor no objections. Yet, the fact that Ming intended to address him stirred a profound sense of acknowledgement and respect within Xuanma. Touched, Xuanma suppressed his myriad feelings and said, Master, you may absorb it. I have no need for it. Ming smiled knowingly and replied, Very well. I kindly ask you to guard me. I shall absorb it now. With that, he swallowed the silvery inheritance crystal whole. As his consciousness sank into the realm of his soul, the crystal began to unravel, transforming into radiant strands of light that flowed toward his 2 soul gems. Typically, Ming's soul gems resided in the recesses of his mind, yet he had the ability to summon them both into a singular space of consciousness if he so desired. Observing the crimson and bright yellow gems slowly revolving around him, along with the ethereal reflections of his own soul, each possessing but a single head, Ming found himself lost in contemplation. He sensed that his soul gems were likely more complex than Ada had suggested. However, the specific secrets they harbored would remain elusive until his strength reached a higher echelon. In the external world, Ada waved her blue, watery tail and approached Xuanma with curiosity, inquiring, "You are called Little Black, are you not?" At her words, Xuanma immediately turned to face her with wariness. "What are your intentions? Keep your distance from my master, and call me Xuanma. Little Black is not a name you are entitled to use." Ada blinked her large, round eyes, choosing not to engage in a dispute with Xuanma. "Xuanma, do you not desire that inheritance crystal? The spirit ring cannon is among the most elite of this batch of inheritance crystals, even within the entirety of Blue Star. With your dark affinity, its effects would surely be magnified." Xuanma cast a sidelong glance at Ada and proudly declared, "Is that so? Then I shall feel joy for my master." Ada appeared taken aback and retorted, "Are you unaware of the remarkable applications of the inheritance crystals? The skills inscribed within these crystals allow for a far more efficient utilization of energy, significantly amplifying its potency. If you merely harness dark energy, you will certainly lack the ferocity of other creatures employing inheritance skills." Before she could finish her thought, Xuanma interjected brusquely, "Enough. There is no need to elaborate further. I am aware of your attempts to sow discord between my master and me, but save your efforts. They are futile. Furthermore, as for those so-called inheritance skills, I have no interest, for I have already comprehended my own." As he spoke, the vines surrounding Xuanma began to writhe and transform. In a matter of moments, a magnificent dragon cloaked in black flames materialized before Ada. As Ada observed from the sidelines, she couldn't help but notice that the aura emanating from Xianmo had intensified exponentially in an instant. Gazing at the surrounding black flames, Ada was filled with disbelief. "How is this possible? How have you mastered the realm of life so swiftly?" Mid-sentence, Ada abruptly halted. Upon closer inspection, she realized that the black flames were merely an effect produced by dark energy dissipating in the form of fire. Nevertheless, it was undeniable that Xianmo's manipulation of such energy was, to some extent, comparable to the skills contained within the inheritance crystals. This was a feat made possible only by Xianmo's ability to transform his form at will. Were it any other creature, they might not possess the same prowess. "Did you see that? I do not require any inheritance crystals. As long as I desire, I can learn on my own." Faced with the spirited Xianmo, Ada found herself momentarily at a loss for words. Chapter 31. The Otherworldly. Dark Elves. After a considerable pause, she finally ventured to speak again. "I did not intend to sow discord between you. My curiosity was purely innocent. I believe there may be some misunderstanding regarding my intentions." Xianmo looked down at Ada from his elevated position, and before she could voice her thoughts, a voice emerged from behind. "What misunderstanding? Little Black. What has happened with Ada?" Xianmo hesitated for a moment before turning to reply, "It's nothing, Master. We were merely joking." Ming appeared somewhat taken aback, but chose not to press further. With his keen perception, he could discern the tension between Xianmo and Ada. Yet, he needed Ada to clarify certain uncertainties, so he could not afford to let their relationship become too strained. Deep down, Ming felt a greater affinity towards Xianmo. Given Ada's mysterious origins and her profound understanding of the misty world, which inevitably sparked suspicion. Thankfully, she showed no overt malevolence at present. As for what the future held, that remained to be seen. Xianmo cast a cold glance at Ada before reverting to his form upon Ming's left arm. Simultaneously, a growing wariness toward Ada began to fester in his heart. It was rather peculiar that she chose to speak up just as the master awakened, resembling those white lotus green tea types spoken of by the master. However, considering Ada's usefulness to Ming, Xianmo refrained from exposing her true nature just yet. "Just wait. One day, I shall unveil your true self." Unbeknownst to Ming, the animosity between Xianmo and Ada loomed. With his newfound skills, he was eager to experiment. Exiting the cave, and aided by Xianmo's dragon wings, Ming swiftly arrived at an expansive meadow. Although the weeds had grown to nearly 10 meters high, it was of little concern to Ming, who stood at an impressive 80 meters. As Ming concentrated, fireballs, each exceeding 5 meters in diameter, materialized around him. 10 fireballs whirled around him like a divine halo, continuously rotating in all directions. This spectacle undeniably bestowed an unusual aura upon Ming. The dark ink on his left arm also curiously surveyed the surrounding fireball rings. At that moment, being in harmony with Qi Ming's energy, it could distinctly perceive the flow of energy around them. Qi Ming set his sights on a towering tree, 300 meters high. Without a moment's hesitation, he summoned a fireball and hurled it against the trunk of the colossal tree. The fireball descended like a shooting star, striking the trunk with explosive force. Boom! The violent impact severed the nearly 10-meter-wide trunk in half. Qi Ming, astonished, willed the remaining 9 fireballs to launch in succession, resembling a barrage that reduced the nearby grove of giant trees to mere ashes. What a formidable skill! Shortly thereafter, an idea struck Qi Ming, and rocks began to materialize around him. Before he could target additional trees, a fissure emanating a dark purple glow suddenly appeared nearby, capturing the attention of both Qi Ming and the dark ink. Ada, standing beside them, remarked that this was a portal to another realm, suggesting the arrival of an alien race. No sooner had he spoken than a rough, dark purple-skinned hand emerged from the crack. The owner of the hand pushed furiously, soon revealing most of its form. Upon discerning the figure's appearance, Qi Ming stood frozen in a state of peculiar astonishment. The figure possessed dark purple skin, resembling an adult male human, complete with pointed elven ears. Clad in black armor and wielding a longbow, he looked strikingly akin to a night elf from a video game. Ada, what is happening? This fellow bears an uncanny resemblance to the elves in games. Ada, unfazed, replied that this was indeed the night elf he was familiar with, a being that genuinely existed. As for their appearance in human games, it was all due to quantum mechanics. The thoughts of game designers transcended space, capturing the essence of their dispersed information, thus creating a virtual race modeled after the night elves. Furthermore, many other real races had also made cameo appearances in human games or films. Listening to Ada's seemingly absurd explanation, Qi Ming felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. All right. When in doubt, invoke quantum mechanics, right? In contrast to Qi Ming's imposing 80-meter stature and 2 heads emanating a subtle authority, the male figure resembling a night elf appeared noticeably more anxious. With both hands on his longbow, he seemed poised to attack at the slightest provocation. However, Qi Ming had no time to spare for idle standoffs. With a mere thought, he sent a 5-meter diameter rock crashing toward the night elf. The night elf's face displayed a mixture of surprise and suspicion as he swiftly loosed a dark purple arrow towards the colossal stone sphere. Simultaneously, peculiar sounds emanated from his mouth, and his very soul began to tremble violently. Upon the collision of the dark purple energy arrow and the stone, a fierce explosion erupted, sending shockwaves that dissipated into the surrounding air. However, before the night elf could exhale in relief, another stone sphere, akin to a meteor shower, cascaded towards him. The elf's countenance shifted dramatically. Just as he intended to turn and evade, tendrils of black vines shot forth from the surroundings, ensnaring him and rendering him immobile in an instant. Boom, boom, boom. The 9 consecutive rock projectiles descended, leaving the night elf as nothing more than a gruesome mess. Qi Ming's eyes widened in astonishment. He had not anticipated the fragility of this elf. Xiaohei, since this night elf shares your dark attributes, you should consume his flesh. He uttered these words out of sheer disbelief, for he found the gruesome sight unpalatable. Xian, however, felt deeply touched, interpreting this as Qi Ming recalling his promise of compensation during their previous encounter with the inheritance crystal. To his surprise, Qi Ming had already begun to compensate him with the very first prey. What shared attributes? It was merely an excuse for the master to allow him to indulge without guilt. Xian buried his feelings of gratitude deep within, resolutely declaring, "Understood, master. I shall proceed at once." As Qi Ming watched Xian rapidly absorb the flesh, a hint of a smile graced his face. He then recalled something and turned towards the water-blue tadpole, asking, "Ada, why couldn't I comprehend the soul's voice of the night elf earlier?" He had distinctly sensed the fluctuation of the elf's soul sound, but failed to grasp its meaning. This left Qi Ming feeling somewhat regretful, as the night elf appeared to possess considerable wisdom. Had he been able to understand the soul's voice, he might have engaged in conversation. Chapter 32. The Soul Barrier. Ada, seemingly unsurprised, appeared to have anticipated Qi Ming's inquiry. "This is because you belong to different worlds. A barrier exists between souls, rendering communication impossible." As it spoke, it swayed its tail and blinked its round eyes. "Would you like to know how to understand the soul sounds of other races?" Qi Ming was momentarily taken aback and followed up with, "How? Aren't you unable to assist?" Ada released a series of small bubbles. I cannot assist directly. I merely wish to inform you that upon breaking through to the Lord level, you will dismantle this soul barrier, allowing you to comprehend the soul sounds of other worlds. In summary, the Lord level serves as a critical threshold, so focus on enhancing your strength. I have great faith in your potential. In the capital city, within a courtyard, a yellow-edged turtle with a shell diameter of 40 meters was engaged in some activity upon an enormous research platform. Strangely, the claws that originally belonged to the turtle have transformed into a shape remarkably akin to a human hand. This is indeed a consequence of the yellow-margined turtle's recent evolution. It must be acknowledged that this hand configuration undoubtedly provides immense convenience to its fervent research endeavors. At this juncture, the turtle appears to have made a discovery, as the light in its eyes grows increasingly radiant. Following its gaze, one can see a 2-meter-long silver lance quietly resting on the research table. The surface of the lance is adorned with intricate and complex patterns, resembling some form of array. The yellow-margined turtle extends a finger and gently touches the lance, and an overwhelming surge of energy floods into it. After a brief moment, it slowly articulates, so this is how it is. The array here serves to gather the surrounding spiritual energy and convert it into usable energy. If this array could be applied to other machinery. As it speaks, the excitement in the turtle's demeanor intensifies. Yet, it takes a deep breath, suppressing all emotions. The situation is not yet resolved, and it cannot afford to rejoice prematurely. Just as it prepares to delve into its research, a red fox and a white egret burst in. Between them flits a freely floating blue tadpole. The red fox moves hastily, seemingly agitated. Teacher, we have just discovered another foreign species. But Su Hong didn't even give it a chance to speak before he killed it. Su Hong, however, responds with indifference. Didn't Ada mention that without a breakthrough, one cannot comprehend the intentions of the other? If I do not eliminate it, shall I wait for it to cause harm? The red fox hesitates, but continues to argue. How can you be certain that the foreign species is malevolent? Before it can finish, Ada interjects. I believe Su Hing acted correctly. Regardless of whether the foreign species is good or bad, there exists an old saying in our country. Those who are not of my kind will surely have different intentions. Hu Jiao. You cannot rely solely on your subjective judgment to ascertain whether they are benevolent or malevolent. With that, Ada circles around and continues. Imagine if you were that foreign species entering a world where most are inferior to you. Would you coexist peacefully with them? I believe the majority of beings would contemplate consuming them to enhance their own strength. Ada's words, though blunt, carry a chilling detachment, especially when emanating from its seemingly harmless demeanor, imparting an additional layer of indifference towards life. The red fox wishes to retort, but is halted by the yellow-margined turtle. All right. Jiao, come assist me with the research. Hung, you accompany Ada outside for now. We have sufficient personnel here. The yellow-margined turtle's action reflects an understanding of the red fox's inherently kind nature. Of course, this kindness is not inherently flawed. However, in this tumultuous era, unrelenting benevolence will only invite oppression. Keeping the red fox by its side for research serves, in a sense, as a form of protection for it. Su Hong nodded in response, offering a slight bow to Huang Yuangu, and then proceeded to walk outside. Once he stepped out of the courtyard, he felt as if he had shed shackles, his entire being significantly lighter. Previously, every time he acted alongside the red fox, he would be the subject of criticism, which had long since stirred discontent within him. However, given that the red fox was also a disciple of his teacher, he refrained from severing ties directly. Nevertheless, he was relieved that no one would criticize him any longer. Ada followed closely behind, circling in front of Su Hong, exclaiming, "Let us set forth, Su Heng. There are countless opportunities awaiting you outside. Your talents among this batch of phantom beasts are quite commendable. I hold great expectations for you. Master, I have acquired a new ability." After devouring the corpse of the Dark Night Elf, Xian Mo excitedly returned to Qi Ming to share this thrilling news. Qi Ming was momentarily taken aback, thinking, goodness, Xian Mo's luck is extraordinary. Could it be that the protagonist's halo is truly at play here? While this delighted him, it also instilled a sense of unease. After all, he had not been particularly attentive to it. He often provided it with food that he himself did not wish to eat. Should he perhaps treat Xian Mo with more kindness in the future? That way, if it flourished, it would not turn against him. Contemplating this, Qi Ming organized his thoughts and asked, Xian Mo, what ability have you obtained? Without hesitation, Xian Mo replied, I have gained healing powers. I can now utilize dark energy to heal my master's injuries." Upon hearing this, Ming felt a surge of joy. Through his recent studies and Ada's explanations, he had discovered that his own energy could only heal physical wounds. Once it came to energy-related damage, the healing effect would significantly diminish. Now that Mo had fortuitously acquired healing abilities, Ming was undeniably thrilled. However, he pondered how a dark-type night elf could possess a healing method. In response to Ming's confusion, Ada chuckled and explained, "What is so strange about that? Not only dark types, but all attributes possess their own healing methods. However, healing techniques are generally quite rare. The rarer they are, the smaller the chance of inheriting them through consumption." He never expected Mo to have such remarkable luck. Nodding thoughtfully, Ming understood that merely consuming another being did not guarantee the acquisition of its inheritance. It all hinged on probability. Mo, displaying impatience, shot a glance at Ada before swiftly returning to perch on Ming's left arm, seemingly unwilling to endure another moment in its presence. Ming noticed Mo's little temper and smiled, saying, "Very well, let us continue our journey." Chapter 33. The terrifying fusion griffin after breaking through to the growth stage. Ming's vision in the mist extended over 2 kilometers. However, in this perilous world of ever-present dangers, even this range proved insufficient. High above, Ming, possessing 2 heads, soared rapidly through the air with the aid of his Xuanma dragon wings. Suddenly, a shrill buzzing sound echoed from the distant sky, rapidly approaching his location. Ming's mind sharpened. He quickly summoned Xuanma to halt and descended swiftly into the forest below. Barely 2 seconds after concealing himself among the trees, Ming witnessed a terrifying swarm of bees, each at least half a meter in size, numbering in the thousands, sweeping past above him like a dark cloud. Gazing at the densely packed swarm overhead, a shiver ran down his spine. Fortunately, his earlier quick thinking had spared him. Otherwise, facing such a formidable horde would surely have left him covered in painful welts, if not worse. After what felt like an eternity of 3 minutes, the countless bees finally vanished from the sky. Ming took a deep breath and, alongside the equally tense Xuanma, continued their flight in a different direction. This experience deepened his understanding of the dangers inherent in this world. The arrogance stemming from his newfound strength dissipated in an instant. Survival at all costs was the most prudent approach. Ming had no intention of following the bees to their hive in search of royal jelly, given his current capabilities. Confronting such a vast swarm, along with an unknown and potentially powerful queen, would be an endeavor fraught with peril, a veritable path to self-destruction. After leaving that area, Ming flew another 200 kilometers before gradually coming to a halt. Surely, after such a distance, he would be far from the bees? Just as he began to relax, Xuanma exclaimed, "Master, it seems there is a battle over there." Startled, Ming quickly turned to the direction indicated by Xuanma. Indeed, he saw blue blades of wind and frosty shards slicing through the forest not far away. After a moment's hesitation, he and Xuanma cautiously approached. Through the mist and dense foliage, they beheld 2 imposing beasts engaged in a fierce battle. One was a frost wolf, over 60 meters long, its entire body cloaked in white, having awakened its frost abilities. The other resembled a mythical griffin, a fusion creature with a lion's body, an eagle's head, and a pair of majestic wings. Moreover, Ming noticed a familiar figure hovering not far behind the griffin, a water-blue tadpole. Ada? Ming turned to find Ada still floating by his side. Noticing Ming's gaze, Ada immediately blinked her round eyes and said, "Did I not tell you that this is merely a projection of mine? The griffin possesses immense potential, which is why I have arranged for a projection to accompany it. Rest assured, should the 2 of you engage in combat, I will remain impartial." Ming nodded thoughtfully. It was his first encounter with Ada's projection. There was something peculiar about it, yet he seemed to recall something and inquired again, "Ada, is that griffin a product of fusion evolution? Is it a phantom beast or something else?" Ada twirled around, inadvertently splashing a few droplets of water with her flowing tail. "It is indeed a phantom beast, transformed from a human just like you. It was once a lion, but after consuming a hawk, it chose to undergo fusion evolution. Fortuitously, it acquired a form reminiscent of a griffin." Pausing for effect, Ada continued, "Of course, it currently only possesses the appearance. Compared to a true griffin, it is still vastly inferior." As they conversed, the battlefield began to shift dramatically. The frost wolf, under the relentless assault of the griffin, quickly found itself at a disadvantage. Having transitioned from a state of equilibrium to one of peril, the griffin, amalgamating the strengths of both lion and hawk, was not only formidable in close combat, but also possessed the ability to fly. This gave it a significant advantage over the grounded frost wolf. Surrounded by a swirling azure energy, the griffin darted swiftly to the side of the frost wolf. Its powerful claws tore through the frost wolf's flesh, inflicting deep, savage wounds in an instant. The frost wolf unleashed a breath of icy mist, yet it could not possibly target the griffin, which moved with the swiftness of a gale. Seizing the opportunity, the griffin inflicted several more grievous gashes upon it. A flicker of panic crossed the frost wolf's eyes as it turned to flee. Unbeknownst to it, this was precisely what the griffin desired. With its wings unfurled, the griffin unleashed a flurry of azure wind blades that sliced through the air, striking the frost wolf. Under such a terrifying onslaught, the frost wolf, momentarily losing its footing, collapsed to the ground with a whimper. The griffin, unfazed, expelled another azure wind column that pierced through the frost wolf's heart before slowly approaching its lifeless body. However, on its way to the carcass, the griffin subtly cast a glance in Ming's direction. The movement was so slight that it could easily be overlooked upon casual observation. Seeing this, a glimmer of insight sparked in Ming's eyes. He had a premonition that the griffin had indeed noticed him. Yet, it likely remained unaware of his precise circumstances, which kept it from acting recklessly. Otherwise, it would have undoubtedly engaged him directly. As he observed the creature traverse the distance of several dozen meters over the span of half a minute, the coldness in Ming's gaze intensified. It was clear that the griffin was waiting for him to take the bait. Good. Do you wish to strike at the unsuspecting? One should consider whether one's weapon is sufficiently formidable. In that case, let us proceed with a stratagem of cunning. Little Black, as you wish, master. A flicker of confidence danced in Ming's eyes as he observed Little Black transform into the form of a gigantic python. Soon after, a thought struck him, and he turned to Ada beside him, inquiring, "Are you certain you will not intervene?" Ada shook his head, affirming, "I shall not interfere, regardless of who lives or dies. However, your method is indeed quite underhanded." Ming merely shook his head in silence, turning once more to gaze at the approaching griffin, Mo. At that moment, Mo was enveloped in a shroud of black mist, appearing indistinguishable from a real giant python. Meanwhile, the griffin, having already reached the frost wolf but hesitating to strike, sensed movement behind it. A bloodthirsty gleam ignited in its eyes. Finally, unable to contain itself, it had been aware of a life force approaching from a distance. Yet it had not anticipated such restraint from its opponent. Chapter 34. A full-on assault had the adversary not acted soon. The griffin contemplated devouring the frost wolf before addressing the other. Sensing the sudden rush of air behind it, the griffin ceased its hesitation and sprang into action. Its massive claws tore through the air, delivering a single strike that shattered much of the python's form. Following this, it leapt and pinned the black giant python beneath it, unleashing a spiraling column of azure wind that ravaged the creature. In mere moments, the black python was reduced to a cloud of dust. The griffin paused momentarily, yet before it could fully comprehend the situation, tendrils of black vines shot forth from all directions, ensnaring its foreclaws and wings in an instant. Enraged, the griffin summoned wind blades to sever the encroaching vines. To its astonishment, the surface of the black vines glimmered with the same azure light. As the wind blades encountered these luminescent tendrils, they were absorbed as effortlessly as water flowing into a lake. The griffin, filled with confusion, began to struggle violently, attempting to break free from the vine's grip through sheer force. However, before it could muster its full strength, a molten fireball, measuring over 5 meters in diameter, plummeted from the heavens, crashing directly onto its head. Fortunately, the griffin reacted swiftly, releasing its internal energy at the moment of impact to conjure a shield of azure wind, deflecting some of the force. Yet, before it could catch its breath, successive fireballs rained down upon it. In the span of a single breath, the wind shield surrounding the griffin was obliterated. As the searing fireballs made contact with its body, the griffin cried out in pain. Just then, a scorching breath descended from above, striking the griffin squarely on the head, forcing its entire form to the ground. The griffin, having endured continuous setbacks, could no longer conceal the fury that surged within. It raised its head in indignation, only to behold a fearsome two-headed dragon, its pale golden eyes coldly surveying its presence. In that moment, the griffin realized that this dragon was the true mastermind behind its tribulations. The thought of having its foolish antics observed by the adversary ignited a blend of shame and rage within the griffin. Without a moment's hesitation, it unleashed its hidden card. Waves of azure energy surged forth, coalescing to encircle the griffin in a rapid whirlwind. In an instant, a towering tornado, soaring over 300 meters high, materialized around it. The terrifying vortex tore through everything in its vicinity. Seizing this opportunity, the griffin swiftly broke free from the entangling vines. Deprived of the energy it had been siphoning, the tendrils of the dark entity were swiftly severed into countless fragments. As the griffin continuously released its inner power, the tornado surrounding it began to expand ceaselessly. 500 meters, 600 meters. Before long, the fearsome whirlwind approached a staggering height of 1,000 meters. Its diameter was equally impressive, spanning around 100 meters. The griffin soared with its wings unfurled, suspended at the eye of the storm. A chilling voice echoed. "The energy that allows me to perform this move is a testament to your pride." Yet before it could finish its proclamation, Ming interrupted with exasperation. "Do you realize how much that sounds like a villain's monologue before their demise?" Though the griffin's tornado did indeed astonish him, it was only a mild surprise. To avert any unforeseen changes in the situation, Ming summoned earthy energy to envelop himself and the dark entity in a robust layer of rocky skin. With unyielding momentum, he charged toward the heart of the tempest. It was time to unveil true strength. Observing the two-headed dragon's bold assault, the griffin felt a twinge of doubt. It hastily summoned a torrent of wind blades in an attempt to thwart the advance. However, the blades merely left shallow marks on the thick rocky exterior. Furthermore, as the dragon's energy surged, the wounds they inflicted healed almost instantaneously. Witnessing this, the griffin began to contemplate retreat, realizing that the dragon's rock-like defenses countered its wind-based attacks. Yet, before it could turn away, fiery crimson patterns resembling molten lava emerged upon the dragon's surface. Boundless flames materialized from the void, searing the griffin's form in an instant. With the tornado's rapid rotation, the erupting flames were drawn into the maelstrom, culminating in a cataclysmic fiery vortex. In mere moments, the tide of battle underwent a dramatic reversal. The protective barrier that once shielded the griffin had now transformed into its harbinger of doom. The searing fiery tornado rampaged mercilessly upon the two colossal beasts. In less than 2 seconds, the griffin was reduced to a charred and desolate figure, a sight of utter devastation. In contrast, Ming, protected by his molten armor, remained largely unscathed. Seizing this opportunity, Ming refrained from idle chatter. With his claws extended, he swiftly delivered a fatal bite from both heads, sending the griffin to its demise. Once everything settled, he surveyed the surrounding chaos, allowing a heavy weight in his heart to finally ease. Soon, however, he remembered something and began to scan the area, soon discovering the fragmented remains of the frost wolf amidst the ashes. "Little Black, that frost wolf is yours," he proclaimed, already devouring the griffin's carcass with both heads. Deeply moved, Little Black responded enthusiastically and slithered towards the disfigured frost wolf. In under 10 minutes, a griffin of 70 meters in size disappeared into Ming's belly. Yet, he felt a twinge of regret at not inheriting the tornado skill. Upon hearing Ming's lament, Ada approached him, explaining that the tornado was a skill created by the griffin itself. "If you find it intriguing, you can certainly create a similar ability on your own." Ming paused, momentarily stunned, before a spark ignited in his mind. "Indeed, I can now roughly control external energy. If I wish, I can certainly embark on the path of crafting my own soul techniques." In fact, the molten armor enveloping him was a product of his sudden inspiration, a fusion of fire and rock. This new form, which he referred to as the enhanced version of the Crimson Lotus form, drew from countless novels, anime, and games for inspiration, ensuring he was never short of ideas for self-created soul techniques. However, some of the more complex abilities would need to wait until his strength improved and his mastery over external energy became more refined. Before Ming could delve deeper into the development of his new abilities, Mo excitedly danced around him, exclaiming, "Master, I have acquired a new ability." Ming was not surprised. He had long been aware of Mo's fortuitous luck. "Little Black, what is your new ability?" he inquired, returning to Ming's side. Mo twirled his vines, leaving trails of afterimages. It's a deceleration ability. It pairs perfectly with my paralysis skill. Hearing this, Ming nodded in deep understanding. The combination of paralysis and deceleration promised to control their foes to the point of demise. Yet, considering Little Black's remarkable fortune, he wondered if a single strike might inflict countless debilitating effects upon their adversaries. A smile crept into his eyes at this thought. "Master, where are we headed now?" A voice interrupted, pulling Ming back to reality. After a brief moment of hesitation, he replied, "We shall continue onward, to hunt." In truth, Ming had initially intended to develop new abilities, but he soon recognized that the pressing priority was to focus on enhancing his own strength. Creating unique soul techniques is a pursuit he can certainly indulge in during his leisure time. Having established his plans for the near future, Ming set off to survey the vicinity with Mo. Of course, drawing on his previous experiences, he was cautious not to soar too high. Time swiftly slipped by, and before long, an hour had elapsed. Ming successfully captured 10 juvenile creatures in their later stages and 1 young adult of the initial growth stage. Suddenly, a fierce flash of lightning and a resounding thunder erupted from the distant mountains and forests. Ming focused his gaze and witnessed bolts of blue-white lightning cascading from the heavens. They struck the forest below, creating a tumultuous wave of blue and white energy. Mo, with a hint of curiosity, inquired, "Master, could it be that some creatures are undergoing tribulation?" A glimmer of intrigue sparkled in Ming's eyes. Over the past few days, he had occasionally recounted snippets from novels to Mo. To his surprise, it had retained the information so vividly that it could apply the concept of tribulation. However, whether it was indeed a tribulation or merely some creature awakening its electrical abilities, or perhaps the emergence of rare treasures from the earth, they would need to investigate further to ascertain the truth. With a powerful flap of his dragon wings, Ming transformed into a streak of black lightning, vanishing from his previous location. Upon arriving at the vicinity where the lightning had struck the forest, he was immediately met with an unsettling sight. There lay several corpses of juvenile creatures in their later stages. Additionally, a colossal silver-white wolf, measuring over 80 meters in length and rivaling his own stature, stood in the center. The wolf was enveloped in arcs of blue-white electricity, clearly indicating that the earlier lightning had originated from it. Yet, what truly perplexed Ming was the sight of a blood-red bat, over 30 meters in length, perched upon the wolf's neck, feasting on its blood. Astonishingly, the lightning wolf appeared utterly oblivious, continuing to devour a juvenile creature in its later stage. What a bizarre situation. How could such a large bat be sucking its blood without the wolf noticing? Just as Ming pondered this, the lightning wolf seemed to sense his presence, gradually ceasing its feeding. A voice, resonating with the essence of a young man's spirit, echoed, "Ah, my friend, since you have arrived, why not show yourself?" Taken aback, Ming contemplated for a moment before unfurling his dragon wings and approaching to within 500 meters of the lightning wolf. There existed a clearing amidst the towering trees, allowing for unobstructed visibility. The grass had grown to over 10 meters, yet for the two colossal beasts, it barely reached their limbs. Ming gazed at the imposing lightning wolf and candidly voiced his curiosity. "I was 2,000 meters away just moments ago. How did you perceive my presence? Do you possess enhanced vision?" The lightning wolf, upon catching sight of Ming's dragon-like figure, exhibited a flicker of surprise in its eyes. It did not conceal the truth, responding, "Although I cannot see that far. However, one must recognize that the sense of smell possessed by wolves is remarkably acute." Ming nodded thoughtfully, realizing that he could not overly rely on his enhanced vision ability. Otherwise, he might unwittingly stumble into a pitfall one day. As he pondered this, his attention was drawn to the crimson bat behind the thunder wolf, which continued to feast upon his blood. Curiosity bubbled within him, prompting him to inquire, "Given your keen sense of smell, have you not noticed the bat behind you draining your blood? Or has it injected you with some form of neurotoxin?" Upon hearing this, the thunder wolf was momentarily taken aback, then burst into hearty laughter. "My dear dragon brother, you are indeed amusing. I am well aware of the bat feeding on my blood. However, it is my son, and I willingly permit him to do so." With that, he flicked one of the juvenile leopards, sending it soaring 100 meters before Ming. "Feast upon it, my brother. This is a gift from me. By the way, I am Yi Fan, and this is my son, Yi Chun. May I ask how you are addressed?" Gazing at the leopard before him, Qi Ming found himself in a state of disbelief. After much contemplation, he could hardly fathom that the bat was indeed the Thunder Wolf's offspring. In that case, it seemed rather unsurprising. Wait a moment. Did he just say his name was Yi Fan? A surname of Yi? A single character, Fan? Goodness. What a peculiar stack of buffs. Though he thought this, Qi Ming did not decline the other's goodwill. He promptly began to devour the leopard. For there is an old adage, to pass up a bargain is to be a fool. As he consumed the leopard, Qi Ming introduced himself. Thank you for your kindness. Brother Yi. You may call me Su Hong. Yi Fan nodded slightly and continued, Brother Su, to have evolved into a two-headed dragon is a remarkable feat. Your potential is indeed extraordinary. By the way, I previously encountered a herd of mutated antelopes near Xingnan Mountain. Would you be interested in hunting them together? His invitation, however, was not born of genuine camaraderie, but rather stemmed from the many secrets he and his son harbored, rendering it inconvenient to travel alongside other creatures. Had it not been for Qi Ming's seemingly comparable strength, he might have eliminated him long ago instead of wasting a blood meal to convey goodwill. Indeed, upon hearing this, Qi Ming finished the last morsel of the leopard's thigh meat and slowly replied, No need. Thank you for your hospitality, Brother Yi. My sister is awaiting my return. I must take my leave. Having consumed his fill, Qi Ming did not await a response before unfurling his wings and departing the area. The Thunderwolf, self-identified as Yi Fan, regarded him with a glimmer in his eyes. Once he confirmed that Qi Ming had vanished, he swiftly departed with the crimson bat in tow, ensuring to obscure their tracks along the way before finally exhaling in relief. Observing this, the crimson bat inquired, Father, why did you not allow me to engage just now? Upon hearing this, Lei Lang subtly shook his head, remarking that the wings behind the two-headed dragon resembled a vine of a growing organism. Although you have just ascended to this growth stage, the odds of us winning in a 2-on-2 scenario are rather slim. Should we sustain any injuries, the endeavor would hardly be worth the trouble. Moreover, it appears that the opposing party possesses dual attributes, and my thunderous prowess may not afford us much of an advantage. Meanwhile, Bai Tsang, having just feasted on a blood meal, was not inclined to pursue the other party. Chapter 36, the fourth type of life form. If I have the leisure for such pursuits, it would be far more practical to capture a few more animals instead. Beside him, Xian Mo, filled with curiosity, inquired, Master, why did we not act earlier? After a brief moment of silence, Qi Ming slowly replied, Their strength is on par with ours. If we were to engage, it would likely result in a fierce struggle. Such endeavors, yielding little while risking much, are not prudent. Upon hearing this, Xian Mo nodded in understanding. I see. If it were a solitary growth stage creature, our combined efforts could swiftly resolve it. However, if their numbers match ours or exceed them, we should retreat at once. Qi Ming cast a surprised glance at Xian Mo, silently agreeing. Your reasoning holds merit, yet nothing is absolute. Every circumstance necessitates a situational assessment. Should there be a risk worth taking, it would be a different matter altogether. Xian Mo then recalled something and asked, Master, why were you so astonished when that individual mentioned Yi Fan? In response, Qi Ming carefully organized his thoughts. This query pertains to some fundamental survival principles I previously shared with you. Today, let me enlighten you about the surnames one must never provoke in novels. Yi, Lin, Xiao, Chu, Su, Chun, Zhou, Qin, and Tang, though we shall dismiss Tang. Xian Mo listened intently, puzzled. What makes these surnames so untouchable? And what of the Tang surname? Qi Ming raised his heads and gazed into the distance. In literature, these surnames are often associated with protagonists, who frequently encounter fortuitous reversals and engage in battles beyond their level. Such traits render them exceedingly formidable adversaries. Pausing momentarily, he continued with an odd tone. As for the Tang surname, it itself bears no particular significance. However, should you encounter someone who ominously declares that you are destined for demise, you must unleash your full strength to eliminate them at once. Otherwise, you will only invite further troubles. Watching Xian Mo ponder this, Qi Ming couldn't help but smile with amusement. His intention was merely to enlighten Xian Mo with some curious lore. Ultimately, as long as their strength remained formidable enough, even the true protagonists would have to kneel before them. Xian Mo stood tall, declaring confidently, Rest assured, Master, with me by your side. If those protagonists dare to trouble you, I shall be the first to vanquish them. Qi Ming chuckled, nodding, Very well. Our little black is the mightiest. Let us proceed forthwith, for we must seize the moment to advance towards lordship. Above the vast expanse of the forests, the two-headed dragon, Ming, was diligently searching for prey. Suddenly, he appeared to have discerned something. "Xiao, fly in that direction. Something seems amiss." Upon hearing this, Mo promptly unfurled his dragon wings and soared towards the direction indicated by Ming. As they drew nearer, Ming's vision became increasingly clearer. Upon discerning the scene below, he could not help but draw in a sharp breath. What lay beneath was a lush forest that abruptly vanished, replaced by an endless expanse of desert. According to his recollection, this was inland. How could a desert possibly emerge here? Even more perplexing was the fact that, within his 2-kilometer line of sight, he could not see the edge of this bizarre desert. Mo, however, was oblivious to these complexities and, seeing the desert for the first time, felt a twinge of curiosity. Ming pondered momentarily before turning to the nearby blue tadpole. "Ada, do you comprehend what is happening here?" Ada blinked his round eyes and replied, unfazed, "This is a region formed by the fourth type of life forms, birth from the essence of heaven and earth." Upon hearing this, Ming was struck with astonishment. "The essence of heaven and earth. This world is increasingly transcending my understanding." Before Ming could pose further inquiries, Ada continued his explanation. "The fourth type of life form is an existence born from various elements or the spirits of nature. They possess no fixed form and their potential is unparalleled. If allowed to grow naturally, they can reach a minimum of lord level or even emperor level power. However, they offer astonishing benefits to the first to third types of life forms." Ada paused momentarily, his gaze scrutinizing Mo, who huffed disdainfully and turned away. Ming, with a glint in his eyes, pressed on, "What benefits? And what is the strength of the earth and sky spirits below?" Ada glided leisurely, his voice resuming. "The spirits of heaven and earth can inhabit life forms and grow alongside them. However, should they choose to devour, they can elevate the life level, enhancing their inherent potential. The spirits in this area are the earth attribute yellow sand spirits, which would be advantageous for both of you. Their strength is akin to that of mid-stage growth forms. If you two were to join forces, you should be able to contend with them." Upon hearing these words, Ming fell into a contemplative silence. He understood that for Ada to declare such potential benefits, this yellow sand spirit must be extraordinary. Yet, both he and Mo were merely at the initial stage of growth. Whether to act recklessly or cautiously was a dilemma. However, just as Ming resolved his thoughts, Mo made a similar decision. "Master, let us together subdue that yellow sand spirit. With it, your strength will surely ascend once more, allowing you to overshadow those protagonists." Ming's expression shifted as he gazed at Mo, who had always considered his interests above all else, treating him as a true master. A ripple of emotion stirred within him. "All right, little black, let's go together." The dragon wings formed from black vines unfurled, and Ming, over 80 meters in length, descended from the heavens like a dark meteor, plunging straight toward the swirling yellow sands below. Ada's eyes widened in surprise. What a peculiar creature. Even the spirits of heaven and earth remain unmoved. Have I perhaps failed to articulate clearly? After pondering for a moment, Ada shook his head and slowly swam after Ming, his watery tail swaying. Meanwhile, before Ming could touch the ground, a colossal worm, measuring 500 meters in length and composed entirely of yellow sand, erupted from the dune, opening its gaping maw to devour him whole. A cold glint flashed in Ming's eyes as he unleashed a barrage of lava meteors, formed from flames and rocks, targeting the sandy worm's body. As the meteors struck, they tore large holes into the worm's flesh. Yet, in less than 2 seconds, the injuries were engulfed by the endless yellow sand, restoring the creature to its original state in an instant. The worm then shot forth dozens of sand tendrils that swiftly ensnared Ming, dragging him inexorably toward the desert. Chapter 37, Spirit of Yellow Sand. Beneath the terrifying strength of the sand tendrils, Ming found himself unable to muster the strength to break free. Confusion swirled within him as he rapidly contemplated strategies for combat in his mind. Mo summoned vines in an attempt to sever the surrounding sand tendrils. But the moment the vines made contact, they were instantly drained of moisture, turning to a cloud of withered ash. This startled Mo, who quickly summoned his dark energy and the fiery energy drawn from Ming to envelop himself, successfully isolating the encroaching sand. Ming observed this and realized that Mo was at a distinct disadvantage. Without hesitation, he commanded, "Little Black, return. Leave the rest to me." With that, he ceased to resist the force of the sand tendrils, allowing himself to plummet rapidly downward. Xian Mo retracted the vines, maintaining only the dragon wings behind Qi Ming to assist in cushioning his descent. The moment Qi Ming landed, he dispelled the fused lava and fully activated the earth attribute energy of his second head. Instantly, the desert around him began to be enveloped by solid soil, and his form was encased in a rocky shield, effectively isolating the sand tendrils from him. After all, whether sand, soil, or rock, they fundamentally belong to the same earth attribute power. With a shared origin, the influence of the spirit of Yellow Sand's quicksand was significantly diminished against Qi Ming. Moreover, soil and rock possessed a certain degree of restraint over Yellow Sand. Currently, his range of energy control outside his body was less than 300 meters. The figure of the opponent had already surpassed 500 meters. In an instant, countless thoughts raced through Qi Ming's mind. He then spoke softly, "Little Black, retract the dragon wings and return to my left arm." Xian Mo was taken aback, yet it did not contest his command, obediently coiling its tendrils tightly around Qi Ming's left arm. Having completed this, Qi Ming hesitated no longer. With a fierce roar, he charged toward the spirit of Yellow Sand. The yellow sandworm, not to be outdone, opened its colossal maw, lined with countless yellow, sand-like teeth, and lunged at Qi Ming once more. Boom! Accompanied by the thunderous sound of sand colliding, Qi Ming was unexpectedly swallowed whole by the gigantic yellow sandworm. The newly arrived Ada paused, bewildered. What is happening? Is he seeking death? Yet, Qi Ming's action was far from suicidal. Instead, he aimed to devour the spirit of Yellow Sand, necessitating entry into its very core. However, upon entering, Qi Ming realized that the endeavor was not as simple as he had envisioned. A peculiar force was rapidly siphoning away his life force, and his outer scales began to exhibit signs of turning to sand. Were it not for the surrounding rocky armor enveloping him, he would likely be reduced to a heap of yellow sand within a minute, buried deep within the belly of the spirit of Yellow Sand. This realization left Qi Ming both alarmed and exhilarated, astonished by the spirit's terrifying power, which exceeded his expectations, yet delighted that this very force could soon be harnessed for his own use. Calming his mind, Qi Ming focused all his energy to disperse within him. In less than 10 seconds, his energy enveloped the entire form of the spirit of Yellow Sand. Immediately, with a subtle shift of thought, the spirit's body began to solidify at an astonishing pace. Enraged, the spirit hastened its efforts to refine Qi Ming. In an instant, the scales upon Qi Ming began to turn to sand at an alarming rate. Xian Mo, entwined around his left arm, was equally distressed. As a plant, it seemed to possess a natural resistance against the spirit of Yellow Sand. In the blink of an eye, Xian Mo's exterior rapidly withered. At a critical moment, Qi Ming exerted himself to pull Xian Mo from his mouth, barely aiding it to survive the calamity. As his life force dwindled rapidly, Qi Ming's consciousness began to scatter swiftly. Yet he persevered, continuing to solidify the spirit of Yellow Sand. Fortunately, under his sudden assault, he successfully solidified the outermost layer of the spirit into rock, severing its connection to the surrounding desert. Otherwise, if it were allowed a continuous supply of Yellow Sand, even 10 more Qi Mings would likely be insufficient to contend with it. Trapped within the rocky confines, the spirit of Yellow Sand was naturally unwilling to relent. With all its might, it drew upon Qi Ming, causing the rate of sandification upon him to accelerate further. Meanwhile, outside, observers gazed upon the immense rock-like worm, 500 meters long, lying quietly in the desert. In Ada's eyes, a flicker of astonishment emerged. "Qi Ming, oh Qi Ming, I must truly regard you with newfound respect." Little did it expect that Qi Ming would choose to risk himself to forcibly merge with the spirit of the Yellow Sand. Yet, given the current circumstances, it remained to be seen which of the two could endure until the end. "I hope for your success." Ada's gaze flickered, waves of light continuously swirling within. It did not depart, but quietly remained in place, as if even it harbored a hint of curiosity about Qi Ming's ability to merge with the spirit of the Yellow Sand. Time trickled by, and it was uncertain how long had passed, when cracks began to appear on the surface of the colossal worm and it began to plummet rapidly. Ada, nearly dozing off, was instantly awakened. Observing the desert worm once again writhing and rising proudly, Ada could not help but murmur, "Has it failed?" No sooner had the words left its mouth than the gigantic worm erupted into a cloud of yellow sand. Amidst the swirling sands, a figure emerged, exceeding 120 meters in size, boasting 2 heads and resembling a demonic dragon, standing majestically and emitting a resounding roar towards the heavens. Following this, a pair of wings unfurled from the demon dragon's back, flapping gracefully as it approached Ada. "Let us proceed, Ada." Ada released a series of bubbles, exclaiming in wonder, "You truly did it. I declare you one of my top 10 hatching targets." Ming's eyes widened in surprise. "Top 10 hatching targets? What is that? Your achievements?" Ada flicked its tail, replying, "Something like that, just a name I casually invented. However, if you encounter a life and death crisis before you break through to the Lord level, I can lend you a hand. Remember, it only counts if it's before your breakthrough. Beyond that, it won't matter." Upon hearing this, Ming found it amusing but still nodded in agreement, saying, "All right, thank you in advance." After a brief exchange, Ming and his companions set off once more, leaving the desert area behind. This successful fusion with the spirit of the yellow sand had allowed Ming to advance to the mid-stage of his growth phase. Moreover, it seemed he had made considerable progress beyond that breakthrough, which was one reason for his size ballooning to 120 meters. It wouldn't be long before he could advance to the late stage of his growth phase. As for the other reason, naturally, it was the significant enhancement of his life level. Chapter 38. The new inheritance crystal. In addition to this, he had reaped numerous benefits. For instance, the sandification ability of the spirit of the yellow sand, as well as the power to devour the life force of other beings. His inherent earth attribute energy had also seen a substantial increase. Even the soul gem within his second head experienced some peculiar changes. With such a bountiful harvest, Ming felt exceedingly joyful, and his enthusiasm for hunting surged. In a secluded clearing, Ming and Xianmo were indulging in the remains of a blood meal. As Ming focused his thoughts, the carcass of his own bear before him rapidly transformed into a mound of yellow sand at an astonishing pace, leaving behind a solitary soul gem that fell to the ground. Simultaneously, Ming sensed an intangible vitality surging into his body. Immediately, the yellow sand that had once been the bear's body coalesced into a hand shaped like that of a human, which delicately lifted the soul gem to Ming's lips. He opened his mouth and swallowed it, silently absorbing the ethereal power within. Ada, observing in astonishment, remarked that consuming the spirit of the yellow sand had inexplicably granted Ming the ability to harness a power akin to the external manifestation of life. Puzzled, Ming inquired about this external manifestation of life. Ada, seemingly realizing he had misspoken, quickly shook his head, insisting that such knowledge would only be revealed once Ming reached a mature state. He would not divulge it prematurely. Ming's lips twitched in amusement, noting the irony that Ada had mentioned it first. At that moment, Xianmo returned leisurely after devouring a triangular ant. "Master, I have not acquired any new abilities this time," he stated. Upon hearing this, Ming gently shook his head, replying, "That is quite normal, Xiaohe. I have consumed numerous creatures myself and have not gained many powers." After a moment of hesitation, Xianmo continued, "Master, what I meant to convey is that while I have not gained new abilities, my vine power has increased exponentially by several dozen times. Furthermore, its resilience has been significantly enhanced." Ming fell into silence, unsure how to respond to such news. Ada, however, exclaimed in wonder, "You have inherited the mutated triangular ant's traits. Although it is only a portion, it is still incredibly formidable. Such occurrences are rare on the entire blue planet, with scarcely more than 10 instances. It seems your luck has improved." Xianmo huffed, asserting, "My luck has always been exceptional." Ming remained contemplative, questioning whether there had been a mistake. Had his external advantages erroneously transferred to Xiaohe? Or was it possible that his own fortune was lacking, while Xiaohe was the true embodiment of luck? After a considerable pause, Ming gradually regained his composure. "Well, as long as you are pleased," he replied. Just then, Xianmo appeared to notice something and exclaimed, "Master, look over there. It seems there is a heritage crystal." Ming's attention sharpened, and he turned towards the direction Xianmo indicated. In the next moment, he beheld a silver-white beam of light piercing the heavens, radiating a dazzling brilliance. Seeing this spectacle, Ming wasted no time. He summoned the dragon wings of Xiaohe and soared towards the location of the silver beam. Within 2 minutes, they arrived near the destination, where Qi Ming was astonished to find that a dozen animals of various forms had already gathered around the area. Moreover, their strength had all reached the early stages of growth. After a brief moment of hesitation, Qi Ming halted 2 kilometers away from the beam of light. Although he had now advanced to the mid-stage of growth, facing a dozen early-stage growth creatures simultaneously would still exert considerable pressure on him. He possessed the confidence to retrieve the legacy crystal, yet upon witnessing the lively, bloodthirsty creatures, Qi Ming pondered how to capture them all in one sweep and maximize his gains. Countless thoughts flickered through his mind before he swiftly devised a rudimentary plan. However, prior to executing it, he needed to incite chaos among the animals that were currently in a standoff. Xiaohe, in response, nodded and transformed into a colossal python, swimming towards the location of the legacy crystal. Observing this, the other creatures roared and unleashed their abilities in an attempt to thwart its movement. Yet, their attacks were rendered ineffective against Xian Mo's agile evasion and formidable lava defense. As the suddenly appearing black giant python approached the legacy crystal without a care, the surrounding animals could no longer maintain their composure and erupted into chaos, rushing towards the crystal. Simultaneously, they unleashed their most potent energy attacks, enveloping the area around the legacy crystal, determined to keep other approaching animals at bay. The terrifying onslaught of energy transformed the vicinity of the legacy crystal into a perilous zone of death. A few creatures, unable to halt their momentum, collided with the energy waves and were swiftly dispatched by the relentless barrage of their peers. The remaining animals hesitated momentarily, only to resume their assault against one another. At this juncture, they could no longer afford to remain in a standoff, as none could guarantee that another creature would not suddenly strike in an attempt to seize the legacy crystal from such close proximity. In a matter of moments, before Qi Ming could truly make his move, the original dozen creatures had dwindled to merely 5. Among them, 2 were evidently gravely injured and began to retreat towards the periphery. Yet, scarcely had they withdrawn when tendrils of yellow sand erupted from the ground beneath, instantly ensnaring them in place. To their astonishment, the earth below had transformed into a desert unbeknownst to them. The 2 creatures found themselves ensnared by quicksand, rapidly becoming half-buried in the heavy sand. But the ordeal was far from over, as a figure resembling a 2-headed dragon emerged from the mist. The 2 creatures were instantly filled with terror. Gazing at the gaping abyssal maws of the 2-headed dragon, they could not help but panic, exclaiming, "Oh no, big brother, please don't eat me. My flesh is rancid and unpalatable. Eat it instead." Qi Ming offered no response, but unleashed 2 streams of molten breath, obliterating the 2 creatures in an instant. The tremendous commotion naturally attracted the trio of beasts lingering near the heritage crystal. Sensing the formidable prowess of Qi Ming, they were instantly struck with alarm. In unison, they pivoted their direction, confronting Qi Ming. At that moment, the heritage crystal had become of lesser importance to them. They understood that in the presence of such a colossal creature, unity was their only hope for survival. Otherwise, they would certainly meet their demise. Only by collectively vanquishing him could the heritage crystal be theirs. Almost simultaneously, the 3 beasts unleashed their might. Chapter 39. The Phantom Beast Ring Flames, Frost, and golden light surged forth from 3 directions, hurtling towards Qi Ming. However, Qi Ming neither dodged nor evaded. As energy surged, a tempest of yellow sand swirled around him. In an instant, 3 dragon heads formed from the swirling sands, charging towards the trio of energy blasts. Boom! The cataclysmic energy erupted. In an instant, the surrounding area spanning 1,000 meters was enveloped in a maelstrom of yellow sand, transforming it into a desert wasteland. Seizing the moment, Qi Ming summoned 300-meter-long desert worms that leapt from the sands below, swiftly engulfing the beasts whole. Within the cavernous bodies of the desert worms, the life force of the 3 beasts was rapidly drained. Only 3 soul gems and 2 metallic rings remained on the ground. These metallic rings, each several meters in diameter, had clearly been worn on the forelimbs of 2 of the beasts. Qi Ming, intrigued, decided to keep them. Otherwise, even metal would succumb to the overwhelming power of sandification. After discarding one of the fallen beasts from the chaotic battle to Xian Mo, Qi Ming activated the sandification power once more, absorbing the life force of several other beasts into his own being. Subsequently, he consumed a total of 11 soul gems using both of his heads. before leisurely approaching the heritage crystal. Before Qi Ming could pose a question, Ada, standing nearby, took the initiative to explain. This heritage crystal contained a defensive skill known as shield technique. Upon absorption, it would enable the creation of a powerful defensive shield using energy. Hearing this, Qi Ming's eyes sparkled with excitement. Xian Mo, seemingly indifferent, continued to feast on the 5 beasts. A smile graced Qi Ming's face as he directly swallowed the heritage crystal. In less than 5 minutes, he comprehended its essence entirely. With a mere thought, a hexagonal flame shield materialized before him. Yet, this was only the beginning. As more flames surged from within Qi Ming, successive flame shields manifested in the air before him. These shields not only offered dispersed protection, but could also converge at his will to form an even larger protective barrier. As for the shape of the shields, they are diverse, entirely dependent on Qi Ming's own intentions. Mastering defensive techniques filled Qi Ming with exuberance, signifying a substantial enhancement in his survival capabilities. Beside him, Xian Mo was equally astonished, for it had acquired 5 new abilities: speed, illusion, self-healing, toxicity, and penetration. Upon hearing Xian Mo's report, Qi Ming was suddenly struck by the feeling that he had squandered the blood essence he had just consumed. The 11 blood essences he had recently devoured had not granted him a single ability. Had they been absorbed by Xian Mo, it was likely that this little one could have comprehended even more abilities. However, that was out of the question, as he too needed to bolster his own strength. Observing the ecstatic Xian Mo, Qi Ming could only feign joy alongside it, exclaiming, "Well done, little black. If only he possessed such fortune. He wouldn't have to be so preoccupied with the legacy crystals." Suddenly, he had a thought and summoned the desert sands to form 2 tendrils, dragging 3 metallic rings before him. 2 of these were intentionally left behind, while the other had recently been discovered by Xian Mo on one of the blood essences. Gazing at the rings, varying in diameter and shimmering in silver or deep black, Qi Ming could not help but glance at the blue tadpole, Ada, and inquire, "What are these? Do you know?" Without hesitation, Ada replied, "These are the latest Phantom Beast Alliance's Phantom Beast Rings. They link to your human networks and include forums, bounties, and various other features. Crafted from spirit-infused metal, the Phantom Beast Rings can change size at will and be utilized directly through energy and consciousness, liberating your hands completely." Upon hearing this, Qi Ming stared in amazement at the 3 rings lying upon the sand. Goodness, when did the official scientific technology become so advanced? I've only been out for a few days, and they've already developed such high-tech gadgets. Ada, releasing a few bubbles and blinking its round eyes, explained, "This is due to the emergence of a psychic-type phantom beast within the Alliance. The cerebral domains of psychic-type phantom beasts are highly developed, possessing computational power several times greater than your previous computers. And this is merely the growth stage. Once it evolves into a master, it will surely develop even more advanced technologies." As Ada floated in the air, it approached Qi Ming and continued, "Moreover, various weapons and equipment brought by other races have provided the Alliance with numerous ideas. Many life support and combat gear are currently under development." Listening to Ada's description, Qi Ming's eyes glimmered with intrigue. Simultaneously, he felt a profound curiosity towards the so-called Phantom Beast Rings. Just as he contemplated venturing into a nearby city to procure a couple of rings, Ada chuckled, saying, "There's no need for such trouble. Aren't there ready-made rings right here? These wristbands lack any form of password or locking mechanism. Whoever inputs energy can utilize them immediately. This is due to the unique soul power inherent in each living being's energy. The wristbands are adept at detecting the soul fluctuations of new users, thereby reverting to their default interface and offering a modicum of guidance." As it spoke, it soared above one of the silvery wristbands. In the next moment, a wave of aqua energy surged forth, and the silvery wristband began to contract dramatically. In the blink of an eye, it shrank to the size of a wrist and fitted snugly onto Ada's aqua-hued tail. "Did you see that? It's ready for use now," Qi Ming observed with an odd expression, silently nodding before donning one of the wristbands onto his right wrist. He then brought the other to the front of Xian Mo on his left arm. "Little black, this one is for you." Xian Mo leaned forward, and upon wearing it, expressed his heartfelt gratitude, saying, "Thank you, master. You are truly wonderful to me." A smile graced Qi Ming's face as he gently shook his head. "Well, this is also to help you acclimate to this world more swiftly. However, you must not become addicted, understand? Upon hearing this, Xianimo nodded earnestly, assuring, "Rest assured, master. I shall never become addicted." Observing the fervent commitment of Xianimo, Ming couldn't shake the feeling that the obedient and sensible little black was drifting further away. Shaking off the distracting thoughts, Ming also infused energy into the illusory beast wristband. With a flash of light, a phantom screen materialized before his eyes, visible solely to him. Accompanying this was a mechanical electronic voice. "New soul power detected. Your account has been automatically registered. Please enter your nickname." Chapter 40. Breakthrough to late growth stage. Ming marveled, pondering for a moment before focusing his thoughts and inputting 2 characters. Ming. "Welcome, illusory beast Ming, to illusory beast light. Shanghai 10 is at your service." The illusory beast light is divided into 3 main sections: life, bounty, and forum. As he listened to the introduction from the electronic voice assistant, Ming's astonishment deepened. This high technology was leagues ahead of anything he had encountered before. The screen before him continuously shifted, with various neat and orderly panels transforming in accordance with Ming's thoughts. Soon, he grasped the remarkable functionalities of the illusory beast wristband. The life section encompassed entertainment from the previous internet era and current city planning content. The bounty section allowed users to exchange soul stones or spiritual herbs at designated offices across various cities for contribution points, which could then be redeemed for an array of high-tech equipment, even the exceedingly rare heritage crystals. The forum served as a vibrant exchange area for illusory beasts, where discussions about rare treasures, group expeditions to confront formidable beasts, and philosophical explorations of beast life flourished. After perusing for quite some time, Ming reluctantly withdrew from the interface, not for lack of interest, but rather due to the surge of life force from the 10 blood food sources he had recently absorbed, now erupting within him. He is on the verge of advancing to the late stage of growth. As his vision returned, Ming pondered for a moment before awakening Xianimo, who unfurled its dragon wings and soared towards a nearby natural cave he had spotted earlier, which would serve as a temporary stronghold for his breakthrough. Upon entering the cave and eliminating a nest of mutated bats within, Ming settled his mind to begin the breakthrough process. Meanwhile, Xianimo extended its vines to envelop the entire cave, both guarding Ming and quietly activating its illusion beast bracelet. As Xianimo re-entered the illusion beast light in the capital city, the headquarters of the Illusion Beast Alliance, soaring from above revealed towering pillars stretching thousands of meters into the sky. Between these immense columns lay various distinct zones. The pillars were widely distributed, collectively spanning hundreds of square kilometers, and construction was fervently underway to expand further. At the center, several colossal beasts, each around 100 meters in size, were engaged in discussion. A peacock adorned with resplendent blue and purple feathers spoke first, noting that most city orders had been re-established. It was now time to strive for the mature form and ascend to higher realms of mastery. Just as the words fell, Huang Yuan Turtle shook its head slightly and remarked that the situation might not be so simple. The frequency of alien appearances had been increasing. According to Ada, once a life form on Blue Star breaks through to maturity, a multitude of alien beings would descend. Before that, we must also set up protective formations in other cities. The elephant and panda, hearing this, fell into a contemplative silence. They had already witnessed the cold ruthlessness of the aliens during this time. Most of the invading aliens ruthlessly slaughtered the generally weaker illusion beasts, with only a few behaving with restraint. Their dismissive attitude towards these illusion beasts was evident. If numerous aliens were indeed to arrive after a life form achieved maturity, it would be a catastrophic blow to those illusion beasts that had yet to fully mature. Ling Er's eyes reflected a hint of helplessness as she slowly turned, contemplating the blue and purple feathers behind her. After breaking through to maturity, she not only grew vibrant tail feathers, but also awakened formidable psychic abilities. She successfully developed the Illusion Beast Bracelet based on the powerful computational capabilities brought by brain domain evolution. Without the Illusion Beast Bracelet to re-establish a more robust communication system, the entire alliance would likely still struggle to unite as one cohesive force. At that moment, after a brief silence, the panda spoke softly, "Mu Lao, I believe Ling Er's point is quite valid. Even if we do not achieve maturity, other illusion beasts or spirit beasts will inevitably have some that break through to maturity first. If we have not yet established our mature forms by that time, The fragile order we painstakingly built will undoubtedly be shattered by the numerous incoming foreign entities. The yellow-margined tortoise paused, then shook its head in realization. You are absolutely correct. I had completely overlooked this. The elephant, which had remained silent until now, slowly opened its eyes. A glimmer of brilliance flickered in its murky gaze, and its fan-like ears quivered slightly. Very well, we can concurrently arrange the formation and strive for maturity. Linger for the time being. You need not concern yourself with other matters. I will delegate those tasks to other phantom beasts. Your primary mission is to expedite your progress towards maturity. And Xingbao, you too must seize this opportunity to enhance your strength and aim for an early breakthrough. Upon hearing this, both the panda and the peacock wore serious expressions and responded in unison. Understood. Inside the cave, the bored Ada was aimlessly circling in the air. As an immensely mysterious incubator, the phantom beast bracelet held no allure for it. Whenever it desired, it could instantly discern any matter in this world. Observing the motionless black vine python nearby, a glint of cunning flashed in Ada's eyes. It swayed its flowing tail and meandered toward Xuanma. However, before it could reach, Xuanma raised its head warily and inquired, "What are you up to? Can you no longer conceal your intentions?" Taken aback, Ada stammered, "Aren't you preoccupied with the phantom beast bracelet?" Xuanma cast a disdainful glance at Ada. "My master is undergoing a breakthrough. How could I possibly divert my attention elsewhere? Yet here you are, slinking about, intending to ambush me. Were it not for your usefulness to my master, I would have devoured you long ago." Ada was left speechless, pondering whether this creature was indeed unwell, still harboring doubts after all this time. "Xuanma, I may not have explained clearly before. I will not." Before Ada could finish, Xuanma conjured two beastly claws to plug its ears, declaring, "Do not speak. I will not believe you." Witnessing the obstinacy and the gesture of blocking its ears, Ada finally understood the meaning of being largely harmless yet profoundly insulting. At that moment, an unexpected commotion arose from the nearby Ming. Waves of fiery red and bright yellow energy surged around him, accompanied by an indescribable aura that began to rise. This powerful energy and presence erupted simultaneously, causing the cave to tremble violently. Observing this scene, Ada exclaimed in delight, "Wonderful! Ming has broken through to the later stage of maturity." Xuanma, equally invigorated, diligently used its vines to clear away the scattered stones. After nearly a minute, the formidable aura gradually subsided. Once Ming opened his four eyes, he immediately perceived the world before him with unprecedented clarity. Even in the dim confines of a cavern, he experienced a sensation akin to daylight. Simultaneously, a torrent of intricate information surged from the soul gem into his consciousness. The birth of divine awareness allowed him to unleash mental energy, perceiving a radius of 200 meters. Upon receiving this revelation, Ming could not help but feel an inexplicable delight. As a voracious reader for over a decade, he was well aware of the remarkable utility of such awareness. Indeed, as Ming's mental perception expanded like a tidal wave, the entire scene within the cave became vividly clear in his mind. If utilized in battle, he would no longer need to fear ambushes. Ada gracefully glided to Ming's side, releasing a bubble of air as she spoke. "Though you have now advanced to the late growth stage, you must not grow complacent. Thus far, there are already over 2,000 life forms at this stage on Blue Star. Should anyone break through to maturity, a multitude of alien beings will descend upon us." Ming was momentarily taken aback, curiosity piqued by the connection between the two. Upon hearing this, Ada fell silent for a moment before slowly articulating, "I regret to inform you that I cannot disclose too much at present. Just know this. If you have not reached maturity before the aliens arrive, you may lack even the strength for self-preservation. Your efforts thus far could very well serve as a mere garment for other life forms." Upon hearing this, Ming nodded, albeit with a vague understanding. The joy from his recent breakthrough began to wane, replaced by an unspoken urgency. Xianmo, seemingly dissatisfied with Ada's disruption of Ming's mood, shot her a fierce glare before approaching Ming's side. "Rest assured, my master, you will undoubtedly achieve maturity. Even if those aliens come, they will merely become our attire." A smile flickered in Ming's eyes as he slowly yet resolutely nodded. "Little Black speaks true. If they dare to come, I shall ensure they return from whence they came. Enough with the idle chatter, let us press onward." With a newfound objective, Ming wasted no time launching into a new round of hunting. although he was but a step away from maturity. The energy required to transition from the late growth stage to maturity, according to Ada, was nearly greater than the total accumulation of all preceding stages combined. Moreover, with 2 soul gems within him, the difficulty of his advancement was doubled compared to that of ordinary life forms. Above the lush expanse of the forest, a 2-headed dragon, measuring over 150 meters in length, soared swiftly, in search of its desired prey. Suddenly, as if sensing something, the dragon paused and shot downward like an arrow toward the verdant thicket below. This 2-headed dragon was none other than Ming himself. Following his gaze, he beheld a giant towering 200 meters tall, its skin encrusted with rock, mercilessly slaughtering a group of feeble creatures. Ada was at his side, providing insight. This is the mountain giant clan. Though it was merely in the mid-growth stage, its strength was not inferior to that of a typical late-growth entity. Sensing a disturbance in the air, the mountain giant halted its pursuit and turned to cast a cold, indifferent glance at Ming's figure. Yet, before it could discern the situation, massive fireballs exceeding 10 meters in diameter descended from the sky, crashing down upon its body with a thunderous roar. The terrifying heat erupted, instantly incinerating the surrounding forest into ash. The mountain giant responded with a furious and astonished roar, its body marred by crimson cracks resembling a spider's web. In just a single strike, the once arrogant giant found itself grievously injured. However, at that moment, a wave of earthy yellow light emerged from within the giant, and the patterns upon its body began to visibly mend at an astonishing pace. A flicker of surprise crossed Ming's eyes. With a mere thought, a quicksand domain expanded within a radius of 500 meters, the air filled with swirling yellow sand, instantly forming 3 menacing yellow sand dragons that coiled around the mountain giant, binding it tightly. This was not the end. The ground beneath the giant's feet began to rotate slowly, creating a colossal vortex that enveloped its entire form. As more than half of its body was submerged in the yellow sand, the giant began to thrash in anger. Yet, in the face of overwhelming power, all its efforts were in vain. With the bizarre force of sandification unleashed, the giant's immense life force began to flow out like a torrent, surging toward Ming, who stood on the sandy ground. Simultaneously, the mountain giant continued to roar in fury, but as time passed, its rocky skin began to disintegrate into a cloud of yellow sand. What began as anger gradually morphed into a tone of desperation. Unfortunately, Ming could not comprehend its intentions. Even if he could, he would not show mercy for the sake of survival. Nearby, a few surviving phantom beasts, having narrowly escaped, marveled at the spectacle. "Did you see that? It looks like a 2-headed dragon." One exclaimed, "Goodness, this powerhouse is incredible. Has it evolved into a dragon so quickly?" Another chimed in, "That's no dragon. It's merely a large lizard with 2 heads and wings." Came the retort, "TSK, just be jealous. I can smell the power." Unbeknownst to Ming, he was oblivious to the murmurs of the phantom beasts. After absorbing the mountain giant's life force and devouring its soul gem, he unfurled his dragon wings and took to the skies once more. As for the desert, the yellow sands were merely a manifestation of his energy. Once he departed, the energy would dissipate and the sands would gradually vanish, leaving the environment unscathed. In the blink of an eye, 2 days had elapsed. During this time, Ming tirelessly hunted various blooded prey, phantom beasts, ferocious beasts, spiritual creatures, and even some from alien races. His strength is growing at a commendable pace. However, it remains a mystery why no life forms have yet transcended into maturity. This slight glimmer of hope for claiming the first position stirred within Ming. Amidst a vast peach blossom forest, towering at an impressive height of 200 meters, Ming lay prostrate on the ground, absorbing the life force from the 10 blood beasts he had recently consumed. Nearby, Mo entwined itself around a peach tree adorned with delicate pink blossoms, curiously inquiring, "Do you think I will bloom, master?" Ming paused, then pondered seriously, "You should indeed bloom, I suppose." No sooner had he spoken than a sly glimmer flickered in Ada's eyes. Chapter 42, Crimson Fire Demon, the Otherworldly Demon Clan. With a chuckle, Ada retorted, "I doubt you will bloom. Perhaps you will bear fruit instead. Judging by your appearance, you might yield loofahs or cucumbers. We could then stir-fry or prepare refreshing cucumber salads." Upon hearing this, Mo, filled with indignation, shot forth a vine towards Ada in a furious arc. "You insufferable green tea. I have endured you for far too long. Now you dare to set your sights on my master? Prepare to meet your end." Yet, Ada remained unmoved. The vine pierced through its form without inflicting any harm, as though Ada's body were an illusion. Xianmo, undeterred by this, summoned a host of vines that surged towards Ada in a frenzied assault. Yet, they failed to yield any effect. The vines entered Ada's being, rippling with shimmering waves. Ada, appearing to relish the sensation, remarked, "How delightful. Do bring me more. I crave it." Enraged and humiliated, Xianmo abruptly severed the vines that had penetrated Ada's body and swiftly retreated to perch upon Qi Ming's left arm. Seemingly eager to avert any further sight of Ada, a smile crept across Qi Ming's face as he spoke gently. "All right, Ada, cease your teasing of Xiaohe." In response, Ada shook its form, saying, "I haven't, you might be misjudging me." Before the words could fully escape, a tremendous aura erupted from afar. Qi Ming's demeanor shifted, and he hurriedly turned towards the source of the commotion. He beheld streaks of blazingly red light emerging from the distant thicket. Even from a distance of several kilometers, he could discern the shadows of that fiery brilliance through the dense haze. Before Qi Ming could voice a word, Xianmo extended its dragon wings, lifting Qi Ming as they soared towards the source of the disturbance. In what should have been a lush mountainous forest, torrents of molten lava meandered through the air, scorching the surrounding towering trees, which rapidly turned to char amidst the twisted, blackened trunks and the rivers of incandescent lava. A figure loomed, towering at 300 meters. Adorned with demonic horns and etched with crimson patterns, exuding a demonic aura as it surveyed the diverse array of creatures below with a sinister grin. These creatures are phantoms that have congregated from nearby cities to haunt. Each of them bears varying degrees of burn injuries. Scattered nearby lie dozens of charred corpses, their shapes unrecognizable. Faced with such terrifying and demonic adversaries, an overwhelming sense of indescribable fear fills the hearts of all the phantoms. At that moment, a flame-ensconced antelope stepped forward. "I will hold it off. You all go first." As soon as the words left its mouth, another beaver of the water element immediately interjected. "No, we leave together." With that, it swished its paddle-like tail and turned to the other phantoms, saying, "We will cover the rear. You all hurry and escape." The remaining phantoms exchanged determined glances, one of them asserting, "What is a mere fire demon? I'll face it head on. Indeed, count me in. What is the worst that could happen? I've lived long enough. Brothers, let us charge. If we continue like this, no one will escape." With that, several phantoms unleashed their energy breaths, simultaneously launching an assault on the blazing fire demon. Soaring to a height of 300 meters, the imposing fire demon let out a roar, its eyes glinting with contempt. It showed no inclination to evade the incoming energy blasts. With a powerful tremor, it unleashed a torrent of crimson flames, effortlessly deflecting all attacks. Almost immediately, a colossal hand, measuring several dozen feet, descended from above, crushing one phantom into a grotesque mass of flesh. Witnessing this scene, all the phantoms were filled with rage and despair. Yet, before they could react, the fire demon struck again, binding the flame antelope in place with unyielding force. As crimson patterns illuminated its form, the surrounding rivers began to converge ominously upon the antelope's body. The water beaver, having summoned a stream to impede this, was suddenly pierced through by a spontaneous column of molten lava, instantly draining it of all vitality. The other phantoms gritted their teeth, suppressing their terror as they continued their assault on the fire demon. However, the demon remained unfazed, persistently manipulating the molten rivers, channeling them into the body of the flame antelope. Seconds ticked by, 1, 2, and in less than 10 seconds, an astonishing spectacle unfolded before the phantom's eyes. The once lifeless antelope, saturated with molten flow, began to undergo a bizarre transformation. Its limbs that had once been grounded rose upright, its slender hooves grew robust, and formidable claws sprouted from its form. Accompanied by the emergence of fiery crimson patterns on its charred exterior, the antelope that had seemingly perished was resurrected. Yet now, its appearance resembled that of a diminutive fire demon. This newly reborn fire demon let out a thunderous roar, charging forth with blazing flames toward the few remaining phantoms. As all the mythical beasts were engulfed in confusion, uncertain of how to proceed, a massive meteor of yellow sand, measuring a full 10 meters in diameter, suddenly plummeted from the heavens, striking the resurrected red fire demon, the antelope. The tremendous impact momentarily halted its advance. Following this, a second and a third meteor descended, culminating in a total of 9 yellow sand meteors crashing down upon the fiery antelope, effectively freezing its forward momentum. A whirlwind of yellow sand swirled about, swiftly transforming into a colossal yellow sandworm that consumed it whole. This abrupt commotion instantly captured the attention of the red fire demon. Upon realizing that the newly resurrected slave had ceased to exist, a flicker of furious flames ignited in the demon's eyes. Several mythical beasts stood in stunned silence, beholding the extraordinary scene before them. Simultaneously, a figure over 150 meters in size, possessing 2 dragon-like heads, gradually descended from the sky, landing between the red fire demon and the few surviving mythical beasts. The appearance of this 2-headed dragon immediately commanded the attention of both parties. Without uttering a single word, the swirling yellow sand spontaneously formed tendrils that entwined around the molten rivers nearby. In mere moments, the surrounding environment dramatically transformed into the dominion of the 2-headed dragon. Ming gazed at the towering red fire demon, standing 300 meters tall, twice his height. The words of Ada echoed in his mind. Ming, this is a red fire demon, belonging to the Yi Moju, a common enemy of all races. They possess the ability to transform other races into their own kin. At present, the adversary had reached the late stage of growth. If you can successfully consume it, you will undoubtedly expedite your breakthrough to maturity. With the prospect of accelerated advancement before him, Ming felt compelled to seize this opportunity. Resolving to act, he summoned a torrent of yellow sand to form a trio of menacing yellow sand dragons, which coiled toward his opponent. The red fire demon, seething with rage, had evidently not anticipated that Ming would dare to initiate an assault. Columns of crimson lava materialized from thin air, crashing down upon Ming. However, to the red fire demon's astonishment, its attack inflicted no harm upon the 2-headed dragon. Upon closer inspection, it became apparent that the dragon's surface was enveloped in a layer of molten lava shield. These tightly packed shields resembled dragon scales growing upon the beast. The red fire demons sought to launch another attack, but the 3 ferocious yellow sand dragons, having amassed their energy, seized the opportunity. They shot forth with lightning speed from 3 different directions, ensnaring the red fire demon in their grasp. Meanwhile, Ming summoned the yellow sand to coalesce into a yellow sandworm, leaping directly from beneath the red fire demon, swiftly engulfing its entire form. The nearby survivors, witnessing the scene, were struck with an ineffable shock. The once formidable crimson fire demon, which had just been ruthlessly crushed, was so effortlessly dispatched by the dual-headed dragon. Indeed, this was a consequence of Ming's powers, which fortuitously countered that of the crimson fire demon, for he possessed both fire and earth attributes. Within the same realm, the lava powers of the crimson fire demon posed little threat to him. Additionally, the sand transformation ability he acquired from inadvertently merging with the spirit of yellow sand enabled him to swiftly seize the life force of the crimson fire demon. Just as Ming prepared to absorb the soul gem of the crimson fire demon, he noticed that several surviving phantoms cautiously approached him. "Thank you very much," one began. But before the words could fully escape its lips, Ming raised a dragon claw and shook it, indicating that gratitude was unnecessary. "I kindly ask you to leave now. I must feed." One of the phantoms glanced at the corpse nearby, opening its mouth to say something further, but the others quickly silenced it. After a slight bow, the group departed without a backward glance. Observing their retreating figures, Ming couldn't help but shake his head, pondering, "Alas, I am too benevolent. If it were any other protagonist, they would have devoured them before they could express their thanks." Despite this thought, he chose not to pursue any further trouble with the phantoms. Instead, he turned to the emerging Xianmo, saying, "Little Black, I leave the corpses and soul gems of these other creatures to you. Let us strive to inherit a few more talents this time." Xianmo, gazing at the nearly 20 charred bodies scattered around, beamed with excitement. "Rest assured, Master, I will accomplish the task." However, Ada couldn't help but interject. "You're being overly optimistic, aren't you? Inheriting talents isn't as simple as you think." At this, Xianmo shot Ada a fierce glare before unleashing several tendrils that pierced into the bodies of the phantoms. Ming merely shook his head as he consumed the soul gem of the crimson fire demon, waiting in silence. Suddenly, he recalled Ada's mention of the Yi Mo foreign demons. Unable to contain his curiosity, he asked, Ada, you previously stated that these Evo are the enemies of all races. Does that mean their numbers surpass those of the myriad races? Ada blinked and replied, Indeed, their numbers are unfathomably vast. Not only are there many, but their varieties can rival those of the myriad races. This is due to the fact that the Lord-level Evo possess the ability to transform their followers significantly, once tainted by the magical aura of high-ranking Evo. If one fails to expel it in time, they will succumb to become a new Evo. Ming nodded thoughtfully and then inquired again, Will the Lord-level Evo descend upon Blue Star? Upon hearing this, Ada hesitated slightly before responding, Well, I am not entirely certain about that. Under ordinary circumstances, it would be unlikely. However, in such situations, no one can say for certain. In summary, you should hasten to enhance your strength and break through to the Lord level. By then, even when confronted with formidable higher-order monsters, you shall not be without the means to defend yourself. Upon hearing Ada's response, a flicker of skepticism appeared in Ming's eyes. Nevertheless, after some contemplation, he chose to remain silent, patiently awaiting the arrival of Mo, who was in the process of absorbing the blood food. Most of the more than a dozen phantom beasts were still in their early growth stages, offering negligible assistance to him, rather than allowing him to absorb them. It would be more beneficial for Mo to open a batch of blind boxes, if he were to inherit a powerful ability or talent. It would not be in vain. To Ming's delight, before Mo could bring him any good news, the soul gem in his mind transmitted a complex wave of information. The lava domain summoned the molten rivers that encircled the surroundings, capable of attacking enemies or defending oneself. Upon receiving this information, Ming's eyes brightened. He had seen the blazing lava domain floating around the Crimson Fire Demon, setting aside its formidable offensive and defensive capabilities. The sheer aesthetic appeal of this skill left Ming in awe. However, due to his previous infrequent inheritance of abilities after consuming blood food, he did not harbor high hopes. To his astonishment, today he had indeed struck gold, successfully inheriting this extensive skill. It seems my fortune is rather favorable. Just as this thought crossed his mind, Mo, having completed the absorption, excitedly declared, Master, I have acquired 2 talents and 16 new abilities. Ming thought to himself, How fortunate! He had painstakingly inherited a single ability, while Mo managed to inherit in batches. This was not merely inheriting abilities, it was akin to wholesale acquisition. Naturally, Mo was oblivious to the blow Ming had suffered and continued to showcase his newfound powers while explaining, Master, this time I have obtained the powers of water and fire. Moreover, they have been enhanced to a certain degree through integration with my dark attributes. As he spoke, 2 dragon claws extended from either side of Mo's serpent form. One claw erupted in blazing black flames, while the other coalesced into a swirling mass of pitch-black water. Witnessing this spectacle, Ming was momentarily speechless, his heartbeat quickening slightly. After a considerable pause, he finally exclaimed, It is indeed you, Little Black. Ada, equally perplexed, wondered aloud. How is this possible? How can a life form continuously inherit abilities and intermittently fuse new talents? However, Mo cast a disdainful glance at Ada and retorted, What is impossible about it? There is much you do not know. Chapter 44, A Relative of Little Black? Upon hearing this, Ada did not take offense, but continued to murmur in confusion. Mo then retracted the black flames and water mass, approaching Ming to inquire, Master, where shall we go next? After a moment of contemplation, Ming responded, expressing his uncertainty and suggesting they explore the surroundings first. If they found nothing of value, they would seek another location. Mo naturally had no objections. As the vine stretched, the black dragon wings unfurled, propelling Ming into the sky. Once they broke through the clouds, his field of vision astonishingly extended to 5 kilometers. Particularly now, as most creatures were evolving towards gigantic forms, even from several kilometers away. Ming could effortlessly spot figures amidst the dense forest. After circling this unnamed mountain range, Ming found no suitable prey. Just as he prepared to depart, a sudden voice echoed from the small black creature on his back. Master, I seem to sense the presence of kin in that valley over there. Ming was taken aback and immediately turned his gaze in the direction indicated by Mo. There, amid a swirl of mist and clouds, an array of exotic flowers and plants vied for attention, accompanied by a cascading waterfall, presenting a scene reminiscent of a paradise beyond the mundane world. After a moment's hesitation, Ming nodded in agreement. Very well, let us proceed to investigate. Upon hearing this, Mo's dragon wings gently fluttered, lifting Ming towards the enchanting valley. Soon, the duo arrived at the valley's entrance. Little Black, do you know where your kin's presence is? Ming inquired. I can't sense it now. It seems to have concealed itself, came the reply. Ming's lips twitched, unsure of how to respond. However, considering the rarity of the second type of life form, the prospect of devouring it would undoubtedly elevate Mo's power. He suppressed his inner turmoil and stepped into the valley. Every plant here could potentially be a kin of Mo, so he needed to discern them carefully. Yet, after advancing just a few hundred meters, Ming abandoned this notion. The reason was simple. The abundance of flora was overwhelming. Unless the creature revealed itself or employed some special method, it might take hours to thoroughly search the area. Noticing Ming halt, Mo felt a bit embarrassed, as it was the one who suggested they seek its kin, leading Ming here only to lose the sense of their presence. Master, perhaps we should leave? It suggested hesitantly. Before it could finish, Ming interrupted. Leave? After finally discovering a lead regarding your kin, we cannot leave empty-handed. Worry not. Even if it hides deeply, I shall unearth it for you. Mo was taken aback, the last words of Ming resonating in its mind. At that moment, within its field of vision, all surrounding clutter vanished, leaving only the silhouette of a two-headed dragon-like figure. Master, it called. Ming scanned the area, and after a moment of reflection, a spark of inspiration flashed in his mind. In the next moment, a torrent of yellow sand began to flow forth from Ming's body, spreading intricately throughout the valley. This skill was an inheritance from the Crimson Flame Demon, known as the Lava Domain. However, he had merely stripped away its outer layer and replaced it with the power of yellow sand. This yellow sand possessed the ability to absorb life force. Should it encounter any of Mo's kin, they would undoubtedly resist, allowing him to discern their location. Thanks to the fusion with the spirit of yellow sand, his sand-based abilities extended far beyond that of others. Although the current yellow sand domain could not encompass the entire valley, it was steadily expanding with his movement, undoubtedly shortening the time required by an immeasurable factor. Thus, within a mere 2 minutes, an unusual disturbance arose from a boulder entwined with dark green vines. Sensing that his lava domain had been interrupted by a strange force, a smile crept across Ming's face. He had found it. Upon reaching the boulder, the sight that met his eyes left him momentarily speechless. The massive stone was covered in vines with 5-clawed leaves, interspersed with clusters of black fruits resembling a sky full of stars. Each black fruit was as large as a basketball, and the surface of the vines emitted a faint, ominous glow, indicating that they were no ordinary plants. Mo, observing in awe, noted the striking resemblance between the black fruits and the leaves of the vines. Curiosity piqued. It inquired, Master, what kind of plant is this? Ming, deep in thought, hesitated for a moment before responding. This should be a mutated 5-leaf ground vine. 5-leaf ground vine. Mo echoed, puzzled, yet it silently committed the name to memory. Ming recalled the peculiar force that had interrupted his yellow sand and, with a flicker of determination in his eyes, said, Little Black, do not move yet. Allow me to confront this creature. With that, he summoned 3 fierce yellow sand dragons, sending them soaring toward the opponent. However, as the dragons reached midway, 3 strange black whirlpools suddenly manifested, obstructing their path. Upon witnessing this, Ming's heart sank, for the yellow sand dragons had already plunged into the whirlpools, severing their connection with him once more. Mo, equally stunned, expressed its confusion, exclaiming, What kind of ability is this? The tardy Ada, witnessing the scene, released a bubble and replied, This is spatial power. It is currently regarded as one of the most formidable abilities in Blue Star. Though Mo felt perplexed, it couldn't resist a scoff, retorting, Who asked you to answer? What a show-off. Ming, however, was both astonished and elated. The awakening of spatial power in the 5-leaf ground vine fascinated him. However, if Little Black could consume it, perhaps this spatial power, no, given Little Black's luck and the significance of spatial power, it would undoubtedly be inherited. Ada, does this spatial power possess any vulnerabilities? Ada blinked and replied, I cannot divulge that to you. However, if you grant me the opportunity to intervene, I could assist you in resolving it directly. Upon hearing this, Qi Ming opened his mouth, hesitated, and ultimately shook his head slowly, saying, "Forget it. Let us devise our own solution." In that fleeting moment of doubt, Qi Ming summoned a series of molten fireballs that circled around him. With a thought, he transformed them into streaks of meteoric fire that hurled towards the five-leaf ground silk. In an instant, swirling black vortices emerged from thin air, consuming the fiery meteors and severing the connection between Qi Ming and the attack. Xianmo was equally unyielding, unleashing tendrils engulfed in black flames that lashed out at the five-leaf ground silk upon the mountain rock. Yet, before these tendrils could reach their target, they too were swept away by the black vortices, completely devoured. Witnessing this, both Qi Ming and Xianmo found themselves in a quandary. This spatial power was indeed formidable. Their assaults couldn't land a strike. Qi Ming observed the dark green tendrils clinging to the mountain stone, a myriad of thoughts racing through his mind. This ground silk was merely at the mid-stage of its growth. Even if it awakened spatial power, it could not be exceedingly strong. Where could its weakness lie? Suddenly, an idea struck Qi Ming. The two dragon heads moved in unison, conjuring two fiery breaths that surged towards the mountain stone once more. With a flash of black light, two black vortices appeared, and the fiery breaths were immediately swallowed. Yet, Qi Ming did not cease the energy supply. Rather, he intensified it. The black vortices trembled but did not shatter. Qi Ming's eyes glimmered as he maneuvered one of the fiery breaths to change direction. However, the opponent clearly discerned his intent and summoned a new black vortex that successfully intercepted the fiery breath. Seeing this, Qi Ming couldn't help but feel a hint of helplessness. Was there truly no way to confront this five-leaf ground silk? Just as Qi Ming pondered this perplexity, a black vortex materialized behind him. Dark green tendrils shot forth from it, coiling towards various parts of Qi Ming's body. Xianmo, noticing the ambush, hastily warned Qi Ming, and he summoned flames to envelop himself. Fortunately, it seemed that the opponent, apart from the black vortices, lacked any additional spatial abilities. Faced with the burning crimson flames, the dark green tendrils hesitated for a moment before slowly retracting. Observing this scene, Xianmo, though reluctant, spoke again, "Master, perhaps we should retreat." Qi Ming remained silent, deeply engrossed in contemplating a strategy to counter the five-leafed vine. After a moment, he finally lifted his head, his eyes sparkling with determination as he addressed Xiaohe. "I wish to attempt once more." With that, he strode purposefully towards the rocky outcrop. However, after taking only a few steps, a black vortex materialized before him. Undeterred, Qi Ming charged directly into the black vortex. The instant his body made contact, an overwhelming force of tearing power surged forth. The molten lava shield enveloping him was instantly shredded into fragments by this terrifying force. A sense of foreboding gripped Qi Ming's heart, and he considered retreating. Yet, at that very moment, something extraordinary occurred. As his body engaged with the black vortex, it ceased its rotation and began to dissipate gradually. Overcome with elation, Qi Ming hastened to the rocky surface, his claws deftly tearing at the five-leafed vine. "Release me, you wretched creature, or else do not blame me for my lack of courtesy," a youthful voice echoed, imbued with a spiritual essence. Qi Ming was momentarily taken aback, but quickly realized it was the voice of the vine's spirit. However, given the circumstances, he was far from intimidated by its words. With swift efficiency, he stripped the entire vine from the rock. During this process, the vine attempted to retaliate with its tendrils, but without the spatial vortex. Its attempts to ensnare Qi Ming were akin to a mere skin scraping. Beholding the mass of fallen tendrils before him, Qi Ming called out to Xianmo, "Xiaohe, hurry, this task is yours." Xianmo nodded emphatically before transforming into a gigantic serpent, devouring the five-leafed vine with fervor. "Ah, what are you doing? Don't come any closer." The voice faded as, in mere moments, Xianmo consumed the entirety of the five-leafed vine, returning to Qi Ming to silently digest the energy. At that moment, Ada interjected, "Fortunately, this vine is merely in its growth stage. Its spatial power remains unstable. Currently, it can only absorb energy and poses no threat to flesh. If it were to mature, your earlier actions would have surely left you severely harmed, if not dead." Hearing this, a glimmer of relief crossed Qi Ming's expression. Nevertheless, he deemed every effort worthwhile, provided Xiaohe lent his strength. "Master, I have acquired spatial talents." "Wow. So soon?" Qi Ming was taken aback, staring in disbelief at the black vortex that had reappeared before him. Soon, familiar black tendrils emerged from within. Observing this scene, Qi Ming felt a surge of incredulity. Xiaohei, how could this happen so swiftly? You haven't been possessed, have you? Xian Mo, perplexed, dissipated the black vortex, shaking the head of the serpent form, and replied, No, I'm uncertain how this transpired. It was only shortly after absorbing the vine that I attained this ability. Qi Ming turned his gaze towards Ada, but even this usually omniscient being appeared momentarily subdued. The atmosphere was unusually tranquil. Shaking his head slightly, Qi Ming then addressed Xian Mo, stating that it was of little consequence. After all, the spatial talent had been acquired, which was what truly mattered. Xian Mo nodded earnestly, expressing gratitude towards his master, acknowledging that without him, such a talent would have remained unattainable. Master, thank you. Qi Ming chuckled lightly in response. Why thank me? I am your master. If I do not assist you, who will? He continued, as long as you do not forget me in the future. Before he could finish, Xian Mo vehemently shook his head, declaring, Impossible. How could I ever forget my master? Even in death, I would not forget. Qi Ming was taken aback. He had merely spoken casually, not anticipating such a fervent reaction from Xian Mo. Yet, it was precisely due to this intense response that Qi Ming glimpsed the true sentiments of this child, realizing that it had inadvertently come to regard him as its master. Feeling an inexplicable bond form, Qi Ming refrained from saying anything further, though Xian Mo's standing in his heart subtly elevated. After a considerable pause, Ada marveled as he circled Xian Mo twice, exclaiming, This is truly astonishing. I never expected you to acquire yet another talent, one as formidable as spatial abilities. Perceiving Ada's astonishment, Xian Mo did not shy away as he usually would. Instead, he regarded Ada with an air of superiority, disdainfully remarking, I have always said that there is much you do not comprehend. Ignoring Xian Mo's condescension, Ada turned to Qi Ming, suggesting, All right, let us hasten our departure. The number of beings that have reached the late stages of growth has already surpassed 50,000. At any moment, some may transcend into maturity. Hearing this, Qi Ming showed no hesitation and promptly nodded in agreement. Little Black, we shall set forth. The dark, profound vines spread forth, resembling the wings of a dragon unfurling outward. In the next instant, Qi Ming's figure shot skyward, vanishing like lightning from his previous location. Chapter 46. The anomaly in the canyon on a vast expanse of grassland. Qi Ming lay resting after devouring several blood beasts. Seizing the moment, he logged into the illusory beast wristband to peruse the forum. Nearby, Xian Mo coiled around a large stone, exploring his own illusory beast wristband. Following his gaze, lines of text continuously shifted, with a line at the top flickering between shades of blue and green. This creature was, astonishingly, listening to music while engrossed in a novel. When the narrative reached an exciting juncture, Xian Mo's vine-like tail swayed rhythmically, evidently immersed in the tale. Ada, however, remained listlessly floating in the air, blowing bubbles, unable to fathom the amusement of the illusory beast wristband. Suddenly, Qi Ming seemed to make a discovery. With a glint of intrigue in his eyes, he looked up and said, We must depart. There are fog crystals appearing in the nearby canyon. Ada paused, then with a peculiar expression, inquired, How do you know that? The canyon lies over 30 kilometers away from here. Qi Ming raised his right claw, shaking it while referencing discussions on the forum about other phantasmal beasts, and even uploaded images. It seems the mist crystal still requires some time to mature. Let us set off quickly. Upon hearing this, Xian Mo promptly stowed away his phantasmal beast wristband. Returning to Qi Ming, he soared toward the canyon as he had indicated. Remarkably, they arrived at their destination in less than 3 minutes, despite the 30-kilometer distance. As they reached the canyon's entrance, Qi Ming understood why phantasmal beasts had disseminated this information. Within the canyon, numerous ferocious beasts and spiritual creatures roamed, and even some exotic races could be seen. In a direct confrontation, the number of phantasmal beasts would be insufficient. However, they possessed a unique advantage, the ability to summon allies. As news of the mist crystal spread, an increasing number of phantasmal beasts began to arrive at the canyon. Even if they ultimately failed to obtain the mist crystal, the opportunity to scavenge amidst the chaos would be splendid. The area from which the mist crystal absorbed fog was vastly greater than that encountered by Qi Ming in Longhua City. A cursory glance revealed a diameter that reached a staggering 10 kilometers. It was unimaginable how formidable one would become after absorbing it. Without a doubt, breaking through to maturity would pose no challenge. Amidst the eclectic array of creatures and exotic races, Ming also spotted several figures resembling Ada. It appeared this fellow had quite an extensive network, with so many subordinates. Additionally, from Ming's observations, there were at least 4 others in the vicinity who had also reached the late stages of maturity. This was merely the canyon in their immediate area. He could only speculate about the numbers in the other directions. Moreover, observing the continuous influx of phantasmal beasts around him, it was evident that a grand melee was imminent. As Ming surveyed the surrounding phantasmal beasts, they too were quietly appraising his presence. Upon witnessing the imposing figure resembling a 2-headed dragon, they felt a profound sense of pressure. Several late-stage entities instinctively distanced themselves from Ming, seemingly reluctant to engage him directly. As time trickled by, the number of phantasmal beasts that had arrived at the canyon was not less than 20 or 30,000. At the canyon's periphery, a blazing red-bellied golden pheasant and a rock-covered floral pig approached leisurely. Upon spotting the 2-headed dragon at the forefront of the mist barrier, the golden pheasant's eyes sparkled with recognition. "It's him." The rock floral pig, puzzled, inquired, "Who is that?" "Brother Kuan, do you know him?" In response, the golden pheasant, perched atop the floral pig's head, stomped its foot and chided, "You fool! How many times must I remind you to address me as young Master Kuan in public?" With that, it turned its gaze back toward the 2-headed dragon. "If I am not mistaken, that 2-headed dragon should be the one we encountered in Longhua City." The rockflower pig was also somewhat astonished. It had absorbed the residual energy from the other party's breakthrough, which enabled it to ascend to the slumbering species. Little did it expect to encounter that very being once again here. Before Yi Kuan and Yi Zhu could continue their conversation, the ever-shifting mist crystal in the center of the canyon had fully taken shape. Simultaneously, the surrounding barriers slowly dissipated. All animals and foreign races roared and surged toward the mist crystal. Naturally, Ming, who had been waiting for a long time, was not one to fall behind. With a powerful flap of his dragon wings, he transformed into a flash of lightning and vanished from his position. His speed was remarkable. Yet some of the later stage growth entities, adept at speed, were even swifter. Before Ming could reach the heart of the canyon, one of the 4-winged golden cicadas, accompanied by the sound of mountains splitting and rocks shattering, had already arrived beside the mist crystal. Just as it was about to open its mouth to consume the mist crystal, a bolt of purple lightning descended from the heavens, striking the back of the 4-winged golden cicada in an instant. The terrifying lightning instantaneously left cracks on the cicada's carapace. The immense impact force sent its entire body crashing to the ground, creating web-like fissures. Immediately afterward, a massive azure eagle, adorned with blue-violet feathers and boasting a wingspan of 100 meters, descended from above. With a cry, the thunderbolt azure eagle emitted a piercing shriek, its eyes flashing with electricity as it dove down like an arrow released from a bow. However, before it could reach within 100 meters of the mist crystal, a 100-meter-long wooden spear sliced through the air and pierced through its chest. At the same time, a colossal diamond giant ape, towering at a height of 120 meters, leapt into the air, extending its fan-like hand toward the mist crystal. The surrounding formidable later-stage growth entities were naturally unwilling to witness the mist crystal being seized by the diamond giant ape. They unleashed their respective powers and hurled attacks toward it. Under the overwhelming pressure, the giant ape had no choice but to temporarily retreat, letting out a furious roar. Observing this, another black giant python seized the opportunity to rise up, eager to snatch the mist crystal. Yet, it clearly overestimated its own strength. In the blink of an eye, it was shattered by countless assaults, its remnants carried away by the energy shockwaves. The weaker animals and foreign races around were filled with excitement as they rushed toward the scattered flesh. This flesh contained immense life force, akin to a miraculous elixir for them. Among them, the black giant python soul pearl was fiercely contested by numerous phantom beasts and foreign races. However, it was not long before another later-stage growth entity was torn apart by the energy attacks. The flesh and soul gems were once again scattered by the impact of the residual waves. The red-bellied golden pheasant seized the opportunity, taking flight to snatch a severed half-arm from a foreign entity, divided in two, discarding one half to the rock beneath, urging the portly creature to eat swiftly, for the buffet is about to commence. Chapter 47. The Great Melee. Elsewhere, beside the mist crystal, a dark vortex abruptly materialized. Following this, a black vine extended forth, swiftly entangling the suspended mist crystal. Yet, as soon as the vine appeared, it was torn to shreds by dozens of energy blasts. The dark vortex, too, could barely withstand a second before being obliterated by the torrent of energy. The master of this black vine and vortex was none other than Xianmo. With a flicker of light, Xianmo, tinged with a hint of bitterness, spoke. "It seems I have failed. I apologize for my ineptitude." Ming gently shook his head, soothingly retorting, "What nonsense are you uttering? It is entirely reasonable that you could not withstand such a barrage from so many late-stage growth entities. I merely suggested it casually. If this approach fails, we shall devise another." Having said this, he, along with numerous late-stage growth entities, took positions, preparing for confrontation. Ming initially intended to seize the mist crystal at the opportune moment and make a hasty retreat. However, contemplating the prospect of absorbing these late-stage growth animals and alien beings, he realized it would significantly accelerate his advancement to maturity. Thus, his earlier impatience dissolved, and he chose to remain patiently in place, awaiting the right moment. After all, the energy required for each of his breakthroughs was double that of ordinary life forms. And upon reaching maturity, it might even triple. Seizing this fortuitous opportunity to gather more life force was crucial, for once he achieved maturity, opportunities for such rapid progress would likely diminish, and he would lose his current advantageous position. All the phantoms, spirit beasts, ferocious beasts, and aliens were silently vigilant, surveying their surroundings. Simultaneously, they unconsciously began to split into 4 factions. At Ming's side, 8 late-stage growth phantoms emerged: lions, tigers, rhinos, and gorillas, among others. The recently aggressive giant ape, which had hurled trees like javelins, was the first to speak. "Fellow phantoms, as we share the same essence, we should unite our efforts. Once we eliminate the other ferocious beasts and aliens, we can then contend for the mist crystal based on our individual merits. What do you say?" As soon as he finished speaking, the other phantoms nodded in agreement, expressing their approval of this strategy. "I find this approach quite reasonable. Let us proceed." However, one voice interjected, "But there are only 9 of us, while the other spirit beasts, ferocious beasts, and aliens number around 20 to 30. That is simple enough. We first ally with a few spirit beasts to eliminate the ferocious beasts and aliens. Then we can turn on those spirit beasts ourselves, can't we?" Upon hearing this last remark, several phantoms exchanged peculiar glances towards the white ice bear who had just spoken. The ice bear, feeling the weight of their scrutiny, shifted uncomfortably and remarked, "What are you all looking at? Don't assume you are all so benevolent. If it comes to that, I shall be the first to withdraw." Without awaiting a response from the myriad of phantom beasts, the mighty gorilla bellowed once more, asserting that the immediate priority was to eliminate the alien entities and ferocious beasts. As he spoke, he noticed that Ming had remained silent. Frowning slightly, he turned to Ming and inquired, "Does our double-headed dragon brother prefer silence? Or do you harbor objections to our proposal? Do you possess a more effective strategy?" His words instantly directed the gaze of the remaining 7 phantom beasts towards Ming. Although unspoken, the perceptive creatures could discern the palpable aura that surrounded him. Among them, Ming's imposing presence was unparalleled. Whether it was his impressive length of 150 meters or his 2 dragon heads, his form exuded an overwhelming power, even making the 120-meter-tall mighty gorilla appear somewhat diminutive in comparison. Upon being singled out, Ming gradually emerged from his contemplation. While he was indifferent to the opinions of these phantom beasts, he was not foolish enough to fall into any traps laid out before him. With this in mind, he cast a calm glance at the mighty gorilla before responding, "I have no objections and will cooperate fully." Naturally, he bore no grievances. Who would quibble with beings destined to become sustenance? At his words, the other phantom beasts felt a sense of reassurance. As for the distribution of the mist crystals after vanquishing the other factions, they seemed to conveniently overlook that matter. The mighty gorilla and the white bear cautiously approached the location of several spirit beasts. Spirit beasts and ferocious beasts were not fundamentally different, both having evolved from wild animals. Should any unforeseen events occur, spirit beasts could very well transform into ferocious beasts. The convincing prowess of the mighty gorilla and the white bear proved effective, as they swiftly rallied 8 spirit beasts to their side. Observing this, The ferocious beasts and alien entities inched closer, almost simultaneously. The two temporary alliances of phantom beasts and spirit beasts, as well as ferocious beasts and aliens, launched their assault. Leading the charge, the mighty gorilla let out a thunderous roar and stood shoulder to shoulder with an alien of similar stature, whose body was adorned with sinewy muscles. The other phantom and spirit beasts unleashed their abilities, generating terrifying waves of energy. Ming also joined the fray, albeit holding back, as he employed solely his fiery powers. He found himself facing a blood-scaled ferocious beast, its form reminiscent of a wild wolf, suggesting a fusion between a wolf and a crocodile through some form of evolutionary mutation. The presence of blood-red scales undoubtedly enhanced the giant wolf's defensive capabilities. When Ming's dragon claws struck its body, they merely left a faint crack upon its surface. Upon witnessing this, the blood wolf's eyes gleamed with a savage hunger as it lunged towards Ming with a furious roar. Ming hurriedly prepared to defend himself, desperately bracing against the ferocious attack of the blood wolf. Unlike the inconspicuous Ming, the colossal ape has, at this moment, emerged as the MVP. With a casual snap, it breaks a tree and wields it like a staff. The giant transforms into a master of martial arts, executing peculiar staff techniques while engaging in a fierce battle with three ferocious beasts and foreign entities. Time flows steadily, and the mist crystals continue to hover in the air. In the center of the canyon, 20 corpses of animals and foreign creatures lay strewn about. Among them are mid-stage and early-stage beasts and aliens attempting to seize the blood and mist crystals. Yet, they are instantaneously devoured by suddenly emerging yellow sandworms, disintegrating into a pile of yellow sand scattered across the ground. Ming exerts himself to slay a foreign creature with a bovine head. Gasping for breath, he gazes at the remaining few phantom and spiritual beasts. Among them are the previously mentioned white bear and colossal ape. Additionally, there is a lion-tiger phantom beast and a spiritual deer adorned with fiery red scales and fur. The giant casually extracts a black spike that had pierced its chest. Chapter 48. Acquiring the mist crystal. Again surveying the surroundings, it becomes evident that the ownership of the mist crystals will soon be determined among us. The spiritual deer's eyes reveal a mixture of anger and helplessness. At this moment, apart from itself, the remaining four are all phantom beasts. If it lingers any longer, it may well be beset upon by the others. Contemplating this, the fiery-scaled deer snorts in frustration before turning away, transforming into a blazing red phantom, and leaping away from the scene. Ming is left speechless. The flame deer is indeed clever, preserving its life. The colossal ape and white bear, witnessing this turn of events, are equally astonished. However, they soon exchange glances and, without a word, charge fiercely towards Ming and the lion-tiger phantom beast. Ming stands his ground, and with a mere thought, fiery red barriers manifest before him. The lion-tiger beast, unable to evade, suffers a devastating ambush from the two. The giant swiftly seizes the lion-tiger by the scruff of its neck, treating it like a mere sandbag, tossing it violently across the ground. Then, with a powerful throw, he hurls the lion-tiger towards Ming. Ming's eyes glimmer, and molten lava fireballs materialize in response. The fireballs streak through the air, instantly stripping the remaining vitality from the lion-tiger beast. The few remaining fireballs retain their momentum, hurtling towards the colossal ape like shooting stars. The giant leaps nimbly, narrowly avoiding the onslaught of lava fireballs. It then turns to the somewhat hesitant white bear, urging, "Brother White Bear, what are you waiting for? This fellow possesses fire attributes. If I perish, you shall be utterly restrained." Upon hearing this, the white bear ceases to hesitate, roaring as it unleashes a breath of icy frost towards Ming. Ming's eyes glimmered with disdain. Truly, what a fool. As expected, the moment the white bear made its move, the diamond giant ape hurled a massive boulder towards its head. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, the white bear seemed to anticipate this assault, abruptly discontinuing its energy attack. It swiftly pivoted, unleashing a frost claw strike that shattered the boulder into countless fragments. Ming was taken aback, realizing he had misjudged the situation. The rebellious white bear, ignoring Ming entirely, unleashed its full frosty power and engaged in fierce combat with the diamond ape. The diamond's expression shifted dramatically, clearly caught off guard by the fact that its own thrown stone had struck its foot. As it observed the frenzied white bear, it hastily dodged while shouting towards Ming, Two-headed dragon brother, why aren't you making your move? Once we deal with this white bear, we shall settle our score. Qi Ming merely observed with a cold smirk, offering no response. He remained poised, seemingly waiting for the conclusion of their battle before intervening. Seeing this, the white bear ceased to hold back. Its icy power surged forth once more, accompanied by an infinite frost, pressing down upon the diamond giant ape. Qi Ming, however, was not one to remain idle. He noticed the lurking mirage beasts and foreign entities nearby, eyeing the scene with greedy anticipation. A flicker of indifference crossed his gaze. Humph, a bunch of insatiable gluttons, thinking they can devour more than they can handle. They might still escape with their lives now, but soon enough, they shall find no opportunity to flee. In the next moment, Qi Ming made no overt movements. Around him, the 20 late-stage growth bodies began to visibly disintegrate into piles of yellow sand. Some entities, witnessing this transformation, exchanged uncertain glances and hesitated before gradually retreating. Others remained steadfast, patiently awaiting the outcome of the battle. The red-bellied golden pheasant, observing the scene, flicked its gaze and stomped its foot, exclaiming, "We must retreat." The rockflower pig looked up in confusion, still with remnants of blood and flesh at the corners of its mouth. Huh, Brother Kuan, no, young Master Kuan. Isn't this a buffet? I'm not full yet. Upon hearing this, the red-bellied golden pheasant stumbled slightly, almost losing its balance. It flapped its wings to regain stability, exasperatedly retorting, "Look at you, you sloth. If you linger here any longer, you won't just miss the buffet, you'll become the buffet. I'll ask you one last time, are you leaving or not? If not, I'm going." The rockflower pig, upon hearing this, immediately began to tremble like a leaf, responding, I'm coming, I'll follow you, Brother Kuan." With that, it abandoned its lingering desires and turned to waddle away from the canyon. Meanwhile, the battle between the white bear and the diamond giant ape was nearing its conclusion. Despite the white bear's frosty abilities, it was relentlessly worn down by the diamond's agile assaults, depleting its remaining vitality. The diamond lifted an arm to wipe the blood trickling from its mouth. With a cold laugh, he cast a glance at Qi Ming, saying, "Now it's your turn." Qi Ming, with his two dragon heads held high, promptly retorted, "This phrase is equally yours." As the words left his mouth, a series of ferocious yellow sand dragons erupted from the grass below, binding the mighty Vajra giant ape in place like chains. Behind him, a black vine shot forth instantly, retrieving the mist crystal before swiftly retracting. The Vajra giant ape, witnessing this scene, nearly erupted with fury. It struggled desperately against the binding yellow sand dragons, emitting roars of rage. "Stop! The mist crystal is mine." Before it could finish, a yellow sandworm, measuring over 500 meters in length, leapt forth, opening its gaping maw to devour the Vajra giant ape in an instant. After consuming the ape, the colossal yellow sandworm continued its rapid advance towards other creatures and foreign races eager to partake in the spoils. But the spectacle was not yet over. With a subtle thought from Qi Ming, the previously gathered yellow sand, transformed from over 20 late-stage life forms, swiftly converged once more. They reformed into several yellow sandworms, lunging towards the escaping entities. Qi Ming, amidst a storm of yellow sand, coldly observed as one beast after another was engulfed. The phrase "a general's success is built on the bones of the fallen" echoed as the swirling sand gradually settled, transforming the area into a vast yellow sand gorge. Amidst the lush green mountains and clear waters, under the blue sky and white clouds, a two-headed demon dragon descended, landing in a concealed mountain ravine shrouded in mist. The dragon's wings unfurled, morphing into tendrils of black vines that spread through the void, soon ensnaring the nearby rocks. Subsequently, the vines coalesced into a black claw that presented itself before the demon dragon. As the claw opened, a 10-meter-high crystal, radiating a soft white glow, emerged. "Master, this is for you." The black vine and demon dragon were none other than Xianmo and Qi Ming. Chapter 49. The third head gazing at the hard-won mist crystal before him. Qi Ming's eyes gleamed with excitement. Without a moment's hesitation, he extended his right claw to accept the mist crystal. "Xiaohei, I'm relying on you for what comes next." Xianmo promptly replied, "Rest assured, Master. Even if I perish." Before he could finish, Qi Ming interrupted, "Don't speak such ominous words. Just keep a watchful eye, it won't take long." With that, both heads sprang into action, swiftly consuming the entire mist crystal in just a few bites. As soon as it entered their bellies, a tremendous energy erupted forth, intertwining with the vast life force acquired in the canyon, spreading throughout Qi Ming's limbs and body. A peacock, with a graceful demeanor and trailing splendid blue-violet feathers, slowly opened its eyes. Sensing the surging energy within, a flicker of resignation appeared in its gaze, as it mused that it was still a step away from maturity. It was astonishing how much energy was required to reach this breakthrough. As soon as these words left its beak, a blue tadpole hovering nearby gently released a bubble. "Linger. You must hasten," it advised languidly. Several life forms have already begun their transition to maturity. The peacock, referred to as Linger, expressed its astonishment, exclaiming, "I have only reached this stage with a continuous supply of energy. How could others be ahead of me? Are they mythical beasts, spiritual creatures, or perhaps ferocious beasts?" The blue tadpole swayed its watery tail and replied with a blink, "All of them. Do not underestimate the other life forms. Despite lacking uninterrupted energy, they possess their own unique opportunities. However, now is not the time for such discussions. You should quickly absorb energy and strive for your breakthrough." Upon hearing this, Linger nodded earnestly and flapped its wings, soaring towards the nearby energy reservoir. Meanwhile, in the distant, boundless ocean, a colossal crocodile tortoise with a carapace diameter of nearly 100 meters was nestled within a trench, voraciously devouring a white crystal towering 10 meters high. Before long, the tortoise seized the last fragment of the crystal, biting down and swallowing it whole. Feeling the explosive energy surging within, the tortoise exclaimed with delight, "Excellent. I can finally achieve maturity." This tortoise was none other than Pang Bo, who had chosen to venture into the sea. Upon entering, he had leveraged his formidable ability to consume, allowing him to reach the threshold of breakthrough in such a short span of time. Beside him floated a blue tadpole, a projection of Ada's essence. "Pang Bo, hasten to achieve maturity. Once you do, you will gain the ability to float." Upon hearing this, Pang Bo's eyes sparkled with excitement. It was precisely the chance encounter with Ada that revealed the acquisition of levitation post-breakthrough, fueling his relentless efforts until now. He shook his head to clear any distractions as he prepared for the transition. Suddenly, a thought crossed his mind, and he turned to the blue tadpole. "Ada, you aren't planning to harvest us once we mature, are you?" Ada paused, then widened its eyes in disbelief, retorting, "What nonsense are you spouting? Why would you accuse me of such a thing? Did I not clarify before that I harbor no ill intentions towards you?" Pang Bo chuckled awkwardly. "It's nothing. I merely recalled an anime I had watched previously. Please don't be upset. Let us consider it a slip of the tongue." "I apologize." Ada huffed in annoyance. "I don't require your apology. Hasten to break through the mature form, and once the breakthrough is complete, strive to become a lord. For only then will there be an opportunity to engage with the vast new world." Upon hearing this, Pang Bo felt a flicker of curiosity regarding the new world described by Ada. Without hesitation, torrents of black energy surged forth from his body, gradually enveloping him entirely, forming a colossal black cocoon. Within the mountain gorge, a massive cocoon of intertwining crimson and bright yellow radiated shimmering lights. Nearby, black vines swayed erratically, seemingly dancing without the caress of wind. Amidst the chaotic throngs of these unrestrained black tendrils, a blue tadpole deftly evaded their assaults. Ada gracefully sidestepped a vine, swaying gently as he declared, "There's no need to waste your efforts. You cannot touch me." Xian Mo, filled with indignation, had been diligently guarding Qi Ming. However, this insufferable green tea BTCH incessantly harassed him whenever Qi Ming was not looking, driving him to retaliate in frustration. Suddenly, a flash of insight illuminated Xian Mo's mind. Pointing at the cocoon encasing Qi Ming, he exclaimed, "Ah, Master has successfully broken through." Upon hearing this, Ada quickly donned an innocuous facade, saying, "Xian Mo, why are you attacking me? I've mentioned before that I harbor no malice towards you." Observing Ada's true self emerge once more, Xian Mo erupted with fury, summoning the vines to ensnare Ada tightly. Taken aback, Ada turned to see that the cocoon still emitted a faint glow, showing no signs of a breakthrough. Witnessing this scene, Ada's internal waves momentarily stilled, and he remarked with astonishment, "Xian Mo, I didn't expect you to have learned the art of deception." Xian Mo retorted with a cold snort, "What do you know? This is strategy. Against a wretched green tea like you. If I don't show some skill, you'll never learn your lesson." As he spoke, the vines began to constrict violently, soon transforming Ada into two half-spherical masses. Mo was elated, but before he could revel in his triumph, Ada's form shimmered and vanished, reappearing unharmed in a nearby space. With his tail swishing, he chimed innocently, "Give it up. I've already told you that your efforts are in vain." Mo, feeling a mix of frustration and surprise, was about to respond when he suddenly exclaimed, "Ah, the master is about to break through." Ada released a stream of bubbles, saying, "TSK, TSK, that same line 1T work on me a second time." Before he could finish his sentence, a terrifying aura erupted explosively from behind Ada. He turned in astonishment to see that the cocoon was indeed cracking open with numerous fissures. It was truly on the verge of a breakthrough. In a brief span, the cocoon transformed into an endless radiance, dissipating into nothingness. Before Mo and Ada stood a colossal figure, a three-headed beast measuring a staggering 280 meters, resembling a demonic dragon. Upon encountering the three dragon heads, Mo manifested a colossal serpent's cranium and proclaimed, "Congratulations, Master, on your successful breakthrough." Ming, with his three heads proudly elevated and his form unfurled, responded with a hearty, "Ha ha, thank you, Little Black." In Chapter 50, The Life Field Blossoming, Mo gently shook his head and replied, "This is but my duty." Ada gradually glided to Ming's forefront, exclaiming, "Congratulations, Ming. You are the third being within Blue Star to evolve into a mature form." Taken aback by this statement, Ming had believed himself to be the first. Nevertheless, it mattered little. His advancement from thousands to third place was already a source of great satisfaction. Ultimately, achieving maturity was a commendable feat. Post-breakthrough, Ming experienced a significant augmentation in his strength. He acquired a new wood attribute ability along with a fresh wood attribute soul gem, which sprouted a verdant circular organ at the throat of his third head. This organ not only enabled Ming to conjure vines and foliage to manipulate his surroundings, but also transformed into wood attribute energy to expedite the healing of his wounds. Moreover, his attack range surged from 500 meters prior to his breakthrough to an astonishing 3 kilometers. According to Ada, the typical attack range for ordinary mature beings hovers around 1 kilometer. This revelation filled Ming with elation, as he finally perceived a tangible benefit as a triple experience bearer. Indeed, while his attack range surpassed that of his contemporaries by threefold, the energy required for each breakthrough was equally arduous, being thrice that of others. However, thanks to the immense vitality amassed in the previous canyon and the influence of the Misty Crystal, Ming's energy accumulation post-breakthrough leaped forward significantly. He believed that in no time, he would be among the first to advance to the mid-stage of maturity. Additionally, what thrilled Ming the most was the successful expansion of his life field, which transcended the confines of his body and extended 300 meters outward. With the life field now radiating beyond him, he attained a mastery over the energy within this realm akin to an extension of his own limbs, granting him the coveted ability to levitate above the ground. Although his altitude was limited to 300 meters, this still filled Ming with joy and pride. According to Ada, most beings freshly evolved into maturity can only project their life fields around 50 meters, with only a select few prodigious entities reaching a maximum of 100 meters. Yet, due to Ming's 2 additional heads, his life field's extension doubled that of others, marking the second advantage of being a triple experience bearer. With his spirits lifted, Ming suppressed the myriad emotions within him and began to ascend slowly into the air. Soon, he became adept at maneuvering freely within the narrow mountain gorge, floating gracefully through the air. As he soared, Ming pondered for a moment before deciding to lower his altitude to a more common 100 meters. Mo, witnessing this, was filled with immense delight. Yet soon his mood began to wane. Could it be that now his master could fly on his own and would no longer require him as his wings? Before Mo could dwell on this thought, Ming's voice resonated. "Little Black, what are you daydreaming about? We must depart. Hurry and take your dragon wing form." Upon hearing this, Mo immediately perked up, extending his dragon wings behind Ming and reporting, "Master, Little Black is ready. We can take off at any moment." After his breakthrough, Ming's vision expanded once more, reaching a distance of 10 kilometers. Gazing down from the heights, he could distinctly see various large creatures meandering about. "Master, where are we headed?" came Mo's voice from behind. Ming chuckled softly in response. "Naturally, We continue our hunt, and I aim to help you evolve into your mature form swiftly. He had not forgotten what Ada had mentioned. The power of space, upon reaching maturity, could directly influence flesh and blood. Moreover, if Little Black's strength were to enhance, it would correspondingly elevate his own prowess. Xian Mo was deeply touched, never expecting his master, having just achieved a breakthrough, would already be thinking of bolstering his strength. My master is truly wonderful. Just then, Qi Ming seemed to sense something. He directed Xian Mo to reduce speed and dove towards the wild terrain below. In the open land, several phantasmal beasts and ferocious creatures were engaged in a fierce struggle. Just as the two sides were locked in a standoff, a colossal three-headed dragon, nearly 300 meters in length and adorned with wings, descended from the sky, landing among the throng of beasts. Upon witnessing this apparition, both the phantasmal and ferocious beasts instinctively halted their attacks, turning their wary gazes towards the three-headed dragon. The dragon surveyed its surroundings and emitted an exceptionally calm soul voice. What is going on? Why have you stopped fighting? Continue. Pay no heed to me. The ferocious beasts, feeling the overwhelming pressure emanating from the three-headed dragon, began to harbor thoughts of retreat. However, the phantasmal beasts stirred, one of them inquiring, "Big brother, are you a phantasmal beast? Could you spare us?" As soon as the words were uttered, the three-headed dragon slowly turned, its 6 dragon eyes glowing with a faint golden hue, fixing their gaze upon the speaker, a muscular creature. "No, we are not acquainted. However, I could grant you a swift end. I assure you it will not hurt. Is that acceptable? Are you joking? Just because we are both phantasmal beasts, should I let you off? Shall I also ask if you could allow me a taste?" For Qi Ming, should he be in good spirits or engaged in digesting life force, he might consider granting the other a chance at survival. However, his journey was solely to prepare the blood offerings for Xian Mo's breakthrough. How could he possibly let the target go simply because of a single utterance? The pine chicken was momentarily taken aback, but before it could respond, a dragon of yellow sand surged forth from beneath him, enveloping his entire form in an instant. In less than 3 seconds, the yellow sand dragon soared into the sky, and the pine chicken vanished from sight. The other phantoms and fierce beasts, witnessing this scene, could not help but sound alarm bells, frantically fleeing in all directions. The voice of the demon dragon echoed behind them. "Why are you running? It doesn't hurt." One ostrich, paralyzed by fear, lost a few feathers in its panic. Goodness, this was a matter of avian life and death. Who would dare to stay? Yet, the ostrich did not flee far before a yellow sand dragon caught up to its figure. 5 minutes later, a dozen yellow sand dragons gathered before Qi Ming. With a command, they instantly dispersed into a cloud of yellow sand, revealing the blood offerings they had encased. It turned out he had merely summoned the yellow sand dragons to seize these offerings' vitality, without draining much of their life force. "Come here, Little Black. All of these are for you." Upon hearing this, Xian Mo became immensely excited and rushed towards the dozen blood offerings. Chapter 51. The arrival of the alien race. Observing Xian Mo feasting joyfully, a flicker of amusement crossed Qi Ming's eyes. Ada continued to drift languidly in the air, seemingly unbothered. Suddenly, it seemed to sense something, halting its movements to address Qi Ming. "A large number of aliens have begun to descend. You must be cautious in the upcoming period. These beings possess profound backgrounds, and some wield formidable soul artifacts. Unless absolutely necessary, refrain from engaging in conflict with them." Taken aback, Qi Ming inquired, "Soul artifacts? What are those?" Ada hesitated for a moment before providing an explanation. When a life form breaks through to the Lord level, the soul gem within will give rise to soul artifacts endowed with various extraordinary abilities. Even upon the death of the life form, these soul artifacts can be utilized by others. Each soul artifact is unique. We shall discuss it further once you encounter them. Nodding thoughtfully, Qi Ming intended to ask more questions, but at that moment, Xian Mo had already finished absorbing the blood offerings. "Master, I did not acquire a talent this time." Qi Ming was not surprised and comforted. "It's all right. Talents are not so easily obtained. Little Black, being able to inherit several abilities is already quite commendable." Xian Mo nodded in response, declaring, "I have acquired 16 new abilities. Moreover, I can feel that with the absorption of a bit more blood offerings, I will break through to maturity." Hearing this, Qi Ming's eyes lit up. He beckoned for Xian Mo to transform into dragon wings and soared into the sky, exclaiming, "What are we waiting for? Today, we must elevate you to maturity." three dragon-like creatures transformed into a streak of black lightning, vanishing in an instant into the horizon. After soaring a mere 10 kilometers, Ming beheld a blazing crimson spatial rift nestled within the valley below. From this rift, an incessant stream of alien beings began to emerge. These entities bore a humanoid resemblance, clad in various armors, with their exposed skin adorned by fiery red patterns. Remarkably, they stood at a height of only around 3 meters, yet each emanated an aura indicative of a late growth stage. Among them were even a few that had reached the early stages of maturity. Surrounding these beings were an array of phantom beasts and other creatures, desperately fleeing in all directions. Ming recognized them as phantom beasts due to the distinctive phantom beast wristbands they wore. Before he could inquire further, Ada promptly provided an introduction. Those are the Yaohua clan. Among all the arriving alien factions, they rank quite high. Ming nodded slightly, and then a thought seemed to strike him. Ada, since these Yaohua clan can traverse through that rift to arrive on Blue Star, can I also enter their world through the rift? Ada paused for a moment, then responded with astonishment. How could you think of such a thing? While it is technically possible for you to enter, their world is inhabited by formidable beings. If you were to encounter a leader-level or even stronger king or emperor-level entity, you might not even realize how you met your demise. Ming's eyes sparkled as he shook his head slightly. I was merely asking out of curiosity. By the way, according to what you said, those above the leader and king levels cannot pass through the rift to enter Blue Star, correct? Ada released a bubble and nodded in agreement. Indeed. And these rifts are influenced by the primordial will of Blue Star. They can only permit beings of the same or a lower realm than the strongest life forms currently on Blue Star. In other words, the rift can only allow entities at the early maturity stage or below to pass through. Upon hearing this, the weight that had been pressing on Ming's heart began to ease slightly. As long as they were not overwhelmingly powerful, he felt confident in dealing with these aliens. Without further hesitation, Ming commanded Xian Imo to dive down towards the Yaohua clan below. Simultaneously, amidst the throng of phantom beasts being pursued by numerous Yaohua clan members, one particular phantom beast, possessing the body of a fish and the wings of a bird, flitted forward in a panic. Hot on its heels was a late-growth stage Yaohua clan member, relentlessly pursuing it. This peculiar creature, named Ji-Wei, had originally been a bird. However, during a prior evolution, it had inadvertently absorbed a fish, resulting in an accidental fusion evolution that led to its current bizarre form. Witnessing the surrounding phantom beasts being mercilessly slaughtered by the Yaohua clan, Ji-Wei's heart raced with anxiety, exclaiming internally, "Oh no, will I really meet my end here? How could this be? I am the protagonist." Close behind it, a blue tadpole emitted bubbles leisurely, saying, "Ji-Wei, do you wish to use the life-saving opportunity one provided you?" Ji-Wei hesitated for a moment, but then resolutely declined, asserting that he was not ready to give up just yet. With that, the wings behind him emitted a brilliant azure light, and his speed surged once more, doubling in an instant. This sudden acceleration allowed him to shake off the pursuing late-stage Yaohua tribe member. However, it also attracted the attention of another mature Yaohua tribe member, who quickly descended upon him with alarming speed. Upon seeing the Yaohua tribe member hovering in midair, Ji-Wei was filled with dread, exclaiming in terror, "Why are you all chasing after me?" The mature Yaohua tribe member was closing in rapidly, and just as Ji-Wei prepared to grit his teeth and call for Ada's assistance to escape, a colossal meteor of molten rock, 30 meters in diameter, came crashing down from the heavens, striking the Yaohua tribe member with tremendous force and sending it crashing to the ground, leaving a web of fiery crimson magma patterns in its wake. Stunned, Ji-Wei then beheld a towering figure, nearly 300 meters in height, resembling a demonic dragon with 3 heads, descending from above. Surrounding the 3-headed dragon were floating spheres of molten fire, reminiscent of divine rings. As the lava fireballs launched from the dragon's side like shooting stars toward the Yaohua tribe members, the ordinary late-stage members stood no chance of resistance, being obliterated into mere puddles of flesh. Even the mature Yaohua tribe members were severely wounded by the onslaught of the molten fireballs. When Ji-Wei noticed the monstrous dragon adorned with a phantom beast bracelet, he could not help but swallow hard, pondering, who might this formidable figure be? It appears they have already transcended to a new level of power. After a moment's contemplation, Ji-Wei seemed to have an epiphany, and without looking back, he turned to flee into the distance, vowing silently to remember this debt of gratitude. promising that he would repay it if given the opportunity. High above, Qi Ming remained oblivious to the thoughts of the fish-bodied, bird-winged phantom beast. Not only it, but also other phantom beasts and spirit creatures took advantage of Qi Ming's attack to exert every ounce of their strength to escape into the distance. Meanwhile, the numerous Yaohua tribe members below, witnessing the unfolding events, were filled with rage and shock, launching their counterattacks in unison. One Yaohua member, standing over 3 meters tall and wielding a blazing red spear, leaped into action, summoning a torrent of searing flames to collide with one of the descending lava meteors. The moment of impact unleashed a terrifying shockwave that rippled outward in all directions, injuring several weaker Yaohua tribe members in its wake. Amidst the chaos, several Yaohua tribe members gathered around their spear-wielding compatriot, voicing their concerns. "Firely, this three-headed dragon is too powerful. What shall we do? If this continues, our people will be annihilated." In the eyes of the Fire Clan leader, known as Hua Li, a glimmer of determination shone as he solemnly declared, "Endure a little longer. Xian Yu will arrive shortly. Inform the other clan members to evade the onslaught of this demon dragon." Before he could finish speaking, the three-headed demon dragon erupted in an endless torrent of searing flames. These flames spread out like a labyrinthine river, engulfing an expanse of 3 kilometers around it, transforming the area into a terrifying inferno. Witnessing this spectacle, Hua Li's eyes widened in disbelief as he exclaimed, "How can this be possible? This three-headed demon dragon is merely in the early stages of maturity. How can it rival the power of a mid-stage creature?" The other members of the Fire Clan shared his astonishment. "Did I see that correctly? How can the attack range of this demon dragon be so vast? Goodness, its flames seem to possess greater might than our own." Meanwhile, those members of the Fire Clan who could not evade in time were consumed by the relentless flames, struggling in the inferno until they perished. Yet this was only the beginning. Qi Ming unfurled the dragon wings on his back, and the 3 heads of the dragon let out a deafening roar. In an instant, the surrounding earth began to crumble at a visible pace, transforming into swirling clouds of yellow sand. Amidst the sand, robust green vines surged forth from the ground, coiling and twisting like serpentine earth dragons, ensnaring the figures of the Fire Clan. Under the overwhelming pressure of absolute power, none of the Fire Clan members could withstand Qi Ming's assault. Within a radius of 3 kilometers, the area became a veritable zone of death. As Qi Ming moved through the surroundings with Xian Mo, he allowed it to absorb the life force from the corpses of the Fire Clan. Whenever he encountered a mature Fire Clan member, he personally intervened, devouring them as if they were mere snacks. After approximately 7 or 8 minutes, a voice filled with fury and indignation suddenly emanated from the crack. "How bold! You demon dragon dare to be so arrogant. Today, I shall teach you a proper lesson." No sooner had the words left the speaker's lips than a figure, over 3 meters tall and slender, with flaming red hair, soared out from the fissure. This figure bore a striking resemblance to the other members of the Fire Clan, yet its aura was several times more potent. Furthermore, a fiery crimson ribbon, several dozen meters long, was entwined around its raised arm. Qi Ming paused, casting a puzzled glance at the blue tadpole beside him. "Ada, did you not say that only those who have transcended to the rank of Lord can comprehend the speech of other races?" Without hesitation, Ada provided an explanation. "Do you see that fiery ribbon on its body? That is a soul artifact left behind by a Lord-level being. This individual has broken through the barriers of the soul through the soul artifact, thus acquiring the ability to communicate with you." Upon hearing this, Qi Ming nodded thoughtfully. Yet, before he could utter another word, Ada spoke again, urging, "I advise you to leave at once." The individual before him possessed formidable strength, complemented by a soul artifact. Qi Ming's gaze flickered as he spoke slowly. "It seems there is no time left." As he uttered these words, the figure transformed into a streak of radiant light. Soaring forth, it descended gracefully, hovering a kilometer away from Qi Ming. Surrounding them, the swirling sands and flames danced wildly, yet were held at bay by the ethereal fire ribbons that moved without wind. The figure's expression remained calm, the crimson flames flowing like a serpent. "You have slain many of my kin. You shall pay for your deeds. State your name, for I, Xian Yi, do not slay nameless wretches." Qi Ming's lips twitched. The rhetoric of these foreign beings mirrored that of antagonists from novels. Had they undergone some form of standardized training? Rather than responding, Qi Ming focused his thoughts, summoning the swirling sands to coalesce into several menacing sand dragons that advanced toward his opponent. The self-proclaimed Xian Yi exhibited a flash of anger. "Oomph, you overestimate yourself." No sooner had he spoken than the fiery ribbons shot forth, expanding in mere moments to hundreds of meters in length, resembling an agile fire dragon. Instantly, it swept away the surrounding sand dragons with ease, then tore through the air, wrapping around Qi Ming in the blink of an eye. Feeling the searing heat emanating from the fiery ribbons, Qi Ming was inwardly astonished. Goodness, this flame brings even me a hint of unbearable discomfort. However, he mused, if this were all the adversary had, it would not suffice to subdue him. A surge of energy coursed through him as the thorny scales on his body rapidly solidified into a layer of molten lava. With a swift motion, he raised his claws and rent the fiery ribbons into several segments. Yet, Xian Yi remained unfazed. With a mere gesture, the fragmented ribbons soared back into the air, coalescing seamlessly to restore their original form. Observing Qi Ming, now enveloped in lava, Xian Yi's eyes revealed a trace of surprise. To break free from my crimson serpent's grasp, I underestimated you. It seems your growth has not come easily. I shall grant you one final opportunity. Serve as my steed, and I shall spare your life. Before he could finish his proposition, Qi Ming's anger flared, ignited by the other's words. With the beating of his dragon wings, he surged upward, infused with molten lava. I shall not tolerate your prattle. His 10-meter-tall claws struck like lightning, delivering a tremendous blow that shattered Xian Yi's fiery defenses into fragments. The force sent Xian Yi's entire form hurtling backward like a shooting star. The members of the Sunfire clan, who had just regained some morale, now wore expressions of incredulity. Yet, the spear-wielding Hora Li displayed no concern, as if harboring an inexplicable confidence in Xian Yi. As anticipated, Xian Yi was propelled backwards for nearly 2 kilometers before halting abruptly. Almost simultaneously, fiery crimson flames began to unfurl and blaze around him, expanding exponentially from a mere few hundred meters to a terrifying 3 kilometers. Chapter 53. Limit Counterattack. The infernal ribbons of flame arched across the sky like a celestial canopy, moving with an eerie autonomy. At the heart of this fiery spectacle, Xian Yi conjured a blazing spear seemingly from thin air. In the next instant, he surged forth, accelerating towards Qi Ming with even greater ferocity than before. The fiery ribbons danced alongside Xian Yi, transforming him into a magnificent dragon of flame, exuding an aura of unfathomable dread. Qi Ming observed in astonishment, pondering if this was a homage to Neza. Beside him, Ada's wide eyes expressed incredulity, questioning how he could still be concerned with trivialities at such a critical moment. You might want to utilize the opportunity for survival I provided. Otherwise, you risk being obliterated. From Qi Ming's 3 dragon heads emanated a potent wave of flame, his voice following. Wait, I wish to gauge my own strength. Ada scoffed, clearly unimpressed by Qi Ming's decision. Qi Ming had his own considerations. He believed he had not yet reached a point of desperation. To squander Ada's opportunity now would leave him helpless in future perils. In a matter of moments, the imposing figure of Xian Yi, accompanied by the fiery dragon, descended with the majesty of a god of flames. Witnessing this, Qi Ming hesitated no longer and unleashed his dragon breath. 3 robust columns of fire cleaved through the air, hurtling towards Xian Yi. Yet, at the crucial moment, the crimson ribbons abruptly shielded him, repelling the terrifying torrent of flame. Xian Yi, looking down with utter disdain, proclaimed, "You truly overestimate your capabilities. It appears that only through despair will you willingly submit." As his words fell, the overwhelming crimson ribbons discharged several streaks of light, piercing through Qi Ming's limbs and torso with lightning speed. Xian Yi smirked, seemingly convinced of Qi Ming's impending demise. The searing flames, hot enough to melt the void, ignited upon the ribbons, instantly charring Qi Ming's form. However, before he could revel in his triumph, a sight before him froze him in shock. The areas where the 3-headed dragon had been pierced began to transform slowly into quicksand, and the wounds were rapidly enveloped in a verdant hue, visibly healing at an astonishing rate. A look of astonishment spread across Xian Yi's face as he exclaimed, "What is this? The essence of the heavens and earth. You have indeed merged with the spirit of the cosmos." As he spoke, his expression shifted dramatically, revealing his growing apprehension. First, there was incredulity, followed by astonishment, and finally, it transformed into excitement and greed. Ah, I had initially intended to spare your life and keep you as a mount. Yet, I never anticipated that you had merged with the essence of heaven and earth. Although not of the fire attribute, it matters little now. Xian Yi suppressed the tumult of emotions within, contemplating the retrieval of the floating ribbon ensnared by the quicksand. However, an overwhelming force of confinement emanated from the quicksand, compelling him to temporarily abandon that thought. He then focused his attention on maneuvering the crimson ribbon, propelling it toward Qi Ming with fervor. Qi Ming's 6 golden pupils gleamed with intensity. He stood resolute in the face of the approaching fiery ribbon, refusing to flinch or evade. Only by temporarily restraining this terrifying soul artifact could he seize the opportunity to counterattack. Otherwise, if this continued, he would undoubtedly suffer a catastrophic defeat. As the scarlet ribbon drew near, Qi Ming erupted with an outpouring of energy from within. In an instant, ribbons formed from yellow sand spiraled forth, swiftly entwining the fiery ribbons. Yet, as soon as the yellow sand ribbons made contact, they were immediately shattered by the crimson strands. Nevertheless, as more and more yellow sand ribbons emerged, the tide of battle began to shift. Xian Ye's expression shifted slightly. Although he could manipulate the soul artifact, the power he could exert was limited, and he could not possibly compare to a true Lord-level powerhouse. As he observed the yellow sand ribbons gradually ensnaring the crimson ones, a look of urgency flashed in his eyes. He cast an angry gaze around and bellowed, "What are you waiting for? Hurry up and lend a hand." The other members of the Yaohua tribe, who had been watching the battle, were momentarily taken aback. They quickly mobilized their energies and rushed toward Qi Ming. Qi Ming's eyes flickered. With his current strength, he could manage to contend with Xian Yi, who wielded the soul artifact. However, if he were to divert his attention to the other members of the Yaohua tribe, the hard-won advantage would surely slip away. Behind him, Xian Mo also witnessed Qi Ming's predicament. "Master, I shall deal with them," he declared, but Qi Ming immediately refuted, "No, there are too many of them. How could you possibly handle it alone?" After a moment's hesitation, Xian Mo insisted, "But, no buts. I can annihilate the enemy on my own." At that moment, a group of fully equipped phantom beasts burst through the mist behind him. Their golden fur gleamed like that of a mythical beast, while others, dark as shadows, resembled panthers. Among them were various hybrid phantom beasts that seemed to be a fusion of 2 animal classes. Notably, the group even included a tank-like armored vehicle towering over 100 meters. Leading the charge was a spirit bird adorned with a golden crest and pristine white feathers. Upon seeing Qi Ming engaged in battle with Xian Yi, the spirit bird expressed a hint of admiration. It then conveyed a message of the soul, saying, "This fellow phantom beast brother can handle that individual. Leave the other Yao Fire clan to us." With these words, he surveyed his surroundings. Addressing the throng of illusory beasts, he declared, "Brothers, these Yao Fire clan have appeared near our Donyang city. What shall we do? Let us vanquish them," echoed the multitude of illusory beasts. Charging towards the Yao Fire clan with fervor, the white spirit bird smiled knowingly and cautioned, "Everyone, be vigilant. Do not harm our allies." With that, it flapped its wings and alighted upon the tank-like armored vehicle. Its eyes gleamed with fierce determination as it commanded, "Spirit Energy Cannon. Activate." Boom. At the command, a terrifying beam of white light erupted instantaneously from the dark cannon's mouth. Wherever the beam traversed, the Yao Fire clan it encountered was obliterated into countless fragments. The fearsome beam shot forth for 10 kilometers, disappearing into the depths of the mist. 10 kilometers was not its limit, but rather the extent of Qi Ming's vision. Witnessing this spectacle, Qi Ming's eyes sparkled with astonishment and exhilaration. Concurrently, the energy within him surged once more, engulfing the last vestige of the crimson ribbon. Subsequently, a tempest of yellow sand swirled into a menacing sand dragon, consuming the dark figure of Xian Yi. Although Xian Yi attempted to struggle further, it was ultimately in vain. His defiance extinguished as he was swallowed, his gaze fading. Chapter 54, The Treasure, the Soul Artifact. The instant the sand dragon engulfed Xian Yi, a terrifying power of sand transformation was unleashed. In less than 5 seconds, the life force of the opponent was completely drained. The crimson ribbon, now ensnared by the surrounding yellow sand vines, shimmered before contracting to a mere 3 meters in length. Observing the floating crimson ribbon, a glimmer of delight flickered in Qi Ming's eyes. Beside him, Ada exclaimed in awe, "Well done, lad. Who would have thought your fortune would be this favorable?" Ming shot Ada a sideways glance, exasperated. What good fortune! This is all due to my strength. He then pondered aloud. But how do I utilize this? Ada, unreserved, explained, it's quite simple. The Yao Fire clan member is dead, and the soul imprint upon it should have dissipated. You merely need to store it in your soul space and imprint it with your own mark to use it. Nodding thoughtfully, Ming willed the crimson ribbon to vanish from sight. Rather than hastily imprinting his mark, he shifted his gaze towards the Yao Fire clan and illusory beasts engaging in battle below. With a focused thought, crimson flames enveloped him, transforming into a bolt of red lightning as he dove towards the remaining Yao Fire clan. The few remaining Yao Fire clan members looked on in disbelief, seemingly unable to fathom that these three dragon-like creatures had bested their elite. However, Ming showed no mercy, summoning rivers of lava to commence the slaughter of the Yao Fire clan. The surrounding phantasmal beasts, witnessing this scene, widened their eyes in astonishment, exclaiming in disbelief at the prowess displayed by the formidable figure before them. Truly, he was a paragon of strength and beauty. How they longed to be in his company. Are you all right, my lady? Perhaps you should don some trousers. Amidst the crowd of phantasmal creatures, some were filled with admiration, others with awe, while a few wore expressions of perplexity. The golden-feathered avian, too, marveled at the might of this brother, exclaiming, his strength is astonishing. Judging by the current situation, he must have transcended to maturity. No sooner had the words left his beak than a golden monkey atop an armored vehicle chimed in. Lord City Master, shall we extend an invitation to the three-headed dragon to join our Danyang city? The avian's eyes sparkled with excitement as it spread one wing in a gesture of reluctance, replying, I wish we could, but I fear they may not find us worthy. As time trickled by, for a full half-hour, the majority of the Yaohua clan was eradicated, though some managed to flee, scattering into the distant mists. The crimson rift gradually faded, with no new Yaohua emerging. Observing this, Ming felt a slight relaxation. Just as he contemplated departing to seek a safe haven for Xian Mo's maturation, a voice called from behind him. Brother, wait a moment. Would you consider joining our Danyang city? I can offer you the position of Deputy City Master. Ming was taken aback, turning to see the white spirit bird that had just communicated with him. This bird, of indeterminate species, boasted white feathers and an orange beak, crowned with a fan of golden plumes that lent it an air of nobility. Before he could respond, a golden monkey that had followed exclaimed in disbelief, My lord, have you lost your mind? That is the position of Deputy City Master, not to be offered lightly. Before the monkey could finish, the white spirit bird flapped its wings and declared with authority, Enough. Do not hinder me any further. My decision is made. This brother is indeed worthy of the Deputy City Master position in Danyang City. With that, it turned back to Ming, urging, Come along, brother, upon our return. I shall introduce you properly. Ming, with a peculiar expression, replied, I appreciate your offer, but I do not wish to join any faction. At his words, the white spirit bird sighed and said, Ah, so it seems our fates do not align. However, there is no need for you to feel burdened. The Yaohua clan has appeared near our Danyang city, and you have aided in their defeat. It is we who owe you our gratitude. With a faint smile, Ming engaged in conversation with the white spirit bird for a while longer before bidding farewell and gracefully ascending, disappearing into the mists. As Ming's silhouette vanished completely, the golden monkey remarked, City Master, he did not accept. The white spirit bird chuckled lightly. I am aware. I merely wish to become acquainted with such a remarkable individual. Given his strength, he is destined to reach heights beyond our imagination. In a secluded valley, the coiled Xian Mo was undergoing a transformation towards maturity. Ming remained nearby, engrossed in the study of a 30-meter-long crimson flame ribbon. This ribbon was, in fact, the sole artifact he had just acquired from the enigmatic Xian Yi. Ada, he inquired, you mentioned that this soul artifact is born from a soul gem. Can I absorb it? At this, the languidly drifting Ada nearly lost its balance and plummeted from the air. Steadying itself, Ada turned in astonishment. How could you entertain such a thought? A soul artifact is a priceless treasure to other life forms, especially for someone like you who has yet to transcend the Lord level. Unperturbed, Ming replied slowly. I was merely inquiring. I have no intention of absorbing it. Moreover, if I were to absorb it, it would only be when it is no longer of use. Ada let out a slight sigh of relief. The soul artifact, being a derivative of the soul gem, can indeed be absorbed. However, This ribbon was born from a Lord-level being. Should you dare to absorb it, you might not only be overwhelmed, but potentially rendered incapacitated. Qi Ming was taken aback by this revelation. Ada continued, this soul artifact is indeed a minor treasure. It can be both offensive and defensive, and it offers control as well. The previous individual from the Yaohua clan failed to unleash its true power. If utilized correctly, it is not beyond the realm of possibility for you to transcend a small boundary and engage in combat beyond your level. Qi Ming felt a deep resonance with these words. Had he not possessed the ability to counter this crimson ribbon, the outcome of today's battle could have been vastly different. Nevertheless, he felt a flicker of excitement at unexpectedly acquiring a hidden card. At that moment, a dark aura enveloped Xian Mo, emanating an astounding presence. Ada exclaimed in surprise, "You've broken through so quickly. Truly a marvel." Just as the words left its mouth, a black vine materialized from thin air, piercing through Ada's body. "Humph, you insufferable green tea, always speaking ill behind others' backs." Ada leisurely glided, as the radiant waves around it swiftly healed the wound. "I've told you, I have no interest in your silence." Xian Mo, transformed into a black vine dragon, appeared before Qi Ming, glaring fiercely at Ada. Chapter 55. Xian Mo's breakthrough. Turning back to Qi Ming, it excitedly declared, "Master, I have successfully broken through." Qi Ming's eyes gleamed with pride as he nodded in approval. "Well done, Xiaohe. Have you noticed any changes in your spatial powers?" "Master, I can now teleport instantaneously. However, each teleportation is limited to 100 meters. Before Qi Ming could express his delight, Ada interjected incredulously, "What? How is that possible? How could a mature being like you master spatial movement? Typically, only life forms at the Lord level can achieve such a feat." Taken aback, Qi Ming realized, indeed, Xiaohe possesses extraordinary talent, akin to that of an emperor. Xian Mo seemed quite pleased with Ada's astonishment. With a shake of the head, he declared, "I have already cautioned you. Do not presume that a modicum of knowledge grants you the right to flaunt your superiority, lest you find yourself in an embarrassing predicament when mistakes are made." Ada remained silent, continuing to blow bubbles in place. Xian Mo then addressed Qi Ming once more, saying, "Master, in addition to the ability of instantaneous movement, I have also acquired a storage space. However, as it stands, the capacity is only about 10 cubic meters." Upon hearing this, Qi Ming's heart swelled with delight. "Excellent, excellent, little black, you are truly remarkable. While the current capacity of the storage space may be limited, I am confident that it will expand as your strength grows." Then, a thought struck Qi Ming. He turned to Xian Mo with curiosity and asked, "Little black, having consumed so many corpses and soul gems from the Yao Fire clan, did you not gain any new talents or abilities?" Xian Mo chuckled and replied, "Ah, master, you truly understand me. I did not gain a new talent, but the black flame talent I previously acquired has undergone substantial enhancement. Furthermore, I have obtained numerous abilities related to the manipulation of fire." As he spoke, Xian Mo conjured a black flame that coalesced before him, swiftly taking the form of a long spear of black flame. Qi Ming gazed at the spear, his eyes reflecting a spark of admiration. It was not merely the exquisite control over fire that captivated him, but rather the realization that this black flame possessed an extraordinarily terrifying high temperature. The very heat was sufficient to rival that of the flames on the soul artifact he had just acquired. Xian Mo's significant enhancement in strength brought immense joy to Qi Ming, for the myriad of skills now displayed by Xian Mo were already sufficient to establish a formidable combat force. At that moment, Ada, who had been dormant for some time, finally rebooted. He swam leisurely over to Qi Ming and said, "Qi Ming, we must set off at once. You have also attained maturity. It is time to strive for the rank of Lord." Qi Ming nodded slightly in agreement. "Very well, let us depart." Amidst the swirling mist, a three-headed dragon with dual wings soared through the sky, heading towards an unknown destination. The beasts below, witnessing this scene, were gripped with profound fear. Their bodies trembled uncontrollably, terrified of being targeted by the colossal creature above. At that moment, the beast seemed to have spotted a target. It unleashed a scorching breath from the sky, which, moments later, transformed into a streak of light, shooting upwards before vanishing into the distant mist. Nearby, the herd of beasts stirred restlessly, and soon, the largest among them, a mutated mosquito measuring over 8 meters in length, took to the air, stealthily making its way towards the spot where the dragon had descended. Before long, The mutated mosquito arrived at the site of the dragon's landing. Upon seeing the scattered remains of the charred alien corpses, its eyes gleamed with an insatiable glimmer. What fortune! I never expected to stumble upon such a bountiful opportunity. As it spoke, it flapped its wings and descended upon the lifeless body of an alien creature, voraciously siphoning the remnants of its life force. Though each charred carcass contained but a meager essence, the accumulation from these dozen or so beings represented a rare boon for the mosquito-like phantom beast. However, it had scarcely begun to absorb the energy when other creatures at the base of the food chain, both phantoms and spirit beasts, were drawn by the scent and rushed forth. Meanwhile, Ming, long departed, remained oblivious to the fact that he and Mo's remnants had been scavenged by others. In truth, even if he were aware, he would not express any concern. After all, the remaining alien entities were of mid to early growth stages and held little significance for him. If granting a minor advantage to weaker life forms could aid them in avoiding unnecessary hardships, he would gladly offer such trivial kindness in his leisure. Not far into his flight, Ming's attention was captivated by the chaotic sounds of roars nearby. It seemed a small-scale battle had erupted. Xiaohei, let us investigate. With dragon wings ablaze in black flames, Ming transformed into a streak of dark rainbow, soaring towards the source of the commotion. Upon arrival, a scene unfolded before him that ignited a blaze of fury in his heart. A group of silver-skinned aliens, resembling sculptures of metal, were mercilessly slaughtering a dozen phantoms of varied forms. The abhorrent cruelty coupled with the deeply detestable identity of these beings sealed their fate in Ming's mind. Their name is the Silver Race, a voice echoed. They are renowned for their formidable defense and speed. Be wary of the one adorned with a blue crystal upon its chest. It likely possesses awakened ice attributes. There is also the possibility it wields a soul artifact. Before the words were fully uttered, Ming descended from the heavens, radiating an overwhelming dragon might. The terrifying aura surged forth like a tidal wave, instantly paralyzing dozens of Silver Race members and numerous phantoms. What struck Ming as peculiar was that these silver-skinned beings bore a striking resemblance to humanoids. Standing between 8 to 10 meters tall, yet all were entirely unclothed. Seizing the moment while the Silver Race and phantoms remained stunned, Ming summoned Mo to extend dozens of vines, swiftly relocating the phantoms behind him. No sooner had he completed this action than the Silver Race member with the deep blue crystal at its chest began to stir. Suspended in midair, diamond-shaped ice crystals manifested around it, cascading like falling stars. Then, with lightning speed, they hurtled through the air towards Ming. Before Ming could make a move, a series of black vortices materialized before him, devouring the sharp icy spikes entirely. Observing this spectacle, Ming smiled knowingly, refraining from any further actions, and allowed Mo to respond independently. After all, he was eager to witness the extent of Mo's current prowess. Chapter 56. Spirit Fruit. As soon as the Silver Clan launched their assault, the rest of their kin snapped out of their stupor, rushing towards Ming with a mix of shock and fury at his sudden appearance. Simultaneously, several serpentine forms wreathed in black flames emerged before him, roaring as they charged toward the multitude of Silver Clan members. The ordinary members of the Silver Clan were no match. They were swiftly incinerated by the terrifying black flames. The ones wielding icy powers seethed with rage, conjuring crystal shields to protect themselves. However, these ice shields were effortlessly shattered by the onslaught of the black flame dragons, which then consumed them amidst a chorus of curses from the Silver Clan. In less than 2 minutes, dozens of Silver Clan members lay defeated. Mo dragged their remains to Ming, offering them as sustenance. Ming smiled faintly, absorbing half of the energy with his sand manipulation powers, while leaving the other half, along with the icy Silver Clan members, for Mo. The rest is for you, little black. Mo paused for a moment before nodding earnestly. Understood, master. It did not refuse. After spending so much time together, it had come to understand Ming's character. Naturally, Ming's decision to leave these for it was imbued with reason. Indeed, Ming intended for Mo to inherit more abilities and talents. Who knows? In the distant future, with myriad talents converging, Mo might ascend to an existence akin to that of the World Tree. Even if that notion were somewhat exaggerated, surely the roots of the World Tree were not too far-fetched. As Mo extended dozens of tendrils to devour the Silver Clan, A group of phantom beasts that had awakened and witnessed Qi Ming's slaughter approached cautiously. "Thank you for saving us, big brother." Turning around, Qi Ming beheld a turtle with a snake as its tail standing before the assembly of phantom beasts, bowing respectfully. Surprised, Qi Ming realized he had overlooked the presence of a Xuanwu hybrid among them. Noticing Qi Ming's 3 dragon heads, the turtle's eyes flickered with unease. Qi Ming chuckled lightly. "There's no need to be nervous. I shall not harm you. I was merely intrigued by your resemblance to a Xuanwu." The turtle quickly composed itself, responding with a hint of humility. "Thank you for the compliment, big brother. I merely consider myself fortunate. Greetings, I am Qin Xian. You have saved my life this time, and I shall repay you when the opportunity arises." Qi Ming subtly shook his head, insisting it was unnecessary, merely an act of casual kindness. As he spoke, Xian Mo had completely devoured the Silver Clan. Qi Ming, preferring to avoid further entanglements with these phantom beasts, bid them farewell politely and transformed into a streak of black flame, soaring into the heavens. In the lofty skies, Xian Mo shared his newfound treasures while flying. "Master, I have just acquired the ice talent." In that moment, Qi Ming noticed the black flames behind him dissipating gradually, replaced by a layer of black ice crystals, which lent a more lifelike quality to his dragon wings. Qi Ming could not help but bestow his praises. "Well done, little black. In the future, I may rely on you for protection." With spirits lifted, Xian Mo responded eagerly. "Rest assured, master, I will safeguard you." Not long into their flight, a peculiar fragrance wafted from afar. Qi Ming paused, his expression transforming to one of delight as he exclaimed, "Could this scent signify the emergence of some heavenly treasure? Little black, let us investigate." At his command, Xian Mo flapped his dragon wings and swiftly carried Qi Ming toward the source of the alluring aroma. In a valley replete with floral scents, a creature resembling a hedgehog yet adorned with bat-like wings gazed longingly into the distance. This creature was a soft pink, its spines resembling tender succulents, and the wings exhibited a vibrant, life-affirming green. Should a passerby behold it, they would undoubtedly exclaim at the exquisite beauty akin to that of a refined visage. Upon one of the hedgehog's forepaws rested a pink bracelet, while trailing behind were a doppelganger of a creature named Ada and 3 other animals of distinct forms: a snow-white raccoon cat with a fox tail, an elegant crane enveloped in mist, and a brightly colored gold-red koi fish with ethereal, gossamer fins. All were phantom beasts, their allure surpassing that of others by a considerable margin. The snow-white cat spoke first, its voice resonating with a serene spirit. "Sister, it seems that spiritual fruits may have emerged over there. Shall we venture forth?" Without hesitation, the succulent hedgehog responded, releasing a gentle spiritual tone. "Of course, we must investigate. But everyone must exercise caution. If things appear amiss, we must retreat immediately." The crane and koi concurred. "Understood, sister. Shall we set off?" Before long, the quartet of phantom beasts traversed the mountains, reaching the location from whence the enchanting aroma emanated. Upon witnessing the scene before them, astonishment flickered in the eyes of the 4 phantom beasts, for the landscape was teeming with a multitude of creatures and exotic beings. In the midst of countless lives, a towering tree, reaching a height of 900 meters and adorned in vibrant green, exudes a radiant divine light. This magnificent tree bears 9 extraordinary golden spiritual fruits, each remarkably large, measuring 2 meters in size. Surrounding it wafts a golden mist, while the alluring fragrance emanating from the fruits envelopes the air. The golden spiritual fruits appear to be in the process of ripening, with some portions still not fully transformed into gold. "What are those spiritual fruits?" inquired the curious multi-fleshed hedgehog. Nearby, Ada released a stream of bubbles, blinking her eyes as she explained, "Those are ascension fruits. Consuming them can significantly elevate one's life level. The ascension fruits are exceedingly rare, and their mere appearance in any realm often incites chaos and bloodshed." Observing the countless beasts and exotic beings surrounding them, as well as the continuous influx of figures approaching from afar, the phantasmal creatures nodded thoughtfully. The golden red koi then asked with renewed curiosity, "What does it mean to elevate one's life level?" Ada responded, "It is akin to the legendary divine beast you speak of. Alternatively, it is more fitting to compare it to the attribute values of various creatures in games. The enhancement of life level corresponds to an increase in these values." Chapter 57. A gathering of heroes. As Ada elaborated, she floated gracefully in the air, blowing bubbles. After a brief pause, she continued. Once a being's life level reaches a certain threshold, it undergoes a transformation, becoming a being akin to the legendary divine beasts. In fact, each time you evolve, you are also enhancing your life level, though this progression is quite gradual. Upon hearing this, the phantasmal beings exhibited expressions of yearning. At that moment, the celestial crane seemed to notice something and exclaimed, "Look over there." The phantasmal creatures immediately turned to follow the crane's gaze. Soon, a dozen figures, cloaked in dark purple and resembling ethereal spirits, gracefully descended near the ascension fruit tree. As they passed, the other phantasmal beings and exotic races quickly parted, unwilling to obstruct the approach of the shadowy spirits. Witnessing this spectacle, some nearby phantasmal creatures expressed their discontent through their spiritual voices, murmuring, "Those shadow spirits are insufferably arrogant. Just look at their haughty demeanor." Indeed, none of these exotic beings are virtuous. They only know how to prey on the weak. In response, the multi-fleshed hedgehogs remained silent, patiently awaiting the unfolding events. As time flowed steadily, an array of imposing figures continued to arrive: phantasmal beasts, fierce creatures, and a variety of peculiar exotic races, including a golden eagle with a wingspan of 200 meters, crackling with golden lightning, and a black goat standing 300 meters tall, adorned with 4 hooves and numerous tentacles. Among the myriad of ethereal beasts and extraordinary races that grace the land, each powerful creature that manifests draws the gaze of countless lives. Without exception, these illustrious figures descend upon the forefront of the spirit-raising fruit tree. Amidst the vast expanse of magical beasts, a rather naive-looking cuckoo bird raises its neck, filled with wonder as it gazes at the formidable beings in the distance. Why is it that while others have transformed into various dominators, it has become a harmless cuckoo? A palpable sense of helplessness flashes in its eyes. As if echoing its thoughts, a nearby voice chimes in, "Indeed. Just look at them, majestic tigers, lions, eagles, and golden eagles. And here we are, mere mice and sparrows. Not to mention a caterpillar. Truly, the heavens are unjust." The cuckoo turns its gaze sideways to see a gray mouse and a caterpillar adorned with yellow circular patterns. Witnessing this scene, it feels a surge of camaraderie born from shared misfortune. Yet, unbeknownst to it, the caterpillar's yellow eyes betray a subtle disdain. The caterpillar raises its head towards the golden spirit-raising fruit, or rather, the verdant tree that bears it. An overwhelming desire, rooted deep within its bloodline, surges forth. Just then, the mouse, previously lost in thought, suddenly exclaims, "Hey, you too, look up at the sky." The cuckoo and the caterpillar follow its gaze and behold a fearsome dragon, adorned with 3 heads and black flame wings, slicing through the air and gracefully descending to a prominent position ahead. The other beasts, wary of this majestic presence, instinctively retreat a few steps. "Master, there are so many magical beasts and extraordinary races here." The voice resonates, and Ming expresses his astonishment at the unexpected multitude. "Fortunately, we arrived in time. Otherwise, the spirit-raising fruit would have surely eluded us." As he surveys the surroundings, he notes the sheer variety of beasts, numbering in the thousands, alongside some peculiar hybrids that have chosen to undergo fusion evolution. It feels akin to stepping into a transformed version of a zoo. While Ming assesses the area, the other magical beasts and races silently observe his imposing figure, clearly intrigued by his aura, reminiscent of a majestic dragon. At that moment, a figure with wings sprouting from its back and a third eye on its forehead descends quietly from the heavens. The appearance of this figure causes a dramatic change in the expressions of the surrounding extraordinary races. Ming's attention is drawn to this entity, which resembles an ordinary person clad in a flowing white robe, with a pair of pristine wings unfurling behind. At the center of the forehead, there exists a celestial eye that radiates a soft golden light, seemingly imbued with a peculiar power that evokes awe at first glance. What kind of alien race is Ada? Ming was somewhat astonished and could not help but inquire of the nearby blue tadpole. A glimmer of light flashed in Ada's eyes. After a moment of silence, it slowly responded, "That is no ordinary alien race. It belongs to the divine lineage, the 3-eyed god clan." Ming was taken aback. The divine lineage? How can they possess only the strength of a mature being? Upon hearing this, Ada felt a sense of exasperation regarding Ming's line of reasoning. The divine lineage is not born as deities. They must grow gradually. However, In comparison to ordinary alien races, they are unequivocally at a superior level. Ming nodded in partial understanding and could not restrain his curiosity. Are there gods among the divine lineage? How does one become a god? Ada paused slightly, hesitating for a moment before replying. Yes, there are gods, and the realm they inhabit is referred to as the Divine Lord. It is precisely because of the existence of divine lords that this race is entitled to be called the divine lineage. Once one surpasses the emperor level, they can ascend to the divine lord level, becoming godlike beings. However, merely reaching this threshold is sufficient to eliminate the vast majority of life forms. Ming felt invigorated. At least he had gleaned knowledge about the subsequent realms. It seemed that as long as he broke through to the lord level, then to the king level, and subsequently to the emperor level, he could transform into a divine beast. Meanwhile, the other alien races were enveloped by a sense of crisis at the arrival of the three-eyed god clan. Among the ranks of the night elves, a female elf with silver hair and violet eyes, holding a longbow, furrowed her brow and softly remarked, "Why has he come?" Beside her, a male elf wielding a spear hesitated. To think even the divine lineage has been drawn here. "Eve, should we retreat?" The elf known as Eve shook her head slightly. "No, this is a fair competition. As long as the divine lord does not intervene, even if this fellow perishes, the divine lineage would not dare to act." In stark contrast, the three-eyed god clan, encircled by numerous alien races and beasts, hovered in the air, seemingly indifferent to the gazes around them, and simply closed their eyes to meditate. To them, these were all inferior races, hardly worthy of their attention. Chapter 58, The Three-Eyed God Clan, Celestial Eye Star. This is the mother star of the three-eyed god clan, the abode of the gods who preside over numerous subordinate races. Within a lavish palace, a member of the three-eyed god clan, adorned with 4 wings, was speaking with reverence. "Father, Ju Chun has recklessly ventured to that desolate star." In front of the three-eyed god clan, a figure with 8 wings, upon hearing this, slowly opened his eyes and the divine eye at his forehead. It matters not. As a member of the divine lineage, he possesses a powerful bloodline and divine abilities, along with protective soul artifacts. He shall encounter no significant harm. The 4-winged figure furrowed his brow, but before he could finish his statement, he was abruptly interrupted by the 8-winged figure. "There is no but. As the son of Feng Buchuan, if you cannot even handle a group of worthless beasts, then you need not return alive." As he spoke, his gaze softened slightly as he seemed to recall something. "Ju Tian, you must be on the verge of breaking through to the royal level, correct?" The 4-winged, 3-eyed deity known as Ju Tian was momentarily taken aback, then nodded in affirmation. "Yes, father." The 8-winged figure, identifying himself as Feng Buchuan, smiled faintly and said, "Excellent. Strive diligently. Once you achieve your breakthrough, I shall permit you to venture to the dueling battlefield for training." In the vicinity of the spirit fruit tree in Blue Star, as time progressed, an increasing number of formidable figures began to gather around Ming. Some even emanated a sense of threat that Ming could perceive. Meanwhile, the golden spirit fruit was nearing its complete transformation, with only the last vestiges of green remaining before it would ripen, igniting a storm of chaos and bloodshed. At that moment, a procession of uniquely shaped yet extraordinarily powerful figures emerged from the distant mist. Just as the fruit was about to mature, it was unexpected that other beings would arrive right on cue, inciting dissatisfaction among some of the phantom beasts and extraterrestrial beings present. After all, the greater the number of life forms, the fiercer the competition for the spirit fruit would inevitably become. Turning to look, Ming saw at the forefront a rotund black and white panda clad in a cloth robe, followed by a pure white egret with crystalline feet and feathers. Behind them trailed several other species of animals. However, Ming had already lost interest in further observation. For some inexplicable reason, he felt a strange familiarity upon seeing the egret, as if he had encountered it before. This left him somewhat puzzled, but despite his contemplation, he could not recall where he had seen it. Thus, he could only shake his head internally, casting aside his distractions and silently awaiting the unfolding events. Listening to the discussions of the phantom beasts around him, he had already discerned the identity of the gathering. Powerful entities from the Phantom Beast Alliance headquarters. Meanwhile, Su Heng sensed a gaze upon him and turned to investigate. Upon spotting a 3-headed demon dragon, a trace of puzzlement flickered in his eyes. Strange. Why does it seem so familiar? The panda, Fu Qingbao, caught wind of his thoughts and slightly turned, asking, "What is it, Aheng?" Do you recognize any phantom beasts here? Su Heng gently shook his head. Nothing, Bao Ge. It seems quite crowded here. Which way should we go? The panda chuckled lightly. That is simple. I've already asked a friend to reserve a spot for us. Let us hurry over. With that, he led the way towards a powerful bull demon towering with a set of imposing horns. The surrounding phantom beasts could only seethe in silence, unable to voice their displeasure. Though some of the foreign beings harbored dissent in their hearts, they could only suppress their dissatisfaction temporarily in the presence of such numerous mature entities. Shortly after the arrival of the Phantom Beast Alliance, the 9 ascension fruits fully matured, radiating a resplendent golden light. An intoxicating fragrance emanated from the fruits, dispersing in all directions. Almost simultaneously, countless figures surged forth. Without hesitation, Ming unfurled his dragon wings and soared towards 2 adjacent ascension fruits. Little Black, do you remember what I just told you? The dragon wings behind him shimmered brilliantly as they softly replied, Rest assured, Master, I will fulfill the task. Ming, not being greedy, planned to retrieve only 4 of the ascension fruits before making his retreat. Before Ming could reach within 300 meters of the fruits, a thunderous spear shot towards him from behind. A flicker sparked in Ming's eyes, and his consciousness, which enveloped a radius of 600 meters, instantly tracked the trajectory of the lightning spear. In an instant, layers of molten barriers materialized behind him. The spear, fierce as a tempest, pierced through 3 layers of barriers in quick succession. However, its momentum was significantly diminished, and after breaching 2 more barriers, it was ultimately halted by the 6th barrier. Although this sequence of events seemed prolonged, it all transpired in the blink of an eye. The wielder of the lightning spear, witnessing this scene, felt their pupils constrict sharply. In their line of sight was their full-force strike, yet the 3-headed demon dragon showed no signs of injury. This left them in a state of bewilderment, hesitant to contest the 3-headed creature any further, and instead redirected their assault towards another foreign being. However, the other phantom beasts and foreign entities were not so easily deterred. They unleashed a terrifying barrage directed at the 3-headed demon dragon. Under the relentless onslaught, the 3-headed dragon suffered severe injuries, plummeting downwards. Seizing the opportunity, a lightning-fast mutated falcon ascended, surpassing the 3-headed dragon and continuing its ascent towards the ascension fruits. Observing this, numerous phantom beasts and foreign beings swiftly shifted their focus to bombard the rapidly ascending falcon. Unbeknownst to them, the descending 3-headed dragon revealed a glimmer of triumph in its eyes. Simultaneously, the falcon and an equally swift golden eagle arrived at the ascension fruits, undeterred by the chaos. However, just as they prepared to consume the fruits, 2 black whirlpools suddenly materialized from thin air. In an instant, 2 of the golden fruits were devoured by the swirling voids. The falcon and golden eagle, witnessing this, erupted with boundless fury. Yet, before they could fully unleash their wrath, 2 terrifying flames surged forth from the energy torrent behind them, engulfing them completely. When the tumult of energy finally dissipated, the assembly of phantom beasts and foreign beings stood in stunned silence. Only the falcon and the golden eagle lay utterly obliterated, yet astonishingly, the spirit fruit had vanished alongside them. This bewildered the mythical beasts, prompting exclamations of confusion. What could this possibly mean? Had those 2 creatures consumed the spirit fruit? I suspect they have fled. We should hasten to seize the other spirit fruits. Upon the reminder of one mythical beast, the remaining creatures and foreign entities dared not delay, swiftly taking flight towards another location. Chapter 59, The Opportunist? A counterattack from desperation. Meanwhile, Ming, having procured 2 spirit fruits through Mo's unique spatial technique, felt a surge of joy. He surveyed his surroundings and discovered that out of the other 7 spirit fruits, 2 had already found their owners. The remaining 5 were still being fiercely contested by numerous mythical beasts and foreign entities. Cursed be the bold, for the timid shall perish. Adhering to the principle of knowing when to be cautious and when to be audacious, Ming hesitated for but a moment before unfurling his dragon wings and soaring towards another direction. In less than 5 seconds, he reached the center of 2 spirit fruits. At that moment, several mythical beasts and foreign entities were entangled in a fierce battle near the fruits. Though the spirit fruits were within reach, they remained ensnared, unable to make contact. Moreover, a host of mythical beasts below relentlessly bombarded them with attacks. The situation had reached a stalemate. Just then, 2 more spirit fruits confirmed their new owners. Witnessing this, the multitude of mythical beasts displayed a frenzied intensity in their eyes. A barrage of terrifying assaults was unleashed towards the figure in the air. Seizing the opportunity, Ming invoked the power of yellow sand. As the air filled with swirling sand, the already tumultuous space became utterly obscured. Now is the moment. A black vortex materialized above the spirit fruits, instantly engulfing the two fruits. In the next heartbeat, an astute mythical beast detected the anomaly. It cried out in alarm and fury, "Stop attacking! They've been snatched away." At the sound of this, the surrounding mythical beasts and foreign entities momentarily froze. Upon seeing the empty branches, every living being felt as though they were mere pawns in a grand game. In a mere instant, 4 spirit fruits vanished, while 4 others found their rightful owners. Astonishingly, only this final visible spirit fruit remained. The multitude of mythical beasts and foreign entities, too astonished and enraged to think, soared into the air, fervently pursuing their last glimmer of hope. On the other side, within the ranks of the Mythical Beasts Alliance, Su Heng and Panda A Bao, each possessing a spirit fruit, found themselves encircled by a throng of mythical beasts. Just moments ago, fortune had favored Su Heng, allowing him to fortuitously obtain a fruit. Nearby, the eyes of some mythical beasts shimmered with envy and jealousy. Yet, none dared to step forward to seize the spirit fruits from the Mythical Beasts Alliance. A Bao devoured the golden fruit in one gulp and urged Su Heng, "Heng, hurry and consume yours, lest we face unforeseen consequences." Upon hearing this, Su Heng no longer hesitated. He nodded slightly and quickly swallowed a fruit. Witnessing this scene, a Bao let out a sigh of relief. He spoke again, expressing concern that chaos would soon ensue here, urging that they should depart swiftly. Su Heng, puzzled, was met with a Bao's meaningful glance that surveyed the eager onlookers, otherworldly beings and phantasmal beasts still waiting for their share. A flicker of understanding seemed to dawn upon Su Heng, and without further delay, he followed the group toward the outskirts. Before departing, Su Heng inexplicably turned back for one last glance. His gaze lingered momentarily on the 3-headed demon dragons before he turned away from the spot. Unbeknownst to Su Heng and Ming, their initial encounter had been missed by mere chance. This oversight would later lead the two miscreants to reminisce with exclamations of regret whenever the incident was recalled. Old acquaintances meeting without recognition. Meanwhile, Ming gazed at the last spirit-ascending fruit, his eyes flickering before he resolutely left the area. He understood that one could not be overly cautious. If he were to be discovered by the cunning phantasmal beasts or otherworldly entities, he would likely find himself besieged and unable to escape unscathed. With this thought, Ming unfurled his dragon wings and soared toward the periphery. Some phantasmal beasts, realizing they had no opportunity, began to retreat. Yet, a few others lingered, hoping to seize a meal amidst the turmoil. Ming, however, paid them no mind as he sliced through the air, gradually vanishing into the fog. After Ming's departure, several otherworldly beings and phantasmal beasts, seemingly in unison, pursued him in his direction. Whether they had uncovered something or harbored ulterior motives remained uncertain. Among them, a member of the three-eyed race smirked, their wings transforming into a flash of lightning as they sped toward Ming. Not long after leaving, Ming became aware of a series of pursuers trailing behind him, which caused a sense of foreboding to wash over him. Indeed, it seemed that his actions were fraught with peril. A group of underhanded individuals, not daring to confront him directly, likely sought to ambush him and monopolize the spirit-ascending fruit. Alas, their aspirations were commendable. It was merely a question of whether their abilities matched their ambitions. Ming maintained his facade of ignorance, continuing to fly at a steady pace. After traversing several dozen kilometers, he quietly descended into a secluded valley. This locale, adorned with lush landscapes and melodious birdsong, was indeed fitting for those who would lay traps for unsuspecting prey. Barely had Ming landed when a total of 8 figures descended from the sky, encircling him. Among these 8 were 3 otherworldly beings, 4 phantasmal beasts, and a fierce creature. Yet, without exception, they had all transcended the realm of maturity. A massive black serpent with a pair of wings was the first to speak, demanding the spirit-ascending fruit be handed over, promising that doing so would spare his life. On the other side, a fiery red spirit bird with 4 wings emitted a piercing sound, demanding, "What are you babbling about? Slay it. The spirit fruits belong to us." Without waiting for the other races and phantom beasts to respond, The four-winged firebird flapped its wings, unleashing a torrent of flames towards Qi Ming. A cold smirk flickered in Qi Ming's eyes as he summoned a protective shield to guard himself, simultaneously activating the lava domain and spirit ring cannon. Streams of molten lava erupted with lightning speed, and among them, a phantom beast and an alien were caught off guard, their bodies instantly pierced by two gaping holes. But that was not the end. A 30-meter-wide molten cannon, resembling falling meteors, was unleashed upon one of the alien races, annihilating it on the spot. The expressions of all phantom beasts and aliens shifted dramatically. A thunder-wrapped toad exclaimed, "Everyone, attack together. Do not give him a chance to strike." As it spoke, the remaining 7 aliens and phantom beasts ceased holding back. Terrifying waves of energy surged forth, enveloping Qi Ming's figure in an instant. Yet, the phantom beasts and aliens remained vigilant, desperately channeling their energy. Within the torrent of energy, the molten armor encasing Qi Ming shattered and reformed continuously. As he sensed his defenses on the verge of collapse, Qi Ming steeled himself, summoning a tempest of yellow sand that transformed into ferocious dragons, swiftly devouring the closest alien. In an instant, the alien was drained of its life force, merging into a pile of yellow sand that coalesced into the yellow sand dragon. Before the surrounding aliens and phantom beasts could process this, countless green vines sprouted from the void, instantaneously transforming into tendrils that firmly bound several aliens in place. Subsequently, the yellow sand dragons converged, merging into a colossal sand dragon over 1,000 meters long, which swallowed 3 aliens whole. In mere moments, half of the 8 figures had vanished. The remaining 4 phantom beasts were overtaken by disbelief and terror. They had initially thought they had captured a plump prey, only to discover they were dealing with a voracious wolf. The previously mentioned black-winged serpent, suppressing its fear, pleaded, "Great brother, spare my life. I did not recognize your greatness." Before it could finish, the swirling yellow sand dragon engulfed it in a single gulp. The remaining 3 alien beasts exchanged glances, their eyes flickering with determination. The four-winged firebird, its gaze gleaming, declared, "Damn it. Everyone, let's go. We have already offended him. He will not spare us." With that, it summoned endless flames to envelop its wings. The other 2 phantom beasts gritted their teeth and launched another assault against Qi Ming. However, to their surprise, the four-winged firebird suddenly shifted direction, transforming into a streak of lightning and fleeing into the distance. The other 2 phantom beasts erupted with furious flames, realizing they had been deceived. Before they could utter a word of anger, 2 torrents of molten lava crashed down upon them, extinguishing the last vestiges of life from the 2 phantom beasts. Qi Ming had just contemplated pursuing the four-winged firebird when he was astonished to see its previously retreating form suddenly reverse course and fly back. Taken aback by this unexpected turn, Qi Ming swiftly narrowed his pupils and erected dozens of protective shields before him. Though the four-winged firebird had perished, its flames still flickered with life. Hurtling forward at an astonishing speed, it descended like a blazing meteor, crashing upon Qi Ming's barriers with tremendous force. The impact shattered more than half of the shields, finally bringing the fully matured corpse of the firebird to a standstill. Qi Ming silently discarded the lifeless body of the firebird into the valley below. Soon after, 3 dragon heads turned their gaze towards the figure slowly descending from the heavens. It bore celestial eyes, with wings sprouting from its back, belonging to the three-eyed divine clan. Suspended in the air before Qi Ming, the three-eyed divine being wore a faint smile. It was unexpected that such an intriguing soul could be found on this desolate planet. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Feng Juechen, a member of the Celestial Eye clan, also referred to as the Three-Eyed Divine Clan. The entity did not rush into action, but instead took the time to introduce itself. Listening to the ceremonious tone of the introduction, Qi Ming's expression turned peculiar. "I am Qi Ming, a human of the Blue Star." Feng Juechen's eyes reflected a hint of amusement. "You are no longer considered one of them." Qi Ming chose not to respond, maintaining a calm demeanor as they faced each other. Observing this, Feng Juechen decided to forego further attempts at pleasantries. With a flick of his hand, a silver-white longsword materialized in his grasp. The moment Qi Ming glimpsed the sword, a spark of astonishment flickered in his eyes. It was a soul artifact. Moreover, it appeared to be far superior to the one he had acquired. "Let us commence. You are the first opponent I have encountered in this realm, and I do not wish for the battle to end too swiftly." Qi Ming took a deep breath. summoning the yellow sand dragon to encircle him as he charged toward his adversary. However, Feng Juechen unleashed a ray of sword energy from his silver-white blade, effortlessly slicing the yellow sand dragon in two. Qi Ming was taken aback. This fellow's sword energy bore a striking resemblance to Xian Mo's spatial vortex, possessing a similar capability to sever energy. Realizing this, Qi Ming felt a weight settle in his heart. He would have to resort to close combat. Before he could ponder further, Feng Juechen's seemingly amused voice rang out. "What? Have you already lost confidence?" As he spoke, another beam of silver sword energy shot forth, instantly shattering Qi Ming's outer protective shield and leaving a deep, several-meter-long gash upon his body. Qi Ming's eyes glimmered with determination. "Little Black, employ that move." No sooner had the words left his lips than a dark vortex appeared behind Feng Juechen. In the next moment, several black tendrils surged forth from the vortex, swiftly ensnaring him. Taking advantage of his opponent's entrapment, Qi Ming swiftly advanced, raising his claw to strike fiercely. However, as he closed in, a smile appeared on Feng Juechen's face. The silver-white longsword in his hand transformed into a radiant arc, instantly severing the vines that ensnared him. In the blink of an eye, the sword's light split into 8 beams, slicing through the air at lightning speed towards Qi Ming. Yet, before they could strike, swirling vortices materialized from thin air, consuming both the 8 beams and the silver sword entirely. A glimmer of joy sparkled in Qi Ming's eyes. Without the longsword, he believed he had the upper hand. At that moment, however, Feng Juechen's smile remained unyielding as he gestured, causing the silver-white sword to reappear in his grasp. Having traversed the void, observing Qi Ming's plight, Feng Juechen let out a hearty laugh. "Do you not know? Once a soul artifact bears your mark, it can be summoned back, disregarding spatial constraints." Qi Ming fell into a contemplative silence. This was indeed unfamiliar to him. Yet, the notion sparked a flicker of inspiration in his mind. A soul artifact? He possessed one as well. As Feng Juechen regarded the silent Qi Ming, he smirked and unleashed another beam of sword light aimed at Qi Ming. Just as the sword light sliced through the barrier, a brilliant crimson glow materialized around him, effectively halting the assault. The fiery radiance expanded and transformed into a serpentine blaze, charging towards Feng Juechen. Surprise flickered in Feng Juechen's eyes. "You too possess a soul artifact?" Though the silver sword remained exceptionally sharp, it appeared momentarily ensnared by the crimson flames. Witnessing this, Qi Ming felt a surge of exhilaration and hastily summoned a molten meteor to hurl at his opponent. Feng Juechen, however, remained unfazed. With a swift motion of his wings, he vanished from sight, reappearing in another position. His third eye glimmered with golden light, and he unleashed a golden beam that pierced through Qi Ming's form. In that instant, Qi Ming experienced a sensation of his soul being shackled. He soon realized that the soul gem in his third head was enveloped by a golden light, severing his connection to it. Before Qi Ming could register this, Feng Juechen exclaimed in astonishment, "You possess 3 soul gems." His divine eye could only temporarily seal the opponent's soul gem, dominating ordinary life forms effortlessly. Yet, who would have imagined that this 3-headed demon dragon harbored 3 soul gems? Qi Ming appeared to sense something amiss. With a sinister grin, he summoned the molten meteor and the sand dragon to once again charge at Feng Juechen. Chapter 61. A bountiful harvest. Feng Juechen maintained a calm smile. "You do not believe that without my bloodline abilities, I would be unable to contend with you, do you? Today, I shall unveil to you the reason why the divine race is deemed divine." As he spoke, the pair of pristine wings behind him radiated a blinding light, unleashing a myriad of feathered projectiles towards the sand dragon and the lava meteor. Boom! A terrifying wave of energy swept across the vicinity of several kilometers. In a single strike, numerous fine wounds erupted upon Qi Ming's body. The golden pupils of Qi Ming shimmered with brilliance. After a moment's hesitation, he unleashed 3 searing breaths of flame once more. Without any visible movement from Feng Juechen, a silvery barrier materialized before him. Upon contact, the relentless flames cascaded outward in all directions, unable to breach the slightest inch of that silvery shield. Qi Ming pondered deeply, recognizing that the life essence of the divine race far surpassed theirs, along with the quality of their energy, which was incomparably superior. Feng Juechen smirked. "What do you think? Will you surrender now?" Before he could finish, black vines materialized before him, binding his wings and body midair. Upon these dark tendrils, flames, frost, and spatial forces converged simultaneously, momentarily rendering Feng Juechen's body rigid, while the luminous silvery barrier dimmed slightly. Qi Ming's eyes sparkled with intensity, seizing the opportunity. He raised his claws and ruthlessly shattered the barrier. But that was not the end. With relentless motion, Qi Ming deftly grasped Feng Juechen firmly within his claws. Suddenly, an immense force erupted from his grip, nearly shattering Qi Ming's toe bones. A flicker of confusion crossed Qi Ming's eyes as he urgently called out, "Xiaohe, quickly!" Upon hearing this, Xian Mo unleashed the abilities he had gained during this time with fervor upon Feng Juechen. Paralysis, deceleration, rigidity, hypnosis, and lethal toxins. All these effects may have had minimal impact on the divine physique. Yet, under the accumulation of hundreds and thousands of passive abilities, they managed to bind him firmly in place once more. Seizing this moment of vulnerability, Qi Ming unleashed the power of sandification, frantically absorbing the life force within him. 1 second, 2 seconds. After a full 10 seconds, Qi Ming sensed that the wings behind Feng Juechen began to slowly turn to sand. Just as he thought victory was at hand, Feng Juechen desperately struggled again. The black vines entwining him began to shatter, and Qi Ming's claws also showed signs of cracking. Amidst the surprise and burgeoning anger, a voice erupted from the confines of his grip. "You bastard! How dare you attempt to kill me? Do you know who I am?" Qi Ming remained silent, his other claw tightly grasping Feng Juechen as he relentlessly channeled the power of sandification. Time trickled away, and Feng Juechen's curses transformed from initial fury and maledictions into panic and pleas for mercy. Yet, Qi Ming remained resolute, unmoved by his cries. As the life force of his opponent waned, their strength diminished, and it became merely a matter of time before he would deliver the final blow. Uncertain of how long had passed, Qi Ming gradually relaxed his grip, and before him, the figure of the elusive Zhu Chun had vanished, leaving behind a diminutive ring, a soul gem, and a handful of yellow sand that slipped through the crevices of his claws. Meanwhile, bereft of its master, the silvery longsword was ensnared by a blazing red ribbon and returned to Qi Ming. Without hesitation, he promptly stored the 2 soul artifacts within the soul gem and swallowed the gem whole. Suddenly recalling something, he addressed Xian Mo, saying, "Little Black, go feast upon those 3 fellows below." Upon hearing this, Xian Mo let out a jubilant cheer and shot toward the corpses of the 3 phantom beasts below. Observing Xian Mo's actions, Ada, who had been silently watching for quite some time, finally snapped back to reality. However, as the identity of the 3-eyed divine clan resurfaced in its mind, a flicker of alarm crossed its gaze. Yet, before Ada could voice its concerns, a voice imbued with subtle authority resonated within its mind. "Ada, elevate this little one's rank to first place. Do not discuss other matters with him for now. I shall personally meet him once he surpasses the Lord level." Startled, Ada quickly responded, "As you command, my lord." The voice paused for a moment before continuing. "In the meantime, some opportunities may be inclined your way. Additionally, should other alien races seek to trouble him, you may extend assistance as necessary." Although Ada was filled with doubt, it complied, saying, "Understood, my lord." With that, the voice dissipated from Ada's mind, and after a brief hesitation, it swam toward Qi Ming. Qi Ming was engrossed in examining the ring he had acquired from Zhu Chun, which appeared to be a storage ring capable of holding items, activated by infusing it with soul power. Reflecting on this, Qi Ming nodded thoughtfully. Upon an intangible wave of soul power brushing against the ring, his vision was transported to a space of approximately 3,000 cubic meters. Within this realm lay an assortment of peculiar items, prominently featuring a 2-meter-tall golden luminescence at its center, the ascension fruit, a sight Qi Ming was all too familiar with. A wave of delight surged within him. With this, even if he were to allocate 2 of the fruits to Little Black, he would still relish 3 ascension fruits for himself. As for the other curious items, their purposes eluded him, prompting him to seek the guidance of the knowledgeable Ada. Without showing any signs of irritation, Ada patiently began to elucidate the uses of each item to Qi Ming. Upon learning the functions of all the items, Qi Ming felt a tinge of exasperation. Although numerous, most of these items were not suitable for his needs. However, he took solace in the fact that he had successfully refined the most crucial soul artifacts. At that moment, the dark ink creature, having finished devouring 3 blood meals, returned to Qi Ming's side. Upon noticing the storage ring floating among the various artifacts before Qi Ming, A subtle longing quietly surged within its heart. After a brief hesitation, it mustered the courage to speak. Master, can this storage ring be consumed? Ming, taken aback by the inquiry, replied with an expression of bemusement. Little Black, this is not food. Are you certain you can digest it? Beside them, Ada chimed in with equal curiosity. Xianmo, although this ring contains spatial power, it is not meant for consumption. Observing the silent Xianmo, Ming's eyes flickered with a glimmer of understanding, countless thoughts racing through his mind. Yet, after a moment's contemplation, he shook his head with a light chuckle and, utilizing energy to levitate the ring, presented it before Xianmo. Here, Little Black. Xianmo stared blankly at the storage ring, an overwhelming surge of gratitude washing over it. Thank you, Master, it exclaimed with excitement, transforming into a colossal python and swallowing the storage ring whole. As soon as it ingested it, the energy within Xianmo began to surge violently. With the ring being engulfed by the torrent of energy, the spatial power within starting to dissipate outward. Under such circumstances, Xianmo found it difficult to maintain its massive form and silently shrank back behind Ming to digest the ring. Ada shook its head in disbelief, muttering, "You both have lost your minds. How can one consume a storage ring?" Ming remained silent for a moment before responding with a smile. "I believe in Little Black. Since it insists, it must have its own confidence." Upon hearing this, Ada refrained from replying, convinced that Ming would soon find himself bereft of a storage ring, and that Xianmo would undoubtedly suffer from an upset stomach as a result. However, within merely 10 minutes, Ada was swiftly proven wrong. Xianmo shimmered, and from the void beside them, dozens, even hundreds of dark vines began to spread forth. Set against the surrounding white mist, they evoked an almost maddening allure. "Master, my spatial power has increased tremendously. Moreover, the storage space has expanded to match that of the ring, now 3,000 cubic meters." As Ming beheld the multitude of black vines beckoning towards him, his heart swelled with both surprise and curiosity. Ada, eyes widened in astonishment, exclaimed, "What? How is this?" Before it could finish, Xianmo summoned a vine to bind its mouth. "Be quiet. I'm not speaking to you." Unperturbed, Ada swayed its shimmering tail, gracefully emerging from the vines. However, it had learned to keep its astonishment to itself, marveling silently within. Ming, feeling the surge of vital energy ready to erupt within him, quickly urged Xianmo, "Little Black, quickly give me 2 spirit elevation fruits. I am about to break through." Xianmo nodded in acknowledgement, summoning a vortex of darkness from which he retrieved 4 spirit ascension fruits. Witnessing this spectacle, Ming momentarily paused in astonishment. "Master, please accept these. To me, they are merely embellishments, but for you, they hold immense significance." Xianmo stood tall, his words dripping with indifference towards the fruits. If other mythical beasts and alien tribes were to behold these coveted spirit ascension fruits, now casually displayed as if they were mere cabbages, they might very well be driven to madness on the spot. Ming regarded Xianmo with deep appreciation before responding. "Very well. Should you require anything in the future, do not hesitate to inform me." With that, he consumed all 4 fruits before him, alongside another he had recently extracted from his storage ring. He then closed his eyes, immersing himself in the absorption of the energy and abundant life force contained within. It is noteworthy that the Spirit Ascension tree had borne only 9 fruits in total, and Ming had claimed more than half for himself. With such an abundance of Spirit Ascension fruits, one could only wonder how much his life tier could be elevated. Not to mention, he had just absorbed the life force of a member of the 3-eyed divine race. Sensing the escalating power radiating from Ming, Xianmo remained vigilant, diligently encircling him with protective vines. Ada, no longer seeking idle amusement, gracefully circled in the air. As time passed, Ming's aura intensified to an extraordinary degree, drawing in the surrounding mist, which began to coalesce around him. Through the ethereal haze, it became evident that Ming's physique had significantly expanded. His thorny scales appeared to be several times more crystalline and robust than before. Yet, unchanged were the golden and black scales adorning his abdomen and back. Suddenly, an astonishing aura erupted from Ming, instantly dispersing the surrounding mist and sending ripples outward in all directions. 3 dragon heads, each over 100 meters tall, rose majestically, their 6 radiant golden eyes gazing into the distance. An intangible, terrifying pressure surged forth, thickening the air around him. Qi Ming's heart swelled with joy. He had finally broken through. Despite the monumental energy amassed, considering that his advancement was thrice as arduous as that of other life forms, he had successfully ascended to the mid-stage of maturity and had even made slight progress towards the later stage. Xian Mo and Ada, witnessing this transformation, promptly approached to offer their congratulations. Qi Ming smiled in response, then quietly assessed his newfound gains. First, his size had expanded to 380 meters, a remarkable increase of 100 meters. Furthermore, after absorbing the soul gem of Fengju Chun, he had successfully inherited the ability to bind the souls of others. Moreover, this ability had received an epic enhancement, allowing him to unleash 3 beams of energy, confined within 3 soul gems of lesser strength than his own. The mere thought of this sent a wave of elation coursing through Qi Ming's heart. Imagining the moment when he could directly suppress his opponent's soul gems in battle while still unleashing energy to strike them was nothing short of exhilarating, a harbinger of invincibility within the same realm. Furthermore, although he lacked precise data panels, Qi Ming could distinctly sense a substantial elevation in his life essence. His attack range had surged to a frightening 6 kilometers, while the radius of his life field had expanded dramatically to an impressive 1,200 meters. Though he had not calculated his strength, it surely must have reached terrifying tens of thousands of tons. Of course, this power paled in comparison to the titanic beasts from the movies. Nevertheless, Qi Ming was filled with excitement. After all, he was merely in the mature stage. He firmly believed that upon reaching the Lord level, or even the king or emperor tier of colossal beasts, he would be able to subdue those titans with ease. After a brief moment of contemplation, Qi Ming cast aside his intricate thoughts and turned to Xian Mo and Ada, expressing his gratitude for their hard work. Let us continue our journey. Despite having reached the mid-stage of maturity, the path ahead remained to be traversed. If he did not seize this advantage to absorb more life force, he would be utterly foolish. Naturally, Xian Mo had no objections, unfurling his dragon wings and soaring into the distance with Qi Ming. He couldn't help but wonder when he would acquire his own dragon wings. By a shimmering lakeside, a goose and a duck, both magical beasts, watched warily as 2 night elves brandished bows and arrows. The 2 magical creatures had intended to approach the water's edge to catch small fish and shrimp, but fate had dealt them a misfortunate encounter with the elves. Fortunately, their strengths were relatively comparable, with the large white goose being in the late growth stage. Suddenly, the petite, yellow-feathered curled duck couldn't contain itself and exclaimed, "Big boss, why don't we make a quick escape?" Upon hearing this, the imposing white goose tilted its head and glared at it, saying, "Are you blind? There are only 2 of them, and they're merely in the mid-growth stage. Why should we flee?" The curled duck, puzzled, asked, "Big boss, why don't you take them out yourself?" A hint of embarrassment flickered in the white goose's eyes as it extended a wing and smacked the curled duck on the head. "Why should I handle everything? Little D. Today, the opportunity is yours. Go and eliminate them. The soul gems will be mine, and the corpses will belong to you." Upon hearing this, the curled duck immediately shook its head in panic, its face etched with reluctance. But before it could voice its objections, the white goose stepped back a few paces, leapt into the air, and kicked the curled duck forward with a webbed foot. "Go for it, little D. Your big boss is cheering for you." The curled duck squawked in fright, but the 2 night elves mistook its cries as a prelude to an attack against them. Without the slightest hesitation, the 2 beings drew their bows and unleashed 2 dark purple arrows towards the curled duck. At that moment, a golden, diamond-shaped crystal materialized before the curled duck. Instantly, the crystal radiated an overwhelming light, obliterating the arrows into nothingness. The duck and the goose, along with the 2 nocturnal elves, were momentarily stunned by this spectacle. The elves were the first to regain their composure, exclaiming in astonishment, "My goodness! It is indeed a legacy crystal." However, their delight swiftly dissipated as they realized something. One of the elves lamented, "Alas, it is of the golden tier. We cannot possibly approach it." As they spoke, the golden crystal shot upwards, forming a brilliant beam of light. The 2 elves exchanged glances, their expressions shifting as they redirected their focus towards the 2 phantom beasts. With the crystal's radiance now fully unleashed, it would undoubtedly attract a multitude of phantom creatures or otherworldly beings. The immediate priority was to eliminate these 2 beasts and then summon their kin nearby to claim the legacy crystal. The curled duck, realizing that the 2 nocturnal elves were still intent on pursuing it, squawked in panic. Suddenly, a searing meteor of molten lava descended from the heavens, crashing down upon the two elves and extinguishing their lives. The intense heat wave surged forth, singeing the tender feathers on the curled duck's chest, prompting it to retreat in fright to hide behind the great white goose. The goose gazed at the molten rock with a mixture of confusion and concern. Just as they were lost in thought, a three-headed dragon, nearly 400 meters in length, broke through the mist and came into view. The dragon swooped down, its claws landing upon the golden crystal. In an instant, it breached the crystal's defenses and seized it firmly in its grasp. One of the dragon's heads cast a disdainful glance at the trembling great white goose and the curled duck before transforming into a streak of light, vanishing into the fog. Once the dragon disappeared, the great white goose shuddered, regaining its composure. It then recalled something and quickly extended its wings to help the curled duck, which it had inadvertently knocked over. Gently stroking the curled duck's back, it expressed great concern. "Little D, are you all right? I apologize for kicking you so hard." The bewildered curled duck shook its head in response. "Boss, your kick didn't hurt much, but you nearly crushed me when you sat on me. You really should consider losing some weight. You are far too heavy." The great white goose blushed, playfully ruffling the feathers atop the curled duck's head. "What nonsense are you spouting? Hurry. The legacy crystal has just appeared, and it will surely attract some unsavory characters." As the conversation unfolded, the great white goose turned and summoned a jet of water, hurling the molten meteorite away. After searching the pit for a brief moment, it joyfully retrieved 2 soul gems. Without hesitation, the great white goose handed one to the duckling, saying, "Here, eat this. Don't say your leader never treats you well." The duckling's voice trembled, tinged with a hint of sorrow, as it exclaimed, "Leader, oh leader." Ever since its transformation into a duckling, it had followed the great white goose. Even after achieving a growth stage without awakening any abilities, the great white goose had never abandoned it. This unwavering loyalty was the reason it had never contemplated leaving, despite the goose's incessant teasing. However, unbeknownst to the duckling, it had indeed awakened a rather unique ability, luck. While this ability might not grant it formidable power, it was enough to ensure that it would emerge unscathed from perilous situations. Psychic confinement, utilizing energy to condense chains that bind enemies and manipulate time, depending on the disparity in strength between both parties. Upon sensing the information flooding his mind, Ming's eyes gleamed with delight. "How wonderful! With this, I have skills for attack, defense, and control. My fortune is truly remarkable." Beside him, the languidly swimming Ada also revealed a barely perceptible smile in its wide eyes, though it merely blew bubbles without further comment. Ming focused his thoughts, and with a mere mental command, 3 chains materialized in the void before him. Chains of blazing crimson flames, verdant vines, and golden sands. This familiar color combination seemed to echo from somewhere. Just as Ming pondered this perplexity, a group of 8 alien beings descended from the sky, slowly revealing themselves before him. These aliens were the Yao Fire clan, whom Ming recognized from a previous encounter. The crimson ribbon he possessed had been obtained from one of their kin. The leader of this Yao Fire clan bore a flame insignia resembling a red lotus on his forehead, exuding an aura several times stronger than the others. "Hand over the crimson serpent, and I may spare your life," the Yao Fire clan leader stated coolly, his voice imbued with a commanding tone. Ming felt a wave of displeasure. These Yao Fire beings were increasingly arrogant, lacking the courtesy exhibited by the three-eyed divine clan's Feng Juechen. However, it seemed this Yao Fire being could communicate with him normally, suggesting that he too possessed a soul artifact. Contemplating this, Ming scrutinized the Yao Fire leader with his 3 dragon heads. Growing impatient under his gaze, the Yao Fire leader summoned the red lotus insignia from his forehead, which transformed into a blazing red lotus that surged toward Ming with ferocity. Unyielding, Ming summoned the crimson ribbon, morphing it into a fiery dragon that enveloped the flaming red lotus. The terrifying flames surged forth, prompting the other 7 Yao Fire clan members to change their expressions dramatically and retreat hastily. One of the beautiful Yao Hua tribe members, with long hair, gasped in astonishment at the unfolding scene. "Oh no, Brother Liamo is in danger." Chapter 64. The bounty of the alien races. The demon dragon has actually advanced to the mid-stage of maturity. What should we do now? Panic was evident on the faces of the other Yao Hua tribe members. Just as everyone was at a loss, One figure seemed to have an epiphany. Wait, isn't this demon dragon under a bounty from the divine clan? If we spread the news about this demon dragon, we can summon other alien races to come together to deal with it. Upon hearing this, the others were momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained their composure. The Yaohua woman also had a swift thought and urgently transmitted this information through special means. The Blue Star had a global network, and other more advanced alien races, including the Divine Clan, naturally possessed even more sophisticated communication systems. Almost instantaneously, the news spread throughout the alien races on Blue Star. Nearby alien races began to mobilize, converging towards their location. Although the message had been sent, the situation for the Yaohui named Li Mo remained grim. He found his soul treasure entangled tightly by a blazing red ribbon. Li Mo gazed at the demon dragon before him in disbelief, astonished by its formidable strength. However, with no retreat in sight, he gritted his teeth and summoned a fiery spear, launching another assault on Qi Ming. Noticing Li Mo's movement, Qi Ming snapped back from the earlier discussion about the bounty. No longer holding back, he summoned the yellow sand dragon, which immediately engulfed Li Mo. The terrifying power of sandification unleashed under the overwhelming pressure of life levels. Li Mo could not endure for even 5 seconds before he was completely transformed into a handful of yellow sand, vanishing from sight. Without a master, the flame-red lotus bound by the blazing ribbon naturally fell into Qi Ming's possession. Observing this, the other Yaohua tribe members turned in terror, attempting to flee. Yet, before they could make a move, the yellow sand dragon descended once more. After tossing all 8 soul gems to Xianmo, Qi Ming began to examine the flame-red lotus before him. He had always assumed that soul treasures could only take on various forms of instruments, but to his surprise, it could also condense into the shape of a lotus flower. This revelation filled Qi Ming with a newfound anticipation for his own soul treasure. Gazing at the gently burning flame lotus, Qi Ming remained silent for a moment before temporarily storing it within his soul space. Ada blinked in confusion and asked, Qi Ming, aren't you going to leave quickly? Someone from the Divine Clan has issued a bounty on you, and those Yaohua tribe members have already spread your location. If you don't leave now, who knows how many alien races will come after you? In response, Qi Ming merely shook his head slightly and replied, why should I leave? I am already aware of the bounty. I am intent on seizing this opportunity to gather more vitality. His actions are indeed calculated. Although he is now advanced to the mid-stage of maturity, the demand for triple energy engenders an inexplicable sense of urgency within him. He finds himself at a loss for where to procure such an abundance of energy. Unexpectedly, these alien beings seem to have come to his aid, delivering a pillow for his impending slumber. Should he succeed in this endeavor, even if he does not break through to the later stage, it will undoubtedly propel him significantly forward. Upon hearing Qi Ming's thoughts, Ada regarded him with an even more peculiar gaze. Before he could elaborate further, Xianmo had already absorbed the 8 soul gems. Master, I have acquired 5 abilities. The other 3 appear to be duplicates, hence I did not gain them. Additionally, my black flame has intensified considerably. A smile flickered in Qi Ming's eyes as he spontaneously praised, well done, little black. When the time comes to capture those Yaohua tribe members, you shall absorb them, striving to transform your black flame into an exotic fire. Xianmo nodded earnestly but could not suppress his curiosity, inquiring, Master, what is exotic fire? Is it powerful? Qi Ming paused, pondering deeply before responding. Powerful is an understatement. Each type of exotic fire possesses unparalleled abilities. For specifics, you may refer to the novels. Just as he finished speaking, Qi Ming sensed something amiss and lifted his gaze towards the distant mist. Within his enhanced 20-kilometer vision, he could already discern numerous alien beings soaring towards his location in a veritable swarm. A surge of delight coursed through Qi Ming's heart. With so many aliens, this wave appears assured. Ada flicked her tail in the water, signaling Qi Ming to gaze in another direction, remarking, not just assured. I believe you are about to have some fun. Before she could finish her sentence, a vine ablaze with fierce black flames cleaved through the air, piercing Ada's brow. You foul harbinger, spare us your sardonic remarks. Witnessing this spectacle, Qi Ming's lips twitched slightly. This was not the usual little black. Ada leisurely swam away from the black vine's trajectory, the gaping wound on her forehead healing instantaneously. Resuming her adorable demeanor, Ada blew bubbles and addressed Qi Ming. However, this time I can lend you a slight hand. Feel free to eliminate these aliens. When you cannot hold out any longer, just inform me, and I will whisk you away." Upon hearing this, Ming cast a skeptical glance at Ada, asking, "When did you become so benevolent? You won't be leading me into a trap, will you?" Ada, seemingly affronted by his doubt, huffed lightly, "If you harbor such mistrust in Ada." Then before she could finish her thought, Ming interrupted, "No, no, I do trust you, Ada. Then it is settled. I shall rely on you." A smile gleamed in Ada's eyes as she nodded, assuring, "Rest easy. I have got this covered." As she spoke, she deliberately swayed her body, playfully flaunting in front of the black vine that Mo had just pierced her with. As Mo observed Ada's casual demeanor, a wave of displeasure surged within him. Nevertheless, Ada assured him that he would ensure Ming's safe departure shortly. After a moment's hesitation, Mo chose to suppress his irritation and silently retracted the vines. Ada, displaying a triumphant grin, playfully swayed her hips before returning to her previous stance. Ming, witnessing this spectacle, could only sigh in silent sympathy for the little black one. Mo emitted a faint glow, seemingly responding without words. Time passed swiftly, and within less than a minute, the first wave of alien beings converged from all directions, encircling Ming in a matter of moments, forming layers upon layers of encroachment. At this instant, Ming felt akin to the great sage Sun Wukong besieged by a multitude of celestial soldiers. The sheer number of aliens surrounding him was unfathomable, many of whom he had never even laid eyes upon. However, there was no time for Ada to introduce them individually. The aliens, upon spotting Ming, were filled with a glimmer of avarice, as if they yearned to devour him whole. Without an ounce of hesitation, an overwhelming surge of energy bombarded toward Ming. The battle was on the verge of erupting. Chapter 65. The might of the three-headed demon dragon in the face of the overwhelming tide of energy. Ming remained utterly composed. Before him, a radiant light manifested, revealing a colossal silver-white longsword and a blazing crimson ribbon that appeared out of thin air. Subsequently, the fiery ribbon swelled dramatically, transforming into a colossal fire dragon exceeding 10 kilometers in length. The crimson ribbon encircled Ming, effectively blocking a significant portion of the energy onslaught. The silver-white longsword then split into three, each forming a sword of distinct hues, yet all emanating an aura of terror. The beams of sword light erupted from the three blades, instantly shattering the remainder of the incoming energy. The surrounding aliens gasped in astonishment, exclaiming in disbelief, "How is this possible? The power of this demon dragon is truly formidable. My heavens, this demon dragon possesses two soul treasures." At this thought, the greed in the eyes of the aliens intensified manifold. Yet, before they could regroup for another assault, Ming took the initiative. Towering at hundreds of meters, he let out a thunderous roar, and the three dragon heads unleashed an inferno of flames. An overwhelming pressure radiated from Ming, expanding outward in all directions. In an instant, all alien figures within a radius of several kilometers froze, their minds ensnared by the terrifying aura, rendered motionless in midair. Boom! Streams of molten lava tore through the sky, cascading like flowing rivers, intertwining like the roots of great trees, weaving through the countless aliens. In the blink of an eye, the area within a 6-kilometer radius of Ming had transformed into a death zone saturated with lava. As the molten lava surged forth, the surrounding alien races quickly broke free from its oppressive force. However, some of the weaker beings were swiftly consumed by the molten flow, reduced to mere charred remains in an instant. Witnessing this grim spectacle, Ming felt a pang of regret. Had he known, he would have employed the power of sandification. Upon this realization, the surrounding lava began to recede gradually, transforming into streams of flowing sand. Golden sands danced in the air, and in the blink of an eye, the charred corpses were transmuted into endless grains, merging into the river of sand. Observing the shimmering soul gems within the sands, Ming's eyes gleamed with determination. "Xiaohei, I entrust these soul gems to you." Upon hearing this, Mo immediately unleashed hundreds of vines, traversing the void to absorb the soul gems into its being. The surrounding alien races, witnessing this scene, were filled with profound astonishment and dread. Suddenly, a wave of exclamations erupted among them. It was Yuta of the Silver Clan, a prodigy with the strength of a matured body. And there was a Ning of the Moon Clan. The Wing Clan's Tianyang had also arrived. "Excellent. Let us see how this demon dragon continues its arrogance now." As they spoke, several formidable figures descended from the heavens, radiating terrifying energy as they approached Qi Ming. He surveyed his surroundings and swiftly took action, unleashing 3 soul rays that sealed 3 mid-stage soul gems of matured bodies. He then summoned chains that ensnared the remaining dozen figures in midair. The entire sequence appeared lengthy, yet transpired in the mere blink of an eye. Before the astonished aliens could comprehend, Qi Ming had already summoned several fearsome yellow sand dragons that engulfed the dozen prodigies. In less than 10 seconds, waves of pure life force surged into Qi Ming's body. It was not until the yellow sand dragons resumed their voracious consumption of the surrounding aliens that the onlookers snapped back to reality, filled with terror as they sought to flee. But it was too late. An immense yellow sandworm, stretching an astonishing 10 kilometers, materialized from the endless flowing sands. With a sweeping motion, it devoured hundreds of alien figures. The terrifying power of sandification surged violently as streams of life force coalesced and returned to Qi Ming's being. Sensing the rapid increase of energy within him, Qi Ming felt an overwhelming joy. At this rate, he might even break through to the late stage of maturity. The yellow sandworm writhed in the air, coiling around to encircle the fleeing aliens. Some, realizing escape was futile, gritted their teeth and charged at Qi Ming with desperate fury. Countless attacks struck against him, yet were effortlessly blocked by the dozens of shields enveloping his form. Even if a stray attack managed to graze him, it was swiftly healed by his wood-based regenerative abilities. One of the figures from the Yaohua clan was filled with terror, trembling lips whispering, "How terrifying! How could it be more fearsome than the divine race?" The surrounding foreign beings were no better off. Some even contemplated surrendering, submitting themselves to Qi Ming. Yet, he showed no mercy towards these offerings of vitality. This was a crushing dominance at the level of existence. Time passed, and the foreign beings that had come were nearly annihilated by Qi Ming. However, despite the accumulation of countless life forces, he still had not advanced to the late stage of maturity. Yet, he could vaguely sense that he was on the brink of a breakthrough, needing only a single opportunity for a seamless transition. After waiting for quite some time, Qi Ming noticed that no new foreign beings were arriving, leaving him perplexed. Had he truly eliminated all the nearby foreign beings? Little did he know, his terrifying power had spread like wildfire. Some foreign beings who had initially intended to confront him were now frightened into retreat. Upon hearing Ada's explanation, Qi Ming felt at a loss for words. Had I known, I would have restrained myself a little earlier. Xianmo also expressed dissatisfaction, exclaiming, "These foreign beings are utterly useless. We haven't even had our fill, and they dare not show their faces? A bunch of cowards." Despite his helplessness, Qi Ming had no choice but to seek a quiet place with Xianmo to absorb the soul gems he had just acquired. "By the way, Ada, I didn't need your assistance this time. Can the opportunity you mentioned be extended for future use?" Ada's lips twitched, and after a cough, he replied, "It can be, but I doubt you will require it." After the recent battle, all foreign beings had come to recognize Qi Ming's formidable strength. It seemed that unless under special circumstances, they would not initiate an attack against him again. In a secluded valley surrounded by mountains, thousands of soul gems of various colors floated around Qi Ming, resembling a brilliant river of stars. "Little Black, your absorption efficiency is quite high. I will only take half, the rest is yours." As he spoke, the constellation of soul gems divided, floating before both Qi Ming and Xianmo. Xianmo was taken aback, hastily responding, "But, Master, I..." Before he could finish, Qi Ming interjected, "All right, if I let you absorb it, then absorb it. You will grow stronger, and in turn, better assist me. Do you understand?" Upon hearing these words, Xianmo paused for a moment before solemnly replying, "Understood, Master." He refrained from expressing excessive gratitude, instead burying his appreciation deep within. For this kindness, he was willing to sacrifice everything to protect Qi Ming, even his own life, if necessary. In truth, Xianmo later fulfilled this promise. Possessing an array of extraordinary abilities, it repeatedly rescued Qi Ming from perilous situations countless times. Observing the gradual absorption of soul gems by the enigmatic ink, a faint smile flickered in Qi Ming's eyes. He then unfurled 3 dragon heads, consuming thousands of soul gems into the realm of his spirit. The sheer volume of these soul gems rendered their absorption a slow endeavor. Even with the concerted effort of 3 soul gems, tirelessly working day and night, It took a full 3 days and nights for Ming to fully digest them all. Yet, to his astonishment and dismay, his spiritual power saw a remarkable enhancement. However, he inherited not a single talent, and the new abilities amounted to merely 7. Contemplating this, Ming slowly turned, his eyes filled with anticipation as he regarded the equally finished enigmatic ink. The ink swayed its head slightly and pondered, "Master, I have acquired over 2,000 abilities and more than 300 talents. This is still due to the redundancy of many abilities. Otherwise, I could have gained even more." Upon hearing this, Ming couldn't help but display a hint of envy. "Well done, little black." Meanwhile, Ada had grown accustomed to this and no longer bore the shock from before. Nevertheless, it harbored a trace of suspicion regarding the identity of the enigmatic ink. Logically, such a bug-like ability should not exist in Blue Star. Yet, based on its understanding of Blue Star, it found no discrepancies. After pondering for a long while without arriving at an explanation, Ada decided to abandon the thought and shifted its focus to other matters. Ming did not linger on the ink's detailed recount of its newly acquired abilities and talents. Instead, he chuckled, "Acquiring such a multitude of abilities is a blessing. Well, we've rested long enough. It's time to set forth again." With that, the dragon wings of the ink unfurled, propelling Ming's formidable form skyward. Not long into their flight, Ming spotted a group of aliens surrounding several phantom beasts. As fellow phantom beasts, he could not allow these outsiders to flaunt their power on their territory. Without a moment's hesitation, Ming swiftly altered course and dove toward the alien group. Below, amidst the throng of aliens encircling the phantom beasts, one creature stood out, a striking beast with the head of a tiger and the tail of a scorpion. This beast possessed the body of a tiger, with a tail that soared like a scorpion's. Furthermore, it boasted a pair of black wings on its back, appearing far more formidable than the others. The surrounding phantom beasts, whether through their own evolution or fusion, huddled closely beside this tiger-scorpion beast, yearning for protection. Faced with the scrutiny of the many aliens, the scorpion-tiger beast felt an unprecedented weight of pressure. At that moment, the aliens suddenly ceased their restraint and unleashed their energy upon the cluster of phantom beasts. The mythical beasts displayed expressions of panic, hastily employing their protective measures in an attempt to fend off the impending doom. However, their efforts were futile against the overwhelming odds, as the number of adversaries surrounding them far surpassed their own. In less than 2 seconds, the defenses of the mythical beasts were torn asunder by an inexorable torrent of energy. Just as a dozen of these creatures were on the brink of perishing, the scorpion-tiger beast revealed a glimmer of unwillingness in its eyes. Suddenly, a brilliant crimson light appeared before them, effectively repelling the relentless surge of energy. Shortly thereafter, the mythical beasts heard several resounding dragon roars. When the vibrant crimson hue receded, the figures of their foes had vanished without a trace. In their place swirled a tempest of yellow sand, accompanied by a colossal 3-headed dragon, measuring over 400 meters in length, adorned with magnificent wings. Witnessing this scene, the mythical beasts were momentarily taken aback. Just as they regained their composure to express their gratitude, the 3-headed dragon offered them no opportunity, soaring skyward and disappearing into the mist. The reason Ming departed in haste was simply to avoid further entanglements with these mythical creatures. Having saved their lives was already a monumental act of kindness. Had it been other mythical beasts, they might not have spared even these dozen. Reflecting on this, Ming could not help but lament his own overly compassionate nature. Yet, he was of dual disposition. At times, he could be cold-blooded and ruthless towards his kin, while at other moments, he would act with an altruistic spirit against external threats, following the dictates of his heart. Suddenly, a voice emanated from behind him. "Master, there seems to be unusual spatial fluctuations occurring over there." Ming was taken aback and turned to look in the direction indicated by Mo. However, he could discern no anomalies within his line of sight. Yet, considering that Mo would not speak without reason, he responded, "Let us go and take a look." No sooner had he spoken than Mo, in the form of dragon wings, traced a perfect arc in the air, carrying Ming toward another direction. Before long, Ming and Mo arrived at the location in question. There, they beheld a cerulean rift that was steadily widening, revealing a transparent membranous structure within. Upon witnessing this, Ada exclaimed, "This is a barrier of the domain. What is happening? Could it be that extraterrestrial beings have crossed over?" Ming, momentarily stunned, replied in perplexity. What extraterrestrial beings? Are they not from a different realm? In response, Ada hesitated briefly before clarifying. Of course, they are not from the same realm. The alien races you have encountered recently are not far from Blue Star. The planets they inhabit, along with our Blue Star, belong to the same domain known as the dueling domain. Countless planets within the dueling domain harbor life, and the races on those planets are considered alien to us. Beyond our dueling domain, there are 7 other domains of comparable scale. As Ada spoke, a pair of small horns began to struggle against the transparent barrier. It appears that the life within seeks to forcibly breach the membrane and enter the Blue Star. Upon glimpsing that small horn, for reasons unknown, the 3 ethereal souls within Ming's soul gems quivered slightly. Ada's voice continued to echo. Ordinarily, one could only traverse to other great domains through the teleportation arrays within the Tauran realm, a privilege reserved for those possessing imperial-level strength. Yet, this individual audaciously attempted to smuggle themselves across, truly a fool's errand. Before the thought could fully form, one of the ice-blue horns pierced through the membrane. Subsequently, a mysterious creature, roughly the size of Ada and akin to a grinding stone, tumbled forth. Chapter 67. By G. The instant this enigmatic being emerged, the transparent membrane swiftly restored itself, as if it had never been breached, erasing even the azure fissure in the blink of an eye. Caught off guard, Ada was unexpectedly collided with by the mysterious silvery creature, rolling several hundred meters through the air before gradually coming to a halt. Ouch, that hurt. Ming turned to investigate the source of the exclamation. Before him stood a creature, entirely white with silver mane, its azure pupils reminiscent of a young divine dragon. This young dragon bore a pair of short, ice-blue horns and a dragon tail, yet intriguingly, it lacked dragon claws. Instead, it possessed a pair of similarly short, pristine wings. Adorning its chest was an ice-blue gem, accompanied by a mysterious golden accessory. Having accidentally collided with Ada, the mysterious creature was now gently stroking Ada's head with one of its wings. Unbeknownst to Ada, who gazed at the creature with a look of existential doubt, the situation appeared utterly implausible. How could this be? Even a deity-level powerhouse could not tear through the barriers of the realm at will. Wait, this creature is merely in its juvenile form? Surely there must be a mistake. While Ada was left in shock, the mysterious being shook its head and began surveying its surroundings. Upon spotting Ming, its eyes sparkled with astonishing brilliance. The little creature flapped its diminutive wings and soared for several seconds until it reached eye level with Ming, then proudly proclaimed, "I am Bai Ji, though you may also refer to me as the Holy Dragon King. Given that you possess even a hint of dragon lineage, you may as well follow me henceforth." Hearing the self-proclaimed Bai Ji or Holy Dragon King's proclamation, Ming felt an absurdity wash over him. How audacious, this diminutive juvenile, thinking I should accompany you. What audacity fuels such a claim? Were it not for the earlier tremor of the ethereal figures within his soul gems, he would have easily blown this creature away. Bai Ji seemed to realize that the 3-headed demon dragon before him was not so easily deceived. Suddenly struck by inspiration, it exclaimed, "Do not be deceived by my current juvenile form. My true essence possesses great significance. I am the Holy Dragon King hailing from the Supreme Dragon Domain. Yet I have fallen from grace due to the betrayal of my beloved. If you assist me in reclaiming my former glory, I shall bestow upon you the title of Holy Dragon Guardian." Observing the charming, yet somewhat nonsensical white chicken Holy King before him, Ming felt an odd dissonance in the atmosphere. Furthermore, the scheme it proposed seemed overly familiar, as if it had been recycled from the plethora of advertisements and novels. Nevertheless, a thought crossed his mind, and a peculiar smirk emerged on his face as he said, "So you claim to be called White Chicken, do you?" Upon hearing Ming's response, Bai Ji felt a surge of joy. It had exhausted all its strength to break into this realm and was in dire need of a bodyguard to navigate the perilous phase ahead. The 3-headed demon dragon before it seemed formidable and, evidently, quite gullible. Wait a moment, what did this fellow just call me? Coming to its senses, Bai Ji widened its eyes in indignation, exclaiming, "My name is Bai Ji, not White Chicken." A glimmer of amusement danced in Ming's eyes. Yet he shook his head with a chuckle. "Understood, White Chicken. What you just said was that you were seeking a bodyguard, correct?" Bai Ji paused. Then a faint blush crept across its face. What was happening? When had its thoughts been so easily discerned? But considering its fragile defenses, it tightened its heart and confessed, "Indeed, that is correct. As long as you provide me with temporary protection, I can promise to assist you with one matter afterward. Qi Ming's three dragon heads surveyed the creature before him, a multitude of thoughts racing through his mind. Two paths lay before him. The first, to heed its request for temporary protection. The second, to devour it whole. As for letting Bai Ji go, that notion had never crossed Qi Ming's mind. This creature's origins were extraordinary, and even if its claims were exaggerated, it undoubtedly harbored secrets. Bai Ji, sensing the predatory glances from Qi Ming, trembled involuntarily several times. Just as it was engulfed in fear and trepidation, a voice as melodious as celestial music resonated once more. "White chicken, you shall accompany us from now on." Upon hearing this, Bai Ji felt a rush of joy. "Thank you. And I must reiterate, my name is Bai Ji, not White Chicken." Qi Ming slightly shook his head and replied, "I am Qi Ming. This is Xian Mo, and this is Ada." At that moment, Xian Mo extended a massive black vine serpent, nodding in greeting to Bai Ji. Seeing Xian Mo, a flicker of intrigue flashed in Bai Ji's eyes. But it swiftly buried that thought and turned its attention to Ada. Is this star spirit infused with the seed of the soul? It appears this small world may indeed be a breeding ground for some divine lord. Qi Ming remained oblivious to Bai Ji's internal musings. His decision to take it under his wing stemmed purely from his innate sense of compassion. Certainly, deep within his heart, there remained a flicker of hope regarding the tale recounted by Bai Ji. After a brief respite, Qi Ming, with the assistance of Xian Mo, soared into the sky once more. The newly joined Bai Ji clung to a vine extending from Xian Mo, ensuring that he did not fall behind the group. This time, they flew for several dozen kilometers before Qi Ming finally caught sight of a group of foreign beings. Without a moment's hesitation, he dove downwards. The foreign entities below, upon noticing his descent, were immediately engulfed by panic, exclaiming, "Oh no, the three-headed demon dragon has arrived. Everyone run." Before they could finish their cries, a whirlwind of yellow sand swept through and consumed several of them entirely. Soon enough, the dragon of yellow sand presented a number of soul gems before Qi Ming. After a moment of contemplation, he took one gem for himself and handed the rest to Xian Mo. He then offered the remaining soul gem to Bai Ji, saying, "Here, eat this, Bai Ji." Bai Ji, with a hint of exasperation, replied, "I've told you several times, my name is Bai Ji, and thank you for your kindness. But I do not require the absorption of soul gems." Qi Ming, slightly taken aback by this revelation, did not press further. Instead, he casually consumed the soul gem and remarked, "Calling you Bai Ji feels too formal. From now on, I'll call you Xiao Bai, and your full name shall be Qi Bai. Xian Mo's full name is Qi Xian. He is your elder brother." Hearing this, Bai Ji rolled its eyes and retorted, "Who asked you to arbitrarily name people?" Just as Bai Ji was halfway through its sentence, a chilling dread surged within its heart. Upon witnessing Xian Mo transform into his black dragon form and survey Bai Ji with narrowed eyes, an ominous thought crept into its mind. Failure to heed the warnings could lead to dire consequences. Chapter 68. Encountering the spirit of heaven and earth again. Bai Ji swallowed hard, nodding like a chick pecking at grains. "All right, boss. Just call me Xiao Bai from now on." Xiao Bai sounds much better than Bai Ji, doesn't he it? Qi Ming smiled gently, about to say something further when suddenly, a brilliant red light erupted in the distant sky. The emergence of this crimson radiance was so abrupt that within moments, the entire sky was awash in a fiery hue. The red-tinged mist gave rise to an apocalyptic atmosphere. What is happening over there?" Ada's eyes sparkled, and he quickly replied, "A volcano is about to erupt. It seems to be harboring the spirit of heaven and earth. You must hurry over there." Upon hearing the phrase spirit of heaven and earth, Qi Ming felt a surge of astonishment. The reason he had come this far was largely due to his perilous fusion with the spirit of yellow sand. The prospect of acquiring a new spirit of heaven and earth was exhilarating. With this thought in mind, before Qi Ming could utter a word, Xian Mo took the initiative to flap his dragon wings and soared toward the horizon ablaze with fire. The speed of Xian Mo was astonishing, and as he advanced, the blazing flames became increasingly evident. Qi Ming even felt the air growing more fervent. This filled him with elation. If there were no unforeseen circumstances, it was likely a spirit of the heavens and earth imbued with fire attributes. Before long, Qi Ming traversed 200 kilometers, arriving above a volcano. The volcano appeared to have recently undergone a brief eruption, with billowing black smoke emerging from its crater and streams of searing red lava flowing around it. scanning the surroundings. He noticed numerous mythical beasts and foreign entities, drawn here just as he had been. Ada, where is the spirit of the heavens and earth? I cannot see it. Ming inquired, turning to the side to look at Ada. Ada, shaking its watery tail, replied, do not be impatient. The spirit of the heavens and earth is still in the process of hatching. However, it should be soon. Let us wait patiently. Upon hearing this, Ming, though feeling somewhat helpless, could only temper his impatience and wait in place. Bai Ji, meanwhile, scampered over to the serpentine form of Xianmo, joining in the fun with the mythical beast bracelet. As time flowed by, soon most mythical beasts and foreign entities within a radius of several hundred kilometers had gathered around the volcano. The socially anxious Ming chose to close his eyes and cultivate his spirit to avoid any disturbances from idle creatures. In truth, he was overthinking it. For the nearby mythical beasts and foreign entities, upon noticing his presence, kept their distance. Who would dare to provoke him? Just as Ming was languishing in boredom, a sudden uproar erupted nearby. Heavens! What is that? Could it be a wild inheritance crystal? Nonsense. That is a flame spirit crystal, formed from the fusion of fire attribute energy and mist. Although it could not compare to the mist crystal, it was still quite remarkable for beings of fire attributes. Upon hearing this, Ming focused his gaze and saw a mythical beast clutching an irregular red crystal the size of a basketball in its claws. Even from 7 or 8 kilometers away, he could faintly sense the fire attribute energy contained within, which was roughly equivalent to the energy possessed by a mid-growth stage creature. Before a minute had passed, another mythical beast discovered a flame spirit crystal the size of a grinding disc, containing energy similar to that of a mid-mature stage being. Witnessing this, Ming's interest was piqued. Just as he was about to summon Xiao He to collect the scattered flame spirit crystals, Bai Ji voiced its confusion. If you want flame spirit crystals, why not go directly into the volcano? Ming was taken aback and turned his gaze toward Bai Ji, who was flapping its wings and blinking innocently. Bai Ji, feeling somewhat bashful under his scrutiny, instinctively shielded itself with its wings and asked, Boss, why are you looking at me like that? Ming shook his head slightly. It is nothing. But how did you know? Bai Ji, upon hearing this, immediately donned a look of surprise and exclaimed, Huh? You all didn't know? I had thought it was common knowledge. Observing the other person's irritating expression, Ming fell into a profound silence. Meanwhile, Xianmo, without hesitation, extended a vine and struck Bai Ji on the backside. Ah, brother, why did you hit me? Bai Ji exclaimed. Who told you to speak so annoyingly? You asked for it. Ignoring the affectionate banter between Xiao He and Xiao Bai, Ming turned his gaze towards Ada. Are there any spirit crystals within this volcano? Ada blinked and replied, Yes, many indeed. Upon hearing this, Ming inhaled deeply and asked, Then why didn't you tell me? Ada innocently responded, You didn't ask me, did you? This left Ming utterly speechless. Yet he found himself at a loss for words. After all, had Ada been more forthcoming, the other magical beasts would have certainly learned of this information as well. Despite acquiring this tidbit of knowledge, Ming refrained from directly entering the volcano's mouth. With other magical beasts and alien tribes observing nearby, diving in would inevitably attract attention and suspicion. Just then, the volcano erupted violently. Accompanied by a fierce column of molten lava, the surrounding temperature began to soar. This seemed merely the beginning. As jets of fiery lava continued to erupt, the tremors within the volcano grew increasingly intense, until the surrounding earth was affected. Cracking under the pressure, a cataclysmic surge of flame erupted skyward, resembling a vibrant firework, scattering endless fiery rain across the sky. Within this fiery downpour, numerous spirit crystals of various sizes were visibly intermingled. The surrounding magical beasts and alien tribes were filled with astonishment as they exclaimed, I can't believe there are so many flame spirit crystals. This is fantastic. We're striking it rich. Step aside. These are all mine. Suddenly, a towering gorilla, over 200 meters tall, glared furiously at a gray wolf measuring over 100 meters. Behind the gorilla stood a diminutive canary, merely a few dozen meters in size. Witnessing the gorilla effortlessly reduce the gray wolf to a puddle of flesh with a few punches, the canary shivered and said, Thank you, dear. The gorilla turned with a smile. It's nothing, my love. This is what I ought to do. Wait here. I will gather flame spirit crystals for you. As all the magical beasts and alien tribes busied themselves collecting the scattered spirit crystals, Qi Ming's gaze remained deeply fixed on the volcano's mouth, lost in thought. Suddenly, he noticed the temperature around him beginning to rise once more. Could it be? Chapter 69. The flame bird. A thought flickered through Qi Ming's mind. But before he could speak, a piercing cry, reminiscent of a thunderclap, erupted from within the volcano. Call! This unexpected sound immediately captured the attention of numerous magical beasts and alien tribes. In the gaze of all living beings, a colossal fiery bird, engulfed in blazing crimson flames and boasting an impressive wingspan of over 800 meters, soared skyward from the volcano. Its wings, fanning endless flames, coldly surveyed the myriad phantasms and alien races below. The fearsome presence emanating from this scarlet avian was palpable. Upon its emergence, the surrounding air reached an alarmingly terrifying temperature, causing some weaker beings to spontaneously combust. Qi Ming glanced down to find Bai Ji radiating a faint blue glow, seemingly unperturbed by the oppressive heat surrounding them. Ada, astonished, remarked to Qi Ming that this fire spirit had already attained the strength of a mature stage. Yet, Qi Ming remained unfazed, asserting that it was of no consequence and that he would first have it assist in clearing the area. He assured Ada that he had a plan to deal with it later. Ada stared at the confident Qi Ming, her mouth opening slightly, but she refrained from further comment. Meanwhile, the fire spirit born from the volcano seemed intent on announcing its arrival to the world. Amidst its piercing cries and boundless flames, it commenced a slaughter of the surrounding phantasms and alien races. With its expansive wings, torrents of heavenly fire cascaded from the heavens. Faced with such overwhelming might, scarcely any phantasm or alien could endure even a second amidst those flames. All living beings were gripped by terror, desperate to flee, only to be instantly incinerated by the horrific flames, reduced to mere ashes. Even water-based phantasms found no advantage, as they were mercilessly scorched into nothingness by the searing flames. Qi Ming's eyes burned with fervor. This was true power of fire. The flames he had conjured through energy were but a mere shadow compared to the inferno produced by this avian creature. Before long, the life surrounding the volcano was either dead or fled, leaving only Qi Ming and his companions. With a piercing cry, the flaming bird flapped its wings, unleashing torrents of heavenly fire upon Qi Ming. Yet, before these flames could reach him, they were intercepted by a fire lotus that materialized out of thin air. This fire lotus, previously obtained from the Yao fire clan, possessed the inherent ability to absorb and suppress flames. Although Qi Ming could not yet harness its full potential, even utilizing a fraction of its power was sufficient to subdue this fire spirit. Without a moment's hesitation, Qi Ming activated the fire lotus to absorb the surrounding flames. He also summoned his other two soul artifacts, with 3 dragon heads simultaneously channeling the 3 soul artifacts. The fiery bird, though it summoned a conflagration that engulfed half the sky, found itself unable to approach Qi Ming in the slightest. The bird's voice betrayed its fury as it recklessly enveloped itself in flames, transforming into a blazing meteor that hurtled toward him with tremendous force. In Qi Ming's eyes, a brilliant light flickered as he swiftly urged the crimson ribbon to swell against the wind, transforming into a vast curtain of flame that enveloped the fiery bird akin to a zongzi. Simultaneously, the silver long sword radiated a verdant glow, splitting into dozens, even hundreds, of beams of sword light that surged through the engulfed avian creature like a torrent. The indignation within the fiery bird, having been subjected to such humiliation, reached an unbearable peak. Accompanied by a piercing cry filled with unbridled fury, its flames ignited with a glint of crimson gold. With a resounding crack, the crimson ribbon that bound it shattered into countless fragments as the fiery bird struggled mightily. The sky became a cascade of burning red debris, obscuring Qi Ming's vision and shrouding the divine entity of flames. As the fiery bird transformed into a shooting star, hurtling towards him once more, Qi Ming instinctively positioned the colossal flame lotus before himself. The ensuing explosion of intense flames wreaked havoc, sending shockwaves through the surrounding space, reducing the earth beneath to an endless cloud of dust. Observing the cracks forming on the flame lotus, a result of the earlier impact and the excessive accumulation of fire, Qi Ming understood that he could no longer delay. With a mere thought, the scattered crimson ribbon re-emerged, swelling against the wind and morphing into fiery dragons that shot forth, binding the fiery bird's wings tightly in midair. Without hesitation, Qi Ming exerted his strength, soaring upwards and flipping the flame lotus atop the fiery bird's head as if executing a slam dunk. The ceiling of the flame's power was activated. Empowered by the previously amassed fiery energy, the cracks on the lotus swiftly mended, and the fiery bird, ensnared by the crimson ribbons and the lotus pressing down upon it, was rendered completely immobile. Taking a deep breath, Qi Ming instructed Xian Mo to depart from his body, addressing the small black dragon. "It's time for you to protect me." Xian Mo transformed into a black dragon, nodding in agreement. With the response in mind, Qi Ming no longer hesitated, hovering in the air to absorb the essence of the flames. Ultimately, this flame spirit was merely a form of energy, once fully absorbed. It could be wielded for his own purposes. Witnessing Qi Ming merge with the fiery bird's essence, Bai Ji, seeing Qi Ming's true strength for the first time, could not help but display a strange expression. Meanwhile, Xian Mo seemed to have an idea, splitting into dozens of tendrils, half extending towards the surrounding volcanoes and the other half soaring towards the crater. It had overheard Bai Ji and Ada's conversation and decided that it would be prudent to gather all the flame spirit crystals during this interval. Ada suddenly turned to glance at Bai Ji, her eyes flickering with unspoken thoughts. After a minute had passed, she slowly shifted her gaze and resumed her leisurely swim. Sensing Ada's movement, Bai Ji gradually opened his eyes, revealing a trace of playful intrigue. "A mere deity dares to uncover my true identity? Should you refrain from provoking me, I might spare your life. It all depends on your perceptiveness." Within the celestial realm of Tianmu, a figure with 10 wings and a celestial eye at his brow contemplated the silhouette he had just witnessed, a profound perplexity evident in his gaze. According to Ada, this individual possesses the ability to breach the barriers of realms. Could it be that a certain saint has been reincarnated? After much contemplation, without arriving at a conclusion, the figure could only shake his head in resignation, casting aside these distractions. Chapter 70. Late-stage breakthrough beside him. A small beast with wings and a third eye at its forehead expressed its confusion, inquiring, "Master, what has transpired? Is Ada being disobedient? Should I teach it a lesson?" The 10-winged figure shook his head with a light chuckle. "No, I am merely pondering other matters." As he spoke, he slowly raised his gaze towards the horizon, where his azure pupils seemed to reflect scenes from millions of miles away. After a considerable pause, he sighed softly. "The spirit conference is approaching, yet none of my direct descendants of the Tianmu divine clan can be seen. Perhaps I should let this little one take a shot? It seems on the verge of breaking through to lordship." At the foot of the volcano, the fiery bird had vanished from the skies, leaving only a 3-headed demon dragon suspended in the air. The dragon emanated an unpredictable aura, its surrounding mist drawn inexorably towards its immense form. Clearly, it was on the brink of a breakthrough. Observing Qi Ming's figure, Ada couldn't help but feel a surge of emotions. In such a short time, he is about to ascend to lordship, and under circumstances where the energy required is threefold that of other phantom beasts. Behind Ada, the black dragon-formed Xian Mo was engaged in a hushed conversation with Bai Ji. "What did you say? You also detest that insufferable green tea?" Xian Mo asked, surprised. Casting several glances at Bai Ji, unfurling a wing, patted his chest twice and replied, "Is there any doubt? This guy puts on a show before us every day, then pretends to be a pure white lotus before the boss. Who could possibly like him?" Upon hearing Bai Ji's astute assessment, Xian Mo felt an exhilarating rush. His gaze towards Bai Ji softened considerably. Good. I never anticipated you could see through this guy's green tea and white lotus facade." Just as he was about to continue, several figures from a foreign race suddenly appeared in the distance, their intentions clear. They were evidently heading towards the breakthrough of Qi Ming. Upon witnessing the unfolding situation, Bai Ji exclaimed, "Brother, what shall we do?" Xian Mo, standing tall and imposing, scanned the gathering of alien tribes with disdain, declaring, "Fear not. Observe how I shall deal with them." Before long, a dozen figures from the Silver Tribe approached within a few hundred meters. Among them, several members of the Silver Tribe spotted Qi Ming suspended in midair and exclaimed with delight, "Excellent. This demon dragon is on the verge of a breakthrough. What a stroke of fortune. Last time, it eluded so many of us, but this time it shall be easily captured." In the midst of their chatter, a Silver Tribe woman noticed something and, with a sparkle in her eyes, gently tugged at the arm of the leading silver man. "Mala, dear brother, that adorable little creature is simply delightful. Could we possibly capture it as a pet?" It is worth noting that the Silver Tribe is renowned for their aversion to clothing, celebrating the beauty of nature. As the woman swayed, her form was a tempestuous force, undeniably captivating, yet sadly unappreciated by those around her. The leading silver man, adorned with a bright yellow gem on his chest, appeared quite pleased. He glanced at the figure of Bai Ji, astonished. A white chicken? How rare. At this remark, Bai Ji seethed with indignation and rushed to Xian Mo's side, urging, "Brother, that voluptuous one and the leader are bullying me. You must teach them a lesson." Xian Mo, slightly taken aback, could not comprehend the Silver Tribe's conversation due to the absence of a soul artifact, yet it did not hinder its faith in Bai Ji's words. "Rest assured, I shall avenge you." In the next moment, the air around the dozen Silver Tribe members was suddenly filled with several dragon-shaped apparitions wreathed in black flames. The terrifying inferno erupted, and except for the 2 Silver Tribe members specifically named by Bai Ji, the rest met their demise instantly. The leader of the Silver Tribe was immediately filled with dread and hastily summoned a rock shield to protect himself and the Silver Woman. However, as soon as the shield appeared, it was shattered by a colossal black vine serpent, hundreds of meters long. Following this, several tendrils materialized from thin air, binding the 2 Silver Tribe members and delivering them to Bai Ji's feet. Seeing this, Bai Ji wasted no time and soared forward, delivering a resounding slap across the man's face with a dragon's tail, proclaiming, "You are the chicken. Your entire family is comprised of chickens. If you do not witness my Saint Dragon King's might, you shall remain ignorant." After delivering over a dozen stinging blows, Bai Ji turned once more to the Silver Tribe woman. With azure eyes sparkling, the pristine dragon tail sliced through the air. "Slap! You, a mere crowing hen. I shall teach you to keep your mouth shut, to capture me as a pet." For a full 3 minutes, Bai Ji continued this onslaught before finally pausing. Xian Mo, no longer holding back, summoned black flames to send the 2 Silver Tribe members to their demise. At that moment, Qi Ming's presence in the sky reached its zenith. Accompanied by a subtle sound of air, the surrounding mist began to converge towards Qi Ming's body. 1 second, 2 seconds. It continued for nearly 5 minutes before the gathering of mist gradually slowed. Subsequently, Qi Ming's figure crashed heavily to the ground, causing the earth to crack with root-like patterns. As his vision regained clarity, the figures of Xian Mo, Ada, and Bai Ji came into view. "Master, Qi Ming, Big Brother," the trio exclaimed in jubilation, to which Qi Ming responded with a gentle smile to each. Then, recalling something, he spoke. "All right, let us venture into the volcano to collect the spirit crystals." As soon as he finished speaking, Xian Mo replied, "No need, Master. I have already gathered everything during your breakthrough." With that, numerous fiery red crystals of varying sizes appeared in the surrounding space. Thousands of these blazing crystals floated in the air, resembling a river of flame. Qi Ming gazed in astonishment at the fiery spirit crystals around him. After a considerable time, he expressed his heartfelt gratitude to Xian Mo, saying, "Little Black, you have worked hard." Xian Mo, however, shook his head slightly, replying, "This is what I ought to do." Qi Ming surveyed his surroundings, gathering several hundred crystals, roughly equivalent to the energy of a matured body in the late stages, before speaking again, "Leave the rest for you to absorb. These fiery spirit crystals contain considerable firepower, which will greatly aid your black flame. Achieving a breakthrough to the late stage of the matured body will enable you to unleash even greater strength." Upon hearing this, Xian Mo nodded in agreement and promptly retracted the remaining fiery spirit crystals into his storage space. Witnessing this, Qi Ming's eyes twinkled with a smile as he began to absorb the surrounding fiery spirit crystals. After merging with the spirit of fire, his mastery over the fire power had increased manifold. He could now directly convert the nearby spirit crystals into energy for absorption. With a mere thought, hundreds of spirit crystals transformed into streams of blazing red lava, converging towards him. However, within 5 minutes, all the energy had been completely absorbed, merely increasing his energy by a fraction. It seemed that a breakthrough to the Lord level would still require some time. Yet, Qi Ming remained undaunted and turned to Xian Mo, asking, "Are you absorbing now?" Xian Mo gently shook his head, saying, "No need, Master. I can absorb while on the move." Hearing this, Qi Ming's gaze sparkled as he chuckled lightly. "All right, you may return. I can fly on my own from here." As soon as he spoke, a blazing red dragon wing extended from his back, its wingspan reaching a terrifying 800 meters. Coupled with his immense body that had surged to 500 meters post-breakthrough, he bore an even closer resemblance to the legendary dragons. With the new dragon wings, Qi Ming no longer required Xian Mo to transform his wings. Xian Mo paused in surprise, then, after a moment of silence, returned to perch upon Qi Ming's left arm. It had long anticipated the arrival of this day, yet it never expected it to come so swiftly. Bai Ji gazed eagerly at Qi Ming and asked, "Boss, where shall I sit?" Originally, it occupied the central position on the Xian Mo dragon wing, but now that Xian Mo had returned to Qi Ming's left arm, its designated spot had vanished. Qi Ming felt a thread of annoyance cross his mind. Where to sit? Do you take me for a ride? Before he could voice his thoughts, Xian Mo extended a vine, entwining Bai Ji around Qi Ming's left arm as well. With a powerful flap of his fiery dragon wings, Qi Ming transformed into a blazing comet, soaring skyward, leaving a long trail of flame in his wake. Upon breaking through, Qi Ming's vision expanded dramatically, reaching an astonishing 40 kilometers. Both his life force and attack range experienced a significant enhancement, reaching 2,000 meters and 9 kilometers, respectively. After flying a mere few dozen kilometers, Qi Ming discovered numerous foreign beings congregated within a mountain range. Without hesitation, he transformed into a fiery meteor, diving downwards. Within the mountains, hundreds of foreign figures were gathered, engaged in discussion. A man from the Yaohua tribe spoke first, asserting, "In my opinion, we should first assemble our forces and launch an assault on a nearby city." Hardly had he finished speaking when a woman from the Silver tribe crossed her arms and scoffed. Easier said than done. The Beast Alliance has established defensive formations in every city. Moreover, they possess numerous advanced weapons. An impulsive attack would undoubtedly result in heavy casualties. At this, the other foreign beings fell silent. They had descended here, unable to carry many resources. Otherwise, they would have already dominated these magical beasts. Just then, a sharp-eyed member of the Wing tribe exclaimed, "Look up at the sky." Instinctively, the foreign beings turned to follow his gaze, only to witness a three-headed demonic dragon, engulfed in fierce flames, charging towards them. Panic erupted among the foreign beings as they shouted, "Oh no, it's the demonic dragon. Everyone run. This dragon has advanced to the late stage of maturity. Wait, if we unite our strength, we might stand a chance." But before the words could fully escape their lips, an overwhelming rain of heavenly fire descended from the heavens, enveloping a vast portion of the mountain range and snuffing out the lives of hundreds of foreign beings in an instant. Soul gems, transformed into fiery birds by the flames, were swiftly returned to Qi Ming. He surveyed the scene and commanded, "Xiao He, devour these." "Understood, thank you, master," Xian Mo replied, launching dozens of vines to gather the soul gems into his storage space. Qi Ming then focused his mind, returning all flames to the void, preparing to rise once more. Yet, before he could extend his fiery dragon wings, a golden fung appeared out of thin air before him. Golden fissures continuously spread and cracked, soaring to a height of several meters in an instant. In the next moment, a figure with wings and a celestial eye at its forehead stepped forth from within, appearing directly before Qi Ming. Upon seeing this figure, a glimmer of astonishment flickered in Qi Ming's eyes. It was none other than a member of the three-eyed divine clan. The newly emerged entity exuded an aura of terror, its might surpassing even that of Qi Ming himself. Ada, with a look of concern, quickly exclaimed, "This individual has reached the pinnacle of the mature phase. If he desires, he can effortlessly ascend to the Lord level and forge a soul artifact." Qi Ming, upon hearing this, felt a twinge of surprise. Just as myriad thoughts raced through his mind, strategizing his response, the three-eyed divine clan member spoke indifferently, "To deal with you, there is no need to condense a soul artifact. My name is Wang Yu. I hope you remember it, for you are about to meet your demise." No sooner had the words left his lips than the three-eyed figure vanished from sight. Qi Ming's pupils constricted, and without a moment's hesitation, he activated his lava armor. Swoosh! A pitch-black long sword sliced through the air, directly severing the protective shield enveloping Qi Ming and leaving a gash several meters long upon his body. A glimmer of light sparked in Qi Ming's eyes as he hastily summoned his inner energy to heal the wound, only to discover that the surface of the injury was shrouded in a dark energy, rendering it impossible to mend. There were even signs of gradual erosion encroaching upon the surrounding flesh. Observing this, Ada quickly interjected, "This fellow possesses spatial power. Qi Ming, we must leave at once." Before Qi Ming could respond, Xian Mo transformed into a black dragon and expelled a stream of dark flame onto Qi Ming's wound. Remarkably, the black flame instantly absorbed the dark energy and swiftly aided Qi Ming in mending his injuries. Xian Mo, with its black dragon head slightly tilted, spoke softly, "Master, allow me to handle this one." As it spoke, an overwhelming aura erupted from Xian Mo, revealing that it had also, unbeknownst to them, broken through to the mature phase. The three-eyed divine clan member, who referred to himself as Wang Yu, displayed a look of astonishment. He had not anticipated encountering a being awakened with spatial power on this desolate star. "In that case, you shall accompany me henceforth." As he spoke, his figure flickered once more, wielding a long sword radiating with black sword light. He descended upon Xian Mo with a thunderous slash. Xian Mo, undeterred, allowed its dragon claws, formed of black vines, to stretch forth in the wind, directly intercepting the black longsword. The terrifying black flames erupted, surging along the blade towards Wang Yu. Upon making contact with the black flames, Wang Yu's expression shifted slightly. He rapidly retreated several hundred meters, summoning the black longsword back to his side from a distance. At the same time, a subtle glimmer of greed flickered in his gaze as he regarded Xian Mo. Chapter 72. The Mirror of Clarity. To my astonishment, your mastery of spatial power is indeed remarkably refined. There is still time to surrender. Do not blame me for not warning you when death approaches. Xian Mo's figure coiled, his entire being engulfed in black flames, yet he showed no inclination to respond to his opponent. A flicker of annoyance flashed in the eyes of Wang Yu, who despised being ignored when he spoke. As he gestured with his hand, the space before him shattered violently. Immediately, a circular mirror, silver white and adorned with numerous cracks, manifested before him. The moment the mirror appeared, the surrounding space began to tremble incessantly. In the midst of Qi Ming's bewildered expression, silver-white fissures began to emerge in the fabric of space. Xian Mo summoned a black vortex, intending to absorb the mirror. However, a flash of silver light emanated from the mirror, effortlessly obliterating the newly formed vortex. This was not the end, as Wang Yu infused energy into it. The fissures in the space rapidly spread outward with astonishing speed. Unease gripped Qi Ming's heart, and without hesitation, he summoned a silver long sword, sending it hurtling towards the mirror. Yet, as the sword reached the fissured space, it became ensnared as if trapped in a quagmire, coming to an abrupt halt. At that moment, Wang Yu's triumphant laughter echoed. "The surrounding space has been imprisoned by me, so do not waste your efforts." Bai Ji, with a glimmering blue light in his eyes, turned to Xian Mo and urged, "Elder brother, try using your spatial restoration methods to mend these cracks." Upon hearing this, Xian Mo nodded in agreement. He summoned black flames that coalesced into dozens, even hundreds of small black dragons, which surged towards the silver fissures. Wang Yu's heart skipped a beat. Before he could react, the black flames had already repaired a significant portion of the surrounding cracks. This incited an immediate fury within him. Glaring menacingly at Bai Ji, he growled, "You little rascal, just wait and see how I deal with you." In the face of Wang Yu's threats, Bai Ji remained unfazed, even sticking out his tongue in a provocative manner. Meanwhile, Qi Ming, his mind racing, summoned a fiery lotus, pouring an endless torrent of flames into it. On the other side, Xian Mo's black flames had reached Wang Yu, enveloped in an infinite swirl of black fire. The mirror was rendered unable to release any further spatial fissures. Though Wang Yu was astonished, his expression betrayed no sign of panic. The surface of the silver mirror gleamed with a radiant silver light, and in an instant, the surrounding black flames were drawn into the mirror by an unseen force. Xian Mo felt a shift within, as if he had discerned the secret of the mirror. The next moment, he saw its form vanish into thin air, only to reappear instantaneously behind the silver mirror. The dragon claws, ablaze with black flames, gripped the sides of the mirror tightly. Endless black flames surged forth from Xuan Ma's body, wildly converging towards the surface of the mirror. Witnessing this scene, Wang Yu's expression shifted dramatically as he hurriedly attempted to retract the Kongming mirror. However, the connection between him and the mirror was obstructed by the black flames enveloping its surface, rendering him momentarily powerless. This Kongming mirror was borrowed from another, and he could not afford any mishaps. With this thought in mind, Wang Yu brandished his black longsword and struck towards Xuan Ma. Yet, as he moved, chains formed of black flame vines suddenly shot forth, binding his limbs. Simultaneously, a terrifying pressure descended, paralyzing Wang Yo's figure in midair for a fleeting moment. But even that brief instant was enough to seal his fate. Before he knew it, Ming had appeared behind him, summoning a fiery lotus flower and inverting it over Wang Yo's head. The searing flames erupted violently, instantly melting Wang Yo's head into nothingness. His headless body was consumed by the surrounding black flames, gradually vanishing without a trace. Without their master, the black longsword and silver mirror lost their potency, becoming mere ordinary objects suspended in midair. After a moment's hesitation, Ming spoke first. "Little Black, you may as well take these two soul treasures for now." Xuan Ma was taken aback, wanting to say something, but Ming decisively pushed the sword and mirror towards him. Seeing this, Xuan Ma no longer hesitated and directly stored the soul treasures within his soul space. Both treasures possessed spatial attributes and could unleash greater power in Xuan Ma's hands. Following this episode, Ming and his companions resumed their journey. He had now reached the late stage of maturity and only needed to gather a bit more energy to break through to the rank of Lord, thereby forging his own soul treasure. The mere thought of this stirred excitement within Ming's heart. However, he had yet to determine the exact form his treasure would take. "Boss, what is that?" In the sky, Bai Ji, bound to Ming's left arm, suddenly pointed downwards with his wings, having spotted something. Ming glanced briefly before responding. "That is a city defense array established to fend off attacks from foreign races." Upon hearing this, Bai Ji nodded, seemingly understanding. Then, it recalled something and continued, "Boss, shall we go down and take a look? I've heard the city is quite fascinating. I've never seen one before." Ming was momentarily taken aback. Not only had Bai Ji never seen a city, but he himself had not either. Since leaving Longhua City, it seemed he had yet to visit any other city. Should we go down and explore? With this thought, curiosity began to spark within Ming. He too wished to see what the cities had become under the leadership of the Phantom Beast Alliance. With this in mind, he no longer hesitated and transformed into a shooting star, plunging towards the city below. In the present day, most cities of the mythical beasts have transformed into open architectural designs. After all, as the size of these creatures expands with their growing prowess, the notion of enclosed structures becomes rather impractical. At the 4 cardinal points of the city, several stone pillars have been erected to form 4 city gates. To prevent any disturbances, all mythical beasts are required to enter and exit the city through these gates. Failure to comply is regarded as a provocation, potentially inciting the defensive array to retaliate. Although Ming had never visited before, he had gleaned some essential rules from the forums. He was acutely aware that he could not single-handedly confront the entirety of the mythical beast alliance. Thus, he gracefully descended towards one of the city gates, adhering to their established order. Even with his blazing wings folded, Ming's towering height reached nearly 400 meters. Coupled with his dragon tail, his total length surpassed 500 meters. The 2 guardians of the gate, mere centaurs of just over 100 meters, were left utterly astonished, their jaws agape. They had considered themselves formidable within the city, yet they found themselves dwarfed by this colossal beast. With a gulp, one of the centaurs summoned the courage to inquire, "Might I ask, esteemed sir, do you wish to enter the city?" Ming, with his 3 dragon heads inclined downwards, gazed upon them with 6 golden eyes that glimmered like enormous lanterns. Even standing still, he exuded an overwhelming aura of dominance that instilled profound trepidation in the other creatures. Just as the centaurs were on the verge of buckling under this pressure, they finally heard the response from the towering beast. "Indeed, I wish to enter and explore." Ming's tone was casual, as if he were merely attending a grand gathering. The centaurs, however, dared not press further, quickly stepping aside and respectfully stating, "Please, do enter." "Great sir, killing is strictly prohibited within the city. We kindly ask you to abide by the rules." With a nod of acknowledgement, Ming advanced into the city, now known as Tianfeng City. With each stride he took, the ground quaked beneath him. Only after he had moved a considerable distance did one centaur wipe away an imaginary bead of sweat and exclaim, "What an extraordinary beast has graced us." The other turned to gaze back at the mountain-like figure, shaking his head in disbelief. "I once thought our Zhu Yin was impressive. Yet it appears there are mythical beasts even more formidable." Meanwhile, Ming strolled along the relatively broad streets, his curiosity piqued by the surroundings. The fog that once enveloped the city had long since become the source of energy for the protective array, rendering the streets nearly devoid of mist. On either side of the road, various stalls constructed by the mythical beasts displayed an array of goods. There were spiritual herbs and fruits, rare minerals, and even vendors selling roasted meat. Moreover, these diverse creatures adorned themselves with an assortment of peculiar equipment. One of the wolf-shaped phantom beasts sported a mechanical arm on its paw, deftly arranging goods on its ethereal herb stall. Nearby, an owl adorned with a chest-mounted mechanical disc extended 4 mechanical tentacles, each tipped with numerous agile, rotating claws. It is precisely these peculiar contraptions that afford many phantom beasts. Lacking dexterous hands, greater operational capacity, Ming marveled at the ingenuity, surprised that the Phantom Beast Alliance had indeed introduced such useful innovations. However, Ada, blowing bubbles, nonchalantly remarked that this was nothing. They had also developed numerous psychic weaponry. Upon hearing this, Ming subtly nodded. He had never underestimated the intellect of other Phantom Beasts. With the collective strength of the nation, it would be a challenge for the Phantom Beast Alliance not to advance swiftly. As Ming observed his surroundings, the phantom beasts on the street were awestruck by the imposing creature before them, casting wary glances. Fortunately, the colossal beast showed no inclination towards destruction, allowing the many phantom beasts to exhale in relief. Suddenly, a fox phantom beast, tinged with a hint of pink, exclaimed in surprise, "I just remembered. Isn't that the 3-headed demon dragon that recently slaughtered many from the alien tribes and was subsequently wanted by them? But why is it in our Skywind city?" Upon hearing this, other phantom beasts began to whisper amongst themselves. "Do not fear. This is an orderly phantom beast. Many have claimed on the forum that they were saved by it." "Really? Are you certain it's not because those phantom beasts it killed never had a chance to post on the forum?" Ming, unaware of the gossip circulating among the phantom beasts, was currently exploring 2 additional streets under Ada's guidance, besides the ethereal herb street they had just visited. Skywind City also boasted a phantom beast armament street and a phantom beast delicacy street, selling various mechanical psychic armaments and an array of delicacies crafted from mutated ingredients. Ming only glanced at these offerings before losing interest. Conversely, Xianmo and Baiji became enamored with these previously untried culinary delights, indulging thoroughly before returning to the city gate, savoring their experiences. Baiji donned a miniaturized version of the owl-themed mechanical tentacle harness, with its 4 tentacles clutching petite lamb skewers and a large barrel of spirit fruit tea. What a delightful surprise. I never imagined the Phantom Beast City would have such delectable treats. Had I known, I would have arrived much sooner. Just then, a sudden roar echoed from the distance. The streets were soon filled with hundreds, even thousands, of figures clad in identical Phantom Beast armor, rushing towards the city's outskirts. Ming focused his gaze, and in the next moment, through layers of mist, he discerned a towering humanoid figure, over 600 meters tall, adorned with skeletal spikes. Ada's voice rang out. "There's an ebon-bone demon over there. These phantom beasts are heading to intercept the alien demon." A subtle stir coursed through Ming's heart, prompting him to inquire, "Ada, what is the strength of that aberrant demon?" "It is a mature phase, close to a breakthrough into lordship," came the reply. With this knowledge, Ming hesitated no longer. He unfurled his crimson wings and soared toward the direction of the bone-corroding demon. After all, since he was passing by, he might as well resolve the matter expediently. The 20-kilometer distance was traversed in an instant. Upon reaching the battlefield, Ming was struck dumb by the scene before him. The landscape was ensnared by a labyrinth of spiky formations resembling ribs, each towering nearly 1,000 meters high. In the midst of these skeletal structures stood a humanoid figure, arms nearly touching the ground, with 2 rows of outward curving ribs protruding from its back. Surrounding this figure were several bizarre creatures, each adorned with sharp rib-like spines, relentlessly assaulting the phantasmal beasts attempting to intervene. Once those phantasmal beings were slain, they swiftly transformed into new skeletal aberrant demons. "Is this the bone-corroding demon?" Ming pondered, his figure plunging directly toward the towering entity. A torrent of crimson flames engulfed the area, incinerating several skeletal demons into mere ash. Observing this, the bone-corroding demon raised an arm and pointed at Ming. In response, the surrounding skeletal spikes surged forth as if imbued with life, hurtling toward him. With a cold glint in his golden pupils, Ming unleashed a torrent of flames imbued with dreadful might, reducing everything in its path to nothingness. The phantasmal beasts, saved from the skeletal demons, stared in awe at the draconic figure before them. 3 dragon heads held high, their wings ablaze with fiery crimson. This spectacle became indelibly etched in their minds, an eternal imprint. The bone-corroding demon extended its claws in an attempt to ambush Ming, but a sudden burst of crimson ribbons materialized from thin air, binding its form. Yet, it showed no signs of struggle, instead tilting its skull to regard Ming with a sidelong glance, as if engaging in silent mockery. A peculiar glint flashed in Ming's eyes. The intelligence of this bone-corroding demon appeared to surpass that of the previous crimson-fire demon significantly. Just as he prepared to summon his silver longsword for the final blow, a sudden sound of slicing air echoed from behind him. Chapter 74. The blossom of pitch-black bones. Ming extended his consciousness and beheld a figure identical to the bone-corroding demon before him. Without needing to utter a word, a silver mirror manifested behind him. The mirror quaked, causing silver fissures to erupt in the surrounding space. The attack of the second bone-corroding demon was forcibly halted midair. Confusion washed over Ming. He had only perceived the first bone-corroding demon moments ago. Ada, what is happening? Before Ada could respond, Bai Ji interjected, Boss, this creature has transformed those phantasmal beasts into familiars. Then, several of these familiars fused together to create one of its avatars. Upon hearing these words, Ming was instantly taken aback. Bai Ji's voice followed, insisting that no other phantom beast should be allowed to approach. Otherwise, the minions of the bone-corroding demon would multiply exponentially. At that moment, Ada also chimed in, reassuring him, Rest assured, I have already instructed them not to come any closer. With his worries alleviated, Ming no longer held back. He summoned his silver longsword and unleashed a barrage of strikes against the imprisoned bone-corroding demon. Behind him, Xian Imo revealed its black dragon form, its claws wielding a black longsword that emitted searing waves of black flame, sword energy. With the minions no longer transforming, the bone-corroding demon was swiftly eradicated. Gazing at the floating soul gem, which was colored like bones, Ming felt a stirring in his spirit and promptly consumed it. He had a premonition that this would yield a fruitful outcome. Indeed, within mere 2 minutes, a complex piece of information flooded into Ming's mind. Bone blossoms, it read, consolidates energy to generate bone spines that inflict damage upon foes. As he absorbed the information, a peculiar expression flickered in Ming's eyes. The eerie skill bore such an elegant name. As Ming's energy surged forth, crescent-shaped fire spines materialized from the ground around him. Following this, yellow sands, vines, and lava emerged. This newfound ability, when wielded by Ming, lost its previous sinister aura and instead exuded a sense of boundless vitality. It seemed that anything associated with bones transformed the atmosphere entirely. In the capital, at the headquarters of the Phantom Beast Alliance, Panda Fu Qingbao looked in astonishment at the information displayed on the Phantom Beast wristband and exclaimed, Enigma has appeared in Tianfeng City. What? Upon hearing this, Peacock Mulinger and Egret Su Hung exchanged bewildered glances. They were well aware of the terror of Emo. If not swiftly contained, a single Emo could spawn an army of demonic creatures. However, Fu Qingbao's voice came again, but it has already been eliminated. Upon hearing this, Mulinger cast a sidelong glance and remarked, Oh, you, Abak, couldn't you just say it all at once? Su Hung shook his head slightly, but then he recalled something and continued to inquire, what kind of Emo was it? And who vanquished it? Fu Qingbao answered without hesitation, it was a bone-corroding demon, rumored to be at the peak of its mature form. It was defeated by a 3-headed demon dragon. Su Hung was momentarily taken aback, the image of the 3-headed black dragon flashing in his mind. Could it be him? Mulinger, noticing Su Heng's unusual demeanor, asked in surprise, Ahong, do you know this phantom beast? Su Heng pondered for a moment before shaking his head slightly. I do not know, but I saw it the last time I went with Baoga to snatch the ascension fruit. I just don't know if it's the same one. Before he could finish his sentence, Ada, blowing bubbles, interjected, That's him. The 3 phantom beasts froze in unison, turning to look at Ada. Fu Qingbao directly asked, Ada, are you very familiar with it? Ada glided gracefully, as a familiar voice echoed once more. However, I must refrain from divulging any specifics that might infringe upon the privacy of others, be they human or beast. Upon realizing this, the three phantom beasts ceased their inquiries and shifted their discussion to other topics. Fu Qingbao was the first to speak, inquiring about Linger and the progress of the development of the spiritual energy railgun. Mu Linger hesitated for a moment before responding, stating that the spiritual energy satellite had been successfully launched, though the railgun would require additional time for its completion. During this period, Mu Linger, utilizing her awakened psychic abilities, had developed numerous innovations that contributed to the advancement of the Phantom Beast Alliance. It could be said that many of the commonly seen armaments in the market were the fruits of her labor. Ada interjected, remarking that while the spiritual energy weapons they had developed were indeed formidable, he felt compelled to advise them. In the presence of true powerhouses, such weapons would prove to be of little significance. Ultimately, the only enduring truth is that one must possess strength within oneself. Fu Qingbao, Mu Linger, and Su Heng all nodded earnestly, fully understanding this principle. However, aside from their own prowess, the safety of the entire Phantom Beast Alliance was intricately intertwined with their strength. Without sufficient power to deter the predatory gazes of other races, the Alliance would inevitably face disintegration, a fate they were determined to avert. Oh, how delicious! It's simply exquisite. In a picturesque valley, resplendent with clear waters and fragrant flora, Bai Ji, donning a mechanical harness, savored fried chicken purchased from the culinary street of Tianfeng City. How could such delectable fried chicken exist? What was I eating before? Observing Bai Ji with grease smeared across his face and his wings dusted with chili powder and cumin, Ming couldn't help but smirk, saying, "Little Bai, look at how you've turned out. You refuse to eat soul gems, but indulge in this junk food." "I've told you," Bai Ji retorted, "that oil has been fried over 1,000 times. It's hardly clean." Yet, Bai Ji's body shimmered with light, and he returned to his previous immaculate state, untouched by dust. "It's fine, boss. I'm merely sampling the flavors. Cleanliness doesn't affect me at all." With that, he activated his Phantom Beast wristband, scrolling through short videos while sipping on sugary soda. Ming shook his head inwardly before turning his attention to Xian Mo, who was enveloped in a cocoon of black flames. It was due to Xian Mo's sudden transformation that they had been forced to land in this valley. However, Ming felt perplexed, as Xian Mo had seemingly reached the late stages of maturity without his awareness, and he was still some distance from breaking through to the Lord level. What could have triggered such an evolutionary-like state? A flicker of light danced in Ming's eyes as he let out a soft murmur. Ada blinked and assured, "Rest easy, it is not unwell. Rather, it is about to bear fruit." Upon hearing this, Ming was momentarily taken aback. Little Black is going to bear fruit, but it hasn't even bloomed, let alone been pollinated. Chapter 75. The Black Gourd. Ada, swaying its flowing tail, remarked, "What is so astonishing about that? Xian Mo's life form is already far from an ordinary plant. Besides, the fruits it bears are more akin to the crystallization of its own abilities and gifts, significantly differing from traditional fruits." Listening to Ada's explanation, Ming nodded, somewhat understanding yet still puzzled. Regardless, as long as there were no issues, that was what mattered. However, he was indeed curious about what kind of fruit Xian Mo would ultimately produce. Ada's round, glimmering eyes twinkled as it mischievously chuckled. "I hope it bears cucumbers or loofahs. Both are quite delightful, whether consumed directly or utilized otherwise." Coughing, Ming swiftly interrupted Ada, signaling it to be cautious. As Bai Ji, the juvenile entity, was present, lest it utter something earth-shattering. "Wait a moment, how long has it been?" Little White's strength has shown no signs of growth. Upon hearing the inquiry, Bai Ji hurriedly blinked its eyes and said, "Boss, I have indeed grown. It's just that my growth differs from yours, which is why you cannot perceive it." At this, Ming scrutinized Bai Ji with skepticism for several moments before shaking his head to dispel the distractions and began absorbing the surrounding mist energy. Idleness was unproductive. It was far better to absorb energy than to merely stare blankly. Time passed, and before long, a pile of chicken bones had formed a small mountain around Bai Ji, nearly engulfing it. Just then, the black flame cocoon enveloping Xian Mo began to stir. It seemed an immense force emerged from within the cocoon, swiftly consuming the entire black flame cocoon, which spanned dozens of meters in diameter, in mere moments. Once all the black flames had dissipated, a vine, slightly over 2 meters long, adorned with several black dragon claw leaves and a solitary black gourd, materialized before Ming. A gourd? Ming was somewhat astonished. as he had initially anticipated it to be a loofah or a climbing vine. Yet, it was not surprising that Qi Ming misjudged. Xianmo's appearance had changed drastically, and even its biological parents would likely fail to recognize it. Master, I have condensed my own fruit. The gourd quivered slightly as Xianmo's voice resonated from within, infused with excitement over its transformation. Qi Ming, too, expressed his congratulations. Congratulations, little black. What purpose does your gourd serve? Xianmo did not hesitate to respond. My gourd embodies the same abilities as myself, and it will grow alongside my powers in the future. As he spoke, a jet of black flames erupted from the gourd's mouth, incinerating the surrounding mist entirely. Almost immediately, the black gourd, entwined with black vines, flickered into existence and coiled around Qi Ming's left arm. Bai Ji, witnessing this, generously lavished praise, exclaiming, "Brother, you are truly remarkable. This gourd is impressive as well. It could very well become a domain artifact in the future." Hearing Bai Ji's unsolicited commendation, Xianmo felt quite pleased. Extending a black vine, it retrieved the gourd and secured it alongside its own to Qi Ming's left arm. Qi Ming, his eyes shimmering with curiosity, inquired, "Xiao Bai, what exactly is a domain artifact?" Bai Ji hesitated for a moment before responding. A domain artifact is an incredibly powerful entity. It is said that only domain masters possess such artifacts. At this, Qi Ming couldn't help but shake his head slightly. These matters felt far too distant for him. For now, it was more pragmatic to focus on finding a way to advance to the Lord level. Ada stepped forward, offering her congratulations. "Congratulations, Xianmo. You are the most promising second-class life form on the entire blue star." In response, Xianmo proudly declared, "It's good that you recognize this. As I have already told you." Turning to Qi Ming, it urged, "Master, let us set off without delay." Qi Ming readily agreed, chuckling lightly. "All right, let us get settled." No sooner had he spoken than Qi Ming unfurled his blazing dragon wings, transforming into a fiery comet that soared into the sky. Over the next 2 days, Qi Ming diligently searched various locations for rare treasures or the presence of otherworldly beings. Through his relentless efforts, the energy within him surged forward, inching closer to a significant breakthrough in power. He believed that it would not be long before he attained the Lord level. On one particular day, shortly after departing, he caught a whiff of a faint yet intoxicating fragrance that stirred an insatiable desire within him. Bai Ji's eyes widened in surprise. "Is that a rainbow white lotus?" Qi Ming, perplexed, did not have the chance to ask before Bai Ji elaborated. "Boss, this rainbow white lotus is immensely beneficial for energy enhancement and soul gems. Moreover, the lotus seeds possess miraculous effects that can enhance one's potential and elevate their life tier. For those of you yet to break through to Lord level, the effects are even more pronounced." Upon hearing Bai Ji's description, Qi Ming's eyes lit up. He was all too familiar with the extraordinary effects of treasures that could elevate one's life tier. With this thought in mind, Qi Ming accelerated, darting like a meteor toward the source of the enticing aroma. In the celestial expanse, the four-winged figure gazed upward at the myriad stars, murmuring, "Zhu Chun, my dear brother, wait for me. This time, I shall ensure that the demon dragon accompanies you in your demise." Almost immediately, a voice filled with exasperation echoed from behind. "Humph. Foolish. That ungrateful wretch is already dead, and you still wish to sacrifice yourself? You even threw away the hard-earned rainbow lotus. It seems you truly do not value it." The four-winged figure remained unmoved, yet a voice resonated, declaring that for the sake of the spirit of Zhu Chun, all sacrifices were inconsequential. This figure was none other than Feng Zhu Tian, the elder brother of Feng Zhu Chun, who had already met his demise at the hands of Qi Ming. Though he could not personally descend upon Blue Star to vanquish his enemies, he was willing to expend great resources to issue a warrant for Qi Ming's capture. The earlier mention of Wang Yu was also one of his pawns. However, contrary to his intentions, his efforts not only failed to eradicate the demonic dragon, but instead bolstered its ferocity. This time, he had invested considerable effort to send the illusory colorful lotus near the dragon, aiming to incite the true prodigies of other planets to take action and ultimately eliminate the dragon, thereby bringing solace to Feng Zhu Chen's spirit. Behind Feng Zhu Tian, the imposing eight-winged figure snorted coldly, stating that this was the final occasion. The Lord God had contemplated allowing the demonic dragon to participate in the upcoming dueling conference. Regardless of the outcome, no actions against it were permitted before the event. Upon hearing this, Feng Tian's expression shifted, and he quickly interjected, "Father, is Chen not your son?" The eight-winged figure tilted its head slightly, eyes gleaming with a chilling light. "If he cannot even deal with a mongrel, he is unworthy of being my son." Chapter 76. The illusory, colorful lotus in the lake. Feng Tian stared blankly at the receding, eight-winged figure, a deep bitterness swelling in his heart. Their father possessed countless offspring. Had he not shown some promise, this man might not have even deigned to acknowledge their existence. Gradually, Feng Tian withdrew his gaze, his eyes reflecting a terrifying calm. "Do not worry, Chen. Your brother will avenge you, no matter the cost." Lychee Lake, once a renowned 5A scenic area, had expanded exponentially following the celestial alterations. The main lake alone now spanned tens of thousands of square kilometers. At this moment, a colossal white lotus, over 100 meters in diameter and still in the process of blooming, floated at the heart of Lychee Lake. The lotus radiated a faint, multicolored glow, presenting an extraordinarily mystical sight. The evolutionary life forms of the entire lake were irresistibly attracted to its fragrance, flocking towards the white lotus in a frenzy. With a resounding splash, a golden koi, measuring over 500 meters in length, suddenly leapt out of the water, circling the lotus in midair. Nearby aquatic creatures attempting to approach were promptly devoured by the koi, which had evidently claimed the lotus as its own possession. The koi was adorned with resplendent golden scales, its whiskers fluttering in the breeze, and its grand, elegant fins moved gracefully. Several times, the koi could not restrain its urge to consume the white lotus. Yet, deep within its soul, a voice urged it to wait until the lotus bloomed and the lotus seeds ripened before reaping the rewards. The koi seemed to understand that such a strategy would yield far greater results, thus suppressing the impulses within its heart. However, merely 10 minutes later, a procession of fantastical beasts gracefully descended near the lotus flower. Among them, a white pig with wings was the first to alertly gaze at the koi, exclaiming, "Hold on. That appears to be a late-stage spirit beast." Nearby, several other fantastical creatures, each bearing unique forms, voiced their concerns. "What should we do? We have yet to break through to the late stage." A butterfly engulfed in flames chimed in, "Let us wait. Other fantastical beasts will surely arrive. We can act when the opportunity arises." Before the words were fully spoken, a massive azure bird, with a wingspan exceeding 500 meters, pierced through the mist, hovering above the assembly of fantastical beasts. As the bird flapped its azure wings, the surrounding fog was swiftly dispelled. In an instant, countless azure feathers sliced through the air, launching an assault towards the golden koi. The koi, undaunted, summoned a multitude of bubbles that appeared around its form, successfully shielding itself from the relentless barrage of azure feathers. Other azure feathers plummeted into the Lychee Lake, conjuring towering waves that surged dozens of meters high. Several creatures lying in wait within the lake were caught in the tumult, flipping onto their backs and drifting to the surface. Yet, before the avian and aquatic adversaries could resume their battle, more formidable spirit beasts and fantastical creatures surged in from all directions. The two factions exchanged knowing glances and, in unison, retreated to a distance, silently biding their time. Through continuous evolution, the wisdom of these spirit beasts had significantly advanced. Some spirit beasts exhibited intelligence surpassing that of fantastical creatures, reaching an almost supernatural level of cunning. Both the azure bird and the golden koi understood that prolonging this conflict would only render them prey to other beasts. As time passed, an increasing multitude of fantastical beasts, spirit beasts, fierce creatures, and foreign races converged upon the surface of the Lychee Lake. In an instant, the vicinity of the white lotus became rather congested. Weaker beasts and foreign entities had no choice but to retreat to the periphery. Those who were oblivious to the danger, even for a mere second, risked being swiftly devoured by the ruthless beasts. "Brother Cohen, we have both broken through to the late stage of maturity. Why do we not advance forward to secure our positions?" In the midst of a gathering of fantastical beasts, a rock pig, over 300 meters in length, floated above the water, inquiring in confusion of the red-bellied pheasant behind it. The pheasant, impatiently kicking the back of the rock pig's head with its foot, shook its head in disapproval. "What do you know? While the late stage of maturity may seem to be the pinnacle, do you truly comprehend how your strength compares to those genuine powerhouses? If we were to approach, we would likely be besieged by those ferocious beasts, leaving not a single bone behind." As he spoke, The red-bellied golden pheasant surveyed his surroundings and discovered that several mature creatures had gathered nearby. He promptly commanded the rock pig to retreat several paces, halting amidst a throng of creatures in their mid-maturity stage. Do you understand why I was able to bring you to this advanced stage so swiftly? The red-bellied golden pheasant inquired. The rock pig, confused, replied, What do you mean? Brother Cohen? I'm not very bright. Please don't keep me in suspense. The red-bellied golden pheasant shook his head slightly, privately lamenting that the answer could be distilled into a single word: survival. When faced with uncertainty, retreat swiftly. If you lack absolute confidence, do not hesitate, just leave. Only by staying alive can one hope for a turnaround. Upon hearing this, the rock pig nodded in understanding. I see now, Brother Cohen. If we can win, we fight. If not, we run. However, no sooner had he finished speaking than a swift kick from the pheasant landed on the back of his head. What do you know? Winning depends on assessing your opponent's identity. What if you face a weaker foe only to provoke a stronger one? The red-bellied golden pheasant, exasperated at the rock pig's ignorance, delivered several more sharp kicks to his head. Brother Cohen, please stop. If you hit me more, my brain will be damaged. It was only when the rock pig begged for mercy that the red-bellied golden pheasant ceased his assault, shaking his head slowly in disbelief. You're about to make me weep with frustration over your foolishness. The rock pig, weariness evident in his eyes, was about to retort when he suddenly exclaimed, Brother Cohen, look, isn't that our esteemed benefactor in the sky? The red-bellied golden pheasant looked up to see a majestic dragon, adorned with flaming wings and 3 dragon heads, slicing through the heavens, landing directly in front of the white lotus. Indeed, it seems we are quite fated to encounter each other. How many times has it been now? Meanwhile, Ming, who had reached the innermost circle, abandoned his usual cautious approach. According to Ada, once he broke through to the Lord level, he would have the opportunity to explore the outside world, no longer requiring the life-preserving promise he had given, which would likely expire if not utilized. Driven by the desire not to let Ada's promise go to waste, Ming was experiencing the rare sensation of having a safety net. Ada, are you certain you will assist me in leaving shortly? Ada floated leisurely, releasing a stream of bubbles. Rest assured, I, Ada, am a creature of my word. My promises are unbreakable. If any other phantom beasts had received my life-saving opportunity, they would have squandered it long ago. Who would have thought you Haven used yours even once? Upon hearing this, a smile graced Ming's face. He wished to utilize it, but often, his strength did not permit it. Just as he pondered how to maximize the benefits of this mission, another mature creature soared into view. This one resembling a spotted deer, but adorned with blazing red scales and fiery mane. At its hooves and knees, flames blazed fiercely. This fusion beast, perfectly amalgamated, bore an uncanny resemblance to the mythical fire Qilin from ancient legends. The fire Qilin surveyed its surroundings, pausing momentarily on Ming before moving to a position slightly farther away. Observing this, the surrounding beasts hurriedly shifted, jostling one another as they moved several circles outward. After all, when a prominent figure arrives, one cannot simply leave them standing on the periphery or stepping atop their heads, can one? Some of the beasts recognized the identity of the fire Qilin and gasped in astonishment, exclaiming that it was the 13th ranked beast on the mythical beast leaderboard. The celestial fire Qilin. What? Wasn't he the celestial fire Qilin ranked 19th? When did it rise to 13th? Haven't you heard? The celestial fire Qilin defeated the blazing lion, which propelled it up the ranks. Listening to the nearby beasts chatter, Ming felt a flicker of confusion. The mythical beast leaderboard, what was that? Just as the thought crossed his mind, Bai Ji blinked and said, Boss, you don't know what the mythical beast leaderboard is? It's a ranking of strength established by various beasts on a forum. You're on the list too, ranked 7th. Ming was taken aback. When did he make the list? Meanwhile, Otto wagged its tail and remarked that the leaderboard was rife with discrepancies, and that the rankings did not accurately reflect true strength. Not to mention, some formidable beasts that despise conflict were entirely unlisted. Additionally, there were those who remained in one place and were unaware of the existence of the beast rings. Hearing this, Ming nodded thoughtfully. He harbored no dissatisfaction regarding his ranking. If there truly existed a beast capable of overwhelming him in strength, he would readily concede. However, it seemed that, thus far, no beast capable of surpassing Ming had yet to be born. Xiaobai, please refrain from smacking your lips while eating. It disrupts my train of thought. Lost in contemplation, Ming was suddenly interrupted by a rustling sound and couldn't he help but speak up. "Boss, I'm not eating," came the reply. Ming paused, glancing down to see Bai Ji securely bound to his left arm. The sound, it turned out, was emanating from the Xian Mo gourd beside him. "Master, it is I." Absorbing the remnants of the fire essence crystal, the gourd chimed. Ming understood and nodded, choosing not to pursue the matter further. He then turned his gaze to the enormous white lotus bud, which had slightly opened a crack compared to before, its surrounding colorful radiance intensifying. Taking a gentle breath, Ming immediately felt the energy within him become invigorated. This surprised him, as the previous spirit fruit had not produced such an effect. Merely inhaling had yielded such results. If he were to consume it, it would surely propel him to a breakthrough at the Lord level. The thought of this stirred a sense of excitement within him. At that moment, a sudden gasp echoed from nearby. Ming focused his gaze and was instantly captivated by the scene before him. A pristine white fox, resplendent and graceful, descended from the heavens, its elegant form graced with 3 plush tails. As it touched the ground, the surrounding mist seemed to come alive, coalescing into a cloud-like throne. The 3-tailed white fox reclined upon this ethereal seat, its tail stirring gently as if caught in an unseen breeze. Not only Ming, but all the other magical beasts were equally astonished, gazing in awe at the auspicious sight of the 3-tailed white fox. Good heavens! How could such a magnificent spirit beast exist? Could this white fox evolve into a 9-tailed celestial fox? My word! I can hardly believe I am witnessing such an otherworldly creature. Ming marveled for a moment, realizing that this was his first encounter with a beast that was on a similar evolutionary path. Although one was a head and the other a tail, their evolutionary trajectories seemed closely aligned. Wait, could this white fox also? Ada, upon hearing this, shook his head, clarifying that it, like other spirit beasts, possessed only a single soul gem. Across the entirety of Blue Star, there were only 5 beasts with dual soul gems, and most of them shared the same elemental affinity. You are the sole possessor of a triad. Upon hearing this, Ming couldn't help but feel a swell of pride. Previously, he had thought the energy required for his breakthroughs was several times that of other beasts, which felt somewhat burdensome. However, now, if he were to evaluate the situation, he would simply exclaim, "What a delightful surprise." As time trickled away, the surrounding throng of beasts and extraterrestrial beings had completely filled the surface of the lake. Countless creatures were present both beneath the water and in the sky, effectively saturating the entirety of Lychee Lake. Aside from the fire Qilin he had just encountered, many other creatures from the magical beast ranking had also received word and flocked to Lychee Lake. There were majestic wolves exceeding 400 meters in length, adorned with flowing azure fur, and a powerful feline standing 500 meters tall, crowned with a pair of antlers and shimmering golden fur. Additionally, a colossal centipede, approximately 500 meters long, sprouted black wings and bore countless eye-like patterns upon its back, among others. Each of these relatively ordinary magical beasts played their part to the fullest. Whenever a formidable creature from the ranking made an appearance, the multitude of magical beasts would erupt in awe, their emotional fervor reaching new heights. It was unclear whether this was a manifestation of their admiration for the strong, or simply an automated response from the NPC dialogue mechanism. Heavens! That is the 18th ranked Wind Wolf King. And there, the 9th ranked Mei Lynx. I heard it recently vanquished the infamous Tian Kuan Bull Python. Goodness! Is that not the 3rd ranked All-Seeing Demon Lord? Wait, it seems to be heading towards the 7th ranked 3-headed Demon Dragon. As the spectacle unfolded, Ming quickly turned his attention towards the direction of the all-seeing Demon Lord, now fully alert. The Demon Lord's tentacles had transformed into formidable horns, and its limbs had sharpened to a scythe-like precision. Beneath the imposing figure shrouded in swirling black mist, it resembled a celestial dragon from mythological tales. The countless eye patterns adorning its back seemed to possess a peculiar power, instilling a sense of awe and an uncontrollable urge to submit upon mere sight. However, this effect held no sway over Ming. With 3 dragon heads raised high and its blazing wings subtly unfurled, it exuded an unmistakable aura that hinted at a readiness for confrontation. The surrounding mythical beasts, upon witnessing this spectacle, retreated several miles in haste, fearful of being caught in the crossfire. Yet, unbeknownst to them, the Lord of 100 Eyes possessed a pair of ethereal blue demonic pupils that flickered with light. It gracefully soared to hover above a gray wolf with eagle wings beside Qi Ming and spoke calmly. The eagle wolf was taken aback, never anticipating that it would be the target of the Lord of 100 Eyes. Acknowledging its inferiority, it reluctantly began to retreat. The other mythical creatures followed suit, forming a clearing for a prime, treasure-seizing opportunity, yet none dared to contest it. They all sensed the overwhelming power of the Lord of 100 Eyes. This entity circled back to the position previously occupied by the eagle wolf, patiently awaiting its next move. Observing this scene, the other mythical beasts felt a tinge of disappointment, having hoped to witness a fierce battle among the creatures. Qi Ming, after casting a few glances at the Lord of 100 Eyes, closed his eyes again to cultivate his spirit. Initially, he had anticipated that this entity would come seeking trouble, but it appeared he had indulged in too many fictional tales. In reality, there were seldom individuals who would approach him unprovoked, or perhaps it was all a matter of strength. Had he been weaker than the eagle wolf, he might have been the one retreating. Such phenomena of claiming territory were not uncommon, with some mythical beasts seizing positions only to attempt to usurp others. Others inadvertently encountered insurmountable challenges, meeting their demise in an instant. At the rear of the group, a colossal rock pig and a red-bellied pheasant stood amid a throng of 1 to 200-meter mythical beasts, distinctly standing out. The red-bellied pheasant gazed at a nearby lake stained crimson with blood, silently lamenting their fortunate distance, pondering that they might have been the ones to suffer had they been closer. The rock pig echoed its sentiments, acknowledging the foresight of its companion. Indeed, if I had been treated in such a manner, I would surely have perished on the spot. At that moment, a new procession approached from the distance. Leading the group was a panda clad in a simple garment, wielding an iron rod. Following, it was a pristine white egret, adorned with ice blue feathers and 2 legs, accompanied by several mythical beasts of varying forms, all at the peak of their maturity. Upon witnessing the scene, the rock pig exclaimed in astonishment, "Kunk brother, it is the people from the Phantom Beast Alliance." The surrounding Phantom Beasts gasped in unison. The black and white war god of the Phantom Beast Alliance has arrived. And the Ice Sword God is here as well. Goodness, who coined such ridiculous titles? They are utterly uninspired. If you think you can do better, go ahead and give it a try. Observing a line of figures decisively cutting through the throng, they advanced to the forefront. The surrounding Phantom Beasts displayed their discontent. But mindful of the significant contributions made by the Phantom Beast Alliance, they begrudgingly stifled their impatience and silently shifted backward. Among the herd, some phantom beasts that had retreated to the front of the rock pig and the red-bellied golden pheasant were about to voice their concerns about the need for a retreat. However, upon catching sight of these 2 formidable giants, they quietly circumvented them and continued their retreat. For a moment, the combination of the pig and the pheasant stood like twin sentinels amidst the tide of beasts, as steadfast as mountains. On the other side, hearing the discussions among the phantom beasts, Qi Ming could not help but open his 6 golden dragon eyes to gaze toward the location of the Phantom Beast Alliance. Strangely, when he directed his gaze at the white egret, it too seemed to sense his attention and turned to look back at him. A wave of familiarity surged from the depths of his soul, filling Qi Ming with a tinge of confusion. What was happening? Could this white egret be someone he knew? Yet, he had heard that the members of the Phantom Beast Alliance were former leaders transformed into these beings. He did not recognize any civil servants. At that moment, the white egret, adorned with ice-feathered plumes and icy jade-like feet, made a move. It elongated its slender neck and gently nodded toward Qi Ming before diverting its gaze toward the nearby white lotus. Qi Ming, somewhat surprised, followed suit and turned his attention to the white lotus, which had already bloomed significantly, revealing hints of vibrant, multicolored rays emanating from it. The colorful radiance rippled outward, enveloping a radius of several dozen kilometers, transforming the area into a veritable paradise. Moreover, the scope of this colorful light was visibly expanding at an astonishing rate. Amidst the luminous aura, Qi Ming felt as though his energy absorption rate had accelerated exponentially. After about 2 hours, the iridescent white lotus finally unfurled in its entirety. As the white petals blossomed, revealing 7 colorful lotus seeds within, a magnificent beam of colorful light shot skyward from the heart of the lotus. This radiant beam soared into the heavens, swiftly dispersing the surrounding mist. All the phantom beasts and alien creatures, upon witnessing this spectacle, stood up in excitement, poised to rush toward the enchanting lotus flower. Qi Ming, equally exhilarated, subtly signaled to the mysterious ink mark on his left arm. As the colorful beam gradually faded, the phantom beasts and alien creatures of the Lychee Lake descended into a frenzy. Before they could take any action, fissures in space began to materialize around the white lotus flower. These rifts expanded continuously, and formidable figures of various alien races emerged, hovering in the air. Each of these beings emanated an aura that approached the level of a lord. Floating around them were 1 to 3 uniquely shaped soul treasures. Among them, a member of the blazing sun race, wielding a fiery spear and adorned with a pair of blazing wings, scanned the surroundings before swiftly fixing its gaze on Qi Ming. The figure pointed the spear at Qi Ming, and a voice, calm yet undeniably commanding, resonated through the air. "Three-headed demon dragon, come forth and meet your demise." Qi Ming was taken aback. Indeed, he had misjudged the situation, as it appeared someone was seeking trouble with him for no apparent reason. However, he remained unfazed, casually glancing left and right with his 3 dragon heads. It seemed that the three-headed demon dragon the voice referred to was not him. The other figures did not rush to seize the colorful white lotus, but instead looked at Qi Ming with keen interest. The numerous phantom beasts and alien entities also gazed at him with peculiar expressions. For a moment, the entire Lychee Lake fell silent, as if waiting for a performance to unfold. Su Hong observed this scene, filled with confusion. At that moment, he was unaware that the 3-headed demon dragon was indeed Qi Ming. Otherwise, he would have certainly intervened to assist. Beside him, the panda Fu Qingbao expressed surprise, wondering where this fellow had managed to provoke so many powerful alien beings. Some surrounding phantom beasts gleefully speculated that a spectacle was about to ensue. With so many powerful aliens, I truly wish to see how that 3-headed demon dragon will cope. Look, the blazing sun race is making a move. As the words fell, the figure of the blazing sun race thrust its spear forward like a dragon. In an instant, a torrent of flames erupted, transforming into a fiery dragon that shot towards Qi Ming. Yet, Qi Ming neither dodged nor evaded. He summoned a flame lotus and expanded it to several times its size, placing it in front of him. In the blink of an eye, he absorbed the entire fiery dragon. The blazing sun race warrior's eyes grew colder in response. But that was not the end. When Qi Ming summoned the crimson ribbons once more, the blazing sun race warrior's eyes were almost ablaze with fury. "You killed Xinyi." Qi Ming, perplexed, glanced at the 2 soul treasures. Pretending not to understand, he replied, "These 2 were taken from your blazing sun race. Which Xinyi are you referring to? I seem to have forgotten. However, I must say, your blazing sun race is rather generous. You always provide me with a piece of equipment." As his words concluded, the blazing sun race warrior fell into a calm demeanor, though beneath that calm, turbulent waves stirred. Several alien beings familiar with him were slightly astonished. Xianjin was genuinely enraged. There was no doubt about it. His brother had been vanquished by this demon dragon. Returning to the matter at hand, was it not the brother of Feng Tian who fell victim to this infernal dragon? Surely, this dragon possesses no attributes of a fratricidal fiend. Setting aside other considerations, the being known as Xianjin, of the Yaohua clan, unfurled its fiery wings, creating a trailing blaze that surged like a meteor toward Qi Ming. Qi Ming's thoughts raced. His initial intention was to have Xian Mo collect the illusory white lotus and then depart with Ada. However, he had not anticipated the emergence of these alien prodigies along the way. Observing that each of their figures was surrounded by at least 1 soul artifact invigorated Qi Ming's mind. Just as the Xianjin spear was about to breach the fiery lotus's defenses, a crimson ribbon shot forth, instantaneously transforming into 4 flaming dragons that ensnared its limbs in midair. Xianjin's expression remained as tranquil as still water, as if the bindings were not upon him. In the next moment, flames erupted from his form, and soon, numerous fiery silhouettes resembling him appeared around him. Each of these fiery apparitions exuded a formidable aura. They encircled Qi Ming and then erupted into countless fireballs. Boom! A torrent of terrifying flames surged forth, instantly evaporating a vast expanse of lake water into an endless mist. The shockwaves from the explosion generated towering waves, each several meters high, that radiated outward. The surrounding phantasmal beasts and alien entities hastily summoned life barriers to shield themselves from the colossal waves. Seizing the opportunity, Xianjin unleashed his full power and broke free from the restraints of the crimson ribbon. Simultaneously, his fiery wings spread wide, launching a barrage of fiery feathers toward Qi Ming. A glimmer sparked in Qi Ming's eyes. He had fully comprehended Xianjin's power. There was no need to continue this charade and waste time. Without any visible movement from Qi Ming, the void around him gave birth to a multitude of molten spikes. Experience my skill, ink bone blossoming. Amidst the molten mass, boundless yellow sand swirled through the air, coalescing into several sand dragons that swiftly engulfed Xianjin's figure. As the power of sandification activated, Xianjin immediately sensed the life force within him rapidly depleting. He struggled to break free, but his body was ensnared by multiple chains of yellow sand. When he noticed one of his fingers beginning to disintegrate into yellow sand, a flicker of uncertainty finally crossed his calm countenance. Just as he intended to summon the fiery spear to break the confinement, a radiant crimson beam pierced through the sand dragon, instantly embedding itself within Xianjin's mind. Panic flooded Xianjin's eyes, and he could not help but exclaim that this was the divine ability of the Tian Mu divine race. How could you possess such power? Alas, Qi Ming offered no response to his thoughts. Instead, he focused on regaining his energy while continuing to channel the sandification power. In but 10 seconds, as the endless molten spikes and sand dragons dissipated, all the mythical beasts and alien races finally perceived the scene before them. Only the silhouette of a three-headed dragon remained, while the formidable warrior of the Sunfire clan had vanished without a trace. As all beings were astounded by the might of Qi Ming, a sudden voice pierced the air. What on earth? Where has the iridescent white lotus gone? Upon hearing this, all life snapped back to reality, hastily glancing towards the spot where the white lotus had once flourished. When they beheld the empty surface of the lake, a wave of unrest swept through the mythical beasts and alien races. They instinctively turned their gazes towards Qi Ming, as if suspecting his involvement. A creature that appeared to be a fusion of a brown bear and a rhinoceros spoke up. Could it be that an underwater being has taken it? The surrounding mythical beasts paused at this suggestion, though they felt the likelihood was slim. Even the few alien figures hovering in the air displayed expressions of alarm. A dark elf was the first to pivot and address a silver-clad being adorned with a black gemstone on his chest. This silver being, possessing spatial powers, might possess some insight. Moss, have you sensed any spatial fluctuations? The being known as Moss furrowed his brow and replied, no, and that is precisely what confounds me. Unless the adversary has attained the level of a lord, they should not be able to elude my perception. Upon hearing this, the other alien figures fell into a contemplative silence. However, after a brief moment, a member of the winged clan suddenly recalled something and spoke. If we bring that three-headed dragon back to Fengju Tian, we might procure additional rewards from him. The other aliens were momentarily taken aback, yet their expressions gradually shifted to one of intrigue. Unbeknownst to them, just as they began to plot against Qi Ming, he was secretly devising a strategy to consume all 6 remaining alien beings who possessed soul artifacts. He calculated that these 6 aliens collectively held 11 soul artifacts. Coupled with the 2 recently acquired from the Sunfire clan Xianjin, if he could ensnare those few aliens, he would amass a total of 13 soul artifacts. The mere thought of this sent a surge of excitement coursing through Qi Ming's heart. At that moment, the 6 alien figures simultaneously shifted positions, surrounding Qi Ming. Some mythical beasts preparing to depart found themselves intrigued once more, retreating to watch the unfolding drama from a distance. Observing this, Qi Ming couldn't help but internally scoff. Goodness! Who invited so many spectators? Truly dedicated. Though he mused this, the 6 aliens had revealed their true forms and launched a fierce assault towards Qi Ming. To avoid exposing his spatial abilities, Qi Ming had no intention of letting Xian Mo intervene. However, dealing with these so-called alien prodigies, Qi Ming was more than capable of handling them himself.